Sword God Chapter 1541 to Chapter 1592. The Nine Heavens Lightning Controlling Sword Technique had 3 moves. The first move was the weakest, and the third move was the strongest. But even the first move was extremely profound and shocking. This sword technique was created by the Nine Heavens Sword King when he was young, combining many sword techniques with his own Thunder Dao intent. After continuous refinement, it reached its peak. It was a profound sword technique that could fully unearth the power and potential of the Thunder Dao intent. Xianxia's comprehension was astonishing, and the Nine Heavens Sword King taught him without holding back. He quickly grasped the profundity of it, which was even more shocking. Not only could the Nine Heavens Lightning Controlling Sword Technique fully unearth the power and potential of the Thunder Dao intent, it was also a sword technique that cultivated the Thunder Dao intent. Under continuous cultivation, it could transform the Thunder Dao intent. With an even faster speed, it transformed from low-grade to mid-grade, from mid-grade to high-grade, and then from high-grade to top-grade 9 Heavenly Thunder Dao insight. Only by using the Nine Heavens Lightning Dao intent to activate the Nine Heavens Lightning Controlling Sword Technique could its power be raised to the extreme. Xianxia had already seen its power. In fact, the Nine Heavens Sword King's talent couldn't be considered outstanding. At least in his era, there was more than one person whose talent surpassed his. But in the end, it was the Nine Heavens Sword King who detonated the 9-colored heavenly flower. Therefore, the Nine Heavens Sword King worked very hard and gave his all. In the end, he made a qualitative change and stood at the top of his generation. The flow of time inside and outside the king-naming pagoda was different. A long time passed inside, but only a short time passed outside. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to enter the 9th hall. Instead, he cultivated the Nine Heavens Lightning Controlling Sword Technique in the 8th hall. The Nine Heavens Sword King even personally fed Xianxia moves, allowing Xianxia to grasp the essence of the Nine Heavens Lightning Controlling Sword Technique in the shortest amount of time. It had to be said that the Nine Heavens Sword King's actions made Xianxia very moved. Therefore, he practiced even more diligently. The first move, Thunder Boom, was mastered. With a sword strike, lightning flashed, instantly condensing an extremely terrifying power. It was extremely shocking, as if it wanted to destroy everything. The second move, Thunder Flash, not only did it have the tyrannical power of Lei Hong, it also had the agility and speed that Lei Hong didn't have. Once the sword was unleashed, it would instantly reach its target. As for the third move, Nine Heavens Imperial Thunder, it was a unique move. Xianxia couldn't master it in a short time because it was too difficult. The concept of this move was very high, like the divine thunder above the 9 heavens. Your lightning Dao insight is only an intermediate grade Dao insight, and only by transforming into a high-grade Dao insight would you be able to grasp the 9 heavens Imperial Lightning. The Nine Heavens Sword King spoke unhurriedly. "Thank you for teaching me." Xianxia saluted with his sword. Although the 9 Firmament Sword King in front of him was in his youth, he was countless years older than him. It was not an exaggeration to call him a senior. "I hope you can pass down the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword art," the 9 Heavens Sword King said. This was also the reason why he passed it down to Xianxia. Okay. Xianxia's answer was simple, but it was an agreement between swordsmen. Since he couldn't master the third move for the time being, Xianxia didn't force it. The 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword art was indeed a shocking sword art, but Xianxia wouldn't use it as his main sword art. He would only absorb its essence and profundity to perfect his own sword art and sword Dao. Gathering the strengths of hundreds of schools and fusing them into his own sword to achieve supreme achievement. This was Xianxia's sword Dao. Besides that, the 9 Heavens Lightning Controlling Sword Technique allowed one to cultivate Lightning Dao insight, and it allowed one's Lightning Dao insight to transform into a high-grade Dao insight even faster. It was even to the extent that it could transform into the top-grade 9 Heavens Lightning Dao insight in the future. If possible, fight the Sword Emperor, the 9 Heavens Sword King said. This was his goal in the past, but unfortunately, he couldn't achieve it. Okay. Xianxia nodded again. Not only did he have to fight the Sword Emperor, but he also had to fight the Lingwu Emperor. He didn't know how powerful the young Lingwu Emperor was. The 8th palace was called Dustless Palace. After a fierce battle, Xianxia defeated the Dustless Saint King with his Heart Domain and Wanlu Force Field. He entered the ninth palace. The ninth palace was called Divine Light Palace. The person in charge was the Divine Light Saint King. The Divine Light Saint King's speed was shocking. Whether it was the speed of his body movement or his attack, it was terrifying. Before people could react, they were already defeated and killed. But Chenzong's heart domain was compressed, and the Divine Light Saint King's speed was captured. The Divine Light Saint King was most proud of his speed. With his terrifying speed, he defeated many geniuses and was ranked 6th on the 9-colored monarch bestowment tablet. But against Chenzong, the Divine Light Saint King's speed couldn't unleash its full power. In the end, he was defeated by Chenzong. Even so, Chenzong was shocked by the Divine Light Saint King's speed. If he hadn't mastered the heart domain, he probably wouldn't have been a match for him. The 10th palace was called Black Region Palace. It was guarded by the Black Region Saint King. After exchanging blows with the Black Region Saint King, Chenzong understood why the Divine Light Saint King couldn't defeat him. The Black Region Saint King's cultivation technique was terrifying. Once he activated it, it was as if his body was turning into a black hole. It enveloped the surroundings, as if he wanted to control everything. No matter how fast one would be affected. Moreover, every attack of the Black Region Saint King was extremely powerful. It was like a black hole that automatically absorbed everything around it. It could be said that every attack of the Black Region Saint King contained the mysteries of the Heavy Mountain Fist. It affected Chenzong's sword. Unknowingly, its power was offset and weakened, making it difficult for him to hit his opponent. This level of martial arts. Chenzong was secretly shocked. He felt that the Black Region Saint King's martial arts seemed to be a combination of martial arts and force fields. Its power was shocking. But he didn't know how the Black Region Saint King was able to combine martial arts and force fields. This was also the reason why the Blackfield Sage King was able to reign supreme in his generation. This battle was difficult. Chenzong performed his swordsmanship to the extreme. He also performed his myriad streams force field to the extreme. Combined with his heart domain, the battle continued. Every time they clashed, Chenzong was searching for the mysteries of the Black Region Saint King's martial arts. Fight, 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 one sword was infinite. Under the combination of the myriad streams force field and heart domain, Chenzong cancelled out the power of the Black Region Saint King's Black Region. The infinite sword was endless. It was so profound that the Black Region Saint King was exhausted. Then the sword light flashed and tore the Black Region Saint King's throat. The terrifying sword chi entered and killed him in one strike. This battle was very difficult, but he won in the end. The 11th palace was a new palace called the Ancient Xian Palace. It was the palace where the Ancient Xian Saint King was in charge. The Ancient Xian Saint King was the Taishan Saint. I didn't expect you to make it here. The Taishan Saint King sat high on the throne and looked down. When he saw Chenzong, he was first surprised, then smiled coldly. Chenzong was also surprised. The Taishan Saint King had made it here and ranked 4th on the 9-colored monarch title tablet. This is your end, the Taishan Saint King said again. You can try, Chenzong replied calmly. Then Chenzong was confused. The Taishan Saint King here was obviously not the Taishan Saint King himself. Perhaps it was a trick of the monarch title tower, but he had all of the Taishan Saint King's memories and emotions. It was really strange. Fight, the Taishan Saint King attacked immediately. He wasn't testing. He used his full strength. He unsheathed his long sword and the sword light tore through the sky. This sword seemed to split the sky and the earth. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. It seemed that nothing in the world could resist it. The extreme edge sword was unsheathed, and the extreme edge sword slashed out, its sharpness unparalleled. The Taishan heaven and earth skill was fully activated. A dim shadow of the sky and the earth condensed. The heavy Xian force field was used. The two seemed to merge into one. The second sword followed, and its power was many times stronger. Slash, 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 as soon as he unsheathed his sword, the Taishan Saint King exploded with shocking strength and attacked mercilessly. The sword intent was like the might of the heavens. It cut through the sky and the earth. Chenzong had fought with the Taishan Saint King before. After a fierce battle, there was no clear winner. However, the Taishan Saint King hadn't used his full strength at that time, while Chenzong had. Now that a few years had passed, Chenzong's cultivation and strength had improved greatly. However, the Taishan Saint King's cultivation and strength had also improved greatly. Therefore, Chenzong wasn't confident that he could defeat the Taishan Saint King. After all, the Taishan Saint King's cultivation was in the early 8th heaven saint realm. He was one realm higher than Chenzong. The Taishan Saint King's cultivation method was also more powerful than Chenzong's great mystery art. However, the Taishan Saint King in front of him had the same cultivation as him. Chenzong didn't think that he would lose to the Taishan Saint King. Fight, Myriad Streams Force Field, Heart Domain. He also fully activated the Great Mystery Art. He had already reached the 28th level. He wasn't far from the 30th level. This level was only one level lower than the Taishan Saint King's 29th level. He was gradually catching up. Although the Taishan Saint King's cultivation was the same as his, Chenzong realized that the Taishan Saint King's strength was terrifying. However, the Taishan Saint King was able to defeat so many strong opponents and rank 4th on the 9-colored monarch bestowment tablet. After all, Chenzong had fought with those monstrous geniuses before. He deeply knew how powerful those monstrous geniuses were. Although he had defeated them one by one, the process hadn't been easy. The Taishan Saint King was able to defeat them with the same cultivation as him, which showed how powerful he was. Now, the Taishan Saint King had become a formidable opponent. What Chenzong needed to do was to defeat and kill the Taishan Saint King and then challenge the Eternal Night Demon Lord. The Demon Emperor Eternal Night. One could imagine how powerful the Eternal Night Demon Lord was since the Taishan Saint King had been defeated. What about the Sword Emperor, who was ranked above the Eternal Night Demon Lord? How shocking would it be to use the title of Sword Emperor without any prefixes? How terrifying was the Sword Emperor's sword? Technique? Chenzong was looking forward to it. How shocking was the Lingwu Emperor, who was ranked first and had never been surpassed by anyone since ancient times. However, the prerequisite for all this was to defeat the Taishan Saint King first. Then, to defeat the real Taishan Saint King, he would have to start with the Taishan Saint King before him. Countless sparks flew as the saber and sword clashed. Both Chenzong and the Taishan Saint King were determined to kill each other. They didn't know the previous monstrous genius Chenzong, but the Taishan Saint King had a grudge against Chenzong. To a certain extent, they were enemies. Even if the death here wasn't real death, they had to kill each other regardless of the reason. Dark Ancient Palace. The Taishan Saint Sun performed his saber skills to the extreme, but he could not defeat Chenzong. On the contrary, he was gradually suppressed by Chenzong and was at a disadvantage. The Taishan Saint Sun could not believe it. How could he be suppressed when they were at the same cultivation level? However, this was the truth. He was really suppressed. Not only could his gravity force field not defeat his opponent, but it was also cancelled out by his opponent's force field. He felt that his opponent's force field was only at the initial level, while his was at the great level. After many years of cultivation, the Taishan Saint Sun had indeed cultivated his gravity force field to the great level, and its power was even more shocking. If not for the help of the Heart Realm, his Myriad Streams force field would have been suppressed by his opponent's gravity force field. When the forces used to suppress each other collided, the side with the higher cultivation level would have the upper hand. The other side would naturally be weakened or even suppressed. However, with the help of the Heart Realm, the power of the Myriad Streams force field doubled. The Infinite Sword Chain continued to dissolve the Taishan Saint Sun's shocking broadsword techniques in close combat. It also continued to counterattack. Layer upon layer, the Taishan Saint Sun gradually felt tired of dealing with it. This was especially so during the constant battles. Chenzong had a flash of inspiration. He had subconsciously fused the mysteries of the 9 lines that he had comprehended from the Jade Wall on the 8th level of the valley into the Infinity Sword Chain. This caused the Infinity Sword Chain to have even more variations. They were all linked together and were even more difficult to deal with. The Infinite Sword Chain had been perfected by Chenzong again and again. Now, it could be divided into 2 parts. The first part was the Infinity Sword Chain. When the sword was drawn, the Infinity Sword would chain endlessly. It was a sword technique that was most suitable for close combat. It was a masterpiece that combined attack, defense, technique, and so on. It was the most profound and was the essence of Chen Zong's sword technique. The second part was the ultimate move. It was the chain, the infinite, and the infinite. It was also the three realms of the infinite sword chain. The chain was meant to weaken and was a defensive move. The infinite was meant to be a skill and was both offensive and defensive. The infinite was meant to be an offensive move. This was also the result of Chen Zong gradually integrating the mysteries of the 9 layers of the Jade Wall into the fierce battles with generations of peerless geniuses. Or rather, it was a kind of enlightenment that became even clearer. Every bit of comprehension and the essence of the opponent's martial arts during the battle would be absorbed by himself and fused into the infinite sword chain, constantly perfecting and improving it. Chen Zong didn't expect himself to create the infinite sword chain by chance during the fierce battle with the heavens chosen from the vast wilderness. He didn't think too much about it at that time, but now he was gradually perfecting it. It had a profound meaning and surpassed the lifeless sword style and so on. Clearly, the infinite sword chain could continuously absorb the essence of martial arts, constantly improve, and constantly break through the limits. The Taishan Saint's long saber pierced through the air. Saber light flashed out continuously, turning into an astonishing majestic beam. The blade radiance was like the Milky Way pouring down from the sky. Although it was weakened by Chen Zong's successive sword strikes, it seized the opportunity to retreat in an instant. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from the Taishan Saint's body. Not only was the aura extremely tyrannical, but it also had an indescribable mystery that made Chen Zong's hair stand on end. Heaven and earth void, the saber slashed out, as if the void was split by it. An extremely terrifying power invaded, causing Chen Zong's soul to tremble. Superpower, this was clearly a minor divine ability. This minor superpower was the Taishan Saint's strongest trump card. The saber slashed out with endless power. It was a Space Series superpower and was extremely terrifying. Everything would be split open. Chen Zong knew that with his current strength, he couldn't resist it at all. The power of Lingwu exploded in an instant. The strength of the power of Lingwu was closely related to one's qi and body refinement cultivation. After many years, Chen Zong's qi refinement cultivation had improved to the early 7th heaven saint rudiment stage. His body refinement cultivation had also improved a lot, reaching the early 5th heaven chaotic heaven realm. Although it was still not as good as his qi refinement cultivation, it was much higher than before. The power of Lingwu condensed from this was naturally stronger than before. In the past, the power of Lingwu could increase the power of Chen Zong's qi refinement cultivation from the late 5th heaven saint rudiment stage to the late 6th heaven saint rudiment stage, but it couldn't increase the power of Chen Zong's qi refinement cultivation from the early 7th heaven saint rudiment stage to the early 8th heaven saint rudiment stage. After all, the higher the cultivation, the purer the saint power, and the more difficult it would be to increase it. However, the power of Lingwu now could increase the power of Chen Zong's qi refinement cultivation to the early 8th heaven saint rudiment stage, which was a full level increase. Chen Zong slashed out with his sword under the tyrannical basic strength. Limitless, this was the most tyrannical sword move that Chen Zong had mastered. Kill, the sword light seemed to be one, but it also seemed to be endless. Every sword strike carried a terrifying power. The sword lights were annihilated one after another, but more sword lights were created. Then, as if man and sword had become one, Chen Zong instantly passed through the terrifying spatial crack and attacked the Taishan Saint Sun. This sword strike was unparalleled and directly crushed the Taishan Saint Sun. The Taishan Saint Sun was pierced through and died in one strike. The Taishan Saint Sun reappeared on the throne and stared coldly at Chen Zong. He clenched his fist and blue veins popped out. He was very unwilling to admit defeat. He had used a lesser superpower, but he still lost. According to the rules of the King Naming Pagoda, he couldn't attack again. Chen Zong knew very well how difficult it was to defeat the Taishan Saint Sun. After all, Chen Zong hadn't detonated the power of Lingwu in the previous legendary geniuses. That strike was extremely terrifying. Those legendary geniuses couldn't resist it. If Chen Zong hadn't detonated the power of Lingwu to strengthen his basic strength, he probably wouldn't have been able to resist it and would have been killed in one strike. However, that was a lesser superpower, and his power of Lingwu was also a lesser superpower. Although Qinzong had defeated the Taishan Saint Sun, he wasn't happy because he hadn't defeated the real Taishan Saint Sun. The real Taishan Saint Sun's cultivation was at the early stage of the 8th level Saint Rudiment realm, not the early stage of the 7th level Saint Rudiment realm. The difference of one level in cultivation meant the difference in their basic strength was huge. If Qinzong fought the real Taishan Saint Sun with his current strength, he wasn't confident at all that he could defeat him. This wasn't self-denial. It was the truth. The lesser superpower used by the early stage of the 8th level Saint Rudiment realm and the early stage of the 7th level Saint Rudiment realm were completely different. The possibility of Qinzong's infinite sword strike being blocked was very small. Therefore, defeating the real Taishan Saint Sun wasn't something to be proud of. However, Qinzong had seen the Taishan Saint Sun's strength in this battle. If he had fought the real Taishan Saint Sun, he would have been more confident. Moreover, he had gained a lot from this battle. He stepped forward and walked to the next palace. The 12th palace, Eternal Night Palace. The palace master of the Eternal Night Palace was a legendary genius from the same era as the Emperor of Lingwu, the Eternal Night Demon Lord. Although his ranking wasn't as high as the Lingwu Emperor, he was the Emperor of Lingwu's greatest opponent in that era. Although he couldn't defeat the Emperor of Lingwu each time, it wasn't easy for the Emperor of Lingwu to defeat him either. The light in the Eternal Night Palace was slightly dim. A black-robed, long-haired figure leaned against a huge throne with his eyes closed. He seemed to be in a deep sleep. Qinzong stepped forward. He glanced around and stared ahead. In the blink of an eye, his closed eyes opened, and an indescribable darkness shot out from the depths of his eyes. Qinzong only felt that the surrounding space seemed to have become even darker in an instant, and there was a feeling of darkness invading him. Furthermore, the darkness and depth contained within those eyes made her heart palpitate incomparably at that moment. In an instant, an indescribable feeling of fear emerged from the depths of his heart. It was just a gaze. Fortunately, Qinzong's soul was strong, and his will was incomparably tough. He was only slightly affected. He quickly reacted and resisted. Even so, Qinzong was still shocked. A formidable opponent even more terrifying than the Taishan Saint Sun. You use a sword? A slightly hoarse voice sounded. The dark gaze also fell on the long sword at Qinzong's waist. Immediately, Qinzong only felt that the other party's gaze was emitting an incomparably terrifying murderous aura. I hate people who use swords. They all deserve to die. As soon as his voice fell, without any movement, a terrifying pitch-black aura shot through the sky. It was so fast and sudden that it was impossible to guard against it. Qinzong was already prepared. He unsheathed his extreme-edge sword and tore through the sky. The sword chi was astonishing and brilliant. The sword chi dissipated, and the pitch-black aura shattered. The Eternal Night Demon Lord's body suddenly flew up and turned into a flash of black light. He attacked at an astonishing speed. Fast, extremely fast. Although in terms of absolute speed, he was not as fast as the Divine Light Saint King, the burst of speed in an instant was extremely shocking. And not only was it simply fast, but it was also incomparably mysterious. Qinzong could not catch its trajectory. Heart domain. Without hesitation, Qinzong released his heart domain in an instant and compressed it to 50 meters. The Eternal Night Demon Lord also entered the range of the 50-meter heart domain in an instant. Only then did Qinzong catch his trajectory. Myriad streams force field, hundreds of torrents rushed over in an instant, but the Eternal Night Demon Lord was completely aware of it. He directly dodged the torrents with a terrifying murderous aura. It was like a demonic blade that tore through the sky. The murderous aura was astonishing and terrifying. It made Qinzong's hair stand on end. This kind of terrifying feeling was simply indescribable with words. Tyrannical, incomparably tyrannical, more terrifying than any of the previous peerless geniuses. This was the peerless genius ranked third on the 9-colored monarch bestowment tablet. The Eternal Night Demon Lord, the black light arrived in an instant, making Qinzong's hair stand on end. But the extreme edge sword still slashed out. It was the extreme heart sword style, which was astonishingly fast. This sword had only pierced through a patch of black light, but it had not truly pierced through it. This feeling of hitting air immediately gave Qinzong a bad premonition. The seventh step of the thunder trampling 9 heavens. In an instant, the lightning flashed and was cut in half by an incomparably sharp black light. Just a little bit more and he would have been killed by that extremely terrifying attack. Since the first attack did not hit, the second black light came again. It was extremely terrifying. The sword light overlapped and was endless. In an instant, it enveloped the black light. This amazing mystery immediately weakened the black light layer by layer, as if it had fallen into a swamp. But the black light was also extremely sharp. It broke through the chain of sword light and attacked Qianzong with unparalleled murderous intent. Votes, that's power. Brothers, quickly transfer your power to the 6th Dao. Wuji, a sword strike that was even more exquisite than the chain attack was unleashed. It looked like one sword, but it was actually made up of many swords. Wuji displayed an unparalleled and shocking skill. Instantly, the black light was broken, and it attacked the Eternal Night Demon Lord from all directions. The Eternal Night Demon Lord was indeed amazing, but Qianzong was not to be underestimated either. Under Wuji's sword, the black light that the Eternal Night Demon Lord had transformed into instantly became scorching hot. It was as if a black sun had exploded. Wuji's sword light was completely blocked and shattered in an instant. Eternal Night. A low and hoarse voice suddenly rang out from the black sun. It contained shocking Taoist rhyme fluctuations that swept out in all directions. Immediately, a terrifying black light exploded, covering the sky and earth. It wreaked havoc in all directions as if it was swallowing all light. In an instant, the entire Eternal Night Palace was plunged into darkness. One could not even see one's own fingers. Not only could they not see anything, they could not hear anything, and they could not smell anything. In just an instant, Qianzong felt that his 5 senses were completely blocked. It was as if they were sealed. Not only were his 5 senses robbed, even his 6th sense was greatly affected. There was a deviation in his perception. The further he was, the blurrier it was. It was difficult to make an accurate judgment. Previously, when the Taishan Saint challenged the Eternal Night Demon Lord, he was defeated by this shocking darkness that robbed his 5 senses and blurred his 6th sense. He could not see or hear anything. Even his perception was greatly disrupted and became very blurry. It was as if he had become a blind person. He felt like he was at the mercy of others. Although Qianzong was surprised, he did not panic. Instead, he closed his eyes. He could not see left or right. Fortunately, it was better to close his eyes. His heart domain was further compressed until the limit was 10 meters. Within 10 meters, the darkness seemed to fade. Even if he did not use his eyes, Qianzong could clearly see it. The darkness was still there. Eternal night existed forever, but it could no longer blur Qianzong's perception. It could only affect it slightly, and this effect was not big for Qianzong. Compressing a heart domain of 2,000 meters into 10 meters, the compression ratio was even greater and even more shocking. A blurry figure covered in black light instantly charged into the range of 10 meters. The extremely terrifying black light stretched out like a saber light tearing apart the heaven and earth. It was silent and incomparably terrifying. If Qianzong didn't have the domain of heart, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this attack under Evernight. Even if he didn't die, he would have been gravely injured. But now, the Eternal Night Devil Lord didn't know the profoundness of Qianzong's heart domain. This was an excellent opportunity. Limitless, Qianzong's silhouette flickered as he evaded the attack by a hair's breadth. He then countered with a sword strike. It was a limitless sword strike, and its might was extremely shocking. The Eternal Night Demon Lord indeed didn't know the profoundness of Qianzong's heart domain. He was very surprised by Qianzong's dodging and counterattack. However, the Eternal Night Demon Lord was very strong. He immediately reacted and attacked Infinite Sword with a blade-like black light. That pitch-black light was like a demon descending into the world. It was incomparable. It was clearly just a saber, but it covered the sky and covered the earth as if it filled up a part of the world. It blocked Infinite Sword completely. This was the first time Qianzong's Infinite Sword was completely ineffective since the start of the intense battle. Could such a powerful Eternal Night Demon Lord be defeated? Qianzong didn't know and didn't think too much about it. At this moment, Qianzong only had one thought, and that was to fight to the death with the Eternal Night Demon Lord. The Eternal Night Demon Lord's strength was extremely high, and his talent was even more shocking. The black light was like a saber. While its power was tyrannical, it was also very terrifying and mysterious. It seemed like there was no obvious weakness, and it was extremely difficult to deal with. If it wasn't for the heart domain, Xianxia would have been defeated long ago. The Eternal Night Demon Lord's Eternal Night Demon technique was an extremely terrifying technique. It was cultivated to the highest level, and its power was astonishing. When a technique was cultivated to the highest level, its power would increase greatly. If Xianxia cultivated the Dexian formula to the 30th level, he would also be able to grasp the true meaning of the technique, and its power would increase greatly. Unfortunately, it wasn't so easy to cultivate a technique to the highest level, especially if it was a saint-level technique. The fact that the Eternal Night Demon Lord could cultivate the top Eternal Night Demon technique to the highest level at a young age showed his shocking talent. In this aspect, Xianxia really couldn't compare to him. Every peerless genius of the same generation had their own strengths. The higher ones ranking on the 9-colored monarch bestowment tablet, the more shocking it was. When the highest level of the Eternal Night Demon technique was fully activated, it created an Eternal Night, depriving one's 5 senses and blurring one's 6th sense. This was an extremely disadvantageous battle environment for the enemy, but it was very advantageous for the Eternal Night Demon Lord. However, the Eternal Night environment didn't seem to have much effect on this person. This made the Eternal Night Demon Lord puzzled. However, this puzzlement didn't affect the Eternal Night Demon Lord's strength. He had experienced countless battles and encountered almost all kinds of situations. When he challenged the Monarch Bestowment Tower, he was originally number 1. A few years later, when the Lingwu Emperor rose, he was defeated by the Lingwu Emperor. Then, he was defeated by the Sword Emperor. It was because he was defeated by the Sword Emperor that he didn't like people who practiced the sword. Until now, only the Lingwu Emperor and the Sword Emperor could ignore his Eternal Night Demon Lord. Now, there was one more. No matter what, he had to defeat and kill this junior. He was a demon lord who reigned supreme in an era. Even the Lingwu Emperor was only slightly stronger than him. How could a mere junior be so arrogant in front of him? The fierce battle continued. Xianxia noticed that the Eternal Night Demon Lord's weapon was a blade. It was a pitch-black long blade, and the back of the blade was covered with sinister barbs and serrated teeth. It was extremely terrifying and emitted an extremely shocking killing intent. Every slash seemed to be made with his full strength. When combined with the Eternal Night Devil art, its power was terrifying. Every slash was incomparably mysterious. It was as if nothing could change, and nothing could change into anything. Xianxia felt a sense of exhaustion when dealing with it. The Heavenly Demon Dao intent was a rare Dao intent that had reached the peak of the Dao intent. Eternal Night Devil Blade, in an instant, the blade light slashed down like a pitch-black waterfall, shattering everything in its path. Without using the power of the Lingwu realm, Xianxia gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Although the Eternal Night Demon Lord's cultivation was the same as his, at the early 7th Heaven Saint realm, his cultivation technique had reached the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint realm. Moreover, his top-grade Heavenly Devil Dao insight had even attained the 9th cycle. Comparatively speaking, the might of his Grand Profundity technique was inferior to the Evernight Devil technique, and he'd even only cultivated it to the 28th level. So, his top-grade Heart Sword Dao insight had only attained the 8th cycle. Thus, there was a large gap between them. Fortunately, Xianxia had the Heart Domain, and his attainments in it were not low. Coupled with the Infinite Sword Chain, he was able to resist the Eternal Night Demon Lord's slash. However, if this continued, he would probably have to use the power of the Lingwu realm. However, Xianxia did not want to use the power of the Lingwu realm just yet. In the past few years, his cultivation and Dao intent had improved significantly. However, there were too many aspects that he needed to improve. Therefore, his Heart Sword Dao intent had risen from the 7th revolution to the 8th revolution. However, the Earthly Fire Dao intent, Heavenly Wind Dao intent, and Lightning Dao intent had also improved greatly. All of them had reached the 8th revolution. This time, Xianxia planned to use the pressure of the Eternal Night Demon Lord to suppress his potential and break through again. This was a very dangerous method. However, it was not the first time Chenzong had done it. Using the pressure of the outside world to suppress himself and stimulate his potential, Chenzong was very familiar with this method. The Eternal Night Devil Lord also realized that Qin Wendian seemed to be treating him as a whetstone. This caused him to have bad memories. Back then, the junior of the Sword Emperor was also like this. He broke through under his saber and defeated him instead. Immediately, a ferocious expression appeared on the Eternal Night Demon Lord's face. The darkness in his eyes became deeper and deeper. It filled his pupils and filled everything. It was abnormally terrifying, as if a demon had descended. Chenzong also noticed that traces of black demonic runes appeared on the Eternal Night Demon Lord's face. It was even more terrifying. The pressure increased again. The infinite sword chain was executed to the extreme, and the heart sword Dao intent was also activated to the extreme. 3 years ago, the heart sword Dao intent had broken through from the 7th revolution to the 8th revolution. Now that 3 years had passed, with Chenzong's talent, he had accumulated enough. He was not far from breaking through to the 9th revolution. Chenzong had full confidence that he could successfully break through to the 9th revolution within a year. Right now, he needed to borrow the pressure of the Eternal Night Demon Lord. Eternal Night Abyss. The Eternal Night Demon Lord erupted with all his strength. With a slash of his blade, black blade light covered the sky and earth. It merged with the Eternal Night True Intent and instantly slashed down. That blade light clearly only slashed down from the front, but it also blended into the surroundings. As long as there was darkness, the blade light would be there. It was everywhere, as if it had become a world. Such profoundness was incomparably profound. This slash was impossible for Chenzong to dodge at all. Even if he had the heart domain to sense it, it was still the same. Because the heart domain could not isolate the darkness of the eternal night, it could only sense it. Infinite, using offense as defense, he attacked with a sword that surpassed his limits. All his potential was forced out in an instant, exploding out in an instant. In an instant, the heart sword Dao Will, which had already reached the peak, broke through and reached the 9th revolution. The extremely terrifying sharpness seemed to have exploded from the depths of Chenzong's heart and spewed out. It was like an ancient volcano that buried countless sword chi. Its power was unparalleled. As the heart sword Dao Intent broke through to the 9th revolution, its prowess increased tremendously as well. The prowess of the boundless infinitum chain sword had also increased significantly. Working together with the heart domain, it allowed Chenzong to block off the eternal night saber light that was pouring in from all directions. That pitch-black blade light seemed to want to sink Chenzong into the dark abyss. Eternal night. Fall. An even more terrifying blade slashed out again. Its power was even more terrifying than the minor superpower that the Taishan saint had used previously. It made Chenzong extremely terrified. The power of Lingwu. Detonate. In an instant, Chenzong's cultivation power increased explosively. The infinite sword also slashed out in an instant. Because the heart sword Dao Will had broken through to the 9th revolution, this slash became even more terrifying and tyrannical. It was far more powerful than when he had fought with the Taishan saint. This slash seemed to have cut open hell. It was invincible and unstoppable. It tore apart the true intent of the Eternal Night demonic art and attacked the Eternal Night Demon Lord. This slash was indomitable and unstoppable. In the Eternal Night Palace, on the throne, the eyes of the Eternal Night Devil Lord were filled with darkness, so dark that the whites of his eyes were completely covered. He stared at Chenzong, causing Chenzong's expression to turn heavy. Defeated, he was actually defeated by a junior, and a junior who used a sword. Anger, rage, but a defeat was a defeat. According to the rules of the King Naming Pagoda, he could not attack again. He could only suppress his anger. Chenzong took a deep breath and looked away. He walked towards the next palace. The Eternal Night Demon Lord was indeed amazing. He was far more powerful than the previous geniuses. This battle was very difficult. The 13th palace, Sword Sovereign Palace, the person in charge was a genius who came 1 generation after the Lingwu Emperor, Sword Sovereign. Using the 2-word Sword Sovereign as his title was enough to show that his attainments in the Sword Dao had reached a terrifying level. He had completely gained the recognition of the King Naming Pagoda. Sword sovereign, the sovereign of swords. How elegant would his sword be? In an instant, Qianzong adjusted his mentality. He was fearless and full of anticipation as he stepped through the door of the 13th palace. This step was like two different worlds. Sword Sovereign Palace. There were 14 palaces in the Lingwu Imperial Palace. Every palace looked similar. The only difference was the color and light. The light in the Sword Sovereign Palace was bright and clear. All the items seemed to have traces of golden light flowing around them. They emitted a shocking sharpness that seemed to be sword qi. Qianzong's eyes narrowed as he stared in front of him. A young man in a pale golden robe was sitting on the throne. He was resting with his eyes closed, but his back was as straight as a sword. He pointed towards the dome of the palace. Endless sword qi radiated in all directions with the throne as the center. It covered everything, including the entire palace. In an instant, the young man on the throne suddenly opened his eyes. It was as if the sword qi was going to pierce through the void and pierce through Qianzong. This sharpness shocked Qianzong. However, Qianzong met his gaze without fear. The aura of the will of the heart sword filled the air. His gaze was like a sword, and his pupils were like rays of light. They collided and collided in the void, as if two swords were clashing. Countless invisible sparks burst forth. You also practice swordsmanship? It sounded like a question, but it was also filled with certainty. The Sword Emperor's attainments in the way of the sword were extremely high. He had already been fully acknowledged by the King Naming Pagoda and was given the title of Sword Emperor. There was no need to talk about his attainments in the way of the sword. Therefore, the moment he met Qianzong's eyes, he knew that this person's attainment in the Tao of the sword was very high. He was definitely a sword cultivator. He was a sword cultivator, yet he was able to defeat the eternal night demon lord and walk up to him. This had already caused the Sword Emperor's emotions to fluctuate slightly, and he was filled with battle intent. Countless years had passed since he ranked second on the 9-colored monarch tablet. He had always been in the Sword Emperor Palace and no one had ever come before him. Loneliness, loneliness, now, there was finally someone who could defeat the eternal night demon master and walk in front of him. Furthermore, it was a sword cultivator. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sword will shot up into the sky, as if it was going to pierce through the dome of the Sword Emperor Palace. It was mighty and brilliant. Feeling this terrifying and tyrannical sword will, Qianzong knew why this person was given the title of Sword Emperor. The sword will was upright and brilliant, like the sun shining in the sky, like an emperor descending upon the world. The sword will of the heart sword was also released in an instant, contending with the sword will. Qianzong's sword will of the heart sword came from the heart and was even more ethereal and difficult to find. However, its intention was far and far, completely different from the Sword Emperor's sword will. The two opposing sword wills clashed with each other, and a terrifying sharpness surged in the Sword Emperor Palace. You and I both practice swordsmanship. Why don't we use the way of the sword to determine who is better? The Sword Emperor stood up, and his dignified sword will seemed to be even stronger. His voice was like an emperor commanding the world, and it spread out mightily. They did not compete in cultivation, secret techniques, or anything else. They only competed in the way of the sword. They competed with swords and used the way of the sword to determine who was better. Qianzong was very agreeable. Please. Qianzong saluted with his sword. Please. The Sword Emperor saluted with his sword. Then, Qianzong stared ahead and locked onto the Sword Emperor. He took a step forward, approaching the Sword Emperor step by step. His aura was constantly condensing, and traces of sword qi permeated around him. It was not sword qi activated by saint energy, but under the influence of the sword will, the surrounding air seemed to have been sharpened and turned into sword qi. The sword qi was awe-inspiring. Under the Sword Emperor's sword will, the surrounding air was also transformed into sword qi. Qianzong's sword will of the heart sword came from the heart, and it was a natural transformation like moving clouds and flowing water. However, the Sword Emperor's heavenly sword will of the Sword Emperor was like an emperor descending upon the world, and all living things submitting to him. Therefore, the aura of their sword qi was different. Ninth Revolution. Qianzong's sword will of the heart sword was at the 9th revolution, and the Sword Emperor's sword will of the heart sword was also at the 9th revolution. Moreover, they were both top-grade Dao wills. Their swords were still in their sheaths, and they were hundreds of meters away from each other. They did not seem to have made a move, but their sword wills had already clashed several times. Under the control of the sword wills, sword chi shot out, colliding and dispersing continuously, and a series of terrifying explosions could be heard. This was a battle between peerless sword cultivators. Their bodies did not move, but their minds moved, and sword chi moved. However, the battle of sword wills was evenly matched. The Sword Emperor's heavenly sword will of the Sword Emperor was upright and bright, and it directly oppressed and wanted all living things to submit to it. On the other hand, Chenzong's sword will of the heart sword came from the heart, and it was hard to find and grasp. As if they had a tacit understanding, two beams of sword light shot out in an instant. Man and sword became one, and they crossed hundreds of meters in an instant. The two swords clashed. As promised, both of them did not cultivate their chi, and the Sword Emperor did not cultivate his body. Naturally, Chenzong would not cultivate his body either, and he only used the same strength to control his sword. Sword technique, sword will, that was all. This was a battle between pure sword cultivators. In just an instant, both of them attacked hundreds of times and clashed hundreds of times. Sword light overflowed in all directions, sword chi surged, and countless sparks blazed. Chenzong was using the basic sword technique, and the Sword Emperor was also using the basic sword technique. The basic sword technique was basically the same as the sword moves and styles. The only difference was the degree of mastery and application. Ordinary sword cultivators had an ordinary foundation in the basic sword technique, and their application was ordinary. Brilliant sword cultivators had an extremely solid foundation in the basic sword technique, and their application was unpredictable, and their power was indescribable. Chenzong and the Sword Emperor had an extremely solid foundation in the basic sword technique, and they had already reached an astonishingly profound level. With their abilities, even if they only used the basic sword technique, they could easily kill ordinary people of the same cultivation base. The sword technique seemed simple, but it was shockingly profound. They were excited to see the prey. Every sword attack was a close combat, and it was extremely dangerous. The Sword Emperor was very surprised. This person's basic sword technique was not inferior to his at all. During the exchange, their styles were completely different and exquisite. Chenzong also saw the different profoundness from the Sword Emperor's basic sword technique, and used it as a reference to learn. The Dowel of the heart sword originated from the heart. When the heart was moved, the mind would move, and when the mind moved, the sword would arrive. If the heart changed, the sword would change. As a result, the Tao intent of the heart sword was filled with boundless possibilities, causing Chenzong's sword technique to be similarly filled with boundless possibilities. Through this, he was able to forge the Wuji chain sword that could continuously absorb the profundities of the myriad schools to reach perfection. The Sword Emperor's sword technique suddenly changed. Every sword attack was dyed with a layer of faint golden light, and the power of every sword attack skyrocketed. Every sword attack seemed simple and went straight for the heart, but its power was astonishing, and it was impossible to dodge. It was as if the Sword Emperor's orders had to be obeyed, and it attacked the mind. If it was anyone else, they would be affected, and their strength would be weakened. However, Chenzong would not be affected, because Chenzong's sword will was the Tao will of the heart sword. It originated from the heart, and it was the most effective and the most resistant to the Sword Emperor's sword will. The Sword Emperor had already used a close combat sword technique. It was the culmination of many sword techniques in his youth, the Imperial Heaven Sword of Earth. Chenzong also used the Infinite Sword Chain. The battle of self-created sword techniques was also a battle of the sword Tao between the two. They did not use Saint Power, nor did they use any other techniques. The destructive power of the sword technique did not seem very strong, but in fact, it was still very frightening, and its destructive power was shocking. Neither Chenzong nor the Sword Emperor wanted to be hit, because it meant that they would be injured. And if they were injured, it would affect their ability to unleash their strength. This kind of close combat was the most dangerous. Every breath was like walking on the edge of life and death, and it also made Chenzong and the Sword Emperor highly focused. The Sword Emperor's sword arrived, and the faint golden light became more intense. It was incomparably dazzling, and it illuminated the heavens and the earth. The shocking sword radiance was vast and majestic, and it was magnificent. The sword arrived directly, but it made Chenzong feel that he could not avoid it no matter what. Even if he wanted to dodge, he could not avoid it. Even if he fled 1,000 miles away, he still could not avoid it. Since he could not avoid it, then he had to fight it. Chain, in the blink of an eye, countless sword radiances were shot out. They were densely packed, layer upon layer, and as they intersected, it was as if they were weaved into a swamp. It caused the Sword Emperor's mighty sword to be continuously weakened, and its power decreased continuously. The Sword Emperor was slightly surprised. The sword just now was one of his most powerful moves. It attacked directly and suppressed the opponent with force, but it was neutralized in such a way. And this neutralization method was really amazing. It weakened the sword radiances little by little. The second sword radiance was shot out. This time, the sword radiance was even more dazzling. The golden light illuminated the world, and it was extremely terrifying. Not only was it filled with shocking power, its speed was even more frightening. When the tyrannical power and speed were combined, a terrifying power was released with a simple technique, and it broke through the chain of sword radiances in one fell swoop. Wuji, the Wuji sword, which was getting more and more perfect, suddenly blocked the attack. Imperial Heaven and Earth. I am the Emperor of Heaven and Earth. The Sword Emperor shouted in a low voice, and the frightening power of a sovereign suddenly burst forth. The strongest sword slashed down from the sky, and the shadow of a giant seemed to appear on the Sword Emperor's body. It was shining with golden light, and it was as if the Emperor of Heaven and Earth was standing in the world. This sword radiated endless power and was extremely frightening. As it pressed down, Qianzong could not help but tremble. It was as if he was about to kneel down in front of the Sword Emperor. However, Qianzong's will was very strong. This frightening Imperial Heaven's power had a much smaller impact on Qianzong than the others. He could completely resist it. Limitless. The Dominator of 6 realms knows that everyone wants me to unleash my full potential. I also want to unleash my full potential. That means more money for the new year. But it's the end of the year, and there are more things to do. I don't have enough time. From Saint King Chongshan to the Demon Lord of Eternal Night, Qianzong's infinite sword chain had been constantly improving. Whether it was the foundation of his swordsmanship that he had accumulated in the past or the 24 dragons and snakes painting that he had obtained in the Lingwu sacred ground, Qianzong had been constantly comprehending and analyzing the mysteries in them, integrating them into the infinite sword chain. In the past, it was accumulation. Now, after repeated life and death battles with powerful and talented peerless geniuses, it was improvement. Accumulating strength, like a hot knife through butter, now, the infinite sword chain's mysteries and power were much better than before. It seemed to be superior and even had a hint of transcendence. However, it was very subtle, and Qianzong had not noticed it yet. But in the eyes of the Sword Emperor, this sword seemed to have endless possibilities. One sword, 10,000 swords, 10,000 swords, one sword, it was like dragons and snakes rising from the ground. This kind of subtlety surprised the Sword Emperor, and his eyes flickered. The Sword Emperor was the Sword Emperor after all. His swordsmanship and swordsmanship were extremely brilliant. Although that sword could not kill Qianzong, the infinite sword chain was also useless. Both sides seemed to have a tacit understanding. After the two swords clashed, they quickly retreated and stared at each other. They were both surprised by each other's swordsmanship. Very strong, very brilliant, however, Qianzong was also very clear that if he had not challenged Saint King Chongshan but the Sword Emperor at the beginning, he would most likely not be a match for him. It was the battles at the beginning that stimulated the potential that he had accumulated over the years. Although his cultivation did not change, his swordsmanship became more and more perfect, and his strength increased as well. He had reached the point where he could fight the Sword Emperor head-on without losing. Martial arts, sword Dao, and sword will are the limit for many cultivators. The Sword Emperor did not attack again. Instead, he opened his mouth and said slowly. Qianzong did not know what he meant, but he did not attack. Instead, he stared at the Sword Emperor and listened. Above sword will is domain. You can turn your will into a domain. The Sword Emperor said. Qianzong suddenly understood. The Sword Emperor spoke of sword intent, but it also referred to Dao intent. After all, sword intent was a type of Dao intent. It was said that above the will of the way was the precept domain. That seemed to belong to the level of the strongest of the great saint realm. Compared to his current level, the difference was like heaven and earth. Between intent and domain, there is another realm known as the extreme realm. The Sword Emperor's words made Qianzong's eyes light up. The pinnacle of Tao insight, that was still at the level of intent, but its power was above intent. Some top half-step great saint realm experts had grasped the strength of the Tao insight realm. I have a sword that has not reached the pinnacle, but is close to it. Please evaluate it. As soon as the Sword Emperor finished speaking, Qianzong immediately understood the purpose of his words. A sword strike that was close to the pinnacle. Qianzong was shocked, and then he felt an indescribable sense of anticipation and excitement. How strong would a sword strike that the Sword Emperor valued so much be? The Sword Emperor's expression was solemn, as if he was on a pilgrimage. Qianzong's expression was solemn as well, and he was concentrating all his attention and waiting. This sword strike of mine is called Emperor's Shadow. The Sword Emperor's voice was even more solemn and respectful. As the Sword Emperor finished speaking, an indescribable aura seemed to envelop the Sword Emperor's body. It seemed like a force field, but it was not a force field. It distorted the air around him as if his power had surpassed its original limit and reached a new height, and the surroundings could not bear it. Under the distortion, a shadow condensed on the Sword Emperor's body. The shadow seemed to be a figure, and it overlapped with the Sword Emperor's figure and merged into one. He swung his sword. Qianzong did not know how to describe this sword strike. It seemed to be very slow, but it also seemed to be very fast, to the extreme. The feeling of fast and slow was contradictory, but it appeared in this sword strike at the same time. But that was secondary. The real tyrannical power was a kind of extreme power, as if a king had descended to the earth and suppressed everything. For a moment, Qianzong felt that his body seemed to be suppressed and frozen, and he could not move. But Qianzong also clearly realized that it was not that he could not move, but that he could not react in time. It was a very strange feeling, and it was hard to describe. In short, the power of this sword strike was extremely strong, and it was difficult for him to resist. It was a very terrifying sword strike. When the sword struck, the void under the sword directly turned into a vacuum. Burst. Qianzong tried his best to burst out the heart sword Tao intent. This sword intent, if one's mind was strong, it would be stronger. If one's mind was weak, it would be weaker. Its strength was determined by one's mind. Facing the Sword Emperor's sword strike that was close to the pinnacle, if Qianzong was defeated and his mind was weakened, he could only wait for death. But on the contrary, Qianzong was not weakened. Instead, he burst out with a stronger mind and belief. Strong mind, belief above all. Although this would not allow the heart sword Tao intent to break through the 9 cycles and reach the pinnacle, it would allow the potential of the heart sword Tao intent to burst out instantly, and its power would increase greatly. Limitless, this explosion happened in an instant. The limitless sword immediately attacked. One sword turned into 10,000 swords, and the 10,000 swords condensed into one sword, which became more and more powerful. It was as bright as a meteor streaking across the night sky, leaving behind an indestructible trajectory. The strongest sword strike collapsed under the Sword Emperor's shadow. The terrifying sword strike arrived brazenly, but the explosion of the limitless sword also bought Qianzong a little bit of time. He retreated in an instant, and sword light flashed in succession. A series of sword strikes was the best way to weaken the power of the attacks. However, this move still crumbled under the Emperor's shadow sword strike. Retreat, 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 limitless, chain, limitless, his continuous attacks were all defeated by the Emperor's shadow. At the moment when the swords collided, an abundant and irresistible force rushed straight to him. The web between his thumb and forefinger cracked, and blood splattered. The tendons and bones in his arm seemed to be damaged by the terrifying force, and his body flew backward. Qianzong couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. The Sword Emperor was too strong. After breaking through Limitless Infinity Sword's chain sword, he had even suffered heavy injuries. If the Sword Emperor attacked again, Qianzong would be defeated. However, the Sword Emperor put his sword back into the sheath. You won. Qianzong was slightly stunned, and then he understood. There were 2 reasons. First, it wasn't easy for the Sword Emperor to use the Emperor's shadow. It needed time. During the process, Qianzong could have attacked and interrupted it, but he didn't. Second, the Emperor's shadow obviously overused the Sword Emperor's power. After all, this was the Sword Emperor's youth. Maybe there was a third reason, but Qianzong didn't think too much about it. His mind was full of the Sword Emperor's shadow, which was close to the extreme state. A sword strike close to the extreme state of sword intent was really terrifying. The Emperor of Lingwu is very strong, the Sword Emperor said to Qianzong as he returned to the throne. Qianzong saluted with his sword and walked toward the door. As soon as he passed through the door, a mysterious power rushed into his body. In an instant, Qianzong's injuries were healed, and the power he had consumed was also completely recovered. He stepped into the last palace of the Lingwu Imperial Palace, the Lingwu Palace, in his peak state. How many years has it been? You are the second person besides the Sword Emperor to step into the Lingwu Palace. The figure on the throne wasn't very tall, but he had an indescribable imposing manner. It was as if he was the center of the world, and everything had to follow him. Such might caused Qianzong to be indescribably shocked, and it struck directly at his heart. The Emperor of Lingwu, this was the Emperor of Lingwu in his youth. Qianzong didn't know if the Lingwu Emperor in his youth had already mastered the Lingwu Supreme Method. He shouldn't have. Draw your sword. Defeat me and you will ascend to the top. The Emperor of Lingwu's voice sounded again, with a certain rhythm that shook the surroundings. It was as if all the power in the surroundings would be controlled by him, and Qianzong's expression became more and more serious. The Emperor of Lingwu's voice fell, but he sat on the throne without moving at all, as if waiting for Qianzong to take the initiative to attack. In an instant, Qianzong adjusted his essence, energy, and spirit, mobilized and condensed his power. He unsheathed his sword, and the sword light streaked across the sky, turning into an incomparably sharp sword energy that broke through the air. The sword light was like a crescent moon that cut through the sky, as if it was splitting the Lingwu Palace into two. It mercilessly attacked the Emperor of Lingwu on the throne. The Emperor of Lingwu raised his eyelids slightly. He didn't make a move, but just pointed his finger. The spiraling finger shot out, breaking through the air. In an instant, it shattered the crescent moon-like sword light and shot towards Qianzong like a hot knife through butter. This finger immediately made Qianzong's pupils contract. It looked like a very ordinary finger energy, but it made his heart palpitate, as if it could penetrate everything. Under his gaze, the spiraling finger energy was like a drill, drilling through everything. The seventh step of the Thunder Step's 9 heavens. Immediately, Qianzong blasted out with his sword, using the 9 heavens Sword King's 9 heavens Imperial Thunder Sword technique, the Thunder Blast. The power of the Thunder Blast was astonishing. The lightning was mighty and overbearing, and it blasted out in an instant. Its power was astonishing. In an instant, it merged with the power of the Thunder Step's 9 heavens, breaking through the original limit and becoming even more tyrannical. The Emperor of Lingwu's expression didn't change at all. He pointed his finger again, and the tyrannical finger energy broke through the air. The power of this finger was much more tyrannical than the first finger. The sword of the Thunder Blast was extremely violent, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Its power was astonishing. The power of the Emperor of Lingwu's finger didn't seem to be strong enough, but it was incomparably restrained. The finger pierced through the air, piercing through the lightning, and shot towards Qianzong like a hot knife through butter. The 8th step of the Thunder Step's 9 heavens, the lightning immediately wrapped Qianzong's body from top to bottom. It was incomparably blazing, and he avoided the Emperor of Lingwu's finger. The second move of the 9 heavens Imperial Thunder Sword technique, the Thunder Flash, the tyrannical power burst out, as if it had merged a little more, and the power was even more tyrannical. Kill, the sword of lightning shattered the sky, as if it had shattered the vacuum. Its power was much more tyrannical than the Thunder Blast. The Emperor of Lingwu's eyes revealed a hint of a smile, but his body still didn't move. He still lifted his finger, and gently pointed. As if he was touching the water, ripples spread out from his fingertip, and immediately, a terrifying finger energy broke through the air. This finger energy was much more tyrannical than the previous two. The Thunder Blast was defeated again, and it directly attacked Qianzong. Qianzong waved his sword, and shattered the finger energy. Once again, he attacked with his sword. Wind Fire Sword Fury, this was the tyrannical sword that erupted from the fusion of the 8th Revolution Tao Will of Earth Fire and the 8th Revolution Tao Will of Hurricane. Its power was extremely tyrannical, and it covered everything in front of it, as if it wanted to shatter everything in front of it into powder. The Emperor of Lingwu's expression changed slightly. He was obviously shocked by the power of Chenzong's sword. The power of the fused Tao Will was very strong. The Lingwu Emperor's figure was neither tall nor mighty, but when he stood up, it was as if a giant was supporting the sky. The entire Lingwu imperial palace was trembling, and a terrifying aura attacked the surrounding air, stirring up countless ripples that turned into huge waves. Under the gaze of Chenzong's sharp eyes, he could only vaguely see the Lingwu Emperor reach out his right hand. His 5 fingers changed countless times in an instant, like a soaring eagle, like a giant whale coming out of the water. It was mysterious beyond compare. The wind and fire swords that seemed to be able to destroy everything paused for a moment. Then, the Lingwu Emperor's changing palms continuously slapped and bombarded, melting like ice and snow, unable to hurt him at all. Chenzong's pupils shrank slightly. The Lingwu Emperor was really strong. His battle intent exploded, and his sword intent soared to the sky. The 8th step of the thunder steps of the 9 heavens, in an instant, Chenzong turned into a flash of lightning. His speed seemed to have increased, and his sword slashed across the sky, leaving behind a faint black trace. Kill, the Lingwu Emperor's lips curled into a smile. His shoulders seemed to sway imperceptibly, and his figure flickered slightly in an instant, becoming somewhat blurry. When Chenzong's sword slashed past, it dissipated like a bubble. Chenzong, on the other hand, seemed to have been hit by a huge force. He flew out uncontrollably, and his blood and chi shook incessantly. In an instant, the sword slashed past. The Lingwu Emperor not only dodged, but also counterattacked. Fortunately, Chenzong reacted in time and barely managed to block with his sword. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. The Lingwu Emperor was slightly surprised that his opponent had blocked his attack. However, this kind of battle was more interesting. His figure flickered again, and the Lingwu Emperor took the initiative to attack, closing in on Chenzong. Fast, extremely fast, the two of them fought in close quarters. Countless sparks flew, and countless waves of energy surged. It was as if a vacuum ripple had exploded, layer upon layer. The entire Lingwu imperial palace was filled with sparks and ripples. 2 blurry figures were constantly crisscrossing and attacking in all directions. The terrifying power seemed to want to smash the Lingwu imperial palace into ruins. However, no one knew what material the Lingwu imperial palace was made of. It was incomparably sturdy. Under the terrifying impact of the 2 people, it was not damaged at all. Good. I didn't think that there would be such a genius among the latecomers. The young Lingwu Emperor laughed in an extremely carefree manner. He was at the top of his generation, suppressing an entire era. It was lonely at the top, and he had long since felt lonely. After countless years, only the Sword Emperor was able to defeat all the peerless geniuses of the various eras and fight fiercely with him. However, the Sword Emperor was still no match for him and was defeated in the end. Now, the Lingwu Emperor felt that the kid in front of him was much stronger than the Sword Emperor and was worth him going all out. Boom, his aura soared to the sky, as if it had shattered the dome of the Lingwu imperial palace. The terrifying aura suppressed all directions, and the heavens and the earth seemed to be under his control. At the same time, Chenzong also activated his full strength, releasing an extremely shocking sword aura. An illusory sword appeared around him, emitting an extremely shocking sharpness that could cut through heaven and earth and tear everything apart. Time after time, Chenzong's potential was stimulated. Unknowingly, he was improving continuously. Even if it was just a little bit of improvement, it had a significant impact. It was like a sword embryo that was constantly being forged and hammered into a treasured sword, and then sharpened into a real sword. The Lingwu Emperor did not use weapons. He himself was the best weapon. As soon as he started to attack, the Lingwu Emperor displayed an extremely shocking martial art. It could only be described with 4 words, extensive and profound. Every move was a move of a different martial art, and they all contained the essence and mystery of different martial arts. Hard, strong, soft, weak, fast, slow, explosive, flexible and changeable, seemingly endless. The Sword Emperor was defeated by this kind of attack. Because there were too many changes, too fast, and it was difficult to keep up. Gradually, he fell into a disadvantage and was finally defeated. The title of Martial Emperor Ling was not an exaggeration. He was extremely talented and had a high level of comprehension. When he practiced martial arts, he was like a fish in water. In addition to his amazing background and cultivation, when he was young, he had already read a lot of ancient books. Moreover, he had practiced and comprehended the martial arts in those ancient books to a very high level. There were so many martial arts that it was as if there were stars in the sky. What was even more shocking was that the Lingwu Emperor did not use them inflexibly, but had truly grasped the essence of them. He used them as if they were floating clouds and flowing water, and changed them freely. This made it even harder for people to guard against and resist. If one could not keep up with his rhythm, they would quickly be suppressed by the opponent and fall into a disadvantage. In the end, they would be defeated or even killed. However, Qinzong's infinite sword chain was similar to the Lingwu Emperor's complex and changeable style of martial arts. Of course, the real difference was that the Lingwu Emperor's style of martial arts was complex and changeable, and there was a sense of disorganization. On the other hand, Qinzong's style of swordsmanship did not become the core, and contained a myriad of changes. With the infinite sword chain as the core, it absorbed the mystery and essence of various other martial arts, constantly improving and perfecting the swordsmanship, and raising its level, so that it contained more essence and changes. As soon as they exchanged blows, Qinzong was pleasantly surprised. The Lingwu Emperor was also pleasantly surprised. It was an unexpected feeling. One core was changeable, and the other core was unchangeable. Changeable and unchangeable seemed to be the opposite of each other, but they also had the same effect. Excited, the two temporarily put aside other things and displayed their core martial arts to their heart's content, and continued to exchange blows. The Lingwu Emperor's martial arts attainments exceeded Qinzong's expectations. Qinzong felt that his infinite sword chain would be even more refined. The Lingwu Emperor was also surprised by Qinzong's swordsmanship. He displayed his martial arts to his heart's content, and the intense battle continued. Time passed slowly. The time in the king-naming pagoda was different from the time in the outside world. One day in the king-naming pagoda was only a short period of time in the outside world. However, it was obvious that Qinzong's time in the king-naming pagoda had surpassed that of the Taishan saint. There were already some whispers, guessing where Qinzong had broken through. The Taishan saint was expressionless. No one could tell what he was thinking. However, as he stared at the king-naming pagoda, a sharp, cold light flashed in his eyes from time to time, as if it could tear the void apart. His heart was not calm at all. He would not allow anyone to surpass him. Even though he was only fourth on the nine-colored king-naming pagoda and could not defeat the eternal night demon lord, the Sword Emperor, and the Lingwu Emperor to reach first place, he still wanted to become the top genius of this generation. He wanted to surpass his generation and surpass the previous generation. The Skyfrost Saint Sun and the Ancient Saint Sun were also surprised. Qinzong seemed to have been in the king-naming pagoda for a longer time than the Taishan Saint Sun. Although being in the king-naming pagoda for a longer time did not necessarily mean that one had reached a higher level, it was normal for people to be evenly matched and fall into a bitter battle. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. However, they both had a feeling that perhaps Qinzong had surpassed them, or even the Taishan Saint Sun. If that was true, they would only be happy because the Taishan Saint Sun would no longer be the person standing at the top. Gong Tianqing's expression was very ugly. Could it be that after so many times, Qinzong had grown to the point where he could threaten his brother, God Gong? No, Gong Tianqing shook his head violently. Qinzong definitely could not surpass his brother, who was known as the reincarnation of a god. Regardless of what others thought, in the king-naming pagoda, in the Lingwu Palace, Qinzong and the young Lingwu Emperor's battle did not stop. It was extremely intense. For a time, relying on their respective martial arts, the two of them actually didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in close combat, and were evenly matched. Qinzong's swordsmanship was improving, and so was the young Lingwu Emperor. Potential, it was constantly being stimulated, breaking the limit, surpassing the limit, and increasing the upper limit. Fighting with you is indeed satisfying. Next, have a taste of my self-created Lingwu Sanzhou, the Lingwu Emperor said as he attacked. Immediately, his aura changed. It became more erratic, but also more condensed. This abnormal feeling made Qinzong feel very conflicted, and he immediately raised his guard to the extreme. In an instant, the Lingwu Emperor attacked. It was like a crane spreading its wings. It looked simple, but its trajectory was clear and mysterious. It gave Qinzong a feeling that it was in harmony with the heavens and earth, as if it had flown from the surface of the void. Everything could not resist its power. It would be pierced and torn apart. It was an extremely terrifying attack. The crane's beak was like a sharp sword, and the crane's wings were like blades. This attack contained some of the mysteries of the sword and the saber. Pierce, tear, in an instant, Qinzong attacked with his sword. The sword light was endless, layer upon layer, like silk, smoke, and fog. Every sword seemed to weave, intertwining endlessly, and continuously weakening the power of the crane hand. The Lingwu Emperor's eyes lit up slightly. This move was really mysterious. It seemed to have no beginning and no end, and there were signs of it forming its own body. Moreover, the Lingwu Emperor could see that the potential of this move was still there. It had not been developed to the extreme. If it had been developed to the extreme, perhaps it would have formed its own body, an independent cycle, without beginning or end, and it would be difficult to break through. Even though it had not reached the extreme, its power was amazing. It also weakened the power of the crane hand. When it reached Qinzong, it only had less than 30% of its power left, and it was defeated by Qinzong with one sword. Wuji, the sword light was continuous, changing, and contained the mysteries of initiative. Every sword was as delicate and flexible as the work of nature. It was full of changes, as if it was covering all directions, and also as if it was attacking from the front. This sword made the Lingwu Emperor's eyes even brighter, and it shot out. The second move of the Lingwu Sanzhou, graceful hand, when the graceful hand was used, it was as if a huge black bird swept across the sky. Its speed was faster than the crane hand, and it was sharper than the crane hand. In essence, the graceful hand was the upgraded and strengthened version of the crane hand. Its power was even more tyrannical. The graceful hand was like a flying bird, constantly tearing and attacking. The sword light was shattered one by one, but at the same time, the graceful hand was also affected, and its power was constantly weakening. The sword light turned, and Qinzong used the infinite sword. Countless sword lights gathered into one in an instant. This sword light seemed to be majestic and mighty, and could shatter space. It also seemed to be condensed into a line, and could pierce through all things. It mercilessly attacked the Lingwu Emperor, and pierced through the graceful hand without mercy. The old man had been busy for most of his life and was very proud of this new house. Now, the six paths has returned to the old house to help and make the old man happy. His eyes were as resplendent as the stars, their radiance illuminating the world. The young Lingwu Emperor's hands changed instantly. Flying crane hand and startling swan hand crossed his hands. It was very mysterious and brought about a shocking explosion. It was so sharp that it was as if a rock was soaring into the sky with its wings covering the sky. The third style of Lingwu Sanzhou, rock hand. Startling swan hand was an upgrade of flying crane hand. Rock hand was not only an upgrade of startling swan hand, but also a qualitative change. The rock hits the water for 3,000 miles, shaking the 9 heavens, an incomparably shocking aura suddenly spread in all directions. Vaguely, there seemed to be an illusion of a rock condensing and appearing out of thin air. It let out an earth-shattering cry that shook the heavens and the earth. The might of this attack was unparalleled. In just an instant, the sword light of the limitless sword was blocked, shattered, and shattered. The illusion of the rock seemed to be endless. It filled the entire Lingwu palace. The pressure on Qinzong instantly increased to the extreme. Qinzong only felt that he was suppressed by a terrifying aura. It was as if he was facing the oppression of heaven and earth. In an instant, it was as if he was facing the Emperor's shadow of the Sword Emperor. Was this attack also close to the level of the Supreme Realm? The infinite sword was shattered. It was as if everything would be shattered under this attack. Nothing could block it. A sense of uneasiness grew in his heart. Fortunately, Qinzong's mind was very strong. He reacted instantly. He guarded his mind and did not waver. he gathered all his strength and exploded it. Myriad streams, force field, heart domain, all his techniques were used in an instant. They were superimposed on each other. Infinite, once again, he attacked with his sword. The power of this sword increased by a lot. A sword light that seemed both majestic and slender, like a myriad of swords yet seemed like only one, tore through the sky and slashed out, drawing an incomparably profound trajectory. The trajectory was unpredictable and incomparable, yet it was extremely powerful, capable of piercing through and shattering everything. Collision, it was as if the collision and impact between the stars had burst forth with an incomparably terrifying power. The entire Lingwu imperial palace trembled incessantly as if it was about to collapse. The incomparably shocking shockwave was like a torrential wave that surged and surged endlessly. The impact did not stop, and everything would be disintegrated and turned into powder. Under this terrifying force, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. Chenzong and the Emperor of Lingwu's expressions were slightly solemn. They kept retreating and reducing the force. Take my Lingwu Sanzhou fourth form. Azure Fire Hand. The young Lingwu Emperor's voice became fleeting, his body became fleeting, and his hands became even more fleeting. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong discovered that his surroundings seemed to have changed. From the martial spirit Emperor Palace, he had appeared on a barren land. Looking up, the sky was filled with grayish-white clouds that moved with the wind, as if they were endless waves. Immediately, the wind stopped and the clouds stopped. It was as if the space had frozen. Then, a circle of ripples suddenly shook out from the void. It was as if a huge rock had been thrown into a calm lake. Layers of ripples spread out and turned into waves that surged in all directions. An extremely strong sense of danger suddenly rushed over and engulfed his entire body. It made Chenzong extremely shocked. From the countless ripples, an almost black flowing flame fell. Its speed was getting faster and faster. It was like a black comet falling down. It carried an incomparably terrifying power as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. This attack was the Azure Fire Hand. It was also an attack that was extremely close to the ultimate state. It was even more terrifying than the Sword Emperor's shadow. Similarly, there were differences in strength between those who were close to the ultimate state. Some were just close, while others were very close. There were even some who were only a little bit away. An incomparably sharp and violent roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. It directly pierced through the eardrums, causing Chenzong's mind to tremble. This move had surpassed the previous 3 moves. It was a complete qualitative change and was even more difficult to deal with. Chenzong could not help but feel that he could not resist this attack. Even if he attacked with all his might, he still could not block this attack. He would be killed by this attack. This feeling became more and more intense. It occupied his mind like a demon. There seemed to be the sound of a long sword. In an instant, the thought that was unfavorable to him was cut off. His essence, energy, and spirit condensed, sublimated, and exploded in an instant. In his mind, countless thoughts flowed through in an instant. Countless essences also surged and gushed out. This was between life and death. Between life and death, there were great terrors and great opportunities. The painting of the 24 dragons and snakes, the accumulation of the past swordsmanship, the infinite sword chain, all of the essences burst out in an instant. Countless inspirations appeared, surging endlessly like waves. The extreme edge sword was trembling slightly, and a trace of astonishing sharpness was spreading out. Gradually, more and more sword lights appeared in his mind. Each sword light represented a thought, a kind of mystery. The mysteries were colliding, gathering, and bursting out new sword lights, filling up his entire mind and mind. It was endless. In the blink of an eye, the sword light that gushed out of Chenzong's mind had only appeared for an extremely short period of time. The sword light grew from a small amount to a large amount, and then rapidly decreased from a large amount to a small amount. In the end, there was only one ray left, or rather, it gathered into one ray. That sword light vaguely contained the mystery of the infinite sword chain. It was as if 10,000 swords had merged into one sword. The sword light looked incomparably majestic and slender, but it was constantly condensing and becoming more and more condensed. From the thickness of an arm, it kept condensing to the thickness of a thumb, and finally to the thickness of a chopstick. It seemed to have reached the limit. Qianzong slashed out with his sword as if he was enlightened, piercing through the sky. There was no smoke, no murderous intent. It was just a very plain sword, a very ordinary sword. But when the sword slashed out, a beam of sword light as thick as a chopstick pierced through the sky. It caused the young Lingwu Emperor's pupils to shrink to the size of needles. He was inexplicably shocked. This sword was increasingly terrifying. A sword that was enlightened, a sword that gathered all of his accumulations and precipitated, a sword that flashed with spiritual light, a sword that burst out under the threat of the young Lingwu Emperor's azure fire hand. This was a sword that was close to the extreme realm. When the sword slashed out, there was a kind of cathartic pleasure, like a torrent bursting through a dam. It was incomparably carefree, and the power of the whole body surged and erupted in an instant. For a moment, Qianzong could not clearly describe this feeling with words. He only felt that it was very carefree, as if his whole body was about to fly into the sky. His essence, qi, and spirit seemed to be constantly slashing upwards with the sword light. Sublimation, close to the extreme realm, chasing the extreme realm, this was a very wonderful feeling. The terrifying black comet-like flowing light fell, and came into contact with the sword light that Qianzong had slashed out. In an instant, the world seemed to stagnate, and then burst apart in an instant. The colors turned black and white, and there was no sound. It was like a world of dead silence, but in the next moment, an extremely terrifying sharp sound surged out, filling the world. In an instant, Qianzong seemed to have returned to the Lingwu Imperial Palace, and was facing the young Lingwu Emperor. In the battle of the Great Era, geniuses come forth in large numbers. After so many years, I am very happy to have met you. The young Lingwu Emperor did not attack again. Instead, he slowly walked forward with his hands behind his back, and returned to the Emperor's throne. He said, "In this battle, although our cultivation is equal, the cultivation technique that you practice is too ordinary." The Lingwu Emperor did not attack again, and Qianzong also stood still. The young Lingwu Emperor finally said, "This battle is considered your victory. I hope that you will not die prematurely. One day, your name will be heard in the void of the universe." Qianzong was slightly startled. I won, but since the young Lingwu Emperor said so, Qianzong did not argue. However, what the Lingwu Emperor said was not wrong. His Daxian origin art was indeed a bit ordinary, and it was among the top-grade sage-level cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques were also a relatively important part of one's strength, and it was indispensable. When a powerful cultivation technique was cultivated to a profound level, it would increase one's strength significantly. Suddenly, Qianzong felt a force fall on his body, and he could not resist it at all. Soon after, everything around him rippled like water, and the young Lingwu Emperor in front of him seemed to become blurry, as if he was an illusion. In the next moment, a 9-colored light circulated, and Qianzong seemed to be ascending. This feeling was incomparably wonderful. This was a brand new palace, and there was a huge throne. After the flowing light, everything returned to normal. The Emperor's throne was summoning. Qianzong focused his eyes and walked forward. He walked up the 15th flight of stairs and stood in front of the Emperor's throne, then turned around and sat down. In an instant, it was as if the heavens and earth were roaring, and an unparalleled power swept over. Qianzong seemed to have merged with the Emperor's throne, becoming the center of a world. Threads of extremely sharp aura were guided out of Qianzong's body and merged with the Emperor's throne. With the Emperor's throne as the center, it rapidly spread throughout the entire palace. The dome, the walls, the pillars, the floor, everything was covered by a layer of extremely sharp aura. It seemed to be sword energy that originated from Qianzong's sword energy. Qianzong also felt as if a part of himself was merging with the Emperor's throne, creating a brand new transformation. Then, Qianzong stood up, but there was still another Qianzong sitting on the Emperor's throne. Suddenly, Qianzong understood. This was the power of the king-naming pagoda. It left its own imprint and formed a brand new body, giving it its own consciousness and all of its own cultivation and strength. It was just like itself, but it had nothing to do with itself. It wasn't a clone, but it was similar to a clone. Even if the original body died, the clone inside the king-naming pagoda wouldn't be affected. Naturally, the purpose of this body being left here was for those who came later to challenge it. Qianzong also knew that this was the 15th palace of the king-naming pagoda. The plaque outside the palace was originally blank, but now, 3 large black words appeared, emitting an incomparably sharp aura. They were like divine swords. Jiandi Palace. Jiandi. Qianzong was also very surprised. He actually obtained the title of Jiandi. Jiandi, the Emperor of Swords, was even more shocking than the Emperor of Swords. Then, the words Lingwu Palace disappeared, and 3 large words appeared. Jiandi Palace. Now, Qianzong defeated the Lingwu Emperor and became the number 1. This palace was naturally named after Qianzong's title. Jiandi Palace replaced the Lingwu Palace. This represented the change of era and the arrival of a new era. In the king-naming tower of the king-naming world, light flowed around the king-naming tower. There were 9 different colors, and they were dazzling and beautiful. Everyone's attention was drawn to the king-naming tower. Qianzong had finally finished. Many people knew about him. After all, Qianzong's reputation had spread far and wide after the competition for a spot in the Lingwu sacred land. Now, he had spent a much longer time in the king-naming tower than the Taishan saint. Everyone was looking forward to it. He should be able to detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower. Everyone's attention was on him. The 9-colored light bloomed from the bottom of the king-naming tower. Then, it shot up into the sky, 1 level at a time. When it reached the top, it turned into the first beam of crimson light and shot into the sky. Boom! In an instant, the crimson light exploded in the sky and turned into countless beams. At the highest point, they turned into countless shooting stars. The beams of crimson light were extremely dazzling. They seemed to be burning with crimson flames as they streaked across the sky. They formed the most beautiful trajectory. It was so beautiful that people were mesmerized. When the crimson light exploded and streaked in all directions, from the top of the king-naming pagoda, another streak of orange light shot into the sky and exploded at the highest point. Countless orange meteors streaked across the sky in the most beautiful trajectory. The 3rd beam was yellow. The 4th beam was green. The 5th beam was green. The 6th beam was blue. The 7th beam was purple. The 8th beam was silver. The 9th beam was the most dazzling. It was gold. 9-colored light. The 9-colored heavenly flower had exploded. It was extremely dazzling, extremely shocking. At the same time, a 9-colored heavenly flower appeared in the sky above the Tianyuan sacred territory. It exploded, and its 9-colored light shot out in all directions. It covered the sky and shocked everyone. Who is it? Other than the Taishan saint, who else can detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower? There are 2 people who can detonate the 9-colored heavenly flower. Could this be another golden age? It's comparable to Emperor Lingwu's golden age. Shocking, everyone was extremely shocked. From ancient times until now, only in the era of the spiritual martial emperor had 2 peerless monsters who had detonated the 9-colored heavenly flower. And now, after countless years, they had appeared once again. Furthermore, what was different from Emperor Lingwu's era was that there was not much time between the detonation of the 9-colored heavenly flower. It had only been a few hours. In other words, the 2 people who had detonated the 9-colored heavenly flower should still be in the king realm at this moment. This was even more shocking than the era of Emperor Lingwu. Moreover, many people noticed that the area covered by the explosion of the 9-colored heavenly flowers this time seemed to be even larger than before. Could it be that the person who detonated the 9-colored heavenly flower wasn't the Taishan Saint Sun, but someone else? And this time, it was the Taishan Saint Sun who detonated it? Those who thought this way were those who had great confidence in the Taishan Saint Sun, but they also represented the views of the majority. Could it be him? Xian Kongluo looked up at the sky and at the extremely dazzling 9-colored heavenly flower. He secretly guessed, but he didn't dare to be sure. After all, this was too shocking. Since ancient times, every person who detonated the 9-colored heavenly flower would definitely become a supreme saint, and they would be the best of the best. In the king realm, everyone was dumbfounded. The Taishan Saint Sun subconsciously clenched his fists so tightly that his fingers were almost twisted. The veins on the back of his hands bulged, showing the violent fluctuations and anger in his heart. This was because the scale of the nine-colored heavenly flower was even larger than his. The ranking on the King Realm tablet was actually closely related to the scale of the nine-colored heavenly flower. The larger the scale, the higher the ranking. Now, the scale of the nine-colored heavenly flower detonated by that person was much larger than his, which meant that the other person's ranking was above his. This was unacceptable. Unforgivable. Gong Tianxing was completely stunned. This person had clearly surpassed his brother, God Gong. How could there be such a terrifying person? Could it be that he was the true reincarnation of a god? The ancient Saint Sun and Sky Chill Saint Sun were also very shocked, but after the shock, they were pleasantly surprised. This way, in this era, the Taishan Saint Sun wasn't the only one who could reign supreme. Someone was above the Taishan Saint Sun. Although it wasn't them, it still felt good. The nine-colored heavenly flower completely detonated. Its flowing light immediately covered the sky of the King Realm, falling from the edge of the sky. It was incomparably dazzling, reflecting everyone's faces. They were extremely shocked, from the bottom of their hearts. The Taishan Saint Sun stared at the nine-colored heavenly flower in the sky, his eyes filled with murderous intent. At the same time, Chenzong's figure appeared in the King Realm Tower, which also attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was either shocked or excited. Only the Taishan Saint Sun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. They were as cold and sharp as swords, as if they were going to pierce through Chenzong. But Chenzong fearlessly looked back at the Taishan Saint Sun. Indeed, in the King Realm Tower, he had fought with the Taishan Saint Sun and defeated him. Although that wasn't the real Taishan Saint Sun, and the real Taishan Saint Sun would only be stronger, Chenzong had never been afraid. Even now, there was an obvious gap in cultivation. If they really fought, it was still unknown who would win and who would lose. After all, he had greatly improved in the King Realm Tower. Moreover, after detonating the nine-colored heavenly flower, he had received the recognition of the King Realm Tower and the will of heaven and earth. Invisibly, his understanding of the mysteries of heaven and earth had at least doubled. Originally, Chenzong's comprehension ability was very shocking. When he comprehended the mysteries of heaven and earth, he was far better than other geniuses. Now, his understanding of the mysteries of heaven and earth had doubled. It was as if his comprehension ability had been improved in a disguised way. Of course, this was different from a direct increase in comprehension ability. If one's comprehension ability increased, the effect of comprehension would be comprehensive. No matter what one comprehended, it would be faster. But now, the improvement was targeted at the mysteries of heaven and earth. However, the mysteries of heaven and earth were very important. It was the main path of cultivation. Therefore, it was very useful. Although the effect would not be obvious in a short time, after a long time, the benefits would be very shocking. Chenzong had absolute confidence that he would surpass the Taishan Saint. First. Suddenly, there was an exclamation. Many people stared. The Taishan Saint could not help but look away from Chenzong's face and onto the nine-colored King Realm monument. First place, Jiandi Chenzong. Jiandi. Everyone was shocked. He had the title of emperor. Since ancient times, only the emperor of Lingwu had been given the title of emperor. This showed how difficult it was and how shocking it was. Now, there was one more. Jiandi, being called an emperor with the sword meant that he had amazing talent and attainments in the way of the sword. This was not a title that others casually gave, nor was it a title that he boasted about himself. It was a title that was recognized by the King Realm Tower and the will of heaven and earth. Peerless talent, the first person since ancient times. In an instant, everyone was shocked. They were extremely shocked. The Taishan Saint's eyes became sharper. They were filled with terrifying murderous intent. The murderous intent was shocking and filled the air. Everyone was terrified. The murderous intent seemed to want to kill Chenzong directly. However, it could not harm Chenzong at all. This was the King Realm Tower. The Taishan Saint did not dare to do anything. If he did, he would definitely be suppressed and punished by the King Realm Tower. The consequences would be severe. No one dared to offend him. Wait here. The Taishan Saint said to Chenzong. Then, his body faded rapidly and disappeared from everyone's sight. He had left. since he had already passed the King Realm Tower and obtained a shocking title, there was no need for Chenzong to continue staying here. In the next instant, Chenzong's body faded rapidly and disappeared from everyone's sight. After Chenzong left, everyone seemed to explode. There were all kinds of discussions. Shocking, shocking, after this day, the news would spread. At that time, the 9 realms would be shaken. After all, detonating the 7-colored heavenly flower was shocking enough. Detonating the 8-colored heavenly flower was even more shocking. As for detonating the 9-colored heavenly flower, it was unparalleled. Since ancient times, it was extremely rare. Moreover, this time, 2 people had detonated the 9-colored heavenly flower consecutively. More importantly, the scale of one of the 9-colored heavenly flowers was shocking. Chenzong had obtained an emperor-level title and directly reached the top. He had surpassed the Emperor of Lingguo and become the first monstrous talent since ancient times. Thus, the world would be shocked. Outside the King Realm, in the Xianyuan world of Tianyuan Sacred Region, where Chenzong had left, a 9-colored light rippled like water. It flickered continuously. Then, a figure condensed. It was Chenzong. Chenzong stood in the Xianyuan world with his eyes closed. He felt that the mystery of the world had become extremely clear. It was as if it was lingering in all directions and was within reach. This feeling was unprecedented. It was extremely wonderful. This was the mystery of heaven and earth. The mystery of the world was actually different in strength. If some places were stronger, it would be easier to feel and comprehend. However, if some places were weaker, it would be harder to feel and comprehend. At this moment, Chenzong's perception of the mystery of the world had more than doubled. This meant that in the future, Chenzong's comprehension of the mystery of the world would be twice as fast and twice as easy. He opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be a 9-colored divine light flowing. It contained endless mystery. Let's go back first before going into seclusion, Chenzong thought to himself. It was not suitable for him to go into seclusion after returning. He extended his body and immediately turned into a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he tore through the sky. He flew past at an astonishing speed and disappeared into the distance. Although his cultivation did not increase, his speed was several times faster than when he came. It was even more shocking. His journey was unimpeded and he did not encounter any abnormal situations. As Chenzong flew towards his destination, he diverted some of his attention to comprehend the mystery of the world. Although this kind of comprehension couldn't be compared to closed-door cultivation, the effects weren't bad either. This was especially so after passing the King Ceiling Pagoda. At every moment, Chenzong could sense that he was improving bit by bit. Maybe this wasn't much, but accumulating water would make a lot of water. When he accumulated enough, it would cause a qualitative change. He would break through his original shackles and rise to a higher level, becoming even more shocking. The sky was boundless and blue, like a huge gem, clear and bright, pleasing to the eye. The sky was vast, and the mind was lofty. A bolt of lightning flashed by at an astonishing speed. It was Chenzong, who was rushing towards the Xianyuan kingdom. Suddenly, the bolt of lightning slightly adjusted its trajectory, and fell down like a meteor. It was so fast and powerful that it seemed like it was going to collapse the ground. At the moment the ball of lightning was about to hit the ground, it paused for a moment, and the lightning quickly dissipated. His body became as light as a feather and floated down. His feet touched the ground, and he did not even move a speck of dust. His long robe fluttered, as if it was rippling in the water, and then it gradually returned to silence. Chenzong stood still with his eyes closed, meditating and comprehending. Suddenly, his eyelids trembled slightly, and he opened his eyes. His eyes emitted an extremely cold light, as if 2 extremely sharp sword lights were tearing through the sky. They tore the air in front of him as if they were solid, and they drew across the ground, leaving 2 straight sword marks. The extreme sword was also unsheathed in an instant, and it turned into an extremely sharp sword light that tore through the void and attacked forward. The sword light was decisive, sharp, and indestructible. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could block the sharpness of this sword. But when the sword light was about to hit the boulder, it suddenly became soft, as if refined steel had turned soft, and in an instant, it surrounded the boulder. The sword light disappeared, and the boulder remained motionless. After a few breaths, a small mark appeared around the boulder, and it was cut in a circle from all directions, and went straight into the boulder. The combination of hardness and softness, Chenzong did not use any power in this strike, and it was only one of the mysteries of the 24 dragons and snakes painting. Unknowingly, his swordsmanship had improved again. Sheathing the extreme sword, Chenzong was about to continue flying, but he paused for a moment. His eyes stared ahead, and they were so sharp that even the air seemed to have become sharp. A figure was flying in front of him, and it was not fast, but rather leisurely. Staring at the figure in front of him, Chenzong's eyes seemed to ripple, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. That smile seemed to contain traces of killing intent. Ming Daozi, this person was none other than Ming Daozi, who had brought him and the other prodigies from the 4 upper regions to the Tianyuan sacred region. Back then, Ming Daozi had used his identity as an expert of Tianyuan sacred region to give the geniuses a chance to enter Tianyuan sacred region. He said that they would become disciples of his sect and receive training. But that was not the case. As soon as the geniuses entered the Tianyuan sacred region, they were betrayed by Ming Daozi and sold to the dark forces. If not for his decisiveness and good luck, he would still be in the dark forces and become their executioners. He might have even been killed. Perhaps Ming Daozi had brought him into the Tianyuan sacred region, and it was because he had entered the Tianyuan sacred region that he had obtained various opportunities and constantly improved his cultivation by leaps and bounds. This was a level that he could not achieve in the 4 upper regions. However, Chenzong would not be grateful to him, not even a little bit, because Ming Daozi had been up to no good from the beginning. Of course, Chenzong did not deliberately look for Ming Daozi, but since they had met, it was time to settle their grudge. Ming Daozi sensed Chenzong's gaze and immediately looked over. When he saw a young face, he was slightly taken aback. Then, he felt that this person seemed familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Cultivators usually had good memories, but Ming Daozi had experienced many things over the past dozen years. In addition, he had brought the geniuses from the 4 upper regions into the Tianyuan sacred region and sold them to the dark forces. It was not a big deal to him, so he did not take those geniuses seriously. To be honest, in Ming Daozi's opinion, the geniuses from the 4 upper regions were nothing after entering the Tianyuan sacred region, and it would be difficult for them to achieve anything. Moreover, they had entered the dark forces, and it was unknown whether they could survive. In addition, as more than a dozen years had passed, Chenzong's temperament had changed a lot from before, so Ming Daozi did not recognize him. However, Ming Daozi instinctively felt that the person in front of him was not simple, and seemed to be a threat to him. Moreover, he was so young, so he must be a peerless genius with a shocking background. Ming Daozi could not be an enemy of such a young genius, and it would be best if he could befriend him. "My name is Ming Daozi, how should I address you?" Ming Daozi approached Chenzong, cupped his hands, and asked with a smile, trying to show his goodwill. "My name is Chenzong," Chenzong said calmly, and the sharpness in his eyes seemed to be restrained. Chenzong. Ming Daozi was slightly taken aback. This name seemed to be very shocking over the years, but he did not know if this person was Chenzong. After all, the world was so big that it was not strange to have people with the same name. Some people would even deliberately change their names. "It seems that you don't recognize me." Chenzong smiled faintly, but when Ming Daozi saw that smile, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. There was no reason for it. "Do I know you?" Ming Daozi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked. Although Ming Daozi's cultivation base was at the intermediate 9th level Saint Rudiment stage, and he was not weak in the Tianyuan sacred region, he was actually not ranked. After all, he was only at the intermediate 9th level Saint Rudiment stage, and there were many people in the Tianyuan sacred region who were stronger than him. Moreover, there was a kind of peerless genius who could fight and kill enemies above their level. If this person in front of him was really Chenzong, then he was a top peerless genius who could not be made an enemy of. If there was any misunderstanding, it was best to resolve it, even if it meant paying a price. "It seems that you really have forgotten," Chenzong said leisurely. "More than a decade ago, in the 4 upper regions, you tricked them into the Tianyuan sacred region and sold them to the dark forces. Ming Daozi's expression changed when he heard Chen Zong's words, and scenes flashed through his mind. It had only been more than a decade, and it was actually a very short time. Now that he took the initiative to recall, the scenes from back then flashed through his mind. The face in front of him suddenly overlapped with the face from more than a decade ago. After all, Chen Zong's performance back then was quite outstanding, and he was the most valuable genius among the 4 upper regions, so he had left a deep impression on Ming Daozi. Let's end the grudge from back then. Chen Zong didn't say anything. As soon as he finished speaking, he unsheathed his extreme-edge sword, and an incomparably sharp sword light instantly tore through the air. It was a lifeless strike, and it mercilessly attacked Ming Daozi. So it's you. You actually managed to escape, but you'll die if you meet me, Ming Daozi shouted. The smile on his face had disappeared and was replaced by a ferocious and murderous look. Boom, the tyrannical aura of a middle ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator burst out without reservation and soared into the sky. Ming Daozi's figure flew forward at an extremely fast speed, like a flash of cold light. His fingers clenched together as he swept them forward from the side of his body, as if he wanted to pierce through everything with his sharp and unparalleled precision. This attack seemed to be indestructible, and it demonstrated Ming Daozi's amazing strength. However, this attack was nothing in Chen Zong's eyes. It was nothing compared to the peerless geniuses he had faced before. Under normal circumstances, a 9th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator's strength was indeed several times stronger than a 7th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator. However, Chen Zong wasn't an ordinary 7th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator. He was a peerless monster who stood at the pinnacle of his generation. His strength couldn't be measured by common sense. Moreover, Chen Zong's past opponents were all peerless geniuses. Not only were they powerful, but they were also very skilled in martial arts. When they performed ordinary moves, they could turn something rotten into something magical. Ming Daozi was only an ordinary 9th level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. Although his martial arts were good, he could not be compared to those peerless geniuses. Regardless, Ming Daozi was a 9th level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse, and his strength was not weak. With the huge gap between their cultivation bases, it would not be easy for Chen Zong to kill him. Fight, Ming Daozi's heart was filled with killing intent. He wanted to kill Chen Zong now. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Similarly, Chen Zong wanted to end their feud, so he naturally wanted to kill Ming Daozi. Infinite Sword Chain Slash. As soon as this sword technique was displayed, it instantly closed in on Ming Daozi, causing him to be flustered. In terms of cultivation method, Ming Daozi was not as good as Chen Zong. In terms of martial arts attainments, Ming Daozi was not as good as Chen Zong. In terms of comprehension of Dao intent, Ming Daozi was not as good as Chen Zong. The only thing he could surpass Chen Zong in was his cultivation base. However, in the face of all these differences, cultivation base was not that important. Myriad streams force field, in an instant, hundreds of torrents rushed toward Ming Daozi. Chen Zong did not intend to fight for a long time. Although Ming Daozi's martial arts were not bad, the gap between him and his previous opponents was too obvious. It would not have any effect on him at all. Therefore, he wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Under the impact of the hundreds of torrents, Ming Daozi's limbs and bones were immediately bound, making it difficult for him to move. In his horror, he immediately unleashed all his strength to break free from the torrents. However, when he broke free from the restraints of the 100 torrents, a sword light that was faster than lightning pierced through the sky like a stream of light and attacked him. Dodge, however, he was powerless to do anything. He only felt that his body had become incomparably heavy in an instant, and he was unable to move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the beam of light pierced through the space between his eyebrows and flew out from the back of his head. Ming Daozi stared at Chen Zong. His eyes gradually dimmed, and they were filled with unwillingness and regret. If he had known that this day would come, he would have killed this boy back then. Otherwise, he would not have left behind such a trouble that would lead to his death. Unfortunately, it was all too late. There was no medicine for regret. A drop of bright red blood fell from the extreme-edge sword. The blade was not stained by even a speck of dust. It slowly entered the scabbard, and the sound of the blade rubbing against the scabbard was very pleasing to the ear. Chen Zong stared at Ming Daozi with an indifferent expression. Back then, Ming Daozi was a powerhouse that he could only look up to and made him feel like an ant in front of him. Now, he had lost his life under his sword. Moreover, it was not difficult for him to do so. In this battle, he had not unleashed all of his strength. This was the difference between an ordinary rogue cultivator and a peerless monster. To Qin Zong, killing Ming Daozi was just settling a grudge. It wasn't a big deal, but Qin Zong also felt that his essence, qi, and spirit seemed to have sublimated slightly. Qin Zong quickly returned to the Xianyuan kingdom and went straight to the Shantian army's camp to cultivate in seclusion. This was the territory of the Shantian army, and there was the protection of the Supreme Saint Shantian Divine General. Even a veteran Supreme Saint like Xianyuan Shangren would not dare to be presumptuous. If two Supreme Saint experts were to fight, the Xianyuan kingdom would probably fall apart. The price was too great, and no one could bear it. Moreover, Qin Zong's title of Jiandi was a foregone conclusion. Qin Zong began to cultivate in seclusion, but the outside world was turned upside down because of Qin Zong's title. It turned out that the most monstrous talent of this era was not the Taishan Holy Sun, but Qin Zong, a person who had come from a humble background. No one had expected that he could reach this level. It's really him. Xian Kongluo exclaimed. Chu Wangshi's expression was gloomy. He found it hard to accept. Chu Wangshi entered the king-naming pagoda a few years earlier than Qin Zong, but in the end, it was only the seven-colored heavenly flower that exploded. Compared to most cultivators, it was incomparably amazing, but compared to the real monstrous talents, there was still a huge gap. Even if Chu Wangshi's ranking on the seven-colored king-naming tablet was high, he could not compare to the eight-colored heavenly flower, let alone the nine-colored heavenly flower. Qin Zong was first on the seven-colored king-naming tablet and was titled as Jiandi. Crushing, it was a complete suppression, but Chu Wangshi was still extremely unwilling to accept this. Why, he was the most outstanding talent of the Xianyuan royal family. He was of noble birth and was the personal disciple of the Supreme Saint expert, Xianyuan Shangren. He had been trained since young, and his talent and strength were not comparable to others. And Qin Zong was just a lowly person from a remote place. How could he reach the top? He was unwilling, so what? This was the truth. It was already a foregone conclusion that could not be changed. The entire Tianyuan sacred region was shocked by Qin Zong. Countless people were talking about it, but the person involved was in closed-door cultivation. No one could see him. The Shantian army, especially the Xianxian army, was shocked at first, then overjoyed. This was because Qin Zong was a member of the Xianxian army. This greatly increased the prestige of the Xianxian army. Jiandi, he was the first person in history, the first person in the way of the sword. Perhaps there were many people who were better and more powerful than Jiandi Qin Zong in the way of the sword, but those people had been immersed in the way of the sword for much longer than Qin Zong. He believed that with Qin Zong's talent, it would not be difficult for him to catch up and surpass those people. As Qin Zong's teammates, Tianji and the others were happy for Qin Zong. As for Chu Zhongyang, he felt incomparably bitter. Since then, he had truly let go of the unreconciled competition between him and Qin Zong. This was merely a one-sided competition. Qin Zong had probably long since stopped seeing him as an opponent. It was laughable that he still could not let go. But it was fine now. The heavenly flower that exploded when he entered the kingship pagoda was only a seven-colored one. Moreover, his name on the seven-colored kingship tablet was only in the middle. There was a huge gap between him and an eight-colored one, let alone a nine-colored one. There was no need to say much about reaching the top. As for Su Mubai, although he had already stopped competing with Qin Zong in secret, he could not help but be dazed and shocked. Closed-door cultivation. Cultivation was not just cultivation techniques or swordsmanship. It was an all-round cultivation. After cultivating a cultivation technique, he would cultivate a swordsmanship. After cultivating a swordsmanship, he would comprehend the way. He was cultivating every moment. Improvement, Qin Zong could feel that his overall strength was slowly improving. The Great Mystery Art broke through again and reached the 29th level. He was only one level away from the Great Mystery Art's Great Perfection realm. He remembered that the Great Mystery Art's way intent would be even stronger. After obtaining the recognition of the will of heaven and earth, Chenzong's speed of comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth increased greatly. The peak Dao intent, heart sword Dao intent, had already reached the 9th revolution. Above that was the so-called extreme realm. However, it was not easy to reach the extreme realm from the 9th revolution. It might be a long process. Even though Chenzong had obtained the recognition of the will of heaven and earth, his comprehension speed had increased greatly. On the other hand, the comprehension speed of the intermediate Dao intent of wind, fire, and lightning was gratifying. They had broken through from the 8th revolution to the 9th revolution, and their power had increased accordingly. However, after the Dao intent reached the 9th revolution, it was the extreme realm. It was very difficult. Even though the intermediate Dao intent was easier to comprehend than the peak Dao intent, Chenzong could not reach it in a short period of time. As for the sword art, Chenzong had further comprehended the mysteries of the 24 dragons and snakes portrait. The more he comprehended this technique, the more he felt that its mysteries were astonishing. It was not inferior to the Heartsword Saint's Heartsword Sutra at all. Currently, he had already comprehended the mysteries of the Heartsword Sutra. All that was left was to continuously integrate it and turn it into his own. This would take a long time. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong had been in seclusion for 3 months. A large amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth surged in from all directions and condensed into a turbulent airflow. It was as if it had turned into a vast ocean that appeared above the Divine Dark Army's camp, covering a radius of several hundred miles. This scene immediately alarmed many people. They were all astonished, but they all knew that the number 1 monster of all time, Jiandi, was cultivating in seclusion. Is he going to break through? Isn't this commotion a little too big? In the secret chamber, Chenzong took out a large amount of heavenly primary elixirs that contained pure energy. In an instant, a large amount of heavenly primary elixirs were shattered and turned into powder. An incomparably pure aura filled the air. It was extremely pure yuan qi, so dense that it was almost tangible. Chenzong inhaled through his mouth and nose like a whale sucking in water. Suddenly, the incomparably pure yuan qi that filled his entire body was like a dancing dragon. As it meandered, it rushed towards Chenzong's mouth and nose like a dragon swimming in the 4 seas. It directly entered Chenzong's body. At the same time, the yuan qi of heaven and earth that had gathered in the sky naturally condensed to the extreme. It poured down like a huge funnel and entered the heaven's gate above Chenzong's head. A 2-pronged attack, coordinated from the inside and outside. This time, Chenzong was trying to break through to the 30th level of the Great Mystery Art, which was also the final level. The final level was naturally more difficult to cultivate and was not so easy to reach. This time, Chenzong was relying on his profound accumulation and foundation to forcefully break through. If he succeeded, it would shorten a lot of time and he would directly reach the Great Perfection realm and master the art. If he failed, he would be injured and it would be difficult for him to break through to the 30th level in a short period of time. This was actually a gamble, but Chenzong was completely confident. Even if it wasn't 100%, it was at least 90%. Breakthrough, the Great Mystery Art was fully activated, and an incomparably tyrannical energy rumbled in his body as if it wanted to shatter everything. This kind of power was extremely shocking. The rumbling sounds were like 10,000 bolts of lightning. It was extremely tyrannical and shocking. The shackles of the 30th level were even stronger than the 29th level, and it was even more difficult to break through. Moreover, Chenzong was forcefully breaking through, so the difficulty was many times greater. However, there was nothing that could stop this kind of conviction. It pressed forward courageously, like a hot knife through butter. Under the control of Chenzong's tyrannical divine sense, the majestic and pure Great Mystery Saint force constantly condensed and compressed, finally condensing into a sword. Sword of Yuan Qi, a sword condensed from the pure and majestic Yuan Qi in his body. This sword could cut through heaven and earth. The sword's momentum was unparalleled and shocking to the extreme. Wherever it passed, there was nothing it could not destroy. The shackles were shattered and penetrated in an instant. Immediately after, the sword of Yuan Qi dispersed again, transforming into incomparably pure Yuan Qi. It quickly circulated along the path of the Great Mystery Art and spread throughout his body. An incomparably carefree feeling arose spontaneously. It was very comfortable, and his entire body seemed to be on the verge of ascending. The 30th level, the great mystery art had reached the great perfection realm. The great mystic origin formula that had reached perfection allowed him to refine the yuan qi of heaven and earth much faster. A large amount of yuan qi that poured into his body from the sky was quickly refined into great mystic origin saint energy, causing Xianxia's cultivation to soar by leaps and bounds. His saint energy also became increasingly pure. A large amount of energy from the heavenly origin pills and the outside world's origin energy were continuously absorbed and refined. Xianxia's aura also continued to rise. Intermediate 7th Heaven Saint Realm. During the previous 3 months of cultivation, Xianxia's cultivation had always been at the early 7th Heaven Saint Realm. Now, due to the breakthrough in his cultivation technique, he had broken through to the intermediate stage. However, the intermediate stage did not stop there. His aura continued to strengthen and rise. He broke through again, reaching the late 7th Heaven Saint Realm. Xianxia's entire body was completely wrapped in so dense that it was almost tangible. It was as though a cocoon had been woven, and the person inside the cocoon seemed to be undergoing a transformation. His aura grew stronger again. Peak 7th Heaven Saint Realm. Gradually, the aura of the peak 7th Heaven Saint Realm stabilized. A breakthrough from the early 7th Heaven Saint Realm to the peak 7th Heaven Saint Realm was truly shocking. Moreover, this was a breakthrough in his cultivation technique that had reached perfection. The increase in his strength was even more obvious. Soon after, a large amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth surged and gradually condensed behind Xianxia. It condensed into a round ball that was white and emitted traces of light. It was like a white sun. This was the technique intent of the great mystic origin technique. As soon as this technique intent appeared, Xianxia immediately felt his great mystic origin saint force become even purer. It was about 30% purer. Different cultivation techniques often had different effects. When one cultivated to perfection and grasped merit intent, its effects would be stimulated to the extreme. Before the great mystic origin technique reached perfection, it was relatively weak among the top saint-level techniques. However, after reaching perfection and mastering the technique intent, it could increase the power of the great mystic origin technique by 30%. It would greatly increase the power of the great mystic origin technique and would no longer be inferior to top saint-level techniques. With this, the gap between Xianxia and the other peerless prodigies in terms of cultivation techniques had almost disappeared. In other aspects, he had an advantage. His strength had become stronger. As the eldest son, he had to welcome the guests, treat them to good food and drink, toast them, and finally send them off. After a series of events, the 6th pass was drunk, so I stopped updating yesterday. Today, I had to clean up and entertain the guests, which took me a whole day. However, I drank too much yesterday, so I didn't dare to drink today. Now, I'm telling everyone that I'll update yesterday. Luckily, the 6th pass would find time to write 1 or 2 more chapters, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to update at all. After coming out of seclusion, Xianxia was about to enter the void battlefield through the void passage when he met the divine black military lord. The savage territory is about to open. I remember you have a spot, the divine black military lord said. What's so special about the savage territory? Xianxia didn't know much about it. The wild secret territory is a secret territory left behind from the immemorial era. It has existed for a very long time, and it still has the terrain of the immemorial era. You can directly comprehend the mysteries of the heaven and earth. The mysterious spirit general said, his face full of yearning. Being able to touch the mysteries of heaven and earth directly, at a close distance, and being able to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth more directly was a great opportunity. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to enter the savage territory. Everyone could only enter it once in their lifetime. The divine black military lord had entered it once many years ago and gained a lot. He wanted to enter it again, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Xianxia understood more about the savage territory from the divine black military lord, and he couldn't help but yearn for it. There were only 10 days left before the savage territory opened, so Xianxia didn't leave and waited in the divine black military lord's camp. The savage territory belonged to the Xianyuan world and had nothing to do with the other 8 worlds. Therefore, those who entered would be cultivators from the Xianyuan world. Apart from the Xianyuan dynasty, there would also be people from the Black Absolute Palace and Dustless Palace. Moreover, the savage territory didn't have a restriction on cultivation and age. In theory, anyone was qualified to enter. However, according to the past, the highest cultivation was the peak of the 9th level Saint Realm, and the lowest was the middle Saint Realm. After all, most of the half-step great saints had already entered the savage territory. Those who hadn't were unable to enter due to various reasons. The entrance to the savage territory was between the Black Absolute Palace and Dustless Palace. It was a valley named Savage Valley. Perhaps it was because of the Savage Desolation secret realm, the landscape of the Savage Valley was different from other places. It looked very barren, without a single blade of grass growing. There was a desolate aura everywhere, which was incompatible with the aura outside the valley. However, it would not be assimilated, and was a whole of its own. This was the savage territory. When everyone stepped into the Savage Valley, they immediately felt a desolate aura assaulting their bodies. This kind of aura was different from the aura of the heaven and earth essence chi, but it did not cause any adverse effects. Qianzong allowed the aura of the desolate mountain to wash over his body. He felt that this aura seemed to be of great help in tempering his body. It was even more effective than spiritual chi. One by one, figures entered the Savage Valley. Their bodies were filled with an astonishingly powerful aura. Immediately after, Qianzong felt a pair of eyes staring at him. It was a familiar face, Chu Wangshi. Chu Wangshi's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Until now, he still couldn't accept the fact that Qianzong was stronger than him. Instantly, a peerlessly formidable sword insight soared through the sky. Its sharp aura covered the heavens and the earth, and it seemed as if it could even slice space into pieces. Boundless, shapeless and traceless sword chi sprayed out in a vast and mighty manner, and it was like a surging tide that surged towards the surroundings, causing everyone to be extremely horrified. Qianzong's attention was immediately attracted. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the source of the terrifyingly sharp sword will. His pupils contracted. This sword intent, this sharpness, was too shocking. It was like an invisible sword had arrived and was crazily slicing his body. It was as if it wanted to tear him into pieces and shatter him into pieces. Such sharpness pierced straight into one's mind and soul. The others felt better, but the sword cultivators felt it especially obvious. It was as if a terrifying sword had locked onto them. Their bodies trembled and their hair stood on end. They felt as if there was a heavenly sword hanging in the sky above their heads. It was about to fall and pierce through them, shatter the earth, and turn them into dust. An extremely sharp gaze swept across, as if it contained the sharpness to break everything. No one dared to look at it directly. When that gaze met with Qianzong's, it was as if an invisible chi was pulling. In an instant, an even more shocking sharpness shot out, piercing through the sky. It also seemed to pierce Qianzong's eyes and penetrate Qianzong's mind and will. Under such a terrifying gaze, those who didn't have a strong will couldn't withstand it. They would be defeated directly, leaving a shadow in their heart. From then on, their path of sword Dao would be cut off, and it would be difficult for them to move forward. However, Qianzong's sword intent was tyrannical, and his mind was incomparably tough. He wasn't affected at all, but he still felt a trace of pressure. That pressure seemed to pierce through his mind and soul. Sword intent, an extremely tyrannical sword intent, a sword intent that seemed to be above everything. Under this sword intent, it seemed that everything was like an ant. "You're that Jiandi Qianzong?" The owner of the extremely sharp sword will spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it sounded like the clanging of metal. His words were like invisible swords as they tore through the air. Between the heavens and the earth, there seemed to be a terrifying tide of sword chi that surged and smashed down mercilessly. Under the pressure of this extremely terrifying sword chi, there seemed to be a vacuum that made Qianzong feel suffocated. Qianzong's expression changed slightly. The sharpness in his eyes became more and more condensed, as if it had turned into the tip of a sword, piercing through the sky and penetrating everything. Between heaven and earth, there was nothing that could stop its sharpness. His eyes seemed to have turned into the tip of a sword, sweeping through everything and tearing the sky. Collision, formless energy rippled out in all directions as countless ripples spread out. Those were countless formless sword chi that tore through the sky and shattered everything, causing everyone in the surroundings to be greatly shocked. They all retreated, afraid that they would be affected. Not bad, you do have some skills. The person in the sky who was surrounded by extremely terrifying sword intent spoke again. His voice was so sharp that it seemed to be able to tear through everything in the world. It was unstoppable and invincible. A sonorous sound resounded through heaven and earth. An extremely dazzling light bloomed. It was as if the light of the sun was highly condensed, illuminating heaven and earth. It was above all living beings and above heaven and earth. A sword, it was a sword that was extremely dazzling. Chen Zong was instantly locked on by an increasingly terrifying aura, and his hair stood on end. His 5 fingers on his right hand moved slightly, and as fast as lightning, he clasped the hilt of the extreme edge sword. It only took a moment for the extreme edge sword to be unsheathed, blooming with an unparalleled sharpness. This person was very strong, a strong opponent. An absolutely strong opponent. From the aura, Chen Zong could sense that this person's cultivation base was at the 9th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover, it was not something an ordinary 9th heaven Saint Rudiment stage could compare to. The difference between him and Ming Daozi was like the difference between a firefly and the moon. Even so, Chen Zong was not afraid at all. If you want to fight, wait until after the trip to the wild secret zone. In an instant, a majestic voice rang out from the 9 heavens with an unparalleled pressure. It seemed to suppress all resistance and injustice, making it difficult for anyone to resist. Under the terrifying pressure, whether it was Chen Zong or the figure in the sky who was emitting a terrifying aura, all of them were affected. They could not unsheath their swords, and the sword light dimmed. The person who spoke was a half-step great saint stage powerhouse. This was the Wild Valley, and fierce fighting was not allowed. Otherwise, it would cause unnecessary damage. When the pressure dissipated, Chen Zong's right hand also left the sword hilt and relaxed slightly. The figure in the sky that emitted an incomparably astonishing aura sheathed his sword, and the astonishingly dazzling sword light dissipated. His extremely terrifying aura was also completely withdrawn. After the wild secret zone, I want to see if you have the qualifications to be called a Jiandi. The person stared at Chen Zong, and his words were as sharp as a sword. Anytime, Chen Zong replied unhurriedly as he thought about the other party's identity. With such a cultivation base and sword intent, he was not an ordinary cultivator. In the Xianyuan world, he was an extremely famous person. Chen Zong was no longer a rookie, and he had a good understanding of the geniuses and experts in the Xianyuan world. His thoughts were as fast as lightning, and after thinking for a while, he immediately thought of a person who matched this person. Sword King Tian. This title was bestowed by the King Naming Pagoda. He was ranked above average on the 8-colored King Naming Monument, and was a sword Dao expert. Sword King Tian came from an extraordinary background, and his talent was astonishing. It was said that when he was born, he had sword chi that spanned 1,000 feet across the sky. He was taken in by the Black Absolute Palace, and became the disciple of the Black Absolute Palace's first elder, who taught him with great care. Sword King Tian also did not disappoint, and he improved by leaps and bounds. He was the best among his peers, and no one in the Black Absolute Palace could match him. Even his peers in the Unsullied Hall were suppressed. In that era, many geniuses in the Xianyuan dynasty could not compete with him. It could be said that more than 100 years ago, Sword King Tian was almost invincible with his sword in hand. It was also because of this that Sword King Tian comprehended the sword intent of Ling Tian, and it was at the high-level Dao intent level. After that, he constantly honed it, and it was said that he once stepped into the vast wilderness, and used his sword to hone himself, causing the sword intent of Ling Tian to become a top-level Dao intent, and its power increased greatly. Sword King Tian, who grasped a top-level Dao intent, was naturally even stronger. It could be said that in the Xianyuan world, Sword King Tian was definitely one of the strongest below half-step great sage experts. He was also known as the #1 sword Dao below half-step great sage experts. Sword King Tian, sword intent of Ling Tian, sword intent of Ling Tian did not allow others to surpass him. This was his belief, will, and path. And now, Chen Zong practiced his sword, challenged the monarch bestowment pagoda, and even obtained the title of Jiandi. Sword King, Jiandi, anyone could tell who was superior and who was inferior. On the monarch bestowment monument, there were not many sword kings, but there were also quite a number of them. As for Jiandi, there was only one such person in all of history. Sword King Tian was naturally unconvinced. His sword Dao was Ling Tian, which was above the heavens and earth, let alone humans. Coincidentally, the last time the savage mystic realm opened, Sword King Tian was in the vast wilderness, roaming the world with his sword, and missed the opportunity. This time, he obtained the opportunity to enter the savage mystic realm and met Chenzong. Sword King Tian. Chenzong murmured. His blood essence seemed to be boiling, and traces of sword intent were born in his heart, gradually condensing. Heart sword Dao intent originated from the heart. Sword King Ling Tian was an expert in the sword Dao. He was an excellent opponent, an opponent that could be of great help to his sword Dao. The third and fourth chapters are to make up for yesterday's update. The terrain of the Savage Valley was strange. It was like a desert, barren and desolate. However, it was not very big. Normally, this place was very desolate and few people came here. Only now, when the savage territory was about to open, many people came from afar. It was said that every time the savage territory opened, it could only accommodate a limited number of people. After all, the savage territory originated from the primordial age. It was a territory left behind from the primordial age. With the passage of time, it became rarer and rarer. Because the savage territory originated from the primordial age, it was incompatible with the present. When people of the present entered the savage territory, they would carry the aura of the present, clashing with the savage aura of the primordial age. When the aura of the present reached a certain level, it would affect the savage territory, causing it to collapse and cease to exist. Therefore, when the savage territory opened, there was a limit to the number of people who could enter. The Xianyuan dynasty could enter 200 people. The Black Absolute Palace and Wuchen Hall could enter 100 people each. Since there was a limit to the number of people, there would naturally be a distribution. Not everyone could get it, and not everyone could get it. 200 people might sound like a lot, but compared to the entire Xianyuan dynasty, it was insignificant. One had to know that there were many cultivators in the Xianyuan dynasty. There were many cultivators who wanted to enter the Savage Baron secret territory. Back then, in order to recruit Chenzong, the Divine Black Army promised to give him a place to enter the Savage territory. It was reasonable for Chu Wangshi to get a place. After all, he was the personal disciple of Sage Xianyuan, a supreme saint expert. So was Chu Yuqing. The 200 spots were divided. The Xianyuan royal family took the majority, the Xiantian army and the Zhenyuan guards each took a portion, and the last portion was distributed among the other powerful forces. The number of spots that each powerful force could get was actually not many. At most, they could get 2 or 3. At least, they could get 1. Most of the forces could not even get 1. This kind of opportunity had always been controlled by a more powerful force. As for Sword King Towering Heaven obtaining a spot, it was very normal. After all, he was the strongest person among his peers in Darkness Absolute Palace. He could be considered one of the best among his peers in the entire Mystic Essence world. He could be considered one of the top 3 super experts. Waiting. The 400 qualified people were waiting in the Savage Valley for the secret realm to open. As time passed, the ancient aura in the Savage Barren Valley grew thicker and thicker. This meant that the Savage Barren Mystery Realm was about to open. Chenzong stood there with his back as straight as a sword. His eyes were slightly closed, leaving only a sliver of light hidden in them. The non-quenching jade art was running slowly, constantly tempering his body and improving his body, refining cultivation. The primordial aura here was of no help to the Qi cultivation Dao, but it was of great help to the body cultivation Dao. Although Chenzong had been cultivating his body tempering all this while, it was only as a support. What he really improved was his Qi refinement. Therefore, after so many years, his Qi refinement cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, but his body tempering cultivation was only at the early 6th Heaven Chaos Heaven stage. Wisps of pure desolate Qi were absorbed into his body. The rank 5 purple blaze of devastation burned, further refining the desolate Qi and integrating it into his body. Little by little, it strengthened his chaotic sky force, further refining his body, improving his physique, and improving his body refining cultivation. The others did not just wait. Some stood quietly, some sat down, and so on. They all cultivated or comprehended. Some people made small gestures with their hands, as if they were demonstrating the profundity of martial arts. The spots were very limited. Therefore, those who could get a spot were usually extraordinary. They were at least at the level of geniuses. All of them knew the importance of opportunities. Before entering, they had to improve themselves as much as possible. Sharpening one's sword before the battle, even if it was not fast, it would still shine. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out. It was as if it came from the ancient times. It was vigorous, and endless. An arc streaked across the sky like a ray of light breaking through the clouds. In an instant, it stretched and spread out. It was as if a different space-time was gradually revealing itself. Everyone's attention was attracted. Their eyes shone with a sharp light as they stared, as if they could see through the void. It's here. The Savage Baron's secret zone is about to open. Everyone felt the sudden surge of the primordial aura and was immediately delighted. Of the 400 people, other than experts like the Heaven Almighty Sword King, there was no lack of other famous experts in the Xianyuan world, such as the Heaven-Raising Saber King, True Lord Vast Sea, and so on. They stared and stopped cultivating. They focused on waiting for the opening of the Savage Baron's secret zone. The arc of light continued to stretch and expand. It was as if an illusory outline of a world was gradually cutting into the space of the Xianyuan world of Tianyuan sacred region. When the arc of light stretched to about 10 meters, it stopped and stabilized. "Let's go!" someone shouted. Instantly, he turned into a ray of light and flew out at an astonishing speed. He rushed toward the arc of light in an instant. That was the entrance to the Savage Baron's secret zone. The 400 people moved quickly. They fought to be the first to enter, and each of them displayed a different profound movement technique. Chenzong turned into a ray of lightning and flew out in an instant. Among the 400 people, Chenzong's cultivation was not the highest. He was at the peak of the 7th level Saint Rudiment stage, which was only above average. There were dozens of people whose cultivation was higher than Chenzong's, but not all of them were stronger than Chenzong. An ordinary 9th level Saint Rudiment stage was no match for Chenzong. He could kill him with a single strike. Chenzong did not know how strong he was at the peak of the 7th level Saint Rudiment stage. However, he would be able to verify it in the Savage Baron's secret zone. In the blink of an eye, the bolt of lightning that Chenzong had transformed into entered the arc of light. An extremely dense and ancient aura assaulted Chenzong's face, making him feel as if his entire body was soaked in a dense and almost liquefied ancient aura. He continued to circulate the non-quenching jade technique until it reached its peak and broke through. The blazing aura swept through his body. It was as if he was in a furnace that was being tempered. Then, Chenzong felt his bones become harder and his muscles become tighter. His body refinement cultivation had broken through. Intermediate 6th level chaotic heaven stage, breaking through from the initial stage to the middle stage was not much of an improvement, and it was not of much help to Chenzong's overall strength. However, it was still better than nothing. More importantly, it would be easier to raise his body tempering cultivation in this place. Previously, his body refinement cultivation had improved slowly not only because he did not have as much time and energy as chi refinement, but also because of the cultivation environment and resources. Compared to chi refinement, body refinement was not as particular about talent. Instead, it was more about hard work and resources. As long as one worked hard enough and had enough resources, they could improve faster. The Savage Baron's secret zone had retained the landform of the primordial era. During the primordial era, body refinement was popular, but chi refinement was nowhere to be seen. The primordial era was a golden age for body refinement. Chenzong's body refinement cultivation did not stop there. Pure, primordial aura continued to enter his body and raise his body refinement cultivation bit by bit. Chenzong estimated that even if he did not take the initiative to cultivate, he would be able to raise his body refinement cultivation to the late stage of the 6th level Chaos Heaven stage by the time the Savage Secret Zone closed. The Savage Baron's secret zone would be open for about a month. In essence, the Savage Secret Realm was equivalent to a small independent world, and it was formed from the intense battle between the supreme experts of the primeval times, causing a corner of the primeval world to collapse, and it evolved over countless years. The Savage Baron's secret zone drifted in the void. Usually, it was parallel to the Lingwu sacred world. Only at certain times would it meet with the Lingwu sacred world and open an entrance for people to enter. It was uncertain where some Savage Baron's secret zones would meet with the Lingwu sacred world. However, some Savage Baron's secret zones would meet at a fixed location. Every time they met, there would be a time limit. It could be long or short. It could be a few months or even half a day. The Savage Baron's secret zones that met at a fixed location usually met at a fixed time as well. 1 month, the earth was thick and heavy, as if it was infinite. It had an indescribable weight that could bear everything. This feeling was very real, which surprised Xianxia. The yellowish-brown color was endless, spreading to the farthest place. It was shocking. Huge rocks were scattered around, each of which was dozens of meters tall. It was a shocking sight. The trees were towering, as if they had been growing for countless years. Even the smallest tree was hundreds of meters tall. The crown of the tree was like a huge umbrella. The mountains in the distance were like ancient giants. They were extremely tall. Xianxia felt very small here. It was as if he had entered a kingdom of giants. Savage Baron. Xianxia could not help muttering to himself. His face was full of shock. Not only Xianxia, but the others who had entered the Savage Baron's secret zone were also shocked. At the same time, they felt the gravity here was more than 10 times that of the outside world. I've been to the vast Baron. Their environment is different from our Tianyuan sacred region. However, compared to the Savage Baron's secret zone, it's not shocking enough, a 9th-level Saint Rudiment sage muttered to himself. The vast Baron had some of the landforms from the ancient times. However, the ancient times originated from the primordial era and had changed a lot. Only a little remained. Dong, 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 a huge sound suddenly rang out from the huge forest in the distance. It was as if an ancient giant was beating a war drum with a huge drumstick. It was incomparably shocking. Every sound caused the ground to tremble. The vibrations were transmitted from afar and were keenly captured by the crowd. Through the vibrations, the crowd could vaguely feel the power and weight of the sound. Shocking, soon after, a huge figure walked out from the huge forest. It was a giant beast that was dozens of meters in size. The giant beast was covered in armor from head to tail like a battle armor. It looked very majestic. Its appearance was somewhat similar to a cow, but it was more domineering. Immemorial desolate beast giant armored bull. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Immemorial desolate beasts were beasts that only existed in the primordial era. They were extinct in the Lingwu sacred world because the environment in the Lingwu sacred world was not suitable for immemorial desolate beasts. However, the landscape of the Savage Baron's secret zone originated from the primordial era and was not much different from the primordial era. Therefore, it was normal for immemorial desolate beasts to inhabit it. Previously, Xianxia had talked with the divine Xian general. The general had told Xianxia a lot of information about the Savage Baron's secret zone. Xianxia knew that there were immemorial desolate beasts in the Savage Baron's secret zone. Giant armored bull. The gigantic armored bull was dozens of meters tall, and its body was shockingly huge. The armor on its body seemed to be filled with power, as if its body contained an endless amount of brute force. The gigantic armored bull's armor is extremely hard, and its defense is amazing. It's almost impossible to break through it, and its strength is terrifying. It can easily crush a mountain. Xianxia's eyes flashed as all kinds of information about the gigantic armored bull flashed through his mind. He was weighing whether to kill it or not. This was because the blood of an immemorial desolate beast was extremely effective for refining one's body. If he bathed in its blood to refine his body, it would be more efficient than simply absorbing the ancient aura of the wild desolate secret zone. It would be at least 10 times more efficient. Just as Xianxia thought about it, someone had already charged out with a powerful aura, quickly approaching the gigantic armored bull. Even though they were tens of thousands of meters apart, the gigantic armored bull could still feel the murderous intent sweeping towards it. Its eyes glowed red as it shot out thousands of meters, as if it could pierce through everything. A terrifying aura suddenly exploded from its huge body, turning into a terrifying storm that swept out in all directions. The power contained in the storm instantly shattered the boulders within a 1,000-meter radius. Just the aura alone could cause such shocking destruction. It was shocking. The person who attacked was at the late 8th level Saint Rudiment stage. He was a prodigy, and an ordinary 9th level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator was no match for him. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he had crossed tens of thousands of meters and was closing in on the gigantic armored bull. He threw out a punch. The tyrannical saint energy penetrated his arm and reached his fist like a dragon. It broke through the air and blasted out. A resounding and domineering dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. It was extremely violent and filled all directions. The air was shattered, and the space seemed to be shattered. This punch was merciless, like a dragon emerging from the water. The gigantic armored bull let out a furious roar as its body slightly arched, and its two enormous curved horns seemed to flicker with a wisp of red light. Shortly after, its four limbs erupted with an incomparably terrifying strength, causing the ground to tremble and instantly collapse. An incomparably terrifying strength erupted from the great armored bull, which was dozens of meters tall, as it pushed its enormous and vigorous body forward in an incomparably ferocious and tyrannical manner. Its thick and solid limbs trampled on the thick and hard ancient ground, causing the sand and stones to be crushed into powder in an instant. Terrifying ripples swept out from the center of the four hooves like a violent wave, causing countless sand and stones to be shaken and suspended in the air, before being crushed by the astonishing strength. Even though they were tens of thousands of meters away, the crowd could clearly feel the ground shaking. The gigantic armored bull. The gigantic armored bull. Of the gigantic armored bull's aura. The 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage prodigy was one of the stronger ones among the 400 people. Therefore, it was time for him to test the gigantic armored bull's strength. Tens of thousands of meters was nothing to an 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage prodigy. Even if the gravity here was 10 times stronger than the outside world, causing everyone's bodies to become heavier and more restricted, a distance of tens of thousands of meters was still nothing. He quickly closed in on the gigantic armored bull. The gigantic armored bull's speed was extremely shocking. The punch was like a dragon breaking out of the water. It carried a terrifying force that could destroy mountains as it directly bombarded the gigantic armored bull's head. Boom, a loud explosion reverberated as countless energy ripples exploded. It was as if the void had been shattered. Starting from the head, the gigantic armored bull's fist shattered inch by inch until its tail was completely shattered. The gigantic armored bull's head trembled, and its charging momentum came to a halt. Its four hooves slid back slightly. It was obvious that the strength of the punch was extremely tyrannical. Not only did it block the gigantic armored bull's charge, but it even pushed it back slightly. The gigantic armored bull that was dozens of meters in size possessed an extremely frightening strength. The might of its charge was truly shocking to the extreme. It was as if it could smash apart a mountain. However, it was forced to stop and retreat slightly by this punch. From this, one could see how frightening this punch was. However, the gigantic armored bull's strength was also apparent. Even though it was pushed back by such a powerful punch, it did not seem to be injured at all. The gigantic armored bull shook its head slightly, as if it was dizzy. It became even more furious, and the red light that shot out from its eyes became even more intense. It was as if the red light had materialized, and directly dyed the surrounding air red, as if it was filled with a bloody light. Its terrifying aura became even more violent and irritable. Two blazing auras shot out from the gigantic armored bull's nostrils, creating a shocking roar. Rage, berserk, once again, the gigantic armored bull unleashed a terrifying strength. It charged out in an instant, smashing through the void as it charged mercilessly towards the late-stage 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. The late 8th Heaven Saint Realm prodigy was shocked when he saw that his punch had failed to cause any damage to the giant armored bull. His expression turned solemn when he saw the giant armored bull charging at him furiously. However, he had no intention of dodging. He lowered his back into a horse stance and clenched his right fist at his waist. The saint energy in his body surged into his right arm, and the dragon's roar became louder and louder as it reverberated between heaven and earth. Streaks of white energy circled around his right arm as if a dragon was coiling around his right arm. The dragon's head and fist merged into one in an instant. Boom, another punch was thrown out, and the void in front of him seemed to have collapsed under this punch. It was earth-shattering. The dragon that was thrown out this time did not seem as big as the first punch, but it was more condensed and powerful. Boom, the dragon shattered once again, and the gigantic armored bull's terrifying charge came to a halt as it was repelled once again. However, the gigantic armored bull was still unharmed. It only seemed a little dizzy from the blow to its head. Seizing this opportunity, the late-stage 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator quickly closed in on the gigantic armored bull. Both of his fists were covered in a layer of terrifying saint energy as he punched out. 1 punch, 10 punches, 100 punches. In just a short breath, the person had thrown out 100 punches. All of them landed on the gigantic armored bull's head, causing it to slide back continuously as its head grew dizzier. 100 punches in a breath was not considered fast. In fact, it was considered slow for an 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. However, one had to know that the gravity here was 10 times stronger than the outside world. Under 10 times the gravity, one's movements would become slower, and the consumption of energy would increase. Therefore, it was considered fast to be able to throw out 100 punches in a breath here. Accumulating power, with a powerful punch, the dragon tore through the air and landed directly on the gigantic armored bull's head. With this punch, the gigantic armored bull let out a mournful cry as its huge body swayed and fell to the side. Its body that was dozens of meters tall fell heavily to the ground with a thunderous boom. The entire ground shook violently as sand and dust billowed in all directions. When the dust settled, the gigantic armored bull's huge body fell to the ground. Its head was smashed open, and bright red blood flowed out. Not only did the blood not have a stench, but it also had a hint of a sweet fragrance. However, the gigantic armored bull was not truly dead. It was still struggling to get up. What tenacious vitality! Everyone was shocked. After grasping the gigantic armored bull's strength, they did not continue to watch the battle. Instead, they each chose a direction and left quickly. The wild desolate secret zone would only be open for a month. It was not a long time as time was of the essence. Chenzong immediately used the 8th step of the 9 Heavens Lightning Stamp. With his current cultivation, the 8th step of the 9 Heavens Lightning Stamp did not put too much of a burden on him. However, when he used it here, Chenzong felt that his energy consumption was much greater than outside. After all, the gravity here was 10 times greater than outside. A flash of lightning flashed across the vast sky, and moved forward at a rapid speed. Chenzong operated the non-quenching jade martial art to refine his body, and promoted his cultivation bit by bit. This was the best place to refine one's body, which made Chenzong's mind active. Another point was that the mysteries of heaven and earth were clearer. This clearer feeling could be described as compared to the outside world. For example, when he was comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth in the outside world, it was like there was a veil separating him from the outside world. But here, that veil was gone, and he could see the mysteries of heaven and earth more directly. Comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth, refining the body, this was Chenzong's goal in entering the wild desolate secret zone. According to the military lord of Xianxia, there were places in the wild desolate secret zone where one could comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth more clearly. Chenzong wanted to find such places, and it would be easier for him to do so. Roar, that was the roar of an immemorial desolate beast. Immediately, an extremely terrifying purple light with countless electric arcs shot up from the ground and bombarded Chenzong. This attack was so powerful that it seemed to be able to shatter the sky, which made Chenzong slightly surprised. His body paused and turned, and Chenzong immediately dodged the terrifying purple lightning. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a giant beast on the ground. It was a giant python. This giant python was more than 100 meters long, and its thick body was covered with huge scales. Streaks of purple lightning covered its entire body. This was a purple lightning python. Unlike the giant armored bull, which had amazing defense and strength, the purple lightning python's physique was not as strong, but it was born with the power of lightning, which was very powerful. The attack just now was so powerful that if he had not been vigilant enough, he would have been severely injured. Without hesitation, Chenzong swooped down, his right hand grabbing the hilt of his sword. The sword light was like a bolt of lightning as it shot out from the scabbard, smashing down from the sky with an irresistible force. It was like a bolt of lightning from the nine heavens as it blasted towards the coiled body of the purple lightning python on the ground. Nine heavens lightning controlling sword technique, Thunder Blast. This sword technique was obtained from the nine firmament sword king, and its grade was extremely high, extremely profound, and its might was extremely formidable as well. Especially after Chenzong cultivated the lightning Dao insight to the ninth cycle, when combined with the profundities of the thunderstomp ninefold heavens, its might was shocking when executed. The sword struck down like a bolt of heavenly lightning, capable of shattering everything. This attack was extremely fast and mysterious, making it difficult for the purple lightning python to dodge. After all, its body was very big. The blazing lightning carried with it a terrifying force as it directly bombarded the purple lightning python's body. The purple lightning python's body trembled as countless lightning bolts exploded on its body and quickly covered its entire body. Chapter 5 and 6 are today's updates. Although the immemorial desolate beast purple lightning python's physique was not as strong as the giant armored bull's, as an immemorial desolate beast, its physique was astonishing and could withstand many powerful attacks. Furthermore, the purple lightning python was born with the ability to control the power of thunder and lightning. Not only could it release the power of thunder and lightning, it could also absorb the power of thunder and lightning. This was why Chenzong's attack was not effective. The purple lightning python's powerful physique and amazing control of thunder and lightning gave it astonishing strength. A hissing sound suddenly sounded. It was extremely ear-piercing and made Chenzong's scalp tingle. Immediately, a bolt of purple lightning shot out from the purple lightning python's mouth. It was so fast that it tore through the sky and shattered everything. Chenzong's eyes narrowed slightly. His long sword trembled slightly as he met the purple lightning bolt from the side. A powerful force burst forth, seemingly passing through the body of his sword, causing Chenzong's wrist to tremble and his arm to feel slightly numb. However, he was able to slightly dodge because of this. His body was like a powerful arrow, exploding with speed as he shot down in a flash, his sword slicing through the air towards the purple lightning python. Chenzong's sword was fast and accurate. It was extremely ruthless as it directly hit the purple lightning python's body. However, he realized that the scales on its body were extremely tough and slippery, causing the tip of the sword to unconsciously deviate. The powerful force of the sword was also dissipated bit by bit. Chenzong also realized that many purple lightning arcs were generated from the scales and gathered together, further resisting the attack of the extreme-edge sword. Although the sword hit the purple lightning python, it did not cause any damage. This level of defensive power made Chenzong very surprised. Sizzling sounds could be heard, causing one's scalp to go numb. Countless purple lightning arcs spread across the giant python's body, emitting an incomparably shocking destructive power. They quickly passed through the extreme sword and wreaked havoc towards Chenzong, as if they wanted to kill him. At the same time, a terrifying storm suddenly swept out. That was the purple lightning python's tail. It carried the power of thunder and lightning as it mercilessly smashed towards Chenzong. This strike was powerful enough to shatter a mountain. If one were to be struck by it, it would be difficult for them to withstand it and they would definitely be severely injured. In the face of danger, Chenzong swiftly stepped forward, his body moving like a bolt of lightning as he dodged the ferocious attack of the purple lightning python's gigantic tail. A terrifying force swept past his body, as if it wanted to shatter him. The ground was directly bombarded, instantly collapsing as an astonishing crack rapidly spread out. Rumbling sounds filled the air as the earth shook incessantly. Dust and smoke billowed like giant waves. Chenzong stood in the air and struck out with his sword, full of mystery. Limitless, one sword was like 10,000 swords, and 10,000 swords became one sword. The beam of sword light pierced through the air as if 10,000 swords had struck the same spot on the purple lightning python's body at the same time. However, it was blocked by the purple lightning python's scales. Countless arcs of purple lightning quickly gathered from all directions and released a shocking amount of power to resist Chenzong's sword attack. However, the limitless sword had been continuously improved and perfected, and its might had become even more tyrannical. It was like a hot knife through butter. The extreme-edge sword broke through all obstructions and defenses as it poured into the purple lightning python's body. The shocking sword qi wreaked havoc in the purple lightning python's body, killing its life force. The difference between Xianxia's body and the purple lightning python's was huge. It was like comparing an elephant to an ant. The extreme edge sword was also extremely small and insignificant to the purple lightning python. However, the power it contained was extremely tyrannical. It wantonly destroyed the purple lightning python's body and extinguished its life force. The purple lightning python was an immemorial desolate beast. Its body was strong and its life force was extremely tenacious. Therefore, it did not die immediately. Instead, it counterattacked crazily. Even if it died, it wanted to drag someone down with it and perish together. The giant tail swept out in all directions, containing a terrifying and direct power. It destroyed everything in its path, and the ground within a radius of several thousand meters was completely shattered and caved in. Countless arcs of purple lightning poured out from the purple lightning python's body without reservation. They wreaked havoc in all directions, destroying everything. For a moment, Xianxia found it difficult to approach. After all, this was the purple lightning python's dying counterattack. Its power was too shocking. If he was not careful, he would be injured. His body moved, avoiding the purple lightning python's dying counterattack. Xianxia observed every movement of the purple lightning python, reflecting them one by one. With the 24 dragons and snakes portrait. The 24 dragons and snakes portrait's profundity was profound. Even now, Xianxia had only comprehended a portion of it. Dragons, snakes and pythons all had something in common. It was also appropriate to observe the python and understand the dragon and snake. The infinite sword qi invaded the purple lightning python's body and wreaked havoc. It penetrated its entire body and extinguished its life force. Gradually, the purple lightning python's dying counterattack weakened. In the end, it could no longer threaten Xianxia at all. However, everything within a radius of a few thousand meters had been reduced to dust. The earth had cracked and caved in. It was a ghastly sight. The consequences of such a dying counterattack were too shocking. But in the end, the powerful and tenacious purple lightning python also died. Ancient desolate beasts are really amazing, Xianxia thought to himself. This purple lightning python's strength was enough to kill an ordinary ninth heaven saint realm cultivator. Its vitality was also extremely tenacious. It was terrifying. Fortunately, he was strong enough. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to kill it, but he would also be killed. Immediately, Xianxia swung his sword. The extreme edge sword's edge cut open the purple lightning python's body, leaving a deep wound. After losing its vitality, the purple lightning python lost its amazing defensive power. Blood spurted out. Xianxia's figure moved and directly entered the wound. He entered the enormous body of the purple lightning python, and his entire body was immersed in the purple lightning python's blood that flowed like a river. The non-quenching jade art circulated at full force. The purple lightning python's body was huge and its physique was tyrannical. As an ancient desolate beast, its vitality was extremely tenacious. Its blood contained a vast amount of energy. Although some of the energy contained in its blood had been lost due to its death, there was still a lot left. Absorbing it with all his strength, the chaos heavenly energy strengthened bit by bit, nourishing his physique and increasing his body tempering cultivation. His large tendons undulated like dragons, releasing waves of extremely terrifying power. As his internal organs rippled, layers of aura spread out, enveloping his entire body. The purple domain incineration fire burned wantonly, completely burning away the impurities and harmful parts of the purple lightning python's blood. The blood of an ancient desolate beast did contain a vast amount of energy that could be used for body tempering. However, it also contained impurities. These impurities were not beneficial to cultivators, only harmful. Under normal circumstances, the impurities in the blood must be removed before it could be absorbed and refined. This required a long process and would cause the blood to lose more energy, weakening its effects. If the impurities were not removed and refined directly, it would cause adverse effects on the body. If the injuries were light, the body would be injured. If the injuries were severe, the body would be disturbed and go crazy. After all, the impurities contained the will of an ancient desolate beast. Xianxia did not need to worry about this. Everything was thanks to the purple universe incineration fire's amazing power. Refine, absorb, Qianzong could feel that his body-tempering cultivation was constantly increasing. The life force of an ancient desolate beast python that was more than 100 meters in size was astonishing. Furthermore, Qianzong could feel traces of lightning energy from the blood. This was the innate power of the purple lightning python. It was being refined and absorbed by Qianzong bit by bit. Qianzong felt that this seemed to be useful for his cultivation of the ninth step of the lightning stamp 9 heavens. The lightning stamp 9 heavens was created with a lofty goal. The ninth step could reach the level of a ninth-grade secret technique. Therefore, it was not easy to create and master. After all these years, Qianzong had perfected it to the 8th step. However, the 9th step was even more difficult and he only had some clues. Now, he discovered that refining the purple lightning python's blood and obtaining the lightning energy from it was helpful for him to perfect the lightning stamp 9 heavens. This was a pleasant surprise. Before long, Qianzong had completely refined and absorbed the purple lightning python's blood. His body-tempering cultivation had another breakthrough. Late-stage 6th level chaotic heaven realm, in a flash, he rushed out of the shriveled purple lightning python's body and landed on the ground with a shocking sound. Tyrannical power surged within his body. Qianzong clenched his fists and a shocking explosion sounded as if it could shatter everything. Tyrannical, this feeling was very clear, very obvious, and very intoxicating. However, Qianzong did not lose himself in it and quickly sobered up. His cultivation base was only at the late-stage 6th level chaotic heaven realm. It was nothing to be proud of, and he could not be complacent. Continue, Qianzong set off again. He searched for a cultivation sacred ground suitable for comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth. He also searched for ancient desolate beasts, especially those that could control lightning energy. Time passed slowly. After a few days, Qianzong still did not find a sacred cultivation ground with rich mysteries. However, he did kill a few immemorial desolate beasts and used their blood essence to refine his body, causing his physique to become even more tyrannical. His body refinement cultivation had a significant increase. The limit of the 6th level chaotic heaven realm, he was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the late-stage chaotic heaven realm. As for the 9th step of the Thunder Stomp 9 levels, he was still unable to perfect it because the ancient desolate beasts he killed were not of the lightning attribute. If I refine another ancient desolate beast's blood essence, my body-tempering cultivation base will break through to the 7th level chaotic heaven realm, Qianzong thought to himself as his eyes shone brightly. Body-tempering power was different from qi cultivation power. No matter how powerful qi cultivation power was, it was hidden in the body and could not be sensed when it was not used. However, body-tempering power directly increased the body's strength and was always present. The feeling of possessing power and controlling power was naturally the best. Although the savage barren secret realm was formed by the primordial era's world fragment, it was still very vast. 400 people entered it, and with the pressure of 10 times the gravity, everyone's speed was greatly reduced. Therefore, in just a few days, everyone was still in the middle of the journey and had not reached the end. In addition to the ancient desolate beasts, there were also many treasures, such as spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. Moreover, they were all treasures that were useful for body tempering. However, most of the treasures were only useful for low-level body tempering. With Qianzong's current body tempering level, it was not easy to find treasures that were useful for body tempering. In the savage desolate secret realm, the sky was high. Endless primal chaos aura swept across like a gale. Strands after strands of primal chaos aura were like the waters of a great river, flowing endlessly and majestically. It was as if it had flowed from ancient times to the present, crossing countless space-time and eras. Under the primal chaos heavens, there was an endless barren land, vast and ancient. A giant beast covered in silver light was roaring at the sky. Layers of extremely terrifying sound waves rushed out from its mouth, wreaking havoc in the 9 heavens. The sound was earth-shattering and abnormally terrifying. It shattered the sky and blasted towards Qianzong. This was a lion with a pair of huge saber-like teeth in its mouth. Immemorial desolate beast, saber-toothed lightning lion, its body was extremely huge, exceeding 100 meters. The aura it emitted was extremely powerful, even more powerful than the large armored bull and purple lightning python from before. Strands of silver lightning wreaked havoc on its sturdy, steel-like body, releasing an extremely shocking power, as if it could destroy everything. Chen Zong's figure flashed, dodging the impact of the sound waves. With a slash of his sword, the sword beam tore through the void like a crescent moon, directly slashing at the saber-toothed lightning lion's body. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resounded, and countless sparks could be seen sputtering out. The saber-toothed lightning lion's body was actually so powerful. Chen Zong's terrifying slash, which could split a mountain, was unable to harm it at all. However, Chen Zong already knew about the strength of an immemorial desolate beast's body, so he was not surprised that his slash was unable to kill it. The purpose of his slash was to get closer to the saber-toothed lightning lion, before killing it. After all, his strongest sword technique was best suited for close-quarters combat. The saber-toothed lightning lion's strength was much more powerful than the purple lightning python, and the pressure it brought to Chen Zong was not small. Sharp claws swept across the sky as countless silver-colored lightning gathered and unleashed an incomparably terrifying might. It was as though a single claw could tear the sky apart. Hundreds of silver-colored lightning bolts tore through the sky and shot towards Chen Zong, seemingly transforming into a lightning cage that enveloped Chen Zong, causing him to be trapped and unable to escape. He could only face it head-on. Chen Zong's expression was solemn. The light in his eyes condensed like a real sword. Then, he struck out with his sword. The saber-toothed lightning lion's size was more than 100 times larger than Chen Zong's. That single sharp claw was huge even for Chen Zong. Just based on the difference in size, it could easily crush Chen Zong into smithereens. However, a battle never depended on size. If a large body could win, then what was the point of cultivating? The human race would have been wiped out long ago. After all, huge beasts were everywhere. His sword slashed through the air, instantly colliding with one of the huge claws. From the side, an incomparably shocking power burst forth, and with an extremely ingenious technique of exerting force, it instantly caused the claw to shift slightly. Chen Zong, on the other hand, borrowed the force of the recoil to increase his speed. In an instant, he rushed out from the gap between the giant claws. Countless bolts of lightning wreaked havoc, but they couldn't do anything to Chen Zong. On the contrary, they were split apart by Chen Zong's sword. High up in the air, the sword tore through the air like a falling star, bringing with it an extremely terrifying power. In just an instant, Chen Zong's sword had slashed the saber-toothed lightning lion's body over 100 times. However, every strike caused sparks to burst out from the saber-toothed lightning lion's body. It was very difficult to slash the same spot with over 100 strikes at the same time. This was because Chen Zong discovered that the saber-toothed lightning lion's muscles would constantly vibrate. The vibrations were very subtle, but they were also very fast. This affected his every strike, causing his accuracy to shift slightly. A primordial desolate beast was no trifling matter. It was not that easy to kill. However, Chen Zong was not discouraged at all. The saber-toothed lightning lion's strength was indeed very strong, and he was not weak either. Furthermore, as long as he killed it, he could use its blood to refine his body. This would definitely allow his body refinement cultivation to break through to the 7th level of the chaotic heaven realm. Furthermore, there was hope that he could use the power of lightning in its blood to perfect the 9th step of the lightning step 9 heavens. Slash, Chen Zong executed the infinite sword chain. Countless densely packed sword lights surrounded the saber-toothed lightning lion. Each sword light spread out like smoke, enveloping the surroundings. Countless sword lights crazily slashed the saber-toothed lightning lion's tyrannical body that seemed to be cast from iron, causing thousands of sparks to burst out. The saber-toothed lightning lion's body was humongous, and its strength was extremely tyrannical. Its speed was also very astonishing. Even so, it was still unable to dodge Chen Zong's attacks. The gravity here was 10 times that of the outside world. Every strike would consume a lot more energy. However, Chen Zong had refined his body and had reached the limit of the 6th level of the chaotic heaven realm. His tyrannical physique allowed Chen Zong to better adapt to the gravity here. In addition to his astonishing control over his own strength, the effects on him were not that great. The terrifying muscles on the saber-toothed lightning lion's body trembled unceasingly. Bolts of silver lightning blazed to the extreme, filled with incomparably terrifying destructive power. Not only did it block Qianzong's attack, it also counterattacked at the same time. Limitless, under the heart domain, Qianzong slashed out again. One sword turned into 10,000 swords, and the 10,000 swords became one sword. This was an extremely tyrannical sword move. Kill, this was the second strongest sword move that Qianzong had mastered so far. As for the strongest sword move, it was close to the extreme state and was not easy to use. However, with Qianzong's current strength, the infinite sword move was strong enough. Under the sword move, the saber-toothed lightning lion's layers of lightning were instantly torn apart. Its extremely tough skin was also instantly torn apart, and its terrifyingly tyrannical muscles were similarly pierced through. The extreme sword pierced through the saber-toothed lightning lion's body like a hot knife through butter, all the way to the sword hilt. An extremely terrifying power passed through the sword body like endless waves, rapidly rushing into the saber-toothed lightning lion's body and wantonly destroying it. The sword chi contained in the infinite sword move was extremely terrifying. It easily destroyed the purple lightning python's astonishing vitality. The saber-toothed lightning lion's strength was much greater than the purple lightning python's, and its vitality was also more tenacious. However, it was also unable to withstand the power of the sword move. However, the saber-toothed lightning lion's counterattack was even more frenzied. Saber fangs, claws, and tail crazily bombarded in all directions. For a moment, Qianzong could only retreat. Everything within a radius of 10,000 meters was destroyed. Be it the ground, sand, rocks, or trees, they were all pulverized into powder. It was extremely terrifying. Avoid the sharp edge, Qianzong acutely sensed that the saber-toothed lightning lion's vitality was rapidly depleting. After a few seconds, the saber-toothed lightning lion's counterattack became weaker and weaker. Qianzong attacked a second time, piercing through the saber-toothed lightning lion's forehead infinitely, ending the saber-toothed lightning lion's life. Without any hesitation, Qianzong immediately slashed open the saber-toothed lightning lion's body. With a flash, he entered and circulated the non-quenching jade technique with all his might. Once he circulated the cultivation technique, Qianzong felt that the saber-toothed lightning lion's blood contained power that was several times stronger than the purple lightning python's. Primordial desolate beasts did not have so-called beast cores. Their strength lay in their bodies, and their blood contained at least 30% of their strength. Refine, absorb, Qianzong constantly repeated this process. He was very familiar with the process. The chaos heavenly force was constantly accumulating, waiting to erupt. At the same time, the lightning power contained in the blood was constantly pouring into Qianzong's body, constantly accumulating. Everything was changing. In an instant, when the chaos heavenly force was accumulated to the extreme, it suddenly erupted. Like a flood breaking through a dam, it broke through the shackles in an instant. An extremely tyrannical aura burst out from his body, passing through the saber-toothed lightning lion's body and soaring into the sky. It was tyrannical, and there were traces of blazing aura that spread out, as if there were terrifying flames burning in the void. His body-tempering cultivation was at the early stage of the 7th level Chaos Heaven realm. Not only that, Qianzong's non-quenching jade technique also ushered in a breakthrough, from minor accomplishment to great accomplishment. Body-tempering cultivation techniques were divided into entry, minor accomplishment, great accomplishment, and perfection. Each level was difficult to advance, and the further one went, the more difficult it was. After Qianzong reached minor accomplishment, he had been stagnant for a long time. Other than the fact that he did not spend a lot of time and energy cultivating, it was also because he lacked the environment and resources. Now, in the unique environment of the Savage Baron secret area, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. The non-quenching jade technique that had reached great accomplishment could not increase Qianzong's cultivation, but it would make Qianzong's chaos heavenly force purer and more tyrannical, indirectly increasing his body-tempering strength. The power of the saber-toothed lightning lion's blood had not been completely consumed, and there was still some left. If he continued to refine and absorb it, although it was not enough to increase his cultivation, it could further strengthen his foundation. Moreover, the power of lightning could be absorbed continuously. Qianzong felt that he was not far from perfecting the 9th step of the Thunder Stomp 9 Heavens. He was very, very close, and very close. When the last wisp of lightning power was absorbed into his body, Qinzong's body was suddenly drowned in endless lightning. The lightning was extremely bright, and even his hair was completely covered, as if it had replaced his hair. Lightning, from head to toe, there was lightning everywhere, releasing a shocking aura fluctuation. Immediately after, Qinzong did not move, but he had already transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew out from the saber-toothed lightning lion's body. His speed was several times faster than the 8th step of the thunder steps of the 9 heavens. The 9th step of the thunder stomp 9 heavens, was finally completed. This way, Qinzong's speed could be much faster. Moreover, his body-tempering cultivation had broken through to early stage 7th heaven, and Qinzong's physique had become even more tyrannical. He could withstand the burden of the 9th step of the thunder stomp 9 heavens. The thunder stomp 9 heavens was a self-created footwork secret technique that placed great emphasis on the strength of one's physique. If one's physique was not strong enough, they would only be destroyed under the burden. However, if one's physique was strong enough, they could use it at will. According to the original intention, the 9th step of the thunder stomp 9 heavens was not the final step. There were even higher steps above it, and it could be considered the 10th step. It could also be considered a metamorphosis. Qinzong thought to himself. The current thunder stomp 9 heavens was equivalent to a 9th grade secret technique, but Qinzong had the ambition to improve it further and become a 10th grade secret technique, which was a secondary superpower. Of course, the idea was good, but it was very difficult to realize. A secondary superpower was very advanced, and it was not that easy. Even many half-step great saints did not dare to say that they had created a secondary superpower. The violent lightning and blazing silver light carried along a terrifying force that could obliterate the heavens and the earth as it struck down, and it seemed to want to shatter and destroy everything beneath it. Qinzong didn't dodge, and his figure stood ramrod straight as he welcomed the bolt of lightning. Because the aura of this bolt of lightning was closely related to him. It struck down, the extremely violent silver lightning instantly poured into Qinzong from the top of his head, causing Qinzong's figure to tremble. Countless silver arcs of lightning suffused his entire body and wandered about wantonly, and even the ends of his hair flickered with shocking silver bolts of lightning. His eyes were even filled with boundless silver arcs of lightning that shot out explosively to shatter everything, and the air was suffused with traces of burning. The silver lightning completely poured into Qinzong from the top of his head, and the silver arcs of lightning were restrained along with it. The silver arcs of lightning within Qinzong's eyes dispersed along with this, and his eyes seemed to have become even deeper. He never imagined that after he perfected the 9th step of the thunder stamp Dao Insight, the lightning Dao Insight, would transform and advance into the high-grade heavenly lightning Dao Insight. At the same time, the might of the heavenly lightning Dao Insight surpassed the lightning Dao Insight greatly. If Qinzong executed the thunder stamp Dao Insight again, his speed would be even swifter, and the might of the 9 heavens lightning sword technique would be even stronger. If I absorb and grasp the energy of wind and fire, perhaps it would allow my earthly fire Dao Insight and hurricane Dao Insight to transform into high-grade Dao Insights. Qinzong thought to himself, and his eyes flickered with an extremely sharp light. Since the lightning Dao Insight could transform into the heavenly lightning Dao Insight, then the earthly fire Dao Insight and hurricane Dao Insight could transform into high-grade Dao Insights. The successful transformation of the lightning Dao Insight caused Qinzong's thoughts to become lively, and the earthly fire Dao Insight and hurricane Dao Insight had hope of transforming. Of course, the hard sword Dao Insight was a top-grade Dao Insight, and theoretically, it was already the peak of Dao Insights and was difficult to advance. But Qinzong faintly knew that there was a legendary level above top-grade Dao Insights, and it was supreme. Supreme, it meant the limit, the end point, no one could surpass it. But this realm was like a legend. Even the supreme expert of the great saint realm who spent a great deal of effort and time to create the 3 tribulations sharpening secret technique didn't dare to be sure whether the Dao Insight of a supreme realm existed. Everything was just a guess and inference. Because even he himself had not reached that level. The 3 tribulations sharpening secret technique allowed his sword intent to reach the peak level. However, he was not sure if it could reach the supreme level. Qinzong was the first person to receive the inheritance of the Great Saint Realm Sword principle after it was created. No one else had cultivated it before him. As for high-grade Dao Insights, there was hope for them to transform into top-grade Dao insights within the Savage Baron's secret realm. However, it was extremely difficult. Body refinement early. Stage 7th level Chaotic Heaven Realm, the 9th step of Thunder Steps 9 Heavens, high-grade Heavenly Thunder Dao Insight. It had only been a few days since Zhenzong had entered the Savage Baron's secret realm, but he had already improved a lot in all aspects. This Savage Baron's secret realm was indeed worthy of being called a treasure ground. He really didn't know how much he would gain in a month's time. Without hesitation, Zhenzong used his movement technique again. The 8th step of the Thunder Steps of the 9 Heavens was much faster than before. The reason why he didn't use the 9th step was because it would consume a lot of energy. The landscape of the Savage Baron's secret realm originated from the immemorial era. To be precise, the so-called Savage Baron's secret realm was actually a broken corner of the immemorial era. After countless years, it had continuously absorbed the power of the void of the universe and finally evolved. The core of the Savage Baron's secret realm was the immemorial era's fragment. The fragment wasn't just one piece. It was formed by many pieces. They weren't necessarily directly connected, and no one knew where they were located. Zhenzong was looking for it. The original immemorial era's fragment contained the mysteries of heaven and earth more clearly than the other places in the Savage Baron's secret realm. Comprehending it would be twice the result with half the effort. Zhenzong was looking for it. Killing immemorial desolate beasts to refine his body was just a side benefit. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. Zhenzong's eyes slightly narrowed as he glanced at a figure not far away. The figure's eyes were closed, and he was sitting cross-legged. He was as steady as Mount Tai, and his body was surrounded by traces of light. It was like flowing water that contained a shocking Dao rhythm. Even from a distance, Zhenzong could feel the aura. It was very pure and clear. It was the aura that belonged to the mysteries of heaven and earth. The immemorial era's fragment. Zhenzong couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. His eyes shot out an extremely intense light. This immemorial era's fragment was the sacred ground that he was looking for to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, he was too slow. Someone else had found it first. Zhenzong didn't make a move because the God-profound military lord had said that the immemorial era's fragment was very special. If someone entered to comprehend it, they would be protected. The concept of protection was actually bestowed by cultivators. The basic principle was that once someone entered, it would awaken the power within and surround the area, preventing others from entering. It was equivalent to protecting the person who had already entered and would not be disturbed in any way. In addition, the power inside the immemorial era's fragment wasn't endless. Once someone entered to comprehend it, it would constantly be consumed. After a period of time, it would be used up and would no longer be able to comprehend it. It could only be accumulated over a long period of time until it was found the next time the secret realm opened. According to the God-profound military lord, an ordinary immemorial era's fragment could allow someone to comprehend it for 1 to 3 days. However, if it was an immemorial era's fragment that hadn't been found even after the secret realm opened several times in a row, the power inside would be even denser. Zhenzong paused for a moment and carefully sensed the power fluctuations of the immemorial era's fragment. It was surrounded by flowing lights and seemed to have an amazing power. Retracting his gaze, Zhenzong used his movement technique again and quickly left. Someone had already found an immemorial era's fragment and started to comprehend it. He had to make good use of his time. He didn't want to wait until the wild secret realm closed without finding an immemorial era's fragment to comprehend. Of course, finding an immemorial era's fragment depended on luck and opportunity. It wasn't something that could be found easily. Therefore, while Zhenzong was searching, he didn't give up on killing immemorial era's desolate beasts and using their essence blood to refine his body. Even if his luck was bad and he couldn't find an immemorial era's fragment, he could at least use the essence blood of immemorial era's desolate beasts to greatly increase his body refinement level. Even though he usually only used the strength of the Qi refining realm in his battles, if his refined body became stronger, he would have a higher chance of survival. Furthermore, the spiritual martial power that was cultivated from the little supernatural power of the supreme spiritual martial technique was also closely related to the strength of the Qi refining realm and the refined body. The stronger it was, the stronger it would be. Zhenzong released his divine sense. Over the years, he had been constantly cultivating the spirit control technique, and his cultivation level had been constantly improving. His divine sense had already broken through the limit of the Saint realm and could cover an astonishing range of more than 10,000 meters. However, in this place, it was compressed 10 times and could only cover an area of more than 1,000 meters. In fact, even if it covered an area of more than 10,000 meters, it wouldn't be able to cover as far as the eyes under normal circumstances. The use of divine sense should be in some special places. For example, places where one's line of sight was blocked, or rocks, plants, fog, illusions, and so on. The eyes could see things directly, but it was also the easiest to be deceived, unless one cultivated a special eye technique. On the other hand, divine sense was even harder to be deceived and could observe everything in all directions. It was more detailed and subtle. For example, the eyes could see in front and the corners of the eyes could see to the left and right, but not behind. However, divine sense could. Divine sense and eyes each had their own advantages and complemented each other, which was the best. Qianzong's spirit control technique was constantly in operation and had long become a habit. While it was in operation, it would also constantly replenish the consumption of his divine sense, keeping it in a state of balance between consumption and recovery. His eyes swept across, looking for any abnormalities, and his divine sense spread out, perceiving and distinguishing more carefully. Everything in the savage barren secret realm was very big. The rocks were huge, the trees were huge, and even the grass was a few meters long. It was also very tough, and in the hands of a Foundation realm cultivator, it could be used as a sharp blade. Even a transcendent cultivator could use it, and it was not inferior to a spirit artifact. Suddenly, Qianzong's divine sense felt an unusual fluctuation when he passed by a grassland. He quickly stopped and sensed it more carefully. Fluctuation, aura. Immediately, Qianzong's face showed a touch of joy. An ancient fragment. After 3 days, he had finally found an ancient fragment. Moreover, no one else had discovered it, so no one would compete with him for it. Without the slightest hesitation, Qianzong swiftly charged down and directly entered the primeval fragment. Suddenly, the ancient fragment was like a giant beast that had been awakened from its slumber. Rays of light of various colors instantly filled the air and spread out at an astonishing speed, covering a radius of more than 10 meters. The flowing light was overflowing with colors and was extremely dazzling. Qianzong was in the middle of it. When the flowing light appeared, Qianzong immediately heard a buzzing sound in his ears. The buzzing sound was very dense, like a swarm of bees flying, but it was not harsh. On the contrary, it was pleasing to the ear, like a beautiful musical note. At the same time, the sky and earth became clearer, as if layers of skin were being peeled off, allowing Qianzong to more clearly feel the mysteries contained within. His eyes were fixed, flowing with light. The fiery red light emitted a shockingly hot fluctuation. It was the Tao inside of fire. It did not belong to any Tao inside of fire, but it was the entire Tao inside of fire. It was like the basic Tao inside of fire, but it was more advanced. No matter what kind of Tao inside of fire, the cultivator could comprehend it and improve his own Tao inside of fire. The blue light was the Tao inside of water, like the general principle. There was also the metal Tao insight, earth Tao insight, wood Tao insight, wind Tao insight, lightning Tao insight, light Tao insight, darkness Tao insight, and so on and so forth, causing Qianzong to be able to comprehend them even more clearly. According to the military master of Xianxia, the mysteries of heaven and earth contained in different ancient fragments were not necessarily the same. In the ancient fragment that Qianzong had found, there were more than a dozen Tao insights, but the clearest one was the Tao insight of fire, followed by the Tao insight of metal and wind. The others were even weaker. If he wanted to comprehend them, he would naturally choose the densest Tao insight to comprehend. Only then would he be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. The primordial fragment contained boundless mysteries. The fire-type Taoist rhyme was extremely dense. The crimson stream of light kept flowing and its radiance completely overshadowed the other Taoist rhymes. It was like the bright moon in the sky and the stars were dim. Qianzong gave up on everything else and concentrated on the crimson red flowing light as he comprehended the fire Tao insight with all his might. Perhaps he would be able to comprehend and grasp even more Tao insights if he was distracted, but what was the use of that? The towering Heaven Sword King had only comprehended a single Tao insight in his entire life, the towering Heaven Sword intent. He had raised his Tao insight to the peak and became one of the top experts among his peers. With a sword in his hand, there were very few who could contend against him. This was concentration. When he concentrated on a single Tao insight, he would be able to ceaselessly unearth the potential and might of that Tao insight, and he would be able to bring forth it vividly. If one comprehended more Tao insights, they would be able to divert their attention to comprehend more Tao insights. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to comprehend. As for Tao insights, their might would only be stronger if they were advanced to the high grade or top grade, or they would fuse together. However, regardless of whether it was upgrading or fusing, the difficulty was extremely high. He'd grasped 4 Tao insights now, so there was no need for him to grasp any other Tao insights. After all, he'd merely fused the Earthly Fire Tao insight and Hurricane Tao insight, and the Heavenly Lightning Tao insight hadn't been fused into it. Even though its might wasn't weak, it was obviously inferior when compared to the Heart Sword Tao insight. Unless he improved the Earthly Fire Tao insight and Hurricane Tao insight to the advanced grade, then the might of their fusion would surely surpass the top-grade Heart Sword Tao insight. Now, Qianzong had decided to rely on the strength of the primeval fragment to transform the Earthfire Tao insight into a high-grade Tao insight. Comprehending wholeheartedly without worrying about the outside world, because the power of the immemorial fragment would protect him from being disturbed. Even if a half-step great saint expert were to attack him, he would not be affected. Moreover, the strength of a half-step great saint expert was too tyrannical, and it would be difficult for him to enter the savage baron's secret realm unless he sealed his cultivation. That scarlet-red flowing light would occasionally condense into a thread as it flew past. Its shocking might seemed to be able to cut through the void, and nothing could stop it. At other times, it would become vigorous and majestic, like a surging river that flowed through the ancient times and crossed through endless time and space. Qianzong's mind was completely focused on the crimson flowing light. The other Taoist rhyme auras quickly quieted down and disappeared. He could no longer sense them. Fire, 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 it was as if crimson flames could be seen everywhere in his eyes. The fiery light filled the air, illuminating all directions and dyeing the world. Flames, flames, this was the sky of fire, the earth of fire. When he opened his eyes, he could see a dazzling red light shining in all directions. This was a world of fire. The sky was fiery red, as if endless flames had condensed into clouds, burning fiercely. The red light covered the sky and covered the earth, dyeing this part of the world, as if it was draped in a layer of red clothes. The mountain was red, as if it had been burned red by a raging fire. It wantonly emitted an astonishing amount of heat, and its surface seemed to be covered by a layer of faint flames, burning wantonly. The trees also seemed to be condensed from flames. The leaves were dense and looked like burning flames. The stones, sand, and dust were all flames. Even the flowing river was filled with flames. A world of fire, a world of fire. Qianzong felt as if he was in the middle of it, feeling the omnipresent aura of fire. Blazing, berserk, burn. At first glance, this seemed to be a very ordinary world of fire, but when Qianzong sensed it carefully, he found that the mysteries contained in the different places were completely different. The sky was endless, with an indescribable majesty, as if it was judging the world with flames. It was the heavenly fire. The mountain was vigorous, heavy, blazing, and berserk. The grass and trees were burning and swaying, burning endlessly. The long river was surging endlessly, endless. The earth was steady and motionless, unchanging since time immemorial. But no matter what, it could not be separated from the aura of fire and the mysteries of fire. Fire, 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 here, everything was fire. Qianzong was completely immersed in it, appreciating the different mysteries. Even if the flames were different, they had something in common. Burning, blazing, and berserk, these were the characteristics of all flames, but some were more focused, or contained more other characteristics, making them unique. After carefully sensing it, Qianzong chose one of them as his main direction of comprehension. In the sky, the flames that seemed to have condensed into a layer of clouds seemed to be motionless, yet they contained the most terrifying might. Not only did it possess a shocking high temperature capable of burning and melting everything, It even contained a hidden berserk and blazing aura capable of destroying everything. Moreover, it possessed its own uniqueness, as if it was high above the heavens and carried an indescribable majesty of its own. Heavenly Fire. Qinzong's current Fire Dao Insight was the intermediate grade Earth Fire Dao Insight, whereas, the Lightning Dao Insight from before had transformed into the Heavenly Lightning Dao Insight, and its might was shocking, and Qinzong was clearly aware of it. Heavenly Fire Dao Insight, he was determined to obtain it, he comprehended it with all his might. Heavenly Fire seemed to contain the majesty of the Heaven Dao, and in this aspect, it was similar to the Heavenly Lightning Dao Insight. The reason Qinzong chose to comprehend the Heavenly Fire Dao Insight was also because of another reason. It was a different approach to achieve the same result. Perhaps, he could use this as a point of convergence to allow the two Dao Insights to fuse together even better and increase their might greatly. If he grasped the Heavenly Lightning Dao Insight, Heavenly Fire Dao Insight, and Heavenly Wind Dao Insight one day and successfully fused these three Dao Insights together, then to what extent would its might attain? It was simply unimaginable, and its might would absolutely surpass the Heart Sword Dao Insight by a great deal. Of course, fusing two Dao Insights was already extremely difficult, and the difficulty of fusing three Dao Insights was even more unimaginable. Many formidable half-step Great Saint Realm experts were only able to fuse two Dao Insights, and only those experienced and extremely top half-step Great Saint Realm experts had a chance of fusing three Dao Insights. As for fusing four Dao Insights, it seemed to be only a legend. No matter what, no matter how difficult and dangerous the path ahead was, it was unable to obstruct Qinzong's footsteps. He pressed forward courageously and was invincible with his sword. Qinzong had already comprehended the Earthfire Dao Insight to the 9th cycle since long ago, and it was the limit, and above it was the limit. But the Earthfire Dao Insight was merely an intermediate grade Dao Insight, and there were still advanced grade and peak grade Dao Insights above it. Increasing the might of a Dao Insight wasn't just increasing its level, but its quality as well. However, its quality was even more difficult to increase than its level. The Heavenly Fire was vast and dignified, and it seemed to carry traces of the will of the Heaven Dao that overlooked the mortal world, judged all the sins in the world, and purified all the filth in the world. Time passed by, and Qinzong's entire body was surrounded by a crimson-red light. The light flowed faster and faster, and it surrounded Qinzong's entire body. Gradually, it seemed to weave and wrap Qinzong's entire body up. His body seemed to be burned by raging flames, and it was about to turn into ashes, yet it wouldn't. It was like a body forged by raging flames. In this way, Qinzong ceaselessly comprehended the Heavenly Fire Dao Insight, causing his Earthfire Dao Insight to improve bit by bit and undergo changes bit by bit. Heavenly Fire, to a certain extent, it could be considered the incarnation of the Heaven Dao Fire, or it could be said that it contained a trace of the Heaven Dao Fire's might. Although it was far inferior to the Heaven Dao Fire, it was similar to a certain extent. In this world of fire, the Heavenly Fire was the highest level and the most difficult to comprehend, yet Qinzong just happened to choose the Heavenly Fire that was the most difficult to comprehend. In this world of fire, there were many advanced Fire Dao Insights, but the Heavenly Fire Dao Insight was the most difficult to comprehend. Dao Insights of the same level also had some differences in their levels. The Heavenly Fire Dao Insight belonged to the highest level among the advanced Fire Dao Insights. The Heavenly Thunder Dao Insight also belonged to the highest level among the advanced Thunder Dao Insights. Ling Tian, don't think that I'm afraid of you. The middle-aged man who was surrounded by a green gale glared at Ling Tian furiously. His eyes seemed to contain traces of green gale that were filled with anger. The aura of the late 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage was extremely shocking. It was as though it could sweep through heaven and earth and destroy everything in its path. This person had the highest cultivation base among the 400 people who had entered the wild secret zone. There were only 2 people with the highest cultivation base among those who had entered the secret zone this time. The High Heaven Sword King's expression was cold and solemn, and his eyes were as cold as the tip of a sword. An extremely sharp light shot out from the depths of his eyes, piercing through the sky and pressing towards the middle-aged man. The shocking sharp aura seemed to be able to cut the void and the middle-aged man's body apart. Scram! The High Heaven Sword King only spat out one word softly. That word carried an extremely terrifying power and sharpness that seemed to be able to pierce through everything in the world. That single word was filled with a shocking formless sword chi, as if it was above everything, looking down on all living things. Immediately, the other party's expression changed greatly. Ling Tian, I was the one who found this primordial fragment first. The middle-aged man who was surrounded by green gale said angrily. The High Heaven Sword King did not speak again. His eyes instantly became sharper as he unsheathed his sword. The sword light was extremely sharp and dazzling. It tore through the sky and turned into a terrifying sword light that seemed to be able to split the sky. It mercilessly shot towards the middle-aged man. How dare you? The middle-aged man who was surrounded by green gale was terrified. Although his cultivation base was higher than the High Heaven Sword King's and he was also a supreme genius, there was still a gap between him and the High Heaven Sword King. Of course, he didn't think that the gap between them was too big. That was why he dared to challenge the High Heaven Sword King for the primordial fragment. He didn't expect the High Heaven Sword King to be so decisive, directly slashing out with his sword. Moreover, the sword light was extremely terrifying. Even before the sword light arrived, it felt as though it was about to split him apart. Erupt, the green gale circled around and became incomparably violent. It instantly condensed and blasted forward. A destructive power surged out as if it wanted to shatter the sword light. Unexpectedly, the sword light was extremely sharp and incomparably condensed. It cut through the violent green gale like it was splitting bamboo and mercilessly attacked the other party. Unable to resist, the middle-aged man could only retreat. In an instant, the middle-aged man transformed into a gale that swept towards the distance. He already knew that the High Heaven Sword King's strength wasn't just a little stronger than his, but a lot stronger. If he continued to fight, he would only be injured and wouldn't be able to obtain the primordial fragment. Since that was the case, he might as well retreat and look for other primordial fragments. The flames were majestic, as if a trace of the will of the heavenly Tao filled the air. It soared into the sky as if it could shatter the heavens and shake the ages. Shenzong was bathed in the raging flames that burned everything. Tao intent. Heavenly fire. The cultivation of the primordial fragment allowed Shenzong's earthly fire Tao intent to successfully transform into the heavenly fire Tao intent. Other than the primordial fragment's amazing profundity and power, it was also closely related to Shenzong's superb comprehension ability. If it were other geniuses, they might not be able to do it. After all, their comprehension ability was more or less inferior to Shenzong's. The heavenly fire Tao intense transformation was completed and consolidated. The power of the primordial fragment was completely exhausted. Shenzong's figure flashed and soared into the sky. He turned into a bolt of lightning and flew forward at an astonishing speed. Savage Secret Area, Savage Mountain. The mountain was thousands of feet tall and winding, but it was completely barren. It was as if not even a blade of grass grew. In an instant, multicolored light shone down from the sky. It was as if enormous wings were covering the sky. The multicolored light was extremely dazzling as it circulated through the sky. The colorful rays of light spread from all directions like giant wings. They gathered at the tip and turned into the most dazzling golden light. The golden light spread and dazzled people. The dazzling golden light fell on the peak of the mountain. A small tree that seemed to be made of gold broke out of the ground and kept absorbing the golden light. It grew taller inch by inch until it was 9 meters tall and had 9 bare branches that were similarly dazzling with golden light. A large amount of golden light poured into it like a whale sucking in water. The golden light gathered at the tip of the 9 branches and shone brightly. It was as if 9 small suns were gradually gathering at the tip of the 9 branches. Not only did it release an extremely dazzling light, but it also emitted an extremely shocking aura. Roar! Roar, roar! In an instant, countless loud roars sounded from all around the mountain. Every roar was extremely shocking, as if it could shatter the mountain and break the heavens and earth. They were filled with boundless ferocious power. Dong! Dong! An extremely shocking rumble sounded out as the ground seemed to have turned into a huge drum that was constantly being hammered. A huge figure that was over 100 meters tall could be seen walking over step by step from the distance. From the looks of it, the speed of the enormous brown figure was not fast. However, due to its enormous size, every step it took was extremely far. Every step it took was accompanied by the release of a heavy and violent force, causing the ground to shake incessantly, leaving behind numerous enormous footprints. The surroundings of the footprints were filled with lightning-like cracks. This was a huge brown bear, a brown bear with a body as big as a mountain. Its incomparably thick body was the epitome of strength and ferocity. Immemorial desolate beast, mountain-shaking bear. The mountain-shaking bear's enormous eyes glowed with red light as he stared at the peak of the mountain. He stared at the 9 strands of golden light that were gradually condensing. He became extremely excited as he roared repeatedly. It was as if the 9 golden lights that were condensing at the top of the mountain had a great attraction to it. Boom! Boom, boom. Another shocking sound was heard as the ground shook incessantly. This caused the mountain-shaking bear to glare angrily as its huge eyes constricted slightly. On the other side, a huge golden ape that was over 100 meters tall was charging over. The huge ape's body looked extremely strong, but it was different from the mountain-shaking bear's strength. The mountain-shaking bear's strength was as strong as a mountain. It was a strength that appeared bloated, but the golden ape's strength was a type of strength that was condensed from muscles, as if it was cast from steel. Every protruding muscle on the golden ape's body was like a sculpture. It was not burdened at all and was presented in its most perfect state. It contained an extremely terrifying power, as if it would explode upon activation, destroying everything. The golden ape's eyes were filled with a fragmented golden color. It was cold and emotionless, but deep in its eyes, there was a trace of violent ferocity. Especially its arms, they were thick and long, as if they contained power that could shatter the heavens and earth. In essence, immemorial desolate beasts were not to be trifled with. They were warlike and bloodthirsty, making them extremely terrifying. Immemorial desolate beast, sky-breaking golden ape, be it the mountain-shaking bear or the sky-breaking golden ape, they were both top immemorial desolate beasts in the savage desolate secret realm. At this moment, they were both attracted by the golden light that was condensing at the top of the mountain. It was extremely beneficial to them. Once they consumed it, they would be able to improve further, or even break through their limits, allowing their bloodline to revert to their ancestors. The savage desolate secret realm originated from the immemorial world. But in essence, it was just an amalgamation of fragments of the immemorial world. Compared to the real immemorial world, there was still a huge difference. With such a difference, the desolate beasts that were born in the savage desolate secret realm were also affected. Their bloodlines were not as pure and could not be compared to the desolate beasts of the real immemorial world. However, if they could consume one of the golden lights, there was a high chance that their bloodline would revert to their ancestors, allowing them to become the true top existence in the savage desolate secret realm. That was a level that only very few could reach. High up in the sky, a huge figure was rapidly approaching. The figure was green in color and its wingspan was more than 100 meters. Every feather seemed to be made of green divine gold, emitting an unparalleled green glow. This was a huge green eagle. As its wings trembled, it seemed to bring about thousands of astral wind turbulence. It could easily crush mountains. Its speed was shocking as it streaked across the void like a huge knife. The moment the figure appeared, an extremely sharp cry resounded across the world. Immemorial desolate beast, green sky eagle, more and more immemorial desolate beasts rushed over from all directions. Every desolate beast was huge in size and the aura that emanated from their bodies was extremely shocking. It was shocking. Their goal was the 9 golden lights at the top of the mountain. That was a treasure that could allow them to become even stronger. The world of desolate beasts was simpler and more direct than the world of cultivators. Strength was everything. Whoever was strong would be respected. There were no thoughts or schemes. 10 beasts, 20 beasts, 30 beasts, more and more immemorial desolate beasts gathered. Soon, there were more than 100 immemorial desolate beasts gathered. Every immemorial desolate beast emanated an extremely terrifying aura that suppressed all directions. These were the top immemorial desolate beasts. Every single one of them was extremely powerful. An ordinary peak 9th level Saint Realm expert would not be able to resist and would be easily killed. Hundreds of immemorial desolate beasts gathered together. Terrifying auras emanated from every desolate beast's huge body and swept out. They constantly collided with each other and turned into terrifying cyclones that swept out. It was as if they could destroy everything in all directions. Within a radius of tens of thousands of meters, everything was shrouded by the extremely terrifying aura. The weaker immemorial desolate beasts did not dare to get close. They could also feel the strong attraction of the golden lights at the top of the mountain. It was an attraction that originated from the depths of their bloodline. However, there were more than 100 desolate beasts that had gathered around Barbaric Mountain. Every single one of them was extremely powerful and terrifying. Once they got close, they would only be attacked by them and would be torn apart in an instant. In desperation, the weaker desolate beasts could only wander around outside. Roar. An extremely terrifying roar resounded through the sky. Immediately, it caused all the desolate beasts to tremble slightly, especially those weaker desolate beasts. It was as if they had met their natural enemy. Their bodies trembled, and they prostrated themselves on the ground as they trembled, as if they were waiting for death to descend upon them. A huge figure appeared in the sky and covered the sky. A huge shadow shrouded all directions. The figure was shockingly huge, with a wingspan of more than 200 meters. The extremely terrifying aura was vast and boundless, as if it came from the abyss. It made people feel like they would fall into eternal darkness. Dragon, it was a huge double-winged black dragon. The huge double-winged black dragon's body was covered in a layer of black light. The light flowed like water ripples, but it also looked like a burning black flame. The dragon's head was triangular and looked extremely ferocious. Its eyes were gold and silver. They were broken and slowly rotated, releasing endless majesty. A long tail that looked like it was made of black bones swung in the air, tearing the void apart and leaving terrifying scars. Immemorial desolate beast, great firmament black demonic dragon. With the appearance of the great firmament black demonic dragon, a terrifying aura swept through the heavens and earth, as if it was suppressing the aura of the other desolate beasts. This was the strongest immemorial desolate beast in the savage barren secret realm. It was even more terrifying than the 100-strong immemorial desolate beasts from before. Roar, a vigorous and overbearing voice sounded from another direction. Immediately after, a figure that was over 200 meters tall leaped over. The moment his 4 limbs landed on the ground, the entire ground trembled violently. With such an astonishing momentum, the force of his landing was definitely extremely tyrannical. However, the ground was completely undamaged, displaying an unparalleled control of power. It was a huge tiger. The huge tiger was extremely strong and its body was snow white. It was so white that it was flawless. It seemed to emit a white light that shone in all directions, as if it could purify everything in its surroundings. The huge tiger's eyes were also emitting a layer of white light. Immemorial desolate beast, radiant white divine tiger. This was a powerful existence that was similar to the great firmament black demonic dragon as one of the strongest desolate beasts. The great firmament black demonic dragon and the radiant white divine tiger were the strongest immemorial desolate beasts in the savage barren secret realm. Other than that, there was nothing else. The other desolate beasts could not be compared to them. The great firmament black demonic dragon controlled the power of darkness, while the radiant white divine tiger controlled the power of light. Darkness and light had always been at odds with each other. This caused the great firmament black demonic dragon and the radiant white divine tiger to be at odds with each other. The two of them each occupied half of the savage barren secret realm. If it was not for the strange phenomenon in Savage Mountain, they would not have appeared here. But now, there was a strange phenomenon in Savage Mountain. There was a golden light that was condensing into a mutant fruit. Whoever obtained it would be able to transcend faster and be above the rest, truly ruling the savage barren secret realm. The great firmament black demonic dragon and the radiant white divine tiger were determined to obtain the mutant fruit that was about to condense. As for the other desolate beasts, they were like their subordinates to a certain extent. With the appearance of the great firmament black demonic dragon and the radiant white divine tiger, they had automatically separated into different camps. With Savage Mountain as the center, they were at odds with each other. A terrifying aura was constantly released from the desolate beasts. Under the impact, it turned into countless cyclones and hurricanes that wreaked havoc, destroying everything. Senior Brother Six Paths' public account is now being taken over by Senior Sister Six Paths. Because Six Paths has no time to spare, he has to pair it up with both men and women. Today, Senior Sister Six Paths is figuring out how to do it. She will share it with all of you soon. What terrifying wild beasts! Tens of thousands of meters away, Chenzong stared at the great azure black demonic dragon and radiant white saint tiger in shock. Even from tens of thousands of meters away, he could still feel their auras. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. Chenzong remembered the information that the great azure black demonic dragon and radiant white saint tiger had said. They were extremely powerful and were above the saint realm. They were comparable to half-step great saint experts. Half-step great saint experts from the outside world could not enter here. Therefore, the great azure black demonic dragon and radiant white saint tiger were invincible. Ignoring the two hegemons, the great firmament black demonic dragon and the radiant white divine tiger, just the 100 primordial desolate beasts, such as the mountain-shaking giant bear, the sky-breaking golden ape and others, made him feel immense pressure. They were extremely terrifying. They were not desolate beasts like the purple lightning python or the saber-toothed lightning lion that he had killed previously. What is that? Chenzong's pupils constricted to the size of needles. His vision became extremely clear as he stared at the top of the savage mountain through the sky. He stared at the 9 beams of golden light that were absorbing the power of the sky and gradually solidifying. If he was not wrong, so many powerful wild beasts and even the 2 overlords had gathered here for the 9 rays of golden light. It seemed to be very attractive to them. If it was attractive to wild beasts, then what about cultivators? Chenzong could not help but wonder. This was the barbaric secret territory. The environment was unique. Not only could he comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth more clearly, but it was also very beneficial for body-refining Tao. Then, what was forming in the golden light? Was it some kind of supreme treasure? For a moment, Chenzong was excited. Even if there were 100 tyrannical wild beasts, Chenzong was not afraid. He was only wary of the 2 overlords, the great azure black demonic dragon and the Mingguang white saint tiger. After all, they had the strength of a half-step great sage. What is that thing? The High Heaven Sword King's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he stared at the golden light on the top of the mountain. However, seeing so many powerful wild beasts appear, he was certain that the golden object was definitely a treasure. Perhaps it would be useful to him as well. Inside the savage barren secret territory, there were many opportunities. It was also a sacred place for body refinement. Even if a cultivator who did not have a body refinement skill was here, he could still strengthen his physique. There were only benefits to having a strong physique. For example, one's defense would be stronger, their vitality would be stronger, their survivability would be stronger, and so on. Chenzong and the Heaven Almighty Sword King were not the only ones who were attracted. Many other experts were also attracted to the 9 golden lights that were constantly condensing. After all, the commotion here was extremely great, and it could be heard and sensed from hundreds of kilometers away. Moreover, the objective of everyone entering here was to seek opportunities that could allow them to advance further. Naturally, they wouldn't miss such an opportunity. The multicolored light filled the sky and turned into golden light that poured into the 9-meter-tall golden tree. It was then absorbed by the 9 golden lights and condensed. Gradually, the outline of a fruit could be vaguely seen in the 9 golden lights. Tens of thousands of meters away, Chenzong's eyes were extremely focused. His pupils contracted to the size of needles, and they were extremely sharp. His vision was also raised to the extreme. That is, Chenzong's eyes immediately widened when he saw the appearance of the fruit within the golden light. In an instant, ripples spread out like water. Soon after, they gathered together again and focused even more clearly. The fruit in the golden light was about the size of a fist. It was in the shape of a golden doll. The doll exuded an aura that would never change or decay. Holy golden body fruit. Chenzong murmured as if he was in a dream. Holy golden body fruit, this was a treasure for body refinement. Now, it was already extinct in Tianyuan's sacred region. It was a treasure for body refinement that only existed in the Archean era. Who would have thought that it would exist in the savage barren secret territory? The so-called treasure for body refinement was not just a rumor. Even those who had not refined their bodies could take it. Once they took it, their bodies would be continuously strengthened until the medicinal effect was exhausted. If a body refinement cultivator took it and refined it, they would be able to improve their body refinement cultivation and become even more powerful. In addition to being able to directly improve one's body refining cultivation and strengthen one's physique, different body refining treasures could also allow the user to obtain different abilities. For example, the holy golden body fruit could allow the user's body to transform into a golden body. A golden body meant that one's body would be tougher and harder to break. A golden body's defensive power would be higher than a body of the same level. The holy golden body fruit's advantage was that its medicinal effect was mild. It could be taken even without a foundation in body refinement. However, its disadvantage was that after taking it, if one did not have a foundation in body refinement, it would take a long time for the medicinal effect to be completely absorbed. This would allow one's body to improve to a whole new level. For a cultivator who specialized in qi cultivation, if he could obtain a holy golden body fruit and consume it, it could make up for the lack of strength of his body to a great extent. Qianzong's heart was burning with excitement. If he could obtain a holy golden body fruit, even if he could not obtain a golden body, just the energy that it contained would be enough for his body refinement cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. Get it, I must get one. With such a treasure, it was no wonder that so many powerful wild beasts would gather here. Even the two overlords of the savage baron's secret territory were alarmed. For a treasure for body refinement like the holy golden body fruit, any person or wild beast could only consume one. The second one would have no effect at all. Looking at it now, there were 9 holy golden body fruits. Since the Taitsong black demon dragon and the Mingguang white saint tiger each had one, there were 7 left. He was determined to get one of the 7 pills. Qianzong's eyes were burning with excitement. This was a rare fortuitous encounter that was sufficient to allow his body refinement cultivation to improve greatly, so he absolutely couldn't miss it and had to fight for it. Even if he was injured, he wouldn't hesitate so long as he wasn't crippled or killed. His qi cultivation was now at the peak of the 7th level Saint realm, and his De Xianyuan technique had been cultivated to perfection. He had also made considerable progress in other aspects, and his strength had become more powerful. Moreover, he had mastered the supreme Lingwu technique and cultivated it to minor completion. With the power of Lingwu in his body, if he unleashed it, it would be enough to raise the strength of his qi cultivation to the peak of the 8th level Saint realm. Qianzong was not afraid even in the face of an expert like the Heavenly Sword King who was at the top of his generation. Among the many powerful wild beasts, except for the 2 overlords, the Taitsong black demon dragon and the Mingguang white saint tiger, Qianzong was confident that the other wild beasts would not be inferior. However, the gap between the Saint realm and the half-step Great Saint realm was too big and too obvious. Wait, he was waiting, and so were the wild beasts and the 2 overlords. They were waiting for the utmost Saint golden body fruit to take shape. It was difficult for such a precious treasure of heaven and earth to take shape. Even after it took shape, it would not last long before it turned back into pure origin energy and dissipated. No one knew how many years it would take for it to take shape again. Therefore, there was only one chance. Only one chance. Fight, Qianzong moved. He hid his aura and gradually approached the utmost Saint golden body fruit before it was fully formed. Tens of thousands of meters was too far. If the utmost Saint golden body fruit took shape, it would be snatched away before he could even get close. He had to get close. Only when he was close enough and attacked the moment the utmost Saint golden body fruit took shape would he have a chance to snatch it. 10,000 meters, 9,000 meters, 8,000 meters, Qianzong kept approaching, hiding his aura so that the wild beasts would not sense him. The wild beasts were strong, and their auras were chaotic. They were divided into 2 opposing camps, and they kept attacking each other. This gave Qianzong a chance to get close. Qianzong also went around them from the side, trying his best to avoid the 2 camps of wild beasts so that they would not notice him. When they were close to 5,000 meters away, Qianzong's body suddenly tensed up. He felt 2 extremely terrifying auras descend upon him. The 2 auras were incomparably powerful, making Qianzong feel an intense pressure. It was as though they were trying to kill him. One of the auras contained darkness, as if it could devour everything and make him fall into eternal darkness. The other aura contained light, as if it could cover everything. All darkness had nowhere to hide, and everything would be purified. Darkness and light were supposed to be opposites. However, when they landed on Qianzong, they did not conflict with each other. Instead, they brought indescribable pressure to Qianzong. Cold sweat immediately seeped out of Chen Zong's forehead and flowed down slowly. Chen Zong's body stiffened. He had been targeted. He had been targeted by the two overlords of the desolate beasts, the great azure black demonic dragon and the bright white saint tiger. As expected of the overlords of the wild beasts, they were really terrifying. This kind of pressure made it hard for him to move. The gap was really big. Chen Zong was ready to unleash the power of Lingguo. However, the two terrifying auras retreated like the tide. It seemed that to them, Chen Zong was just an ant that could be easily eliminated. No one cared. Chen Zong sighed in relief and felt a little helpless. He was underestimated. However, it was precisely because he was underestimated that he did not suffer a blow. However, Chen Zong also felt a kind of warning from the two auras, warning him not to get any closer. If he got any closer, he would definitely suffer a violent blow. 5,000 meters, this distance should be enough. Continuing to conceal his aura, Chen Zong lurked 5,000 meters away from the barbaric mountain. Although he was warned by the two overlords, the Tai Azure Black Demonic Dragon and the Mingguang White Saint Tiger, the other wild beasts did not notice his whereabouts. Although the two overlords' warning had attracted Chen Zong's attention and brought him a lot of pressure, Chen Zong would not give up because of that. The holy golden body fruit, this was a treasure for refining one's body. It was very useful for his path of refining one's body. It could definitely improve his cultivation. Just this point alone was enough for him to risk his life to fight for it. The opportunity was right in front of him. If he gave up now, would he have to give up when he encountered a dangerous opportunity in the future? Many opportunities could never be obtained safely. If he did not put in any effort or go through any danger, how could he obtain it? Pies falling from the sky were too rare. Exhale, 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 exhale. The multicolored light changed unpredictably, dazzling the eyes of those who saw it. In the end, it turned into a dazzling golden light. The golden light fell like a pair of wings from the sky and was continuously absorbed by the 9-meter-tall golden tree. Then, it was transferred to the 9 branches and poured into the 9 golden lights. The absolute Saint Golden Body Fruit was constantly absorbing the origin energy of heaven and earth. Everyone's eyes were fixed on it, waiting for the moment when the absolute Saint Golden Body Fruit was formed. The golden light became thinner, and the fruit became more and more solid. The shining golden doll looked lifelike and full of spirituality. It was very attractive. The wild beasts began to become restless. The absolute Saint Golden Body Fruit had an innate attraction to them. When the last of the golden light entered the fruit trembled and released golden halos one after another. The great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger both let out earth-shattering roars, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. They instantly made their moves. A ball of black flame was spat out from the great azure black demonic dragon's mouth. It turned into a torrent and blasted towards the radiant white saint tiger with unstoppable force. At the same time, the radiant white saint tiger's body flashed with a white light. It opened its mouth slightly and a white light beam blasted out with a terrifying force that could purify everything. It was a collision of darkness and light. After both sides attacked, they rushed to the top of the mountain at an alarming speed. They wanted to snatch the absolute Saint Golden Body Fruit. The strong wild beasts from each camp moved together and immediately released their tyrannical attacks. After that, they all rushed towards the savage mountain. There were 9 absolute Saint Golden Body Fruits. The great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger each obtained 1. That was expected. The remaining 7 fruits were up for grabs. Once they could snatch them and swallow them immediately, they would undergo changes. When they refined and absorbed the energy of the absolute Saint Golden Body Fruit, their strength would become even stronger. Although the absolute Saint Golden Body Fruit was a treasure for refining one's body, it could be consumed by anyone. However, if it was consumed by someone with a strong physique, the refining speed would be faster. The physique of an immemorial desolate beast was extremely strong and terrifying. If it consumed the Saint Golden Body Fruit, it could refine and absorb it in an extremely short period of time and complete its transformation. At the very least, he could become an overlord and compete with the great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger. If he could achieve ancestral awakening, he might be able to surpass the Great Azure Black Demonic Dragon and the Radiant White Saint Tiger and become the #1 overlord in the Savage Baron Secret Realm. Of course, if the Great Azure Black Demonic Dragon and the Mingguang White Saint Tiger consumed the Golden Saint Fruit as well, they would be even more powerful. But no matter what, as long as he could consume a Golden Holy Body Fruit, he would be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. At the moment when the desolate beasts attacked, the cultivators hiding in the surroundings also made their move. The heaven-defying Sword King was like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. He turned into a sharp streak of sword light that streaked across the sky. With an astonishing speed and sharpness that could tear through everything, he approached the top of the mountain. Another 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse had a pair of fiery red wings that seemed to have sprouted from his back. With a flap of his wings, he turned into a streak of crimson light that seemed to have traveled through time and space. 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage, 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment Stage, a group of powerful cultivators made their move. In an instant, they burst out with shocking speed as they charged toward the top of the Savage Barren Mountain with the determination to win. The Golden Holy Body Fruit, everyone was determined to obtain it. However, as soon as the cultivators appeared, they immediately startled the wild beasts and angered them. They all let out extremely terrifying roars and an extremely tyrannical aura exploded. Storms and hurricanes raged as powerful attacks were launched out crazily. They wanted to drown the cultivators and tear them into pieces so that they would disappear from the world. Although the desolate beasts were powerful, the cultivators who dared to lurk in the dark were not weak either. In order to obtain the Golden Holy Body Fruit, a life and death battle began. The 1,000-foot-tall Savage Barren Mountain was like a natural moat. Everyone wanted to reach the top of the mountain to obtain the Golden Holy Body Fruit. However, at that moment, no one could do it except for the Great Azure Black Demon Dragon and the Radiant White Saint Tiger. As for the two overlords, the Great Azure Black Demon Dragon and the Radiant White Saint Tiger, they approached the top of the mountain and immediately swung their claws. Logically speaking, the Golden Holy Tree that was only 9 meters tall was simply minuscule compared to them. Whether it was the Great Azure Black Demon Dragon or the Radiant White Saint Tiger, both of them were over 200 meters tall. The power of their claws was terrifying to the extreme, as if they could destroy mountains. However, when the terrifying wind hit the golden tree, it seemed to disappear without a trace, not even causing the slightest ripple. The Golden Holy Tree was one with the Savage Barren Mountain, and the Savage Barren Mountain was one with the Savage Barren Secret Land. Unless one had the power to destroy the Savage Barren Secret Land, it was impossible to shake the Savage Barren Mountain. If one could not shake the Savage Barren Mountain, it was naturally impossible to shake the Golden Holy Tree. The Great Azure Black Demon Dragon and the Radiant White Saint Tiger's sharp claws were shockingly huge. The Golden Holy Body Fruit was insignificant to them. Even so, the two overlords displayed amazing control over their power. Their sharp claws gently hooked and swiped. It was as if they were taking something out of their pockets. They were as delicate as a monkey picking a peach. In an instant, one Golden Holy Body Fruit each flew into the claws of the Great Azure Black Demon Dragon and the Radiant White Saint Tiger. To their huge claws, the Golden Holy Body Fruit was as small as a grain of sand. However, after each of them obtained one Golden Holy Body Fruit, the Great Azure Black Demon Dragon and the Radiant White Saint Tiger did not plan to stop. Instead, they attacked again, intending to take all the remaining Golden Holy Body Fruits. Although each person and beast could only consume one Golden Holy Body Fruit, neither the Great Azure Black Demon Dragon nor the Radiant White Saint Tiger wanted other Overlord-level wild beasts to compete with them. Therefore, it was best to obtain the remaining Golden Holy Body Fruits. Even if they could no longer consume them, they would not allow other wild beasts to obtain them. This method was the simplest, most direct, and most violent. The other wild beasts seemed to have realized this as well, and they were furious. Although the two overlords were extremely powerful and were not something they could compete with, this was a matter of great importance. At this moment, the wild beasts were all riled up. They rushed towards the barbaric mountain and released powerful attacks to kill the Great Azure Black Demon Dragon and the Radiant White Saint Tiger. The Golden Holy Body Fruit was an absolute treasure. It was related to whether one could become stronger or even achieve ancestral awakening. In front of such a temptation, all obstacles had to be removed. The attacks released by hundreds of powerful wild beasts were extremely terrifying. The great azure black demon dragon and the radiant white saint tiger did not dare to underestimate them. They could only resist. In an instant, a chaotic battle broke out. Dozens of powerful cultivators also unleashed their shocking power and speed as they approached rapidly. There were 7 golden holy body fruits left. They wanted one. Xianxia also made his move. He turned into a bolt of lightning as he rapidly approached the barbaric mountain and rushed towards the peak. A terrifying blast of energy blasted towards him from the front. Xianxia's eyelids twitched as his scalp went numb. He turned his body and dodged it by a hair's breadth. That attack was not targeted at him. It was just the aftermath of a chaotic battle. It was so terrifying. If he was hit, he would not be able to withstand it completely with his powerful body. Injuries were inevitable. More shockwaves swept towards him. Xianxia dodged them one by one. His eyelids twitched slightly. He made a prompt decision. He could either retreat and give up on this battle or risk his life. Without hesitation, Xianxia chose the latter. Great opportunities were often accompanied by life and death. 9 Heavens Thunder Stomp. The 9th step, the bolt of lightning swept across the sky at an astonishing speed. An ordinary 9th level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator could not compare with Xianxia. The peak, it was close at hand, however, countless tyrannical forces surged endlessly and wreaked havoc in all directions. Its power was so terrifying that it seemed like the distance between them had become the end of the world. Every step he took seemed to be thousands of miles long. Xianxia's eyes were cold and solemn while bright lights flickered incessantly, yet his expression was as cold as the cold iron of the deep sea that had been frozen for 10,000 years. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation in his heart, and his heart was completely calm and cold without the slightest ripple. The more dangerous it was, the calmer he had to be. Opportunities were sought in danger. Suddenly, a sharp sword light that seemed to be above everything flashed past. The sword light was extremely dazzling and earth-shattering as it illuminated the peak of the barbaric mountain. In an instant, time seemed to have frozen. Only the sword light flashed past with unparalleled sharpness and cut off the root of a golden holy body fruit. The incomparably sharp sword light seemed to have turned into a soft coil as it wrapped around the absolute Saint Golden Body Fruit and flew back into the hands of the High Heaven Sword King. The moment the High Heaven Sword King obtained the Golden Holy Body Fruit, he did not hesitate to turn into a sword light and fly away at an astonishing speed. Who would have thought that in just an instant, Sword King Ling Tian would be able to obtain a supreme holy golden body fruit? He was also extremely decisive, giving up on the other golden body fruits. Although the value of these fruits was shocking, if he sold them, he would definitely be able to earn a huge fortune. However, he had already obtained one. If he wanted a second one, the consequences would be terrible. He might even lose the first one and lose his life. One had to admit that the High Heaven Sword King's approach was very accurate. Even so, it still aroused the hostility and anger of the wild beasts. The 2 overlords, the great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger, were furious. A mere ant dared to snatch a treasure under their noses. He was courting death. In an instant, the great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger attacked. A black and a white light blasted out in an instant. It was as if the void was bombarded into powder. It was earth-shattering as it attacked the High Heaven Sword King mercilessly. It was a life-and-death crisis. Sword King Ling Tian didn't panic. A sharp light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Shortly after, the sword light exploded in an instant, dazzling to the extreme. It was as if a sword light had exploded in the air like a blazing sun. An astonishing power spread in all directions. However, although the blazing sun sword light was extremely powerful, it could not withstand the terrifying attack of the great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger. It was defeated in less than a breath. The High Heaven Sword King took advantage of that moment to explode with an even faster speed and flew far away. However, if the great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger wanted to pursue him, he would not be able to escape. However, there were still 6 golden holy body fruits left. The great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger would not give up just because of that. Instead, they turned to pursue the High Heaven Sword King. Next up was an important announcement. The 6 Paths of Samsara's official account was officially launched today. Ludao 6118. Stay tuned. Today, the 6 Paths of Samsara personally wrote an article as the opening of his official account. In it, you will see a real 6 Paths of Samsara. You will also know how the 6 Paths of Samsara went from eating instant noodles to eating fatty meat every day. You will also know how the 6 Paths of Samsara went from being a single otaku to a handsome guy who married a beautiful woman. What a newbie! Don't you know that you can only post 1 post a day? In the end, I posted a post written by Lu Dao's wife in the morning. As for the post written by Lu Dao himself, I can't post it today. I can only post it tomorrow. Everyone, please follow my public account, Ludao 6118. After the sword radiance traveled a few hundred miles, it suddenly shattered like a mirror. A figure swayed and fell from the sky. It was the Sword King of the High Heaven. His face was frighteningly pale, and his eyes were dim. His aura was chaotic and barely discernible. He seemed to be on the verge of death. He was severely injured, although he had successfully escaped from the attack of the Great Azure Black Demonic Dragon and the Radiant White Saint Tiger. He had used all his strength to defend himself. Moreover, he had been severely injured by the attack of the 2 overlords. Just a little bit more and they would have been blasted into smithereens. Without hesitation, the Sword King of the High Heaven consumed the golden saint fruit that he had obtained. The reason he had obtained this treasure was so that he could consume it. The Sword King of the High Heaven had devoted his life to the sword. He had never cultivated his body, nor had he comprehended other Daos. However, if there was an opportunity that could make his body stronger, he would not miss it. After all, it would not require him to spend time and effort to cultivate. Instead, it would be an additional improvement. Why not? The golden saint baby looked very delicate. Its arms were folded in front of its chest, and it was filled with spirituality. It was as if it was alive. The Sword King of the High Heaven swallowed it without hesitation. The golden saint baby turned into a ray of golden light and rushed into the Sword King of the High Heaven's body. Suddenly, traces of golden light spread out from his body and covered the Sword King of the High Heaven. In just a few breaths, the Sword King of the High Heaven's pale face had a tinge of redness. His heavy injuries had healed greatly. 10 breaths, in just 10 breaths, the heavy injuries that were on the brink of death had completely healed. A wave of powerful energy continued to surge within his body, causing his body to continuously strengthen, becoming increasingly powerful. The Sword King of the High Heaven's sudden appearance and the fact that he had obtained a golden saint fruit from the 100 beasts and the 2 overlords had caused the situation to become even more chaotic. It had also motivated the other cultivators. If the Sword King of the High Heaven could obtain one, why couldn't they? As if they had been injected with chicken blood, dozens of cultivators rushed over from all directions, including Chenzong. However, Chenzong did not get carried away. Instead, he was extremely calm. His calmness came from the bottom of his heart, as if his state of mind was as cold as ice. Boom, when a cultivator was struck by a desolate beast, he exploded immediately. The desolate beasts here were extremely powerful. If one was struck, there was no way one could survive. Blood mist filled the air, sputtering in all directions, and the smell of blood permeated the air. However, in this chaotic environment of fierce battle, it did not cause any waves. Bang bang bang, even more cultivators were crushed by the terrifying power, but they were still unable to stop their advance. Charge, he approached the golden tree and plucked the holy golden fruit. Chenzong exerted his body movement to the extreme and approached rapidly. However, although the speed of the 9th step of the Thunder Stomp 9 Heavens was very fast, there was a shortcoming, and that was that it was slightly lacking in flexibility. Myriad Stream's force field, in an instant, Chenzong unleashed 100 torrents. However, it was not used to restrain the desolate beasts. The desolate beasts' bodies were too large, and their strength was unparalleled. The Myriad Stream's force field could not affect them at all. On the contrary, the 100 torrents acted on him. They were not used to restrain him, but to assist him. With the help of the Myriad Stream's force field, not only was his body movement faster, but he was also more agile. Chenzong's body moved sideways as the torrents pulled him. In an instant, he dodged an extremely terrifying attack and rushed forward at an even faster speed. This was another application of the myriad stream's force field. It was not used to restrain the enemy, but to assist him. A ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse approached the golden tree with a surprised look on his face. He did not hesitate to attack. His saber pierced through the air and slashed at the root of one of the holy golden fruit. The holy golden fruit was close at hand. It was about to fall into his hands and become his. Suddenly, he felt the fruit in front of him become blurry. Was it going to disappear? No, it was not that the fruit was going to disappear. Instead, the great azure black demonic dragon's sharp claws sliced through his body like a divine weapon slicing through a piece of paper. In the blink of an eye, the ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse's body was sliced open and shattered by the terrifying impact. His soul was scattered, and he died. Compared to an overlord like the great azure black demonic dragon, the strength of a ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse was not enough. Even a powerful ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse could not compare to it. It was as if he was moving forward in a turbulent torrent. Chenzong continued to move forward. Another holy golden fruit was plucked. The one who took it was a powerful desolate beast. Unfortunately, before the desolate beast could celebrate, it was immediately torn apart by the terrifying power of the great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger. The holy golden fruit also fell to the ground. The trajectory of the falling fruit was actually toward Chenzong. Chenzong's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes shone with a sharp light. A chance, at this moment, it was more difficult to get close to the holy golden tree. Chenzong did not have much confidence. Now that a holy golden fruit was falling in his direction, it was a rare opportunity. In addition to Chenzong, 2 other cultivators also noticed the fruit and quickly made their move. At the same time, the other desolate beasts also made their move. This was a rare opportunity that could not be missed. The fight was intense and tragic. The great azure black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger could not stand by and watch the holy golden fruit be taken away. Corpses were torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere. It was a tragic scene. Chenzong was surrounded by danger, and he was almost killed. Fortunately, he made a prompt decision and hid behind the corpse of a powerful desolate beast, blocking the terrifying bombardment. Although the holy golden fruit was a precious treasure, and it was important to him, his life was more important. Seizing the opportunity would put him in danger of death, but he still had to fight for a way out in a desperate situation. Otherwise, if he got the precious treasure but was killed, he would have nothing left. Everything would be for naught. Only by keeping his life could he have the chance to fight for everything and reach the peak. The holy golden fruit was shining with a dazzling golden light, and it kept falling. Figures rushed to snatch it, but they kept colliding with each other. The terrifying power was fierce and unstoppable. The golden light flashed and approached quickly. Chenzong's eyes focused, and the myriad stream's force field exploded again. A torrent rolled in the air, and in an instant, it wrapped around the holy golden fruit and pulled it without hesitation. At the same time, Chenzong moved, and the power of the Lingwu exploded, increasing his cultivation strength and speed. He grabbed the holy golden fruit and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. Explode, 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 all the power exploded, and the power of the Lingwu did not stop. Chenzong's speed increased, and he instantly rushed down. There was a large number of wild beasts below. Although he would be attacked by them if he swooped down, he could use their power to resist the terrifying attacks of the Tai Azure Black Demonic Dragon and Mingguang White Divine Tiger. Chenzong could already feel that the 2 terrifying gazes were focused on him. It was as if the astonishing power of darkness and light had also blasted towards him. Not to mention being hit directly, even if it brushed past him, his body would be shattered and turned into ashes. After the incident with the Sword King of the Holy Golden Fruit, the 2 overlords were enraged. Now that Chenzong had succeeded, he had to face more terrifying attacks than the Sword King of the Holy Golden Fruit. Fast, 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 Chenzong exploded beyond his limit, and he pushed the Heavenly Thunder Dao will to the extreme. He also pushed the 9th step of the Thunder Stamp 9 Heavens to the extreme, and the torrent of the myriad streams force field to the extreme. All of this was to avoid the attacks of the 2 overlords faster. As for the attacks of the other wild beasts, they they were not much of a threat to Qianzong. One after another, the wild beasts were sent flying or killed by the two overlords' terrifying attacks, but they could not resist. Boom! In the end, Qianzong was still unable to avoid the attacks of the two overlords. He was directly hit, and his whole body seemed to have been blasted into the ground. A huge pit appeared, and countless cracks spread in all directions. The pit was filled with the terrifying power of darkness flames and light purification. While the two powers were opposing each other, they continued to wreak havoc. In an instant, a figure flashing with golden light rushed out of the pit, broke through the power of darkness flames and light purification, and fled along the ground at an incredible speed. This scene immediately infuriated the two overlords, the Taitsong Black Demonic Dragon and the Mingguang White Saint Tiger. They almost wanted to chase after him, but another Absolute Saint Golden Body Fruit was snatched away, which immediately drew their attention. But this time, although the Great Firmament Black Demonic Dragon and the Radiant White Saint Tiger did not chase after him, there were two powerful wild beasts that did not give up. The blue sky goshawk spread its wings, and the huge blade-like wings streaked across the sky like a gust of wind. It was incomparably fast, and it quickly approached Qianzong. Its sharp eyes stared at Qianzong's body. It swooped down, and its terrifying giant claws seemed to tear the void apart as it viciously grabbed at Qianzong. If he was hit, his body would definitely be crushed. A two-headed ghost wolf dashed forward at an extremely fast speed. Each of its two heads held a ball of red and blue light, which emitted a terrifying aura of flames and ice. It spat out fiercely, and immediately turned into a blazing red light and a cold blue light, which pierced through the sky and attacked. Qianzong's body was filled with traces of golden light. The light wandered between his organs, bones, tendons, flesh, and skin, causing them to constantly change and become more compact. This was the power of the Holy Golden Fruit. If Qianzong had not taken the Holy Golden Fruit immediately after obtaining it, he would have been blown apart on the spot. When the Holy Golden Fruit had just been taken, no matter how serious the physical injury was, it could be healed in a short period of time. With this, Qianzong survived the terrifying attack and recovered in a very short period of time. After all, Qianzong had refined his body, and his absorption of the power of the Holy Golden Fruit was faster and more thorough. This was not something that the Heavenly Sword King could compare with. The non-quenching jade skill was constantly circulating, and Qianzong's body was constantly absorbing the power of the Holy Golden Fruit. The power was extremely pure, and there were no impurities at all. It could be easily absorbed. The two-headed ghost wolf and the azure sky goshawk moved at an astonishing speed. They quickly approached Qianzong from the ground and the sky, bringing with them an extremely terrifying pressure and killing intent. The azure sky goshawk flapped its wings and a huge blade that looked like it was forged from divine gold tore through the sky. It was as if it could split the heaven and earth apart as it charged towards Qianzong mercilessly, destroying all life. The two-headed ghost wolf's blazing red light and icy blue light also bombarded Qianzong at the same time. In an instant, Qianzong was faced with several extremely terrifying fatal attacks. Under the cover of his divine sense and heart domain, Qianzong captured the extremely clear trajectories of the attacks. His figure flashed in an instant, leaving behind countless afterimages as he dodged the four extremely terrifying attacks. The ground in front of him was cut into a long trench that extended for hundreds of meters. Soon after, the blazing red light and the icy blue light arrived as well, blasting open two enormous ravines on the ground. One of them was charred black and emanated an astonishingly high temperature, while the other was covered in frost and emanated a terrifying chill. At some point, Qianzong had already turned around and unsheathed his extreme-edge sword. The sword light was like a long river surging endlessly. It was also like a vast and endless sea, boundless and boundless as it blasted out. Everything in the sky and on the ground was covered by this sword. Limitless, the limitless sword was extremely mysterious. When it was small, it could condense into the size of a finger. When it was large, it could transform into a majestic river. Under this sword, a myriad of power surged out, as if it was going to shatter the void. It was as if it was going to kill the azure sky goshawk and the two-headed ghost wolf directly. However, whether it was the azure sky goshawk or the two-headed ghost wolf, they were extremely tyrannical primordial desolate beasts that were second only to the two overlords, the great firmament black demonic dragon and the radiant white saint tiger. Many Ninth Heaven Saint Realm experts were completely no match for them. Although Qinzong's sword strike was extremely powerful, it was still unable to injure them. In an instant, the boundless and powerful sword light was shattered by the Azure Sky Hawk and the two-headed ghost wolf's tyrannical strength, instantly turning into countless sword light fragments that shot out in all directions. Be it the Azure Sky Goshawk or the two-headed ghost wolf, they were both primordial desolate beasts that were much stronger than the saber-toothed lightning luster lion. In a one-on-one battle, if he used all his strength, he might be able to put up a fight, but it was unknown if he could kill them. After all, the physique of a primordial desolate beast was extremely strong. Its defense was astonishing and its vitality was extremely tenacious. If they couldn't kill it, just some injuries wouldn't be able to affect them. On the contrary, they might even be dragged to death. The non-quenching jade technique was running at full force. The power of the holy golden body fruit continued to spread and surge. It passed through and tempered Qinzong's entire body, causing his body to flicker with golden light. It was extremely dazzling. There was a huge difference in the effect of consuming the holy golden body fruit with or without body refinement. Without body refinement, one would have to slowly accept the power of the holy golden body fruit. It was a passive process that would take a long time, at least 10 days, or even longer. However, if one had body refinement and mastered a superior body refinement cultivation technique, one could refine it 100 times, or even 1,000 times more under full force. The non-quenching jade technique was a top-notch saint-class body refinement cultivation technique. Qinzong had cultivated it to the greater completion stage, and his realm was extremely high. Under full force, the refining speed was extremely shocking. He could feel that his body refinement cultivation base was rapidly increasing. Middle stage 7th level chaotic heaven realm, his physique was becoming more powerful, and his chaotic heaven power was also becoming more powerful. The Azure Sky Goshawk and two-headed ghost wolf continued to chase after him, getting closer and closer. The Azure Sky Goshawk suddenly flapped its wings, and a terrifying hurricane raged out. Countless green lights condensed, as if they were 2-meter-long feathers. They were densely packed with astonishing light and extremely sharp, like sharp swords piercing through the sky. An extremely sharp sound rang out. Countless green feathers shot down madly like green gold divine swords. It was like a rainstorm falling from the sky. Its sharpness penetrated everything, as if it was going to drown Qinzong's body. One side of the world was covered by the green gold arrow feather storm, and there was no escape. In just an instant, Qinzong's body was swallowed up. The power of each green gold feather was extremely terrifying. It could break through all gang chi and defense, and destroy all targets. Qinzong could not dodge. He could only run the non-quenching jade technique, with all his might, and raise his physique to the extreme to resist the terrifying storm-like attack. The two-headed ghost wolf stopped attacking because it was also afraid of such an attack. It believed that the ant would not be able to resist it. It could only hope that the power of the holy gold fruit was still there. As long as the supreme holy golden body fruit had not been completely refined, there was a chance to retrieve it after killing the target. In the worst-case scenario, one could devour the target's corpse and obtain the power of the supreme holy golden body fruit. However, if it was completely refined, even if it devoured the target, it would not be able to obtain the power of the holy gold fruit. At most, it would only gain some benefits. Comparing the two, the former was naturally better. Qinzong only felt that the power contained in the feathers was extremely terrifying. When they shot onto his body, his strong physique seemed to be unable to resist. In an instant, his gang chi was torn apart, and his body, which was countless times stronger than tempered steel, was also penetrated. Fortunately, the power of the holy gold fruit turned into a golden light and spread out from his body, resisting the terrifying power of the feathers. For a moment, there was a stalemate. However, more feathers shot over, and directly tore Qinzong's body into pieces. The power of Lingwu, explode. This time, the power of Lingwu was not converted into chi refining saint energy, but into body refining chaos heaven energy, causing the power of Qinzong's chaos heaven energy to increase dramatically. Middle stage 7th level chaos heaven realm, middle stage 8th level chaos heaven realm, his body refining cultivation had directly increased by a large realm. Under the tyrannical chaos heaven energy, Qinzong's physique was temporarily enhanced, becoming even more powerful and shocking. Tyrannical, the extremely terrifying power surged, as if it could destroy everything. For a moment, with the help of the holy gold fruit's golden light, Qinzong temporarily blocked the attack of the green sky goshawk's feathers. Counterattack, both of his fists were filled with extremely terrifying power as they blasted out. The fist print was earth-shattering, and it was as if it was earth-shattering. It ruthlessly smashed into the rain of feathers, smashing them into pieces. At the same time, the feathers also erupted with an astonishing power, causing Qinzong's fists to retreat and his body to sway. However, Qinzong also discovered that his refining speed of the holy gold fruit had greatly increased. Fight, both of his fists burst out like a meteor shower, constantly blasting out. With each blow, Qinzong used his own strength-generating skills. Immediately, Qinzong remembered a body-refining martial skill that he had cultivated a long time ago, called the mixed iron refining hand. This body refinement martial technique was rather exquisite, and it was closely related to the energy of flames. But its level was too low, so it had been abandoned by Qinzong a long time ago. But today, Qinzong utilized it once more, and he executed move after move. Moreover, he relied on his exceedingly high comprehension ability and extremely dense martial technique accumulation to modify and improve it. With each blow, the power was constantly increasing, and it was more mysterious. The mixed iron refining hand mastered the power of fire, and the non-quenching jade skill also cultivated the power of fire. Qinzong even had the purple universe incineration fire, a rare fire of heaven. Fire, 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 they were superimposed on each other, constantly refining and improving, and their power was constantly increasing. A blow was not limited to a fist, it could also be a palm, a hand knife, or a finger. All of them displayed amazing power and boundless heat. The mixed iron refining hand was originally limited to form. Qinzong felt as if he had entered a strange state, and his body refining martial skill was unparalleled. Suddenly, his body shook, and the chaotic heavenly energy in his body blazed like magma. Soon after, magma rose behind him, and it surged endlessly. It spread in all directions, forming a vast ocean. As it burned, it released a terrifying might that could burn the heavens and burn the earth. A sharp and resounding cry suddenly sounded. Soon after, a firebird with a pair of flaming wings rushed out from the sea of magma. It soared into the sky, emitting a shocking light and heat. With a flap of its wings, a large amount of flames sprinkled down, burning the mountains and boiling the sea. The flames looked red, but at the end, there seemed to be traces of green light, which was even more terrifying. This was spirit. This was an extremely terrifying spirit that could be mastered after the non-quenching jade technique was cultivated to perfection, the southern phoenix burning sea. With this spirit, Qinzong's mixed sky power became even more tyrannical, and the high temperature burned everything. With the same cultivation level, Qinzong's body refining martial skill had reached perfection, and immediately, his body refining martial skill had increased significantly. The mixed iron refining hand, with a blow, blazing fire energy spread over his palm. Its power was extremely terrifying, and it shattered a few feathers. Now that the non-quenching jade technique had reached perfection, the speed of refining the holy golden body fruit had doubled again. Suddenly, his body refining martial skill broke through again. With the eruption of the Lingwu power, he reached the late-stage 8th level chaotic heaven realm, and became even more powerful. The rain of feathers shot out, and everything within a radius of hundreds of meters was destroyed and collapsed. It was a shocking scene of devastation. Qinzong stood in the middle of it, and his body was filled with dazzling golden light. He looked like a burning golden flame, and he was filled with an indescribable power. Under the tyrannical power of the holy golden body fruit, Qinzong's injuries quickly healed, and he became even more powerful. Peak 8th level chaotic heaven realm, kill. Qinzong stomped his feet, and the ground shattered. His entire body exploded with unparalleled speed, and he swept through the sky like a meteor. With a stroke of his palm, an extremely shocking flame power condensed. Purple universe incineration fire, non-quenching jade chaos power, heavenly fire Dao Wu, all of the power was in this blow, and it emitted a dazzling red light that illuminated the surroundings. Kill, compared to the two-headed ghost wolf, Qinzong was incomparably small. However, the power of this blow was extremely tyrannical. It hit the two-headed ghost wolf's head, and it broke through its amazing defense. The two-headed ghost wolf's head trembled, and it instantly became dizzy. However, the other head suddenly stretched out, and its fangs fiercely bit Xianxia. The stench of blood swept out like a storm, and the impact caused the golden light on Xianxia's body to flicker. Search for the official account, 6DAO Sync or Ludao 6118. Let the 6DAO touch you guys up close. By the way, there will be a weekend broadcast tomorrow. Wail, wail, the two-headed ghost wolf was trembling all over. As its huge body trembled, it caused shocking damage to its surroundings. Xianxia's body was burning with golden flames. The golden light was extremely bright and dazzling, as if a god had descended. Although he seemed somewhat small compared to the two-headed ghost wolf's body, he stood on one of its heads without moving. No matter how the two-headed ghost wolf shook its body, it was not affected in the slightest. In the sky, the azure sky eagle spread its wings again. Suddenly, a green light filled the air, as if a blade had flowed past. It was filled with an incomparably cold aura. Slash, its huge body suddenly turned in midair, and its wings followed suit. As if tearing the sky apart, it slashed out a cross-shaped light. It struck down from the sky without mercy, as if it was going to cut the earth into 4 pieces. Xianxia suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Without hesitation, a golden light flashed, and he quickly fled into the distance. The huge green divine gold cross-shaped blade slashed down. The two-headed ghost wolf had no time to dodge at all and was immediately hit. The terrifying power cut open the two-headed ghost wolf's body, leaving a huge cross-shaped blade mark on its body. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Anger, rage, the heavily injured two-headed ghost wolf was like a trapped beast. It was extremely angry. The one head that was still intact suddenly lifted up and spat out a ball of icy blue light at the azure sky eagle in the sky. It was like a meteor that flew in reverse to attack. The huge ice ball was surrounded by terrifying electric arcs. Its power was extremely tyrannical. Wherever it passed, the air would freeze and condense into countless frost. The feathers on the azure sky eagle's body seemed to be standing up. The two-headed ghost wolf's furious attack was too terrifying. If it was hit, even if it did not die, it would be heavily injured. With a flap of its wings, the azure sky eagle's huge body was extremely agile, and it dodged the two-headed ghost wolf's furious attack. The golden light drew a beautiful arc from afar and rushed towards the two-headed ghost wolf. Take advantage of its weakness to kill it. The two-headed ghost wolf was heavily injured, and its strength was greatly reduced. It was a good opportunity to kill it. Moreover, a high-intensity battle could greatly increase the efficiency of refining the supreme holy golden body fruit. Mixed iron forging hands, golden light suffused the air and gathered in his hands. It was like a layer of golden lava that contained an extremely terrifying high temperature as it pierced through the sky. It was extremely ferocious as it fiercely smashed onto the other head of the two-headed ghost wolf. The might of such a tyrannical attack was extremely terrifying. The instant it came into contact with the head of the two-headed ghost wolf, it was like the eruption of a 1,000-year-old volcano, releasing an extremely terrifying might. A loud explosion shook the heavens and the earth. The two-headed ghost wolf's head trembled and was instantly smashed open. The terrifying high-temperature energy entered its head and wreaked havoc, causing the two-headed ghost wolf to feel incomparable pain. In the sky, the azure sky eagle attacked again. His body spun violently, and his wings seemed to bring about streaks of terrifying green chi as they struck down. They collided continuously, turning into a green hurricane that connected the heavens and the earth. The hurricane was vast and mighty, containing endless sharp blades that slashed crazily, mincing everything between heaven and earth. The huge hurricane instantly enveloped the two-headed ghost wolf. The two-headed ghost wolf held in grief, but it was already heavily injured and powerless to resist. Its voice gradually weakened. Xianxia had already escaped and was not affected by the green hurricane. However, the azure sky eagle's true target was Xianxia. With a flap of its wings, it turned into a huge green lightning bolt that streaked across the sky in an instant. It pounced on Xianxia with the most shocking speed and fiercest posture. Its terrifying claws seemed to be able to tear the earth apart, causing Xianxia's hair to stand on end. He raised his head and stared. Golden light endlessly suffused Qinzong's eyes. His claws covered the sky and covered the earth as they struck down, as if they had replaced the sky. Wave after wave of energy gushed out from his body like a fountain or a volcanic eruption. Layers of golden light surged like a tide, all of which flowed to his arms and fingers. Immediately, Qinzong's fingers flicked repeatedly. They were as nimble as a butterfly flitting through flowers, but also as domineering as a tiger roaring in the forest. In an instant, his body-refining cultivation broke through again. The peak of the 8th level of the chaotic heaven realm, all of his energy poured into his hands, shuttling back and forth unpredictably. Suddenly, he slashed out, turning into a golden sword light that resembled flowing flames that pierced through the air. Compared to the azure sky eagle's giant claws, this attack seemed so small, but its power was incomparably terrifying. It was completely fearless and invincible. Under my conviction, nothing can stop me. The will of the heart was not only used for the sword. Even if there was no sword in hand, the will of the heart could still be used. Not only did this attack use various kinds of energy, but it also integrated the distant fire force cultivated by the non-quenching jade technique into it, releasing its power to its fullest. The non-quenching jade technique was a top saint-grade cultivation method. Coupled with other factors, Qinzong's power at the peak of the 8th level of the chaotic heaven realm was far superior to ordinary cultivators of the same level. This attack seemed to split the sky open. The collision caused an extremely terrifying momentum to spread in all directions. Heaven and earth trembled, and countless cracks rapidly spread out. The azure sky eagle let out a sharp cry full of anger. The attack it was so proud of had been blocked. Even its incomparably hard claws seemed to have been broken, causing it to feel pain. A drop of blood dripped from the giant claws. Of the azure sky eagle's entire body, its beak and claws were the hardest to break, but now, its claws had been broken by Qinzong's attack, which showed how terrifying its power was. Tyrannical, extremely tyrannical, the drop of blood also contained an astonishing amount of power. For a transcendent realm body refiner, this drop of blood could be considered a supreme treasure. But for Qinzong, it was nothing. Boom, his feet stomped on the ground, and the ground shook. In an instant, it collapsed dozens of meters, and countless cracks spread in all directions. A terrifying force pushed Qinzong's body, turning into a dazzling golden light that soared into the sky. Clasping his hands together, countless amounts of power poured into his palms. His entire body shot straight up, like a giant golden sword soaring into the sky, with a momentum that could break the 9 heavens. Wherever the golden sword light passed, only a straight golden sword mark was left. Sword mark skysweeping, an extremely powerful attack, with an indomitable will, containing Qinzong's unparalleled and invincible belief. This sword was also integrated with the heart sword Dao intent. Although Dao intent was something that qi refining cultivators could comprehend, body refining cultivators could also comprehend Dao intent and use it. The power of this attack was even more tyrannical and astonishing. Kill, the azure sky eagle also unleashed its strongest attack. Its giant claws were suffused with azure divine light. With a fierce swipe, it seemed to tear a large piece of the void. An extremely terrifying power collapsed inwards, as if it was turning into a black hole that could swallow everything. The collision of the two strongest attacks. Would Qinzong be crushed by the azure sky eagle's terrifying claw, or would Qinzong break the azure sky eagle's powerful claw with his sword? In an instant, the result was clear. The golden light pierced through the power in the azure sky eagle's claws. It shot out from the gaps between the claws and shot towards the azure sky eagle's body like a hot knife through butter. It directly tore through the tough green feathers and pierced into the eagle's heart. The heart was the place where the essence blood gathered. The azure sky eagle's body was huge, so its heart was also astonishingly huge. Qinzong's entire body was immersed in the dense and pure essence blood of the heart. He wantonly circulated the complete stage non-quenching jade technique and activated it with all his might, constantly absorbing the essence blood of the heart to refine and absorb it. The azure sky eagle was in extreme pain. Its huge body was struggling in the air, and sharp cries were constantly coming out from its mouth. That was the pain and torture that originated from the heart. It was extremely painful, and it couldn't get rid of it at all. Even if it contracted its heart, it couldn't crush the other party. It only felt that the essence blood of the heart was constantly being absorbed and refined, and the tyrannical power in its body was also constantly being drained. Compared to an archaean desolate beast like the saber-toothed lightning lion, the azure sky eagle was a level stronger. Moreover, Qinzong had directly refined the essence blood of the heart while it was still alive. Its power was even more vigorous, and Qinzong could feel that his cultivation was constantly improving. The essence blood of the azure sky eagle's heart and the power of the absolute Saint golden body fruit allowed Qinzong's cultivation to break through again. The limit of level 7 chaotic heaven realm. This was because Qinzong had stopped the eruption of the power of the Linggu, and his cultivation had returned to its original level. If he were to erupt with the power of the Linggu, he would be able to reach the limit of level 8 chaotic heaven realm. An extremely tyrannical power surged in his body, as if it was about to explode. The stronger the cultivation, the faster the speed of refinement. The more the azure sky eagle struggled, and it fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Countless waves of earth surged in all directions, covering a radius of several thousand meters. In the crater, the azure sky eagle's body was still trembling, as if it was unwilling to die like this. It continued to struggle, but it was helpless. In the end, its struggle grew weaker and weaker until it could no longer move. A moment later, a figure flashing with golden light broke out of the azure sky eagle's body. It soared into the sky and let out a long howl. The howl was earth-shattering and boundless. It was Qinzong. The power of the azure sky eagle's essence blood had been completely absorbed and refined, becoming Qinzong's power, causing Qinzong's power to increase greatly. Following the earth-shattering howl, a terrifying aura surged out, sweeping in all directions and suppressing everything. Early stage level 8 chaotic heaven realm. In a short time, Qinzong's body-refining cultivation soared from early stage LV7 to early stage LV8, greatly increasing his power. Not only that, but the non-quenching jade technique had also been cultivated to perfection, condensing the terrifying aura vision of the southern phoenix burning sea. Once it was activated, its power became even more tyrannical. Moreover, the mixed iron forging hand was constantly improved and perfected, becoming a powerful body-refining martial art that was very compatible with the non-quenching jade technique. There was also another benefit, which was the golden body. The power of the absolute Saint golden body fruit had been refined and absorbed. After being injured again and again, the medicinal efficacy had integrated into his body more thoroughly. To a certain extent, it had further refined Qinzong's body, causing it to undergo some kind of transformation. Under the transformation, he had obtained the absolute Saint golden body fruit's ability, unbreakable golden body. Once this ability was activated, Qinzong's body would emit a golden light from the inside out, covering his skin. It was as if he had turned into a golden body. His power and speed would not increase, but his defensive power would be greatly enhanced. Covered by the golden body, Qinzong carefully felt the strength of his body. The golden light receded, and the feeling of being unbreakable also dissipated. Qinzong's skin returned to its original color, and he could not help but smile. Wealth comes from danger, opportunities are snatched from death. He had succeeded. Among the two overlords of the wild beasts, many powerful wild beasts, and a group of powerful cultivators, with his own abilities and a bit of luck, he had successfully obtained an absolute Saint golden body fruit. Furthermore, with the powerful energy of the absolute Saint golden body fruit, he had managed to survive the attacks of the two overlords and successfully escaped. There were many benefits. The non-quenching jade technique had broken through to perfection. His body cultivation had increased to the early stage of the 8th level of the chaotic heaven realm. He had obtained the golden body impenetrable ability. He had also taken the opportunity to continuously improve and perfect the mixed iron forging hand into a powerful body-refining martial art. All in all, his strength had increased significantly. Qinzong felt that his current body-refining strength had surpassed the qi cultivation realm. Strength was the guarantee and the source of confidence. With more strength, Qinzong was more confident in exploring the Savage Baron secret zone. Now, in the entire Savage Baron secret zone, apart from the two overlords, the Great Azure Black Demonic Dragon and the Radiant White Saint Tiger, Qinzong was no longer afraid of the other wild beasts. Even if he could not defeat them, he could ensure that he was invincible. Although the cultivators who entered here were powerful, he was not weak either. Zong suddenly stomped his feet, causing the ground to collapse. Circle after circle of terrifying energy exploded out, causing the sand and rocks in all directions to be turned into powder. Zong suddenly charged forward like a meteor. He was incomparably fast, and his might was domineering in the world. Smash, wherever his tyrannical body passed, everything was shattered. In an instant, Zong disappeared into the sky. Searching for primordial fragments, killing primordial wild beasts to refine his body. Although the blood of primordial wild beasts was not as effective as before after his body-refining cultivation had reached the early stage of the 8th level of the chaotic heaven realm, Zong could still feel his body strengthening little by little. In fact, Zong had not completely refined the power of the holy gold body fruit. There was still a small part of it lurking in his flesh and bones. As Zong cultivated, it was being stimulated little by little. Jiandi, what a great reputation, but it's useless. A 9th Heaven Saint Realm Master sneered as he stared at Zong, his words as sharp as blades and his expression as cold as ice. An extremely tyrannical aura spread out in all directions and instantly condensed into a terrifying force that exploded into a rain of light, each of which seemed capable of piercing through the void as it shot towards Zong. The rain of light was violent, gorgeous, and suffused with a dreamlike color, causing one to be dazzled. Zong's body trembled slightly. Golden lines that were filled with an incomparably mysterious aura suddenly emerged from the depths of his body, spreading over his skin and covering his entire body. The striations crisscrossed together and seemed to be disorderly, yet they contained extremely profound profundities. It was like a blazing golden flame that was eternal, indestructible, and indestructible. Invincible golden body, unbreakable golden body, it was as though a golden god stood between heaven and earth. No matter how the rain of light bombarded him, he did not move an inch. Countless rain of light bombarded Zong's invincible golden body with a terrifying power that seemed capable of penetrating everything. It seemed as though it was going to shatter, but it was blocked and exploded. Countless golden rays sputtered in all directions. Zong's body refinement cultivation base was at the early stage of the 8th level Chaos Heaven realm, but when he unleashed the invincible golden body, his defense was at the early stage of the 9th level Chaos Heaven realm. This did not refer to the ordinary early stage of the 9th level Chaos Heaven realm, but the level after Zong's cultivation base had reached the early stage of the 9th level Chaos Heaven realm. Its significance was extraordinary. Zong's tyrannical defense allowed him to block his opponent's rain of light and remain unscathed. What kind of cultivation technique is this? The 9th Heaven Saint Realm Master was shocked. Soon after, a scimitar rose into the air and emitted an incomparably shocking light. It seemed as though it had transformed into a huge sun hanging in the sky. The light illuminated all directions, and a sharp and domineering aura surged in all directions. Slash, 100-meter-long golden scimitar light swept across the sky. Under the slash of the scimitar, the sky and the earth seemed to be separated. Only the golden scimitar light was dazzling to the extreme. Zong looked solemn as he activated the non-quenching jade technique and the invincible golden body to the extreme. Endless power surged from his body to his hands. A golden lava-like radiance flowed, dazzling to the extreme. An astonishing blazing aura spread out, and the air around his hands was distorted by the high temperature. Chaos Iron Refining Hand, kill. The attack shattered the sky. In an instant, it collided with the 100-meter-long scimitar light, bursting out with an incomparably terrifying power. The sound of metal clashing rang out like an ancient bell, shaking all directions. The terrifying power turned into ripples that swept across the sky, as though all the dust in the air had been pulverized into powder. This attack seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth. The full-force attack of a 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse was extremely powerful and terrifying. Even though Zong had activated the invincible golden body and the Chaos Iron Refining Hand, he was still pushed back dozens of meters. However, the scimitar light also shattered, turning into countless golden scimitars that were incomparably dazzling. It looked like a golden drizzle. Although Zong was pushed back, he was still unharmed. The void trembled as Zong charged forward and attacked with the Chaos Iron Refining Hand again. A golden scimitar that was extremely domineering broke through the void like a volcanic eruption that could destroy everything. This attack was too fast, too fierce, and too ruthless. The ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse was slightly stunned. However, it was too late for him to react. Unable to dodge, he could only throw out a punch. The golden scimitar gathered like a scorching sun. In an instant, the golden scorching sun was broken by Qianzong's attack. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter as it struck Qianzong's chest. A shocking sound like the beating of a heavenly drum resounded in the sky. The void rippled from the point of impact, shaking all directions as though it was going to shatter everything. One attack, the ninth heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse was pushed back a few hundred meters. His chest caved in slightly as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he glared fiercely at Qianzong. He retreated without hesitation and quickly fled. After this exchange, he already knew that he was no match for his opponent. He could only retreat. Although it was a pity to give up on the primordial fragment, if he insisted on fighting for it, he might be beaten to death by his opponent. Although opportunities were important, they could only be enjoyed if one was alive. After repelling his opponent, Qianzong did not pursue him. This was because this battle was for a primordial fragment. As soon as his opponent left, Qianzong gave up on pursuing him and immediately charged toward the primordial fragment. This was the most important thing. The primordial fragment from before had allowed his earthly fire Tao intent to transform into the heavenly fire Tao intent. However, he did not know what kind of improvement this primordial fragment would bring him. In the blink of an eye, Qianzong entered the primordial fragment. Like a giant beast that had been awakened from its slumber, it burst out with shocking power. Wisps of gray aura suddenly rotated and covered Qianzong's body. Boom, as though heaven and earth had exploded, Qianzong felt that everything before his eyes had changed drastically. It was as though it was a piece of chaos. There was no distinction between up and down, left and right. There was no heaven and earth. It was like a world that had just been created but had yet to be created. Qianzong's soul and consciousness were completely immersed in it. It was vague and indistinct, and he did not know the passage of time or the passage of time. Suddenly, a ray of light seemed to appear out of thin air. It was like a peerless sword light that streaked across the chaotic void. It burst out with unparalleled brilliance and carried with it a primordial aura that could split heaven and earth apart as it tore apart the chaos. Rumble, the chaos shook as though heaven and earth were being split apart. An extremely terrifying power swept out, shattering and destroying everything in its path. That sword light seemed to be endless. It constantly attacked and tore apart everything. It was eternal and immortal, and the aura it emitted was mysterious and boundless. Qianzong did not know what it was. His soul and consciousness were completely immersed in it and could not extricate themselves from it. He could not feel the passage of time at all. That peerless sword light kept attacking, as if a sword god was waving his sword. It seemed simple and direct, but it was an amazing sword technique that had returned to its original simplicity. Every sword move brought indescribable feelings to Qianzong. Wisps of indistinct voices seemed to resound in the chaotic void. They were like the mysterious and true voice of the Great Way. They intermittently entered Qianzong's ears, making Qianzong even more immersed. In the outside world, time flew by and 3 days had already passed. Qianzong stood in the middle of the ancient fragment, his figure unmoving. His entire body was shrouded in a dusky glow that seemed to be filled with primordial chaos, as though it contained boundless mysteries. Under normal circumstances, the power of a primordial fragment could last for 3 days. However, if it was a primordial fragment that had not been found the last time the wild secret area opened, its power would continue to accumulate. The primordial fragment that Qianzong had found had accumulated power several times. It could not only last for 3 days. If it had only been 3 days, it would not have been enough for Qianzong to comprehend the mysteries contained within. It was even more mysterious than the primordial fragment from before. This power seemed to contain endless mysteries and countless possibilities. That light, in the eyes of a saber cultivator, was a saber light that could split the heavens and earth. Since Qianzong practiced the sword, it was naturally a sword light. 4 days, 5 days, 6 days, within Qianzong's body, the great mystery art began to circulate on its own. Its trajectory gradually began to change, becoming even more mysterious and concise. It was as if complexity had been reduced to simplicity, and the great Tao had returned to simplicity. The first stage of the demystery formula, the second stage, the third stage, the fourth stage. Starting from the first stage, the demystery formula gradually changed and became more mysterious. The demystery Saint force also gradually showed traces of astonishing sharpness. That sharpness seemed to be born from chaos. It seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth, and it emitted an indescribable primordial light. Primordial, the beginning of everything, the beginning of the heavens and earth, was filled with endless mysteries. 7 days, as Qianzong continued to comprehend, the demystery formula also continued to transform. The saint force in his body also changed, becoming more and more powerful and astonishing. 8 days, a shocking aura fluctuated around Qianzong, as if there was a sharpness that could split the heavens and earth. A Taoist rhyme of the beginning of all things also spread out. 9 days, Qianzong's body trembled slightly. A large amount of power transformed, becoming even more tyrannical and powerful. It was as if it could split the heavens and earth apart, and nothing could stop it. 9 days. Good fortune came to him, and it was natural. Streams of extremely condensed energy surged and circulated in his body, and it was perfect. That power was like a divine sword that could split the heavens and earth. It was incomparably sharp and incomparably sharp. There was nothing it could not destroy, nothing it could not destroy, and it had an invincible momentum. 9 days, the primordial fragment's energy had just been exhausted. The guidance of its energy allowed Qianzong's great mystery art to transform into a new cultivation technique that was incomparably compatible with him. A cultivation technique that focused on the sword. As the primordial fragment's energy gradually dissipated, Qianzong seemed to have awakened. His eyelids trembled slightly as he gently raised them. Like a divine sword that had been unsheathed, a shocking cold light shot out from the depths of his eyes. The cold light was blazing, sharp and piercing through everything. It seemed to be able to shatter the stars as it shot out 1,000 meters before dissipating into the void. His body moved slightly, and the sound of a sword rang out. It was as if invisible sword chi surged around him, tearing everything apart. It faintly emitted an ancient primordial charm that could split heaven and earth apart. He pressed his fingers together like a sword and slashed through space. Suddenly, a ray of light that was suffused with silver divine radiance and sharp like a sword shot out from between his fingers, and it tore the sky apart. The space that was slashed apart seemed as if it was splitting the heavens and the earth apart, and traces of an extremely profound aura flowed and grew within it. This cultivation technique uses the great mystery art as its foundation. It looks at the sword that splits heaven and earth. Let nature take its course, as if it was the beginning of the world. Let's call it the origin sword technique. Qianzong muttered to himself. His words were filled with an extremely shocking sharpness that seemed to be able to split heaven and earth apart. Using the great mystery art as the foundation to comprehend the primordial fragments mysteries was a completely new cultivation technique. It was also a top-grade saint-grade cultivation technique, but it was much better than the great mystery art. It could be considered a top-grade saint-grade cultivation technique in the world, and its mysteries were incomparably shocking. Qianzong had cultivated the great mystery art to the completion of the 30th level, grasping the technique intent and greatly increasing its power. However, the origin sword technique had only been perfected to the 29th level. There was still the 30th level to be perfected because the primordial fragment's energy had been exhausted. If he could hold on for another 2 to 4 hours, Qianzong was confident that he could complete the 30th level of the Taichu sword origin technique and master it. Even so, the power cultivated from the 29th level of the Taichu sword yuan art was extremely tyrannical and incomparably sharp. Its might completely surpassed the power cultivated from the 30th level of the great mystery art. The difference between the two was obvious. In terms of cultivation methods, Qianzong was not inferior to any of the geniuses in history. If he could perfect the 30th level of the Taichu sword origin technique, then its power would increase exponentially and become even more tyrannical. Powerful top saint level cultivation techniques already contained astonishing mysteries. For example, the Xianxia world shocking art. When cultivated to a high level, one could control the yuan qi of heaven and earth in all directions for one's own use. However, it could also deprive others of their ability to use the yuan qi of heaven and earth, indirectly affecting and weakening them. As time went by, there would be an even more obvious gap in strength. Even if his strength was slightly inferior to his opponent's, he could still turn this situation around with the astonishing profundity of the mysterious king shocks the world. Of course, the prerequisite was that his opponent could not resist or break through the profundity of the mysterious king shocks the world. The Taishan Saint Sun's cultivation technique also contained shocking mysteries. And now, Qinzong could feel a powerful profundity from the Taichu sword yuan art. It was as if it could split the heavens and earth. It was as if nothing in the world could resist it. No matter how strong one's defense was, it would still be broken through. This was a feeling. As for whether it could really break through everything, Qinzong was actually not 100% certain. However, it was an undeniable fact that the Taichu sword yuan art was stronger than the great mystery art. Cultivation methods and cultivation could be considered the basic strength of a cultivator. The foundation was very important. If it was not firm enough, it would not be beneficial to one's future cultivation. Moreover, a powerful top cultivation method also contained astonishing profundity. The more one cultivated, the greater the benefits one would manifest in the future. Since ancient times, many strong cultivators had used their own powerful cultivation methods as their foundation to continuously improve and transform, surpassing others. Qinzong had also embarked on this path. His qi cultivation was still at the peak of the 7th level Saint realm. However, his strength had increased significantly because of the power of the Taichu sword yuan art. This cultivation method was mainly based on the sword. When used to perform sword techniques, there would be an additional increase in power and strength. Qinzong unsheathed the extreme edge sword and casually slashed out. He did not use the power of Tao will. He only used the power of the Taichu sword yuan art to split the void in front of him. It was as if he had split the heavens and earth. Traces of ancient profundity filled the air. It was as if the beginning of the universe was unstoppable, unavoidable, and unerasable. That wisp of sword light lingered in the void for a few breaths before gradually dissipating. The void also seemed to have been split open, leaving behind a terrifying crack that slowly healed. But I wonder what level my qi cultivation strength has reached now. Qinzong thought to himself. With a leap, Qinzong rose into the air. This time, Qinzong used his qi refinement cultivation to travel. When he used his qi cultivation strength to travel, it was vast and mighty, as if it could sweep through everything. It was very shocking. On the contrary, when he used his qi cultivation strength to travel, it was light and gentle. It was as light and swift as a sharp sword slicing through the void. Now, more than 10 days had passed. There were only 10 days left before the savage barren territory would disappear into the void again. Everyone would also be repelled by its power and leave this place. Opportunities were hard to come by and should not be missed. One had to try his best to obtain as much as possible. Since a cultivator had embarked on the path of cultivation, they had to have this kind of belief. No matter what opportunity one had, one should fight for it with all their might. If one could not fight for it, one should create an opportunity to fight for it. If one did not even have an opportunity, one should give up. There were gains and losses. One had to be able to pick up and let go. Time flew by. Qinzong continued to explore the savage barren territory. The extreme sharp sword pierced through the void. The sword light was extremely sharp. In this world, nothing could withstand it. No matter if it was soft or hard, everything was sliced apart in front of the sword. That extremely powerful immemorial desolate beast, which was on the same level as the green sky eagle, could not withstand Qinzong's sword. In an instant, it was sliced apart by the terrifying sword light. Blood rained down like a waterfall, splattering everywhere. The blood essence of this immemorial desolate beast was naturally absorbed by Qinzong to increase his qi cultivation. He wanted to increase his qi cultivation before the savage barren territory closed. The fight for the holy golden body fruit had already ended. Out of the 9 holy golden body fruits, 1 was taken by the heavenly sword king, 1 was taken by Qinzong. As for the remaining 7, 3 were taken by the great azure black demonic dragon, 3 were taken by the Mingguang white divine tiger, and 1 was taken by an immemorial desolate beast. The fight had already ended. However, there were countless casualties at the foot of the savage mountain. All of this no longer had anything to do with Qinzong. A sea of flowing lights was like rippling water. It was constantly changing and dazzling. Chen Zong stopped in his tracks. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at it. However, he could not see through it. He could only feel danger. The flowing lights were dazzling and enchanting. However, it contained an extremely terrifying danger. Chen Zong had a feeling that even if he activated his unbreakable golden body and stepped into it, he would be instantly turned into dust. Not even his bones would remain and his soul would scatter. This was the border of the Savage Barren Territory. The Savage Barren Territory was a world of its own. However, it was not a complete world. Hence, there was a border. At the border, there was a void turbulence. It turned into flowing lights and flowing lights. However, it was extremely dangerous. Sensing was just sensing. Chen Zong still wanted to try it himself. Of course, he would not really enter it. Instead, he took out a long spear. This was a 7th grade saint weapon. It was his spoils of war. Without hesitation, Chen Zong threw out the long spear. It instantly sank into the flowing lights. Silently, the spear that was a grade 7 saint artifact was shattered into pieces, turning into dust. This scene made Chen Zong's hair stand on end. Retreat, there was nothing to gain from staying here. There was no need to continue wasting time. Now, more than 20 days had passed. There were less than 5 days left before the Savage Barren Territory closed. The Hurricane Dao will has yet to transform into an advanced Dao will. Chen Zong thought to himself. His eyes shone brightly. Although it had yet to transform, it was already on the verge of transforming. Chen Zong knew that if he could find an immemorial desolate beast that could control the power of wind and absorb its blood essence to cultivate, there would be hope for him to break through. The azure sky rock soared high in the sky. Its huge body was almost 200 meters long. It was a desolate beast that was second only to the 2 overlords of the desolate beasts. Compared to the azure sky eagle, it was much stronger. Its sharp eyes were filled with a broken green-gold light. It was extremely cold. There was no warmth or emotion in its eyes. It was as if one's life would be frozen if they were stared at by it. The hurricane whistled and the wind howled. It surrounded the azure sky rock's body. Chen Zong stared from afar. His eyes shone with a sharp light. It was called desire. The azure sky rock was extremely powerful. It was born with the power of the heavenly wind. It was boundless and terrifying. Although it was not as powerful as the 2 overlords of the desolate beasts, it was the closest existence. Of course, the 2 overlords who had consumed the absolute Saint Golden Body fruit would only be stronger. If the azure sky rock could consume the absolute Saint Golden Body fruit, its bloodline might revert to its ancestor and become a golden rock. Then, it would become the 3rd overlord of the Savage Barren Territory. But all of this was only imagination and guesses. Presently, the azure sky rock had already become Chen Zong's target. Not only would killing and refining its blood essence be able to improve his body refinement cultivation, he could even rely on the power of the heavenly wind within its blood to transform his Hurricane Dao insight into the high-grade Heavenly Wind Dao insight. At that time, when the Heavenly Wind Dao insight and Heavenly Fire Dao insight merged, its might would surpass the Heart Sword Dao insight and become even more terrifying. If it could merge with the Heavenly Lightning Dao insight, its might would simply be unimaginable. But the difficulty of perfectly merging the Heavenly Lightning Dao insight, Heavenly Fire Dao insight, and Heavenly Wind Dao insight was too great. If he didn't have a suitable fortuitous encounter, Chen Zong didn't know how much time and effort he would have to spend to accomplish it. But the Dao was endless. If one had the heart, one could succeed. Kill. The azure sky rock suddenly flapped its wings that blotted out the sky. The strong winds that surrounded its body roared and instantly condensed into wind blades. They were like a dark green divine weapon that slashed through the void and attacked. One slashed towards the sword light, while the other slashed past the sword light, bringing with it a bone-chilling killing intent. Under the characteristics of the Taichu sword yuan technique, Chen Zong's sword was extremely powerful. It directly pierced through the greenish-black winged blade, but at the same time, his own strength was exhausted and shattered. The power cultivated by the Taichu sword yuan technique was so unique. It seemed to be able to penetrate and tear through everything. That was its characteristic. It was just like the Shan King shocks the world. Once it was cultivated to a high level, it could naturally control the Yuan Qi in all directions. Characteristics were the most unreasonable. However, the characteristics of the Taichu sword Yuan technique were like the creation of heaven and earth. It could tear through everything, but if one's own strength was not enough, it would also collapse and dissipate. In the face of the azure sky rock's wing blade, Chenzong had no intention of dodging. His left hand was like a dragon emerging from the water. Golden light gathered and a blazing aura surged. It was like a flood of magma erupting from a volcano. Endless tyrannical power surged like a torrent of torrents. It all poured into his left hand and reached his 5 fingers. Mixed iron forging hand, his palms suddenly trembled and instantly exploded with unparalleled power. It seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth as it brazenly attacked the greenish-black winged blade. The sound of metal clashing resounded through heaven and earth. Chenzong's body trembled slightly and his left hand bounced up high. The greenish-black winged blade was also shattered, turning into countless fragments that scattered through the air. Seeing that its 2 attacks were ineffective, the azure sky rock's eyes became even colder and more emotionless. It spread its wings and instantly circled around. Its huge body and astonishing speed, as well as the power of the wind that it controlled, brought about a spatial storm. It was mighty and unstoppable, destroying everything in the world. The greenish-black void storm was boundlessly tyrannical, wreaking havoc in all directions, connecting the heavens and the earth. From the moment it appeared, it expanded to several hundred meters in size in the blink of an eye, wriggling and swaying. It was like an evil dragon wreaking havoc in the heavens and the earth, emanating a terrifying destructive power. Chenzong was as insignificant as a mayfly in the face of this terrifying and destructive void storm. Chenzong's face was solemn. He immediately activated his unbreakable golden body. Golden lines emerged from the inside of his body, as if an invisible magic brush was drawing on his skin. A complicated and mysterious golden pattern was drawn on Chenzong's body. It covered his entire body like a burning flame. An incorruptible, indestructible, and indestructible aura spread out and swept out in all directions. Even though there was an immeasurable gap between Chenzong and the void storm in terms of size, his aura did not seem to be inferior at all. Chenzong planned to resist the void storm head-on. The power of the holy golden body fruit had not been completely refined. There was still a part of it lurking in his flesh and blood. He could either cultivate slowly and stimulate it bit by bit, or refine it faster with the help of external forces. This void storm was undoubtedly a good external force. Without hesitation, Chenzong rushed into the void storm that was several hundred meters in size like an evil dragon. Suddenly, countless greenish-black sharp blades cut Chenzong's body in a frenzy, but they were all blocked by the power of his unbreakable golden body. Ear-piercing sounds were constantly heard, as if countless flying knives were shooting at fine steel. Countless sparks splashed and blended into the void storm. It was vast and boundless, and the roar was extremely shocking. Chenzong felt as if he was about to be obliterated. He was enduring an indescribable bombardment. Although the defense of his unbreakable golden body was strong, Chenzong still felt pain when he was constantly attacked. Traces of potential were also stimulated because of this. Whether it was the power of the holy golden body fruit or the primordial wild beast's blood essence that he had continuously absorbed and refined, a small part of it had blended into Chenzong's body and was temporarily hidden. Now, it seemed to be constantly being forced out. Traces of clear currents permeated and seemed to be scorching hot. The void storm's power was extremely shocking. It seemed that it would not stop until it obliterated Chenzong. Cuts appeared on Chenzong's body, but they healed in an instant. Power constantly emerged and exploded. Middle stage 8th level chaotic heaven realm. At the same time, his unbreakable golden body was also enhanced. His defensive power had reached middle stage 9th level chaotic heaven realm, and the tyrannical void storm could no longer hurt him. It was as if he had crossed a critical line. The void storm's stimulation and tempering effect on his body's potential instantly decreased. Since there was no effect, there was no need to continue. With one blow, Chenzong directly broke through the void storm and fiercely attacked the azure sky rock. As a powerful wild beast second only to the 2 overlords in the wild territory, the azure sky rock's combat power was unquestionable. Its fighting instincts were also very shocking, and it was very experienced. It could be said that any immemorial desolate beast, from birth to death, would experience countless life and death battles. Their innate nature already possessed astonishing battle instincts. Together with the killing and tempering, they were blessed by the heavens when it came to battle. The moment Xianxia rushed out of the void storm, he was met with a giant greenish-black claw. The giant claw crossed the sky and was surrounded by countless greenish-black gales. It was extremely condensed and turned into streaks of black lightning, releasing an aura that was full of destruction. The claw seemed to tear a hole in the void. It was like a lightning that could annihilate everything. Xianxia's body trembled and his hair stood on end. Whether it was the timing or the angle of the attack, it was extremely shocking. Even with Xianxia's ability, he could not avoid it immediately. He could only take it head-on. Mixed iron forging hand, a powerful attack was launched. It was most suitable for a head-on collision. However, Xianxia felt his body tremble. An extremely powerful force that contained sharpness and destruction rushed towards him. It was as if it was going to shatter his left arm. Even his body was slightly numb. The power of the attack was even more terrifying than the void storm. If it was not for the unbreakable golden body, he would definitely not be able to withstand it and would have been seriously injured. However, the mixed iron forging hand that Xianxia used under the unbreakable golden body was also very powerful. The azure sky rock was not in a good state either. Immediately, a sword light tore through the sky and attacked the azure sky rock with endless intent. Under the shocking characteristics of the Taichu sword energy technique, the azure sky rock's strong physique and defense were directly broken through as if they did not exist. However, after breaking through its defense, the power of this sword strike was greatly weakened. It only caused insignificant damage to the azure sky rock. At most, it was like a person being cut by a small knife, a wound that was only a little bit of skin. Xianxia was also a little helpless. The azure sky rock's strength was indeed very strong. If he had not mastered the Taichu sword energy technique or the Dexian technique, then this sword would probably not have been able to break through the opponent's defense, let alone cause any damage. The limitless sword just now had only caused an insignificant injury to the azure sky rock. Xianxia's figure was extremely agile. It was as if a bolt of lightning was swimming around. With the help of the myriad stream's force field, not only did he have amazing speed, but he also had amazing agility. The azure sky rock's huge size was an advantage, but now it had become a disadvantage. Xianxia turned into a bolt of lightning and was extremely agile as he attacked continuously. The repeated attacks had infuriated the azure sky rock. The feathers all over its body instantly emanated strands of dark green energy. The energy was incomparably hard and extremely sharp. As the feathers opened up slightly, it was like the edge of a blade. This attack came suddenly and was completely unexpected. Xianxia reacted quickly, but he did not completely avoid it. Fortunately, Xianxia did not stop the operation of the unbreakable golden body. Thus, he was able to resist the attack. Although he was not injured, he felt waves of tearing pain sweep through his body. In just an instant, the azure sky rock seized the opportunity to counterattack. Its sharp claws hooked and slashed, as if they were part of nature, explaining an indescribable profundity. It was like an antelope hanging on its horns, making it difficult for Xianxia to dodge. A sword slashed through the air. The chain of sword light was endless and weakened layer by layer. However, the power of that claw was extremely tyrannical. It brazenly attacked, ignoring all the sword light and wanting to tear Xianxia apart. Infinite, attack against attack. The extreme sharp sword trembled, and an unparalleled force blasted out. It was like a volcanic eruption, pushing Xianxia back. In an instant, a feather shook and shot out in the air. It was like a peerless divine knife fiercely chopping at Xianxia's back, as if it was going to cut Xianxia in half. Turn around, mixed iron forging hands, the collision was extremely shocking. Xianxia flew backward and was attacked by the azure sky rock's sharp claws. Xianxia realized that things were not going well. Although he could better injure the azure sky rock in close combat, the azure sky rock also had extreme control over its body. Whether it was its sharp claws or its feathers, they could all be turned into amazing blade attacks. If he approached, he would be attacked by countless feathers, as if he was trapped in a featherblade hell. It was very unfavorable for him. The unbreakable golden body's defensive power was strong, but it was not really unbreakable. When the attack reached the upper limit, it would also be broken. Qianzong wanted to use the pressure of the azure sky rock to stimulate his potential, but there was a limit. If he exceeded the limit, his life might be in danger. Escape. In an instant, Qianzong's body was extremely agile. With the combination of the myriad streams force field and the ninth step of the thunder steps of the nine heavens, he quickly distanced himself from the azure sky rock. With the extreme sharp sword in hand, Qianzong held the hilt with both hands and stood in front of him like a stick of incense. His expression was solemn and dignified. His eyes were clear and bright, as if they could penetrate the void. In an instant, Qianzong gathered the heart sword Dao will to the extreme. Endless mysteries grew from Qianzong's heart and spread out through his body. Around Qianzong, there seemed to be ripples of water. Those were countless sword lights. They seemed to be shapeless and tangible, rendering an extremely mysterious aura. It was like a reflection of mountains and rivers, like a projection of heaven and earth. Sword chi, sword lights, and sword radiance intertwined and weaved into an indescribable picture. It was as if a picture scroll had been opened and became eternal between heaven and earth. Heaven and earth. Qianzong opened his mouth slightly and softly spat out two words. It was clear and empty. It did not seem loud, but it was vast and mighty like a divine sound. Wind and thunder shook in all directions. The sword was also raised high. Boundless sword chi, sword light, and sword radiance emanated from his body. It was as if 10,000 swords were returning to their roots and 10,000 rivers were returning to the sea. All of them surged into the body of the sword that was raised high up in the air. A wisp of seemingly light yet extremely dazzling brilliance flowed and circulated on the sword like rippling autumn water. The heart sword Dao insight had been raised to the limit, and it emanated traces of a charm that seemed to surpass the ninth cycle. The pinnacle, above the ninth cycle was the pinnacle. The pinnacle of Dao insight was the pinnacle of Dao insight, and it was the pinnacle of Dao insight that couldn't be raised any further. Qianzong's heart sword Dao insight was still at the ninth cycle, but it had already reached the limit of the ninth cycle. With the foundation and profundities of his sword technique, it caused this strike to possess profundities that neared the pinnacle. Heaven and earth line, all the power was condensed and fused together with the pinnacle sword as it slashed down. It seemed like an ordinary strike, but it slashed down casually from top to bottom, yet it also seemed like it took all his strength to slash down. Instantly, a strand of silver divine radiance that was condensed to the limit like a thread tore through the sky. When he challenged the kingship pagoda, Qianzong had fought fiercely with the young Lingwu emperor, and he'd executed a strike that neared the pinnacle at the last moment. At that time, that strike had only scratched the surface, and it hadn't been named. But as he comprehended it, and especially after the grand profundity technique had transformed into the origin sword technique, Qianzong noticed that it was much easier to execute this strike. It wasn't like before, where he could only unleash it when facing the pressure of life and death, and he could already execute it freely. Of course, he still couldn't execute it as smoothly and quickly as when he executed the infinite strike, and it required a little more time. For now, it was enough. The extreme edge sword slashed down vertically, and that thread-like silver sword radiance silently flashed through the sky at the speed of an aurora, leaving behind only a thread-like pitch-black mark. It was so black that it was profound, and it emanated an extremely frightening aura. This strike caused the azure sky rock to tremble without end. The azure sky rock's strength was tyrannical. It was a powerful wild beast that was second only to the two overlords in the savage baron's secret realm. It had been hundreds of years since it was born and had experienced countless life and death battles. Its bloodline was also very high-end, so it had an extremely sharp sense of danger. That strand of silver divine radiance that silently tore through the sky towards him caused him to feel a horrifying sense of danger, and it was as if a single strike of this sword could slash his formidable body apart. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, but it was too late to dodge. The azure sky rock let out a sharp cry that resounded through the heavens and the earth. Its huge wings swept up a greenish-black astral current. With a sudden shake, the astral current immediately gathered and turned into an extremely terrifying storm that swept out, as if it was going to crush the void. The storm was azure in color, and countless black lightning bolts were wreaking havoc within it. It was suffused with a shocking aura of destruction. The azure sky rock unleashed its full power. However, although this storm was very strong, the instant it came into contact with the sword light, it was like ice and snow being cut by a hot knife. It was silently split into two like a hot knife cutting through butter. That strand of sword light was extremely sharp and unstoppable. It sliced through the terrifying storm of destruction and still carried a hidden and terrifying killing intent towards the azure sky rock. The azure sky rock's cry was filled with anger. It became sharper and more resounding, as if it could tear the sky apart. The greenish-black astral current became extremely strong and emitted a dazzling brilliance as if it had turned into a greenish-black sundae. An extremely shocking aura erupted, and it was extremely ferocious. It was also filled with traces of an ancient and immortal charm. Faced with Qianzong's heaven and earth-lined sword that was close to the extreme state, the azure sky rock had already unleashed its full power and even burned its own strength. It had no choice but to do so. Chi. Chi, chi. There seemed to be a slight sound. The heaven and earth-lined sword light immediately cut through the greenish-black astral sun and forcefully sliced it open. It then charged towards the azure sky rock within. The Taichu sword energy technique's earth-shattering characteristics made this sword even more indestructible. No matter how weak it was, it still had the shocking power to tear apart the target's defense. As for whether it could injure or even kill the target after breaking through the defense, it would depend on whether the power was strong enough. The power of the heaven and earth line was strong enough. This was the sword that had gathered all of Qianzong's strength. His essence, qi, and spirit were also condensed and integrated into it in an instant, and it was protected by an invincible belief. A sword that was close to the extreme state. An indestructible sword. After the sword attack, Qianzong's essence, qi, and spirit were also rapidly declining. For now, he could only perform this sword attack once in a short period of time. Within the greenish-black dazzling astral sun, the azure sky rock's furious shriek could be heard. From the sound, Qianzong judged that the azure sky rock had been injured. Qianzong's divine thought swept across, and under the cover of the heart domain, his body moved. He became one with his sword and turned into the sharpest sword light. Following the trajectory of the heaven and earth line, he charged into the greenish-black astral sun with irresistible force. The heaven and earth line not only broke through the greenish-black astral sun, but also broke through the azure sky rock's tyrannical body. Qianzong charged into the azure sky rock's body with the sword wound. He waved his sword and went straight for the heart. Dong, 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 the astonishing sounds that sounded like the beating of war drums continued to ring out, piercing into Qianzong's eardrums. The rhythm of the beating caused Qianzong's body to tremble along with it. His heart seemed to be affected as well. The frequency of his heartbeat seemed to match the rhythm of the beating and be controlled by it. The azure sky rock's body was extremely tyrannical. Its essence and blood were also extremely vigorous. Its heart was incomparably strong, like a giant beast. Unbreakable golden body, golden lines appeared and dyed Qianzong's body golden. It was as if a golden god had descended. The Taichu sword energy technique was also activated to the extreme. With a sword in hand, it was as if there was nothing it could not break through. The thumping sound became more and more intense. It was as if a giant drum was beating in his ears. However, Qianzong resisted all of it. In front of him, there was an incomparably huge coconut-like object that was constantly beating. Large tendons were entrenched on it, like a large python coiling around it. It was frighteningly ferocious. The thick and tough blood vessels were connected to each other, and a torrent of blood was constantly rushing in the blood vessels. The heart, this was the azure sky rock's heart. It was a few meters in size and contained an extremely shocking and vigorous vitality. It was as if it was the source of life. Without hesitation, Qianzong swung his sword and directly cut a hole in the heart. His entire body turned into a stream of light and rapidly drilled into the heart. The extremely dense essence and blood of the heart instantly enveloped Qianzong's entire body and crazily seeped into it. The essence and blood of the heart contained an extremely shocking power. It even carried the terrifying willpower of the azure sky rock. It sensed Qianzong's invasion and crazily attacked in an attempt to kill Qianzong. Maintaining the unbreakable golden body and fully operating the non-quenching jade technique, the aura of the burning sea of the southern phoenix immediately appeared. The azure sky rock controlled the essence and blood of the heart to kill Qinzong. However, Qinzong continuously refined and absorbed it to improve his body refinement cultivation. He also continuously absorbed the power of the heavenly wind contained in it. Qinzong's soul was astonishingly powerful. Moreover, his soul flame burned continuously. He also had a powerful peak heart sword Dao will to protect him. He completely blocked the brutal attack of the azure sky rock's will. Refine, endless refinement, the azure sky rock's strength was tyrannical. Its vitality was extremely tenacious and exuberant. It constantly struggled. Even so, it was unable to resist the receding tide of vitality and power. Gradually, the azure sky rock's resistance became weaker and weaker. This kind of injury that came from the body, especially the injury in the heart, was unable to resist. With a final sorrowful cry, the azure sky rock's entire body trembled violently. It was like a bird that had been shot by an arrow. Its wings were powerless as it rapidly fell downwards. The intense friction between its enormous body and the air caused countless sparks to burst forth. It was like a meteor that blasted towards the ground. Subsequently, a peerlessly sharp beam of sword light broke out from the flames and shot into the sky. Boom! The azure sky rock's corpse fell down and fiercely smashed onto the ground, smashing open the hard ground and creating an enormous hole. Countless dust and dirt surged like enormous waves as it ceaselessly charged out in all directions and obliterated everything in the surroundings. Strands of light coiled around his body and was suffused with an exceedingly shocking might, causing a storm to sweep out and shake the heavens and the earth. This was the energy of Dao insight, the energy of heavenly wind Dao insight, the energy of a high-grade Dao insight. The hurricane Dao insight had finally transformed into the high-grade heavenly wind Dao insight. At this point, the lightning, fire, and wind Dao insights had all transformed into high-grade Dao insights, and they were heavenly lightning, heavenly flame, and heavenly wind. The heart sword Dao insight was at the peak grade. Shockingly, Qinzong had grasped a top-grade Dao insight and 3 high-grade Dao insights. Moreover, the heavenly flame Dao insight and heavenly wind Dao insight were even capable of fusing into one. If other cultivators were to find out about this, it was unknown how shocked they would be. In the sky, Qinzong didn't utilize his cultivation and merely relied on the energy of the heavenly wind Dao insight to stay in midair. This was an application of the heavenly wind Dao insight. Qinzong heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he had gained a lot from this trip. However, there were still a few days left, and he could still continue hunting primordial desolate beasts to bathe in blood to temper his body. He could also continue searching for primordial fragments to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. He couldn't miss any opportunity to improve himself. After all, this savage secret realm would only open once every 100 years, and the next time it would open would be 100 years later. Only God knew where he would be after 100 years. After all, if he were to calculate, the total amount of time he had spent cultivating didn't exceed 100 years. 100 years was still a little too long for him. Perhaps only in the future when his cultivation had reached a shocking height and it was already very difficult for him to advance any further, would he not realize that 100 years was a long time. After all, to a group of eminent saint-stage powerhouses, 100 years was simply nothing. Perhaps, it was just a small fragment of time in their long lives. However, it was still a little too early for him now. Recollecting his thoughts, Qinzong's eye swept across the area before he stared ahead. With a flash of his figure, he silently flew across the sky like the wind and headed into the distance. At the same time, he released the power of his divine sense to cover the surroundings as he carefully sensed the unusual fluctuations coming from the primordial fragment. Time passed by slowly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in the blink of an eye, a full month had passed since the opening of the savage secret realm. A wave of repulsive energy suddenly descended and landed on everyone. As time passed, the repulsive energy gradually increased. Everyone had no choice but to give up on continuing to search for opportunities and quickly rushed towards the entrance. Savage Valley. The arc of light was shrinking from the left and right. It was the door to the Savage Barren Mystery Land. It was closing, which meant that the Savage Barren Mystery Land and Tianyuan Sanctuary were separating. One by one, figures flew out from the shrinking arc of light and landed on the ground of the savage barren mystery land. They were all surrounded by powerful auras. When the arc of light of the savage barren mystery land closed completely, those who were still alive had already left the savage barren mystery land. There were 400 people who had entered the savage barren mystery land. When they came out, there were only 300 people left. Almost 100 people had died in the savage barren mystery land. The savage barren mystery land represented a great opportunity, but it also represented great danger. The immemorial desolate beasts were not to be trifled with. They were all very powerful. If one was not careful, one would be killed. In addition, cultivators would also kill each other in order to compete for opportunities. Not everyone would be tactful enough to retreat. Dozens of cultivators had died in the fight for the holy golden body fruit in the savage mountain. They were the majority of the casualties. However, those who had survived all had stronger auras than when they had entered the savage barren mystery land. Obviously, they had obtained great opportunities in the savage barren mystery land. They had either obtained some precious medicine to strengthen their physique, or they had obtained an immemorial fragment to comprehend. However, there were limited immemorial fragments and they were not easy to find. Only a few of them had obtained the power of an immemorial fragment. Suddenly, a terrifying sharpness swept across the sky and covered the land. It was as though it was above all things. Everyone could not help but tremble. There was an indescribable sense of horror that surged from the depths of their hearts. The aura was like an invisible sword. It made everyone's scalp tingle. It flew across the sky and struck a spot. Qianzong, the target of the invisible sword was Qianzong. Sword King Tian, now that the savage barren mystery land had closed, this battle was unavoidable. Sword King and Jiandi, under the pressure of the invisible sword Qi, a terrifying sharpness shot out from Qianzong's body. It shot up into the sky as though it was going to pierce the heavens. Sword essence, the two sword essences clashed. It was as though two invisible swords were clashing. There was an invisible aura that caused everyone's faces to change. It was as though countless invisible swords were cutting their bodies and even their souls. Retreat, in the blink of an eye, everyone retreated, making way for the battle. At the same time, they were secretly excited. A fierce battle was about to begin. Before the opening of the savage barren secret domain, the High Heaven Sword King had challenged Jiandi Qianzong to a duel, expressing his unwillingness to accept Jiandi's title. At that time, the High Heaven Sword King had been suppressed by half-step great saints because of the opening of the savage barren secret domain. Now that the savage barren secret zone had closed, Qianzong and the High Heaven Sword King must have gained a lot of benefits in the savage barren secret zone. Such a battle would be even more exciting and intense. Sword essence, sword qi, they surged in all directions and collided continuously. Qianzong and the Heaven Conqueror Sword King were separated by a few hundred meters. Their eyes clashed continuously in midair, creating invisible sparks. In the void, layers of ripples appeared. With a flash of sword light, a blinding light illuminated the surroundings. The Sword King of the Lingtian Sword Realm was already wielding his sword. The sword intent he emitted was heaven-shaking, as though it was above everything. His eyes flashed with an indescribable coldness, as though he was looking down on all living things. Top-grade sword essence, High Heaven Sword Essence, any Dao intent, even if it was just a basic Dao intent, could be upgraded to a top-grade Dao intent. However, the higher the level, the more difficult it would be. Since ancient times, there were only a few people who could master a top-grade Dao intent. Every one of them was an outstanding genius of their generation. The High Heaven Sword King only cultivated the High Heaven Sword Essence, which was refined and pure. It constantly stimulated the High Heaven Sword King's power and potential to an astonishing level. Moreover, the High Heaven Sword in the High Heaven Sword King's hand was an elite 9th grade saint artifact. Qianzong pulled out the extreme sharp sword. The friction between the sword and the scabbard created a shocking aura. It was as though it was cutting through the void, causing chills to run down one's spine. With the extreme sharp sword out of the scabbard, Qianzong's eyes became even sharper. When the sword was completely out of the scabbard, the sharpness in his eyes seemed to be slightly restrained. With the sword out of the scabbard, the sword qi in the air became even more intense, more powerful, and more terrifying. Kill, in an instant, the Heaven Ascension Sword King slashed out with his sword. A sword light that seemed to be above everything slashed out, as though it was capable of slicing the heavens and earth apart. Its astonishing sharpness caused everyone in the surroundings to feel a chill run down their spines. Chenzong also swung his sword out. With a swing of his sword, the sword light broke through the air and collided with the High Heaven Sword King's sword light. Both of them exploded instantly. The two figures displayed an astonishing speed, sweeping across the sky. In just an instant, they had passed hundreds of times. As they neared each other, the two swords clashed. Close-range combat. Those who practiced the sword often had to master exquisite close-range combat techniques. Only then could they fight better. The High Heaven Sword King was a supreme genius of his generation. He was powerful and had been immersed in the way of the sword for more than 100 years than Chenzong. His foundation was extremely solid and his swordsmanship was exquisite. As soon as they came into contact, Chenzong knew that his opponent's close-range combat swordsmanship was extremely powerful and shocking. However, Chenzong's own close-range combat skills were also very good. For a moment, both sides were evenly matched and fought fiercely. The High Heaven Sword King had spent 100 years in the vast wilderness to hone his own swordsmanship. He combined all his knowledge and experience to create the High Heaven Sword technique. Although the name was simple, it was not weak at all. Furthermore, it had been perfected continuously until now. It had reached an extremely perfect stage. Every sword contained astonishing profundity and power. Kill. The High Heaven Sword technique combined with the High Heaven Sword intent brought an extremely shocking threat to Chenzong. Every sword seemed to be above everything. There was a kind of high and mighty aura. In terms of aura, it was to suppress the opponent and put them in a disadvantageous position. However, it was useless against Chenzong. Because Chenzong was very powerful and his mind was incomparably tough, he was not affected by it. Infinite sword chain unfolded. Layers of sword light overlapped like mountains and rivers. Not only did it dissolve the High Heaven Sword King's swordsmanship layer by layer, but it also continuously counterattacked. The sword light interpreted the profundity of hardness and softness. It was like dragons and snakes intersecting. It could be strong or weak, fast or slow, sharp or blunt. It was unpredictable and unpredictable. For a moment, the High Heaven Sword King was surprised. This close-range combat swordsmanship was indeed incomparably exquisite and powerful. For a moment, he could not do anything to his opponent. However, this alone was not enough to be called a Jiandi. The sword light became more and more dazzling. The power contained in every sword was incomparably tyrannical. It made the people in the distance feel uncomfortable. It was as if their bodies were constantly being cut. It was indescribably horrifying. Whether it was the High Heaven Sword King or the Jiandi Chenzong, the sharpness that they displayed made them extremely fearful. Among the people present, it would be difficult to find a match except for half-step great saints. The half-step great sage expert also stared at the scene, secretly shocked. Whether it was the High Heaven Sword King or Chenzong, their strength was astonishing. It could be said that under the same level of strength, these half-step great saints did not have the confidence to defeat the two of them. From another point of view, it also showed that if the two of them advanced to half-step great saints, their strength would definitely be very strong. They would be considered strong among the half-step great saints. If they immersed themselves for a period of time, they would definitely become even stronger. It would not be impossible for them to leap into the top half-step great saint realm. This was brought about by their talent and foundation. In the blink of an eye, the battle between Chenzong and the High Heaven Sword King became more and more intense. Two swords collided, sword techniques collided, peak Dao intent collided, battle experience and battle talent collided. This battle could be called a battle of the pinnacle. The spectators were intoxicated, immersed, and shocked. Every sword strike seemed simple, but it returned to the origin and was suffused with unparalleled profundity. Sword chi crisscrossed and tore in all directions. Shocking sword marks appeared on the hard ground and spread rapidly as if it was tearing everything apart. Countless sand and stones were torn into powder under the surging sword chi. Whether it was the High Heaven Sword King's sword or Chenzong's sword, both of them were extremely fast. Slash, slash, when the two swords collided, a terrifying force surged out from the swords, wreaking havoc in all directions. The shocking sharpness seemed to grind everything into pieces. A shocking storm rushed out from both sides, sweeping across heaven and earth. The swords of Qianzong and the heavenly sword king clashed against each other. Powerful energy surged out like a tidal wave, gushing into the swords like a torrent bursting through a dam. The swords glowed brightly and charged forward, wanting to suppress the other party. Their eyes met, and incomparably sharp light collided. Qianzong discovered that the High Heaven Sword King's physique was very strong. Although it was not as strong as him, it was already stronger than many cultivators. On the other hand, the High Heaven Sword King did not have any body-refining aura. In other words, the High Heaven Sword King did not cultivate any body-refining techniques. With such a strong physique, Qianzong thought of the utmost Saint Golden Body Fruit. When the High Heaven Sword King obtained the utmost Saint Golden Body Fruit, he must have consumed it. Then, the strength of his physique must have been increased by the utmost Saint Golden Body Fruit. He wondered if the High Heaven Sword King had obtained the unbreakable golden body. When cultivators consumed the utmost Saint Golden Body Fruit, the possibility of obtaining the unbreakable golden body was not high. He had obtained it, but Qianzong did not know if the High Heaven Sword King had obtained it, unless the other party used it. The High Heaven Sword King's Qi cultivation level was far higher than Qianzong's. The technique he cultivated was also very advanced, and he had already cultivated it to the perfect realm. Therefore, in terms of Qi cultivation level, Qianzong was not as good as the High Heaven Sword King. However, in terms of body refining, Qianzong was much better than the other party. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was stronger between the two. With a shock, a terrifying aura burst out from the two swords. In an instant, Qianzong and the High Heaven Sword King were pushed back. At the same time, the High Heaven Sword King swung his sword. Countless sword lights pierced through the air like crescent moons. It was beautiful beyond compare, and the surrounding space was dyed red. It was dazzling. Qianzong also slashed out with his sword. 10,000 swords became one sword became 10,000, one sword became limitless. Both of them knew that it would be difficult to determine the winner through close combat. Therefore, they had to use their ultimate moves. An extremely terrifying power spread out and swept out in all directions, causing everyone who was 10,000 meters away to be shocked. This was the outside world, not the savage barren secret territory. There was no 10 times the gravity here. The power of each attack was even more terrifying and shocking. The sword light soared high up in the sky as if a deity had slashed down with his sword, sinking the earth and slaughtering all life. The High Heaven Sword King followed closely behind the sword light with his sword. He knew very well that the sword alone was not enough to defeat his opponent. The sword light was swift and fierce like a torrential downpour or a waterfall falling from the sky. It was extremely violent and ferocious. Qianzong's eyes flashed like cold lightning. His sword intent came from his heart. The sword seemed to originate from his heart, from his hand, and from his sword. The sword light pierced through the sky like a silver divine radiance. The light was dazzling and dazzling. Chain, limitless, limitless, the three swords were executed by Qianzong to the extreme, incomparably mysterious. He weakened his opponent's attack. His technique was exquisite and flexible. He advanced courageously and cut through all obstacles. Under the characteristics of the Genesis sword technique, Qianzong's every sword move could break his opponent's attack. A sword light flashed and shot forward. After shattering the sword light, Qianzong approached the High Heaven Sword King again. The extreme edge sword suddenly shone with a shocking divine radiance. It was as if a blazing sun had suddenly burst out with a blinding light. The power of Lingwu. Burst, in an instant, Qianzong's Qi refining stage power soared from the peak of the 7th level Saint Rudiment stage to the peak of the 8th level Saint Rudiment stage. His basic strength had increased tremendously. The sword light was blazing to the extreme. Moreover, this surge of power was completely under Qianzong's control because his divine sense was extremely strong. The High Heaven Sword King's expression changed drastically. The power contained in his opponent's sword had increased tremendously. It was even more terrifying. A strong sense of danger surged from the depths of his heart. Activate, traces of golden light suddenly emerged from his body, from his organs, bones, and muscles. It was as if an invisible divine brush was drawing on his skin. Divine runes intertwined and spread out, turning into an incomparably mysterious and complicated picture that covered his entire body. This familiar scene and aura fluctuation immediately told Xianxia that the High Heaven Sword King had also mastered the unbreakable golden body. The dazzling golden light spread out, making the High Heaven Sword King look like a golden deity. His defensive power had greatly increased. All his power erupted as he swung his sword, displaying an extremely ferocious side. The two swords collided, creating a terrifying momentum that tore and shattered everything. The shocking sword chi seemed to shatter the void. It was dazzling and ancient. The High Heaven Sword King's body trembled as he felt a terrifying power coming from his opponent's sword. It was as if an immemorial desolate beast was charging at him head-on, causing the High Heaven Sword King to tremble. His arms that were holding the sword also trembled as his chest felt stuffy. The golden light on his body flickered incessantly, like a candle in the wind that would be extinguished at any moment. Although the unbreakable golden body was very powerful, it was also closely related to one's body. For example, Xianxia's body refinement cultivation had reached the middle stage of the 8th level of the Chaos Heaven realm. When he used the unbreakable golden body, he could master an astonishing defensive power that was one level higher. When he reached the middle stage of the 9th level of the Chaos Heaven realm, it would be even more shocking. However, the High Heaven Sword King did not cultivate his body. He only relied on the Supreme Saint Golden Body Fruit to increase the strength of his physique. In addition to some inadvertent accumulation in the past and the refinement of the ancient desolate beast's blood, it had reached the level of the 5th level of the Chaos Heaven realm. Using the unbreakable golden body only increased his defensive power to the 6th level of the Chaos Heaven realm. The unbreakable golden body also had its limits. The collision of this sword had almost reached the limit of the unbreakable golden body. If the High Heaven Sword King's chi refinement cultivation was not far superior to Xianxia's, he would have been defeated by this sword. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Even if the High Heaven Sword King did not want to retreat, the impact of this sword was extremely powerful. While retreating, the High Heaven Sword King constantly diverted the terrifying impact, causing the ground under his feet to crack inch by inch. However, Xianxia suddenly charged forward and slashed out with his sword again. The incomparably powerful sword was extremely ferocious, as if it could split heaven and earth. The High Heaven Sword King stomped his feet as if he had taken root. His body emitted an extremely shocking aura as he swung his sword again. As the outstanding Sword King of a generation and Xianxia's senior, he definitely could not retreat when facing a junior sword. This was his dignity. The two swords collided again, and an extremely terrifying force burst forth again, tearing the surroundings apart. This time, Xianxia immediately bounced back and swung his sword again. It was like a flexible and tough bamboo in the wind. The second sword, the third sword, the fourth sword, Xianxia swung his sword again and again, each sword vividly displaying savagery, ferocity, and sharpness. The High Heaven Sword King forcefully withstood the attacks time and time again. The unbreakable golden body flickered continuously, and the golden light instantly shattered. He could no longer withstand the tyrannical power. It was as if he had been hit by a ferocious ancient desolate beast. He flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. As he swung his sword, streaks of terrifying sword light tore through the sky. Boom, boom. Boom, the High Heaven Sword King had no choice but to swing his sword to defend, but he was constantly pushed back and flew further and further. Despite being injured, the High Heaven Sword King had no intention of admitting defeat. His eyes seemed to be burning with an unyielding flame. When he was roaming the vast wilderness, the High Heaven Sword King had encountered many powerful skyprides of the vast wilderness and was almost suppressed. However, under his unyielding fighting spirit, he eventually tempered himself and turned defeat into victory. Today, it was the same. The flames in the High Heaven Sword King's eyes were blazing. On the High Heaven Sword, there seemed to be an illusory flame burning, emitting a terrifying sword intent aura. The sword intent aura continued to rise, as if it had surpassed the limit. Under the sword, strands of hair like black marks vaguely appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. Xianxia's expression was solemn but also a little excited. Obviously, the High Heaven Sword King was about to use an extremely powerful killer move. It was very likely that it was close to the extreme state. As a top skypride of his generation, he was almost invincible among his peers. Moreover, he had cultivated for more than 100 years more than Xianxia. It was reasonable for him to be able to use a sword that was close to the extreme state. Anticipation, Xianxia was looking forward to the High Heaven Sword King's sword. It was also because of this that the High Heaven Sword King had the opportunity to use this sword. His strength was channeled into the sword in an instant. The sword-intent Taoist rhymes became more and more intense. It was like flowing water, emitting a shockingly mysterious fluctuation. Suddenly, the sword chi shot up to the 9 heavens as if it was about to shatter the heavens. The surrounding light also dimmed and spread out at an astonishing speed, covering a radius of 10,000 meters. The terrifying murderous intent was above all living things. It was as if a high and mighty God was looking down on them. Instantly, everyone's heart trembled. They could not help but feel a trace of fear and palpitations. Xianxia's heart was heavy. The anticipation and excitement in his heart grew stronger. Suddenly, his eyelids seemed to tremble uncontrollably. His pupils seemed to have lost their function and he could not see anything. When they recovered, an extremely terrifying golden sword light pierced through the air and shot towards him. The sword light seemed to be very short, but it was also extremely long. It was as if it filled the heavens and the earth, traversing all directions. It came from the beginning of time and pierced through time and space. An extreme sword, it was an extremely mysterious sword move. When the sword was used, one could feel the High Heaven Sword King's spirit, energy, and spirit drop. This sword was used when he was injured, so the impact on his body was even greater. His eyes also became a little dim. The instant the peerless sword monarch unleashed his strongest strike, Xianxia also raised his extreme-edge sword. Boundless sword chi, sword light, and sword light gushed out from his body. It was as if there were 10,000 rays of light, dazzling beyond compare. As the sword was raised high up, it rapidly gathered towards the sword. Faced with the High Heaven Sword King's extremely powerful sword that was close to the extreme state, Xianxia did not hesitate to use his true strength. The heavens and the earth were aligned. Although this sword was just created not long ago and was not perfect yet, it already possessed astonishing power. When the sword was used, the sword light tore through the sky like a silk thread. It was silent and under the characteristics of the Genesis sword energy technique, it was raised to the extreme. There seemed to be nothing in the world that could resist this sword. Everyone's gazes were drawn to it. Although the sword light was as thin as silk, its light was as dazzling as the sun. The High Heaven Sword King's somewhat tired eyes were filled with indescribable horror. A sword that was close to the extreme state, his opponent was still very young. He had already mastered such an ultimate move. In order to master this sword, the High Heaven Sword King had roamed the vast wilderness for dozens of years. He had fought countless fierce battles and experienced many life and death situations before finally creating and mastering it. Jiandi, this was the peerless genius who had ignited the 9-colored heavenly flower and was recognized by the king naming pagoda and the will of the heavens and earth. He was given the title of Jiandi. Compared to him, there was indeed a huge gap between them. There was a difference of more than 100 years of cultivation, but his opponent was not inferior to him at all. His mind was slightly shaken at that moment. The two swords that were close to the extreme state collided in an instant. The High Heaven Sword King's High Heaven Life-Slaying Sword and Xianxia's line of heaven and earth collided in an instant. The two extremely terrifying sword lights trembled at the same time. Heaven and earth seemed to be imprisoned, turning into a picture scroll that seemed to be imprinted in everyone's soul. The sword lights were extremely dazzling, as if two true dragons were coiling in a vacuum, as if they were eternal. This picture was not maintained for more than a breath's time before it shattered. The two sword lights trembled at the same time and seemed to emit an extremely shocking and sharp sound. They tore through the surroundings and both exploded. Although they were both swords that were close to the extreme state, the High Heaven Sword King had mastered it for a longer time and it was more complete. Its power was stronger than the line of heaven and earth. However, Xianxia's sword was not weak either. Its power was tyrannical, and it was not inferior by much. Both swords collapsed. The remaining sword chi surged in all directions like a torrent, destroying everything in the world. Xianxia and the High Heaven Sword King were both hit by the impact, and they each defended against it. Xianxia's body was tyrannical, and he completely defended against it. However, the High Heaven Sword King seemed to be in a sorry state and was more or less injured. Even so, the High Heaven Sword King's slightly tired eyes were filled with strong unwillingness. His will was unyielding. Immediately, the High Heaven Sword King turned into a sword light to escape. This battle could not continue because he knew that he could not defeat his opponent at all. If he continued to fight, he might be defeated. In that case, this battle would end here. In the future, when he was stronger, he would fight again and defeat his opponent. He would not admit defeat, this was the High Heaven Sword King, and also the mystery of the High Heaven Sword Will. Advancing courageously, breaking through all difficulties and obstacles, defeating all strong opponents, and standing above everything. On the void battlefield, demonic fortresses descended from the universe one after another. Every demonic fortress was pitch black and irregular in shape. They were all thousands of meters in size and covered with ferocious skull sculptures. They exuded an incomparably dark aura and were extremely ferocious. It was as if they wanted to sink people into eternal oblivion. There were hundreds of demonic fortresses that were several thousand meters in size, sweeping across the void. Among the hundreds of thousands of demonic fortresses, there was a demonic fortress that was several tens of thousands of meters in size. It was covered with countless ferocious skulls, their eyes burning with terrifying flames. The aura it exuded was extremely terrifying, as if hell had descended upon this world. This was the reinforcements of the void demonic army that had rushed to the void battlefield. After more than a decade of war, the mysterious Heaven Army had suffered heavy losses, but the void demonic army had suffered even greater losses. After all, the human race had the mysterious Heaven Battle Fort to rely on. Once the spirit array was fully activated, it could kill many void demonic beasts. The hundreds of demonic fortresses that had arrived on the void battlefield did not stop there. Instead, they rushed towards the mysterious Heaven Battle Fort at an astonishing speed. As they approached, a terrifying aura swept across the void battlefield, causing the already cruel void battlefield to become even more ferocious. The light seemed to dim even more, as if it had turned into a purgatory. While Qinzong had been away, the void demonic beasts had launched several more attacks. Although they had been repelled in the end, leaving behind many corpses, the mysterious Heaven Army had also suffered heavy losses. The hundreds of demonic fortresses that had arrived were extremely terrifying. Each of them was several thousand meters in size, and as they charged forward with all their might, they created a blazing storm that destroyed everything in its path. Streaks of terrifying black light continued to shoot out from the demonic fortress. Each streak of black light carried an astonishing destructive power, capable of destroying all life. It was as if there was no way to defend against it. Even a Mastery Saint Realm Master would find it difficult to resist. A 7th level Saint Rudiment Realm Cultivator would instantly die upon contact. His body was instantly corroded and melted, turning into a pile of ashes. Even an 8th Heaven Saint Realm Expert would be severely injured if they were hit, and would have no choice but to defend themselves with all their might. If they were hit twice, they would die without a doubt and be reduced to ashes. As for those at the 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment Realm, they couldn't be hit by 3 at the same time. Otherwise, they would be severely injured. If they were hit again, there was a 70 to 80% chance they would die on the spot and turn into ashes. There was only a 20 to 30% chance of survival. Even if he managed to survive, he would be severely injured and barely have any strength left. It was no different from waiting for death. The soldiers of the Xianxia army formed a battle formation and activated it with all their might. The battle formation was activated, and light shone brightly. While resisting the attacks of the Fiend Fortress, it also released a powerful counterattack. Storms swept across, flames erupted, torrents surged, and thunder rumbled. However, not only could each Fiend Fortress release a powerful black light attack, but it also had an amazing defensive power. When the countless attacks hit the Fiend Fortress, they were instantly blocked by a layer of black light. Ripples spread out like water waves. The layer of defensive power outside the Devil's Fortress had actually dispersed all the attacks. The Devil's Fortress was several thousand meters in size. After the attacks were dispersed, they were unable to cause any damage to the Devil's Fortress. This scene caused the hearts of the soldiers of the Xianxia army to sink, and the faces of the higher-ups turned solemn. Kill! In an instant, the divine black military commander's long spear suddenly trembled, and like a divine dragon leaving the abyss, he stabbed out fiercely. Terrifying light circulated, and endless Tao runes surged out, shocking the world. The spear pierced through the void, and with terrifying power, it broke open a vacuum of darkness and shot towards one of the fiend fortress. The black light on the fiend fortress was rampant, and its power converged from all directions like 100 rivers returning to the current to resist the spear of the divine black military commander. However, the divine black military commander was a top half-step great saint expert, and the power of his spear was extremely terrifying. Although the black light protection of the fiend fortress was tyrannical, it couldn't completely disperse the power of the spear. In just a short moment, it was broken, and the astonishing power pierced into the fiend fortress. It broke through a ferocious skull statue, and came out from another ferocious skull behind it. Only then did everyone notice that there were thousands of powerful void fiends residing in the fiend fortress. It was these void fiends that provided the fiend fortress with offensive and defensive power. Under the spear, hundreds of void fiends in the fiend fortress were directly penetrated, and thousands of void fiends nearby were impacted by the terrifying power of the spear. Although they didn't die, they were on the verge of death. This spear not only penetrated a fiend fortress, but also caused significant casualties among the void fiends, causing the power of the fiend fortress to plummet. This method worked, and the half-step great saints in the divine black military commander burst out with all their strength, bombarding the fiend fortress with fierce attacks. Immediately, some fiend fortresses were attacked, and their power was greatly reduced. However, there weren't many half-step great saints, and the gap between them and the fiend fortress was obvious. For a time, they could only relieve some of the pressure. At this time, the giant fiend fortress, which had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly released a terrifying aura, as if a void beast had awakened from a deep slumber. The aura that made people's hearts palpitate swept out, and the whole battlefield seemed to be silent for a moment. The expressions of the divine black military commander and the other half-step great saints changed dramatically, and they felt a threat and fear from the aura from the bottom of their hearts. They stared at each other, their eyes filled with solemnity. There were thousands of powerful void fiends in the 1,000-meter-big fiend fortress, and they gathered their power in a strange way to form the attack and defense of the fiend fortress. There were tens of thousands of powerful void fiends in the fiend fortress, and there were even demigod void fiends in the fortress. Its power wasn't 10 times that of the 1,000-meter-big fiend fortress, but more than 100 times, and it was even more terrifying. Whoosh, a thick and majestic black light suddenly shot out from the demon fortress, which was tens of thousands of meters high. Its target was a half-step great saint expert. The speed of this black light was extremely fast, and it swept across the world in an instant, traversing tens of thousands of meters in the void. The half-step great saint expert was horrified. He hurriedly unleashed a powerful attack to counter the attack, but his attack was defeated in an instant. Although the power of the black light was reduced sharply, it still shot towards him with irresistible force. Resist, he was defeated in an instant, and his whole body was sent flying. The terrifying power invaded his whole body, frantically seeping into his body and wantonly destroying his vitality. With just one blow, the half-step great saint expert was injured, and his aura withered. He had to circulate his cultivation with all his strength, and take elixirs to dissolve the terrifying power that invaded his body. With just one blow, a half-step great saint expert had lost his fighting ability. If there was another blow, he would undoubtedly die. The faces of the half-step great saint experts were extremely solemn. Kill, he attacked again. This time, he attacked the Devil Fortress, which was tens of thousands of meters large, mercilessly. However, many of their attacks were intercepted and shattered by the black light, and some of them hit the Fiend Fortress, but layers of ripples spread out, and it was impossible to break through, let alone damage the Fiend Fortress. This scene immediately made the faces of the half-step great saint experts sink, and they became even more wary. The situation seemed to be even more unfavorable. Close in. In an instant, the commanders of the 9 armies immediately negotiated and reached a consensus. Since long-range attacks couldn't break through the Fiend Fortress's defense, they would close in and fight in close range. Only then could they erupt with more terrifying power, break through the defensive power, and kill their way in, completely destroy the powerful Fiend Fortress, and save the battle. Otherwise, the Xianxia army would very likely be defeated in this battle. The situation was extremely critical. In the blink of an eye, the 9 figures emitted dazzling lights of different colors. Their Taoist rhymes were as dense as magma, yet they were also like surging waves that surged in all directions. They erupted with an extremely shocking speed and carried an extremely terrifying might as they swiftly shot out. Close in, these 9 figures were the commanders of the 9 armies of the Xianxia army. They were all top half-step great saint experts, and were super experts second only to the chief commander of the Xianxia army. 9 black lights shot out at the same time, respectively shooting towards the 9 rays of light, trying to kill them, but they were either blocked or dodged, and closed in again. The other half-step great saint experts also attacked, erupting with their full strength to attack the fiend fortress, which was tens of thousands of meters in size, to provide cover for the 9 commanders, allowing them to approach more easily. Tens of thousands of meters was actually very short for the powerful half-step great saint experts, and they could cross it in an instant. However, under the heavy attacks, these tens of thousands of meters seemed to be stretched 10 times, or even 100 times, and became even more difficult to cross. However, the strength of the 9 commanders was extremely tyrannical, and they weren't inferior even to the top demigods of the Fiend Void. Therefore, they quickly closed in, and were already in front of the Fiend Fortress. Suddenly, the Fiend Fortress shone brightly, and terrifying black flames instantly erupted, sweeping out like a raging tide, bursting with a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth, directly attacking the 9 figures. Caught off guard, the 9 figures were instantly hit and drowned, as if they were being devoured. It was a terrifying sight. Light burst out, shooting straight into the sky, as if breaking the sky of the battlefield. The 9 figures broke through the terrifying flames that could destroy everything, and directly charged out, closing in on the Fiend Fortress and launching attacks. Attack after attack, as if there was no end to it. Suddenly, countless ripples spread out on the Fiend Fortress's defense, like a torrential rain hitting the surface of a calm lake, causing waves to rise everywhere. No matter how the 9 figures attacked, the defensive power of the demonic fortress, which was tens of thousands of meters in size, showed no signs of being broken. Resist, completely resist, the other Fiend Fortresses continued to release attacks, and the power of each attack was extremely tyrannical. Although they couldn't break the battle formation in a short period of time, they caused a great burden. The elites of the Divine Xian Army's Killer Division attacked while looking for opportunities to close in on the Fiend Fortress. Fierce battle. A tragic battle, a fierce battle. Under the frenzied attacks of the hundreds of demonic fortresses, the Dark Sky Army was forced to retreat. It was only a matter of time before they were completely defeated. However, every soldier of the Dark Sky Army gritted their teeth and unleashed all their strength to fight to the death. The Void Demons and the human race were mortal enemies. Since ancient times, once they met, it was either you die or I die. There was no third possibility. The elites of the Dark Spirit Army formed their own formations and constantly defended against the demonic fortresses. However, it was difficult for them to break through the defense of the fortresses. This was an unequal battle. A figure appeared in the void passage and immediately sensed the extremely dense evil chi. The evil chi was rampant and ferocious. The light of the entire battlefield seemed to be dimmer than before. Chen Zong moved and turned into a bolt of lightning. He burst forth with incredible speed and flew towards the Dark Sky Battle Fortress. The closer he got, the more Chen Zong felt the surging evil chi and chaotic murderous intent in the air. The demonic army of the Void Demons is attacking again? Chen Zong thought to himself. A sharp light flashed in his eyes and he was faintly excited. The King Naming Tower, the wild territory, Chen Zong's cultivation and strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he had even surpassed the level of the Heavenly Sword King. He had entered the ranks of the Saint Realm experts. The battle with the Heavenly Sword King was only a battle of victory and defeat. It was not a battle of life and death. It was not satisfying enough. Now, after returning to the Void battlefield and encountering the invasion of the demonic army of the Void Demons, Chen Zong's blood seemed to have been ignited. His fighting spirit and murderous intent soared to the sky. This time, it was different from before. He would not be forced into such a difficult situation and would be able to kill more of the Void Demons. What are those? Chen Zong stared at the hundreds of huge figures in front of him and was immediately stunned. It was not that Chenzong did not recognize them. After all, Chenzong had seen the demonic fortresses before. However, there were only a few of them at that time and they had already exuded a terrifying aura. Now, there were hundreds of them, and one of them was even tens of thousands of meters long. It was even more terrifying. Streaks of murderous aura that could destroy everything permeated the air, causing one's heart to tremble. Chenzong could tell at a glance that the situation was very unfavorable for the Xiantian army because the attacks of the soldiers couldn't break through the defense of the fortress. The dark light attack from the fortress was very powerful and required the soldiers to form a battle formation to resist. With a flash of his figure, Chenzong appeared several thousand meters away. Bursting forth with unparalleled speed, he was like a cold bolt of lightning that streaked across the void as he rapidly closed in. Chenzong's pupils constricted as he narrowed his eyes. Traces of cold light, as deep as the abyss, emitted a chilling light that made one's heart palpitate. A streak of black light pierced through the air and headed straight for Chenzong. The cold and gloomy aura suddenly attacked him, as if he had fallen into hell. It was like the strike of the Grim Reaper, which made Chenzong's heart tremble. A chill grew from the depths of his heart and gushed out like a spring. With a flash, Chenzong didn't take it head-on. Instead, he directly dodged. This was the void battlefield, and his enemies were ferocious and cruel void demons. There was no room for luck, and he couldn't risk his life. The dark light pierced through the sky, leaving a straight trace in the void as it shot into the distance. This time, Chenzong flashed even closer to one of the demonic fortresses and slashed out with his sword. Under the full operation of the Taichu sword energy technique, the sword light suddenly became brilliant and extremely condensed, emitting a hint of earth-shattering charm. Although it was weak, it was as tenacious as a candle in the wind. The void was cut open by the sword, leaving a straight and clear sword mark that emitted a heart-palpitating aura. With an irresistible force, the sword light directly slashed the defensive power of the demonic fortresses. Layers of power surged out, trying to dissolve the power of the sword. However, a small crack suddenly appeared in the defensive power of the demonic fortresses. It couldn't block the characteristics of the Taichu sword energy technique at all. However, the power of the sword wasn't strong enough. After tearing apart the defense of the demonic fortresses, it couldn't continue to attack. After all, each of the demonic fortresses was thousands of meters in size, and there were thousands of powerful void demons guarding them. When their powers merged into one, they became even more terrifying. In terms of absolute power, Chenzong couldn't be compared to them. This scene was noticed by the mysterious God Killer Master. His eyes moved slightly under the silver mask, and immediately, his figure appeared next to Chenzong as if he had traveled through the void. Cooperate. The two words entered Chenzong's ears with an accent. It sounded like a woman's voice, but it also sounded like a man's voice. It was very mysterious. Chenzong reacted instantly and understood the mysterious God Killer Master's meaning. Under normal circumstances, although Chenzong was very strong, there was still a huge gap between him and the mysterious God Killer Master, who was half a step away from the Great Saint Realm. The mysterious God Killer Master wanted to cooperate now because he thought that he could break the defense of the demonic fortresses. This was very important, it was even related to the outcome of this battle. Chenzong didn't think much and waved his sword again without hesitation. With the support of the Taichu sword energy technique, the void was immediately torn open, and the defense of the demonic fortresses was broken again. However, after this sword broke the defense, it dissipated and couldn't enter the demonic fortresses to cause casualties to the void demons. Immediately, an extremely terrifying and sharp flowing light broke through the void, seizing the gap and instantly killing its way into the demonic fortresses. This attack was irresistible and invincible. Nothing could resist it. It directly entered the demonic fortresses, but it didn't break out of the demonic fortresses. Instead, it exploded inside and turned into countless sharp light blades, roaring and raging like a hurricane, strangling everything. This attack was extremely terrifying and mysterious. It immediately killed more than half of the void demons on the demonic fortresses. The casualties were heavy, and the demonic fortresses were on the verge of collapse. It was effective. The mysterious God Killer Master's eyes burst out thousands of rays of divine light. Attack! The mysterious God Killer Master's voice sounded again in Chenzong's ears. Chenzong waved his sword again. The sword light broke through the void and immediately tore apart the defense. The mysterious god-killer master seized the opportunity and attacked again, his light as cold as hell. In the nefarious demon fortress, the remaining nefarious demons were all killed, and the entire nefarious demon fortress lost its source of power and began to wobble and fall. Boom, the demonic fortress, which was several thousand meters in size, fell from a height of several hundred meters. It was like a huge meteor falling from the sky. Its might was vast and shocking. When it smashed into the hard ground of the battlefield, it instantly erupted with astonishing power. This wave was vast and mighty, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The whole battlefield shook as if it was about to break apart. Terrifying waves surged and swept in all directions, destroying everything. This scene immediately attracted everyone's attention, and the fierce battle paused for a moment. This was the first demonic fortresses to be shot down since the beginning of the battle. Half of it smashed into the ground and tilted, like ashes. The soldiers of the Xianxia army were stunned. They had been unable to cause any damage to the demonic fortresses since the beginning of the fierce battle, let alone shoot them down. The void demons were even more confused. How could such a powerful demonic fortresses be shot down? In an instant, all eyes turned to the mysterious god-killer master, and then to Chenzong. This person was the real variable. The 9 Supremes, who had joined forces to besiege the demonic fortress, were also staring at Chenzong. The divine Xian general had a smile on his face as he was secretly excited. This kid has really exceeded my expectations. My high hopes for him have not been in vain. Although he did not know how Chenzong had broken through the demonic fortress's defenses, this method was the key to turning the tide of the battle. The demonic fortresses also realized this point. Suddenly, streaks of black light shot through the sky, targeting Chenzong. They wanted to kill Chenzong completely to prevent future troubles. The mysterious god-killer master moved, and the cold light of his sharp blades immediately surrounded Chenzong, protecting him firmly. Chenzong also swung his sword to save himself, and pushed his movement skills to the extreme. At the same time, 3 half-step great saints quickly approached, blocking the attack of the black light for Chenzong. The black light of the demonic fortresses, which were thousands of meters in size, was not much of a threat to the half-step great saints. With the mysterious god-killer master as the leader and the other 3 half-step great saints as support, they firmly protected Chenzong. Chenzong only needed to use his sword to tear apart the defensive power of the demonic fortresses. The second demonic fortress fell again under the joint attack of the 4 half-step great saints, and the roar shook the surroundings. The fall of 2 demonic fortresses in a row greatly boosted the morale of the Xianxia army. Their fighting spirit was high, and they seemed to be able to erupt with even more astonishing power. Then, the 3rd demonic fortress fell. Even more half-step great sages gathered to protect Chenzong. At the same time, they also cooperated with Chenzong to kill the void devils inside the fiend fortress. The 4th demonic fortress, the 5th demonic fortress, the 6th demonic fortress, almost every few breaths, a demonic fortress was bombarded and fell. Soon, 10 demonic fortresses were shot down. Even though the loss of 10 castles was nothing compared to the hundreds of castles, it was a blow to their morale. It was also a boost to the morale of the Xianxia army. More black light shot toward Chenzong. He was the main culprit. If they could not kill him, more demonic fortresses would be destroyed and fall. There were at least thousands of demonic void demons in each demonic fortress. The fall of a demonic fortress meant the death of thousands of demonic void demons. 10 demonic fortresses were equivalent to tens of thousands of demonic void demons dead. It was an incomparably heavy loss. It should be known that the construction of each demonic fortress was not easy. Mobilizing hundreds of them at once took many years of accumulation. Chenzong did not care about this. While being vigilant, he approached the demonic fortress under the protection of a group of half-step great saints, drew his sword, and tore it apart. Immediately, the half-step great saints seized the fleeting opportunity to attack. Terrifying power bombarded the demonic fortresses, wantonly destroying them. Immediately, the demonic void demons inside were killed, and the fortresses fell. Whoosh! Boom! The ground of the battlefield trembled incessantly. Waves of earth swept out like violent ripples, and their might was terrifying. Another archfiend fortress was shot down and smashed into the ground. The 20th fortress, this was the 20th archfiend fortress. Although it was nothing compared to the hundreds of archfiend fortresses, it was a great blow to their morale. However, at this rate, it would not be easy to destroy all the hundreds of demonic fortresses. Come here. The mysterious immortal general's voice immediately reached Xianxia's ears. The archfiend fortress, which was tens of thousands of meters in size, was the strongest and most terrifying. Only by destroying it could they determine the outcome of the battle. Since Xianxia had the ability to break through the archfiend fortress's defenses, they would let Xianxia give it a try. They would see if he could break through the archfiend fortress's defenses and determine the outcome of the battle in one fell swoop. Xianxia rapidly approached the archfiend fortress under the protection of the mysterious immortal general's assassin lord and a group of half-step great saint experts. The mysterious immortal general's assassin lord and the others also understood that it would take a lot of time and energy to destroy the archfiend fortress. It was better to destroy the archfiend fortress in one fell swoop to determine the outcome of the battle. Advance, under the protection of the half-step great saint experts, Xianxia rapidly approached the archfiend fortress. The archfiend fortress was tens of thousands of meters in size, far larger than the other archfiend fortresses. It was burning with faint flames, looking extremely terrifying as if it came from the abyss of purgatory. Its aura made Xianxia shudder. Xianxia's eyes were cold as he raised his heart sword Dao will to the extreme to protect himself. The fire of the soul burned fiercely to resist the invasion of the archfiend fortress. The 9 supremes took action one after another, blocking the majority of the archfiend fortress's attacks while the mysterious immortal general's assassin lord and the others shared the remaining attacks, allowing Xianxia to act freely. Otherwise, the archfiend fortress's attack would be enough to kill Xianxia in an instant. Xianxia's expression hardened as he operated the origin sword art. In an instant, his sword pierced through the air. Infinite sword, the sword light converged as if 10,000 swords were condensed together. Its power was tyrannical as it tore through the void in an instant. The sword light was dazzling. When the sword light slashed the defensive power of the great archfiend fortress, everyone stared to see if the sword light would be able to tear apart the defensive power of the fortress. The result was delightful. This sword light directly tore apart the defensive power of the archfiend's fortress without any delay. However, it was disappointing because the power of the strike was too weak. It had only torn apart the defensive power of the fortress, but it could not be sustained. It healed in an instant, so fast that even experts like the 9 supremes could not seize the fleeting opportunity. This scene immediately caused everyone's hope to fall into disappointment. "Kid, do you have any stronger attacks?" one of the generals shouted. The sword strike just now was very powerful for a Saint Rudiment stage cultivator. An ordinary 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator would be instantly killed, but Xianxia's cultivation was only at the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. However, it wasn't enough to completely break through the defenses of the archfiend's fortress. He needed to be even stronger. Did Xianxia have a stronger attack? Yes, of course, the power of Lingwu erupted in an instant. In an instant, Xianxia's Qi cultivation soared from the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage to the peak of the 8th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, but the cultivation he exuded was still at the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Limitless, another sword strike, this time much more powerful than before, pierced through the air and struck the defensive power of the archfiend's fortress once more. The power of this sword strike was much stronger than before, causing the hearts of the half-step great saints to tremble. They immediately focused their gazes, their eyes as sharp as needles. With a very soft sound, the sword light immediately tore apart the layer of astonishing defensive power. Although it was not big, it still tore open a crack. Although it quickly disappeared, one of the generals seized the opportunity and blasted out another attack. His power penetrated the tier and directly entered the fortress. The power of this attack was so strong that it directly killed hundreds of void fiends. However, it was blocked by a powerful demigod void fiend, unable to cause any further damage. This scene caused everyone's expression to darken. Although it caused damage, it was insignificant. Slash. Slash, slash. Xianxia erupted once more, continuously executing the infinite sword strike. Several sword lights shot out one after another, each striking different points of the Archfiend's fortress defensive power and tearing open a crack, allowing the 9 generals to attack and enter the fortress. However, the demigod-rank void fiends inside the Archfiend fortress took action one after another, blocking the attacks of the generals and protecting the void fiends inside from harm. In an instant, the situation fell into a stalemate. Qianzong took a deep breath. It seemed that he could no longer conserve some of his strength. He could only display even more power. His essence, qi, and spirit were raised to the extreme in an instant. His tyrannical strength surged out as terrifying sword qi, sword lights surged in all directions. He raised the extreme edge sword high. Immediately, an endless amount of energy gathered, causing the edge of the sword to become even more dazzling. It was as if a large sun had risen. It was extremely dazzling, as if it was about to transform into a blazing sun on the battlefield. It illuminated everything, causing the light in the surroundings to become increasingly dim. Time after time, Qianzong's mastery of this sword strike grew deeper and more complete. Heaven and earth aligned. As the sword struck out, the sword light condensed into silk, wriggling and undulating like a speck of inky white rippling in water. There was an indescribable charm to it. Picturesque, poetic, elegant, however, upon closer inspection, one could feel an extremely terrifying sharpness condensed within, tearing everything between heaven and earth apart. The silk-like sword light struck the Archfiend's fortress defense directly. Silently, like melting snow, an obvious crack was torn open. The 9 generals had no time to be shocked as they immediately attacked with all their might. Earlier, the crack that Qianzong had torn open was very small, causing their attacks to be limited. Now that the crack was so obvious, there was no need to hold back and they attacked with all their might. The 9 generals were top-notch half-step great saint experts. When they attacked with all their might, they could easily obliterate weaker half-step great saints. It was extremely terrifying. When they attacked with all their might, their terrifying power immediately charged into the Archfiend's fortress and wreaked havoc. There was only one top-notch half-step great saint in the Archfiend's fortress, while the others were all second-tier half-step great saints. They simply could not withstand the full attack of the 9 generals. In an instant, thousands of Archfiends of the Void were killed. For tens of thousands of them, thousands was not a small number. The power of the Archfiend's fortress was greatly reduced. However, after using this sword strike, Qianzong's essence, qi, and spirit immediately declined. It would be difficult for him to use a second sword strike in a short time. Take it. The voice of the mysterious god-killer rang in his ears. A sparkling and translucent pill appeared in front of him, emitting an alluring fragrance that made Qianzong feel his essence, qi, and spirit recovering. Without hesitation, Qianzong immediately took it and refined it. The half-step great saints protected Qianzong tightly. This was the key to victory and defeat. There was no room for error. Qianzong operated the origin sword technique with all his might. The 29th layer of the origin sword technique immediately refined the pill rapidly. His essence, qi, and spirit continuously recovered, and his consumed strength was also rapidly recovered. The 9 generals continued to attack, resisting the counterattack of the Archfiend's fortress while doing their best to exhaust its strength. Time slowly passed. After 30 breaths, Qianzong felt that his essence, qi, and spirit had completely recovered to their peak. However, the pill's power continued to be released. Heaven and earth align. Once again, the silk-like sword light tore through the void and tore apart the defensive power of the Archfiend's fortress. The 9 generals immediately attacked with all their might, killing thousands of Archfiends of the Void and injuring a demigod-level Archfiend. Qianzong's essence, qi, and spirit fell, but they were quickly replenished by the pill. The third sword strike. Heaven and earth align, tear, kill. The Archfiend's fortress was gradually weakening. Following the weakening of the Archfiend's power, its defense was also weakened, and the casualties caused by the 9 generals were even greater. Before long, more than half of the Archfiend's forces were dead, and its defense was even weaker. Even if Qianzong didn't attack, the 9 generals could still break through its defense with their combined strength. Retreat, the tables had turned, and things were hopeless. The top demigod overseeing the Archfiend's fortress immediately ordered a retreat. Otherwise, the Archfiend's fortress might very well be destroyed. It was already difficult to build an Archfiend fortress of several thousand meters, and it was 100 times more difficult to build an Archfiend fortress of several thousand meters. Any one of these fortresses was incomparably precious. When the Archfiend fortress retreated, the other Archfiend fortresses followed suit. With the 9 generals in the lead, they immediately gave chase. The strength of a half-step great saint was very frightening, and ordinary Archfiend fortresses couldn't completely withstand it. If 2 half-step great saints joined forces, they could take down an Archfiend fortress in one blow. Follow up the victory, everyone's heart was filled with energy, and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. Kill! 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 Their suppressed hearts were released in an instant, completely erupting. Victory and defeat had been decided, the Archfiend fortresses moved faster and faster, especially the Archfiend's speed. In the end, they escaped the pursuit of the 9 generals into the cosmic void. After the enraged 9 generals attacked and destroyed many Archfiend fortresses, the remaining Archfiend fortresses rushed into the cosmic void and disappeared. They didn't continue the pursuit. The cosmic void was full of unpredictable dangers, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. They could only give up. After the battle, it was time to clean up the aftermath. After some sorting, they found that there were more than 100 Archfiend fortresses that had been shot down. Most of them were shot down after Qianzong's arrival. It could be said that Qianzong's contribution was great. It was fine if he didn't appear, but when he did, it was so shocking. With a sword in hand, he directly dominated the outcome of the battle, turning the tide of the battle. This scene really made people gasp in amazement. Who could have imagined it before this? The Xiantian battle fortress stood tall on the ground, guarding the void passage to the Xiantian realm like an impregnable fortress. Inside the fortress, 9 figures that were filled with boundless Taoist rhymes sat around in all directions. Their bodies seemed to be infinitely tall, like giants that stood between the heavens and the earth. They were mighty. Qianzong stood among them, but his heart was calm. Although he was facing 9 powerful half-step great saint experts and the 9 giants of the Xiantian army, he didn't feel the slightest bit of nervousness or uneasiness. There was only calmness and composure. This kind of bearing made the 9 giants secretly praise him. Qianzong, you came at the right time this time. The divine black military lord was the most familiar with Qianzong, so he was the first to speak. His words were full of undisguised praise. The other 8 giants had heard of Qianzong's fame before. After all, he had detonated the 9-colored heavenly flower, received the recognition of the kingship pagoda, and was given the title of Jiandi. He had surpassed the emperor of Lingwu on the 9-colored kingship tablet and was known as the #1 prodigy and the #1 peerless genius since ancient times. The higher ones. Cultivation base and the stronger one was, the more they knew the meaning of the title given by the kingship pagoda. However, they had only heard of it before. Today, they had seen its true power. His cultivation base was only at the peak of the 7th heaven saint realm, which was nothing in the Xiantian army, but he had the shocking ability to break the defense of the fiend fortress. In this aspect, he was comparable to a half-step great saint. However, even most half-step great saints could not completely break the defense of the fiend fortress and destroy it. Because of this, they were able to turn the tables and determine the outcome of the battle. In particular, the fiend fortress was a powerful weapon of war that the 9 giants could not do anything to when it was at its peak. However, it could not stop Qianzong's sword and was forced to retreat after its defense was broken. That was the key to victory. However, the 9 giants and the others were very curious. Qianzong was only at the peak of the 7th heaven saint realm, so how could he do something that many half-step great saints could not? If it was just 1 or 2 outbursts, it could be attributed to a secret technique. However, Qianzong did not just 1, 2, or 3 outbursts. He did it multiple times. As for Qianzong's heaven and earth line, it was a sword that was close to the pinnacle, which shocked the half-step great saints. Little friend, how did you do it? The divine black military lord could not contain his curiosity and asked quickly. The way he addressed Qianzong as little friend was obviously putting down his military rank. It was as if he was talking to Qianzong as an equal. The other giants' gazes were fixed on Qianzong's face. 2. And And 2. 2. 2. By. The other party addressed him as a young man. After all, there was an obvious gap between their status and strength. It was necessary to address him respectfully. As for the reason, Chenzong did not intend to hide it. He directly said that it was because of his cultivation method. His honesty surprised the 9 Supremes as well. They originally thought that Chenzong would try to hide it. In fact, Chenzong's idea was very simple. It was just a reason. There was nothing to hide when facing the 9 giants, who were half-step great saint powerhouses. If the other party wanted to comprehend the Genesis sword technique, Chenzong would not be stingy. He might even be able to use the other party to complete the 30th stage faster and improve his foundation and accumulation. However, although the 9 giants were curious, they did not covet it at all. To them, they were already at the peak of half-step great saint. The next step was to break through to the great saint realm. However, it was too difficult. It was hard to say if they could do it in their lifetime. Therefore, other than the opportunity to advance to the eminent saint stage, it was difficult for other things to shake their minds. No matter how good their cultivation method was, it was still a small path compared to the path of the great saint realm. Moreover, they had already comprehended their cultivation methods to the extreme. They had reached a point where they could not improve anymore. After a brief chat, Chenzong also took his leave. As for the 9 giants, they began to discuss what kind of reward they should give to Chenzong this time. After all, Chenzong had played a huge role in this battle. He was almost the leader. If it were not for Chenzong, even if they could win this battle, their losses would be more than 10 times worse. The military merit of such an act of turning the tide was hard to calculate. However, even if it was hard to calculate, they still had to give Chenzong a reward. Only then could they better motivate the people. Not long after, the discussion was completed. Chenzong's reward was thus announced. First, it was his military rank. He would be promoted to a superior general. A superior general was the highest level of military rank. The treatment he enjoyed was amazing, allowing Chenzong to leap to the top in terms of military rank. Next, he would be given a military title of unparalleled. There were not many military titles in the Xianxia troop. In fact, there were very few of them. Each of them was a powerful cultivator with great ability. They were not young either. Only Chenzong was the youngest. Unparalleled, the significance was shocking. It was an unparalleled honor, a recognition from the entire army. Lastly, the Xianxia troop's treasury was fully open to Chenzong. He could take whatever he wanted. The first and second were status and prestige. The third were substantial benefits. The Xianxia troop had been established for countless years. There were many treasures in its treasury. Whether it was cultivation methods, martial arts, secret methods, various pills, sacred weapons, treasures, and so on, there were many, many. Chenzong could take whatever he wanted. Such an honor was the only one since ancient times. It completely broke the precedent of the past. Little did they know that this was not something the 9 Supremes could decide. It was a message from the general, Xianxia godly general. This also showed how much Xianxia godly general thought of Chenzong. When Chenzong knew about his reward, he was surprised. Chenzong had never paid much attention to titles like first and second. Of course, a title like Jiandi was something Chenzong valued very much. It was not just a title, but also the recognition of heaven and earth. It could allow him to understand the mysteries of heaven and earth more clearly. It had substantial benefits. The Xianxia troop's treasury was accumulated over countless years. He could take whatever he wanted. Just thinking about it made him excited. Of course, Chenzong would not really do that. It would be too greedy to just take everything. However, if he found something useful, he could take it. With a thought, Chenzong immediately made a move and stepped into the treasury. He had not really entered the treasury during the previous exchanges. This was his first time. The treasury was vast and majestic. Countless auras filled the air. It was mysterious and chaotic. After Chenzong stepped in, he was dazzled. There were too many things. Fortunately, there were clear classifications in the treasury. Cultivation methods. Martial arts, secret methods, pills, sacred herbs, sacred materials, sacred weapons, secret treasures, cultivation methods were not needed now. Skipped. Martial arts were not needed either. What was more important now was the understanding of the mysteries of heaven and earth. Skipped. Secret methods could be looked at again to see if there were any suitable powerful secret methods, such as some second-rate supernatural powers. Pills could be looked at. Sacred herbs could be looked at. Sacred materials could be skipped. Sacred weapons could be looked at. Secret treasures could be looked at. After thinking about it, Xianxia stepped into the area of sacred weapons first. The extreme edge sword was a 7th grade sacred weapon, but to be honest, it could no longer keep up with him. Therefore, Xianxia planned to find an elite 9th grade sacred weapon. It was a pity that he did not have a sacred weapon that could grow with him. Otherwise, he would not have to change it so frequently. Shaking his head and getting rid of the distracting thoughts, Xianxia stepped into the area of sacred weapons and immediately felt countless murderous auras. Sharp, fierce, vigorous, heavy, domineering, blazing, cold, violent, dark, endless auras lingered here, surging and spiraling like an invisible storm. There were many types of weapons, such as sabers, spears, swords, staffs, and so on. There were even some strange weapons. However, after Xianxia glanced at them, he directly locked onto the long sword. Only the long sword was suitable for him. He glanced at it and then closed his eyes. The heart sword Dao intent spread out. Xianxia wanted to use this method to choose the sword that was most suitable for him. Follow your heart. Xianxia's heart sword Dao intent was a top-level Dao intent. It was extremely mysterious and unfathomable. As it spread out, suddenly, several 9th grade sacred weapon long swords let out trembling sounds as if they were fighting to enter Xianxia's hands. Xianxia carefully sensed which aura was the most suitable for him. Immediately, his right hand grabbed at the void, and a melodious sound of a sword rang out. It seemed to resound through the void. A ray of sword light shot out, vast and boundless, illuminating the dim area of sacred weapons. It fell into Xianxia's hands. It was a long sword. The sword was completely black. Its appearance was simple, but it looked exquisite. Its blade seemed to have no edge and was not dazzling at all. However, it was extremely sharp, as if it could easily cut through all toughness. The sword was very handy and comfortable in his hands. Xianxia was very satisfied. Good sword. Xianxia opened his eyes and glanced at it. He immediately felt that it was very good. Whether it was the appearance, weight, or sharpness, it was all to his liking. Xianxia felt that he should choose this sword. Deep Night, this was the name of the sword. It was an elite grade 9 sacred weapon. The power it contained was much stronger than that of an ordinary 9th level Saint Rudiment stage. It would be of great help to him. With a gentle shake of his wrist, a faint but pleasant sharp sound rang out. The pitch-black blade slashed through the void, leaving a faint black sword mark in the void. It was astonishingly sharp. Good sword, it was much better than the extreme sharp sword. With this sword in hand, Xianxia's strength would become even more powerful. If he used it to display the one line of heaven and earth, its power would increase by a lot. It would be even more shocking. If he had this sword in hand, he might have been able to defeat the High Heaven Sword King. His left hand grabbed at the void, and the scabbard of the Deep Night sword appeared in his hand. With a twist of his right hand, a black sword flower that resembled a black lotus appeared. The long sword returned to its scabbard, and all its sharpness was restrained. Turning around, Xianxia strode out of the area of sacred weapons and turned to walk to other areas. It was a rare opportunity for him to take whatever he wanted from the treasury. He could not miss it. After all, this was his only chance. The mysterious Heaven Battle Fortress stood tall like an ancient mountain, majestic and unshakable. It had been 3 months since Xianxia's return and his sword had turned the tide, repelling the invasion of the demonic fortress. According to the previous pattern, the demonic void army should have launched at least 2 attacks in these 3 months. However, this time, there was no movement from them. The elites who went deep into the void battlefield brought back news that the void demon army seemed to have retreated for some unknown reason. In short, there were no traces of the void demon army in the depths of the void battlefield. It seemed that they had really retreated. The retreat of the Void Demon army was a good thing. It gave the mysterious Heaven army a chance to recuperate and replenish their strength. However, they couldn't let their guard down because of this. The invasion of the Void Demon army had never stopped. The current retreat was only a temporary one. No one knew when they would return. Therefore, the mysterious Heaven battle fortress still existed. The mysterious Heaven army still needed to strengthen and replenish. Otherwise, when the Void Demon army invaded again, it would be difficult to resist. For the past 3 months, Xianxia had been in secluded cultivation. The secret room was dark, without a trace of light. Suddenly, a divine light bloomed, as if tearing the darkness apart. It was a pair of eyes that emitted a light. Immediately, the divine light converged and became clear, as if the bottom of the water could be seen. A long breath was also blown out. It was as if a storm had been stirred up in the darkness, and the darkness was swept away. The door seemed to be pushed open by an invisible hand. A white figure that seemed to be filled with a hazy halo of divine light calmly stepped out, like a wisp of cloud streaking across the sky, light and graceful. Xianxia came out of seclusion. His aura had changed from strong to restrained. His entire person seemed to be as calm as water. The peak of the 7th Heaven Saint realm, he was only a step away from the 8th Heaven Saint realm. Xianxia didn't deliberately seek a breakthrough. Unless it was an emergency, a breakthrough would be a natural one. Like water overflowing from a full reservoir, this kind of breakthrough would strengthen one's foundation and not leave behind any flaws. There would be no need to waste time to fix them. Within the Xianxia army's treasury, Xianxia could choose what he wanted. He had gained a lot on this trip. Of course, Xianxia only took a few things that were useful to him. After all, this treasury had been accumulated by the Xianxia Legion for generations. Being able to give him a chance to choose freely was already a great benefit. If he was too greedy, it would be detestable. This was actually Xianxia's principle of doing things. Since the Void Demon army had temporarily retreated, it was unknown when they would attack again. Xianxia's heart stirred. It was time to fulfill the ancient Azura king's wish. He wanted to see if the Shura sect still existed. He also wanted to find his close friend, the Rakshasa king, who had betrayed him and tried to assassinate him. Revenge, this was Xianxia's promise after he received the inheritance of the ancient Shura king's 10,000 Shura. In the past, because his cultivation was not strong enough, he did not take action. But now, his strength had increased to a very high level. He was at the peak of the Saint realm. Although he was still not comparable to a half-step great saint, he could already take action. But before he left, there was still one thing he had to do. Azura clone Xianxia. During this period, Xianxia had been hunting demons in the depths of the void battlefield. While absorbing their vitality to restore the power of the Nirvana evil sword, he also used it to improve his cultivation. Since he was going to avenge the ancient Azura king, it was necessary to bring his clone Xianxia along. With the evil eye of Nirvana, he could resist an ordinary half-step great saint. On the way out of the Xianxia battle fortress, people kept bowing to Xianxia to show their respect. Perhaps in the Xianxia army, Xianxia's cultivation was not the highest, nor was his strength the strongest. But he was the most legendary one. Turning the tide with one sword, this was in full view of everyone. It was as if it was branded in everyone's heart. This was an amazing achievement. Therefore, Xianxia's military rank was promoted to general and he was given the title of peerless. The army had always worshipped the strong. The so-called strong did not only refer to strength, but also other abilities. Xianxia was undoubtedly a strong master. He was also the first monstrous talent in history to be given the title of Jiandi by the king naming pagoda. Stepping out of the Xianxia battle fortress, Xianxia quickly moved. He did not want others to know about the existence of his Azura clone Xianxia. After all, he still did not have the power to dominate everything. A half-step great saint was already stronger than him, let alone a great saint. Sensing Xianxia's intention, his Azura clone Xianxia quickly rushed over from the depths of the void battlefield. Finally, Xianxia and his clone met up at the Demon Essence Valley. There were still many void fiends in the Demon Essence Valley that had been slaughtered. This was a medium-grade danger zone. The strongest void fiend there was only equivalent to a 7th heaven saint rudiment stage. Although it was stronger than an ordinary 7th heaven saint rudiment stage, it was nothing to Qianzong and Xianxia. They were like ants. After the void fiends were slaughtered, their vitality was devoured by the Nirvana evil sword and their murderous aura was refined by Qianxia. When Qianzong stared at the Nirvana evil sword, he could feel a terrifying energy surging within it. The originally ordinary-looking Nirvana evil sword had traces of gray lightning flickering on it. It was obvious that the Nirvana evil sword had recovered more energy after devouring the vitality of the void fiends. Qianzong was also surprised by his clone Xianxia's cultivation. Early 9th heaven saint rudiment stage, he had tried his best to improve himself, but he was only at the peak of the 7th heaven saint rudiment stage. However, his clone Xianxia had already reached the early 9th heaven saint rudiment stage. It was truly shocking. Of course, this was also due to Qianxia's physique and the cultivation method he cultivated. They were extremely compatible, just like a Tao body. Strong, Qianzong felt that Xianxia was extremely powerful. Without using the evil eye of Nirvana, Qianzong felt that he would not be able to defeat Xianxia. In fact, he might even be defeated by Xianxia. After all, in addition to the great improvement in his cultivation base, his Burning Fiend Azura art had broken through its original limit and evolved to the 31st level. This was the transformation from a Supreme Saint rank to a Peerless Saint rank. It was a qualitative leap. Looking at the current world, every Peerless Saint ranked cultivation art was derived from a Peerless Saint ranked cultivation art. They were all extremely compatible with the cultivator and were basically unsuitable for others. Hence, most of the time, they wouldn't be passed down. At the very most, only a portion of the Peerless Saint-ranked cultivation art would be left behind. Take Qianzong's Genesis sword technique for example. When he perfected the 30th level, he would be able to pass it down. After that, he would be able to create the 31st level or even higher. It would be a cultivation method that originated entirely from him. It was as if it had become one with him. Other than him, no one else could master it. However, he was still far from evolving the Genesis sword technique from a Supreme Saint rank to a Peerless Saint rank cultivation method. There was no need to think too much about it for now. In addition to the Burning Fiend Azura art breaking through its limit, the Burning Fiend Azura sword technique had also broken through its limit. Qianzong and his clone smiled at each other. Immediately, Qianxia's clone turned into a streak of gray light. It was like a divine radiance at the beginning of the universe. It streaked across the sky as if it had traveled through time and space. It entered the space between Qianzong's eyebrows and entered his spirit sea. A gust of wind blew by, and a cool breeze was vast. Instantly, Qianzong transformed into a strand of wind that wandered through the heavens and the earth, and he flashed out swiftly with an extremely shocking speed towards the spatial passageway. 10th grade secret technique, secondary divine ability, formless heavenly wind. This was a movement technique, and it was a secondary divine ability that Qianzong found in the secret technique area of the treasure vault of the Dark Heaven Legion. Formless heavenly wind, cultivating this secret technique allowed one to gradually grasp high-level heavenly wind Dao insight, but if one already grasped the heavenly wind Dao insight before cultivating this secret technique, then it would be even faster and yield twice the result with half the effort. Thus, in a short period of 3 months, Qianzong cultivated it to the initial realm, and it was only a thread away from perfection. But as a 10th grade secret technique, the difficulty of cultivating it was extremely high. Qianzong was able to cultivate it to the initial realm in a short period of 3 months, and it was extremely shocking. The formless heavenly wind movement technique at the initial realm was much faster than the 9th step of the 9 heavens thunder stomp, and the sound was more subtle. It was extremely agile and light, and it had a mysterious charm that seemed to blend into the wind of the heavens and the earth. When cultivated to perfection, it was as if one could really transform into a strand of wind between the heavens and the earth, formless and silent. This was the highest mystery of the formless heavenly wind. Fast, extremely fast, Qianzong chose the formless heavenly wind movement technique, but it did not mean that he would give up on the 9 heavens thunder stomp, a self-created secret technique. It was just that by comprehending and cultivating it, he might be able to better integrate his Tao insight. Arriving at the spatial passageway, Qianzong did not hesitate to return to the dark origin world through the spatial passageway, and immediately left. According to the ancient Asura king, the Asura sect belonged to the Dark Origin world, and it was the most powerful and prosperous world among the 9 realms. Naturally, the purpose of Qianzong's trip was the Dark Origin world. Thinking of the Dark Origin world, Qianzong thought of the Dark Origin world, the Taishan Saint Sun, a formidable opponent. In the beginning, he was suppressed by the Taishan Saint Sun. Later on, he caught up, and there was no clear victor. However, at that time, Qianzong felt that if the battle continued, the possibility of him being defeated was not small. In the king-naming pagoda, he had indeed fought with the Taishan Saint Sun and defeated him. However, that was under the condition that they were at the same cultivation level. In reality, the Taishan Saint Sun's cultivation level was higher than his by 1 heaven. This was a formidable opponent. So far, Qianzong had encountered many formidable opponents, but it did not take long for him to catch up to them. Only the Taishan Saint Sun was like a huge mountain in front of him, and it was difficult to surpass him. Although this trip to the Dark Origin world was for the ancient Asura king's grudge, Qianzong had a premonition that he would meet the Taishan Saint Sun again. This was a feeling that came from the unseen world. This time, it's time to decide who is better, Qianzong said to himself. The light that shot out from his eyes seemed to be able to tear apart the eternal night. It was incomparably resplendent and would last for eternity. Qianzong's departure was very low-key. He did not tell anyone, but there were still people who knew. It was as if thousands of feet underground, deep and dark, deep and quiet. Suddenly, there was a faint ghostly fire burning, making it seem even darker. Immediately, an obscure and hollow voice sounded. Qianzong is finally leaving the Dark Origin world. Titled Jiandi, this person has unlimited potential. In the future, he will definitely be a supreme expert like Emperor Lingguo. It's a pity. The Tianyuan sacred region was divided into 9 realms. The 9 realms were not directly connected. There was a gap between them, like a natural chasm that was difficult to cross. Qianzong wanted to go from the Xianyuan realm to the Profound realm. The shortest route was to cross the natural chasm, cross the Upper Yuan realm, and then cross the natural chasm again to enter the Profound realm. It was certain that the journey would be long and time-consuming, and there was no telling how many dangers he would encounter. However, Qianzong was prepared for all this, and he faced it calmly. He only carried a long sword and a storage ring. However, the storage ring contained an astonishing amount of treasures. If others were to find out about this, it was unknown how many people would try to rob him out of jealousy and greed. The natural chasm between the Xianyuan realm and the Upper Yuan realm was called the Sunken Bone Abyss. The Sunken Bone Abyss was not a swamp, but a collapsed land that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Countless corpses were buried in the ancient war, and there were piles of white bones inside. Hence the name. The Sunken Bone Abyss spanned 80,000 miles. If one wanted to enter the Upper Yuan realm, they had to cross it. More importantly, there was a mysterious power in the Sunken Bone Abyss that prevented people from crossing the void. They could only use their movement techniques on the ground, and their speed would be affected. Ordinary Saint Realm masters would never be able to leave this world in their lifetime because the heavenly barrier was extremely dangerous, blocking their path. Only the top masters and heaven's prides had this ability, but even they would encounter many dangers, and the slightest carelessness could lead to death. The sky above the Sunken Bone Abyss was dark, like a thick and heavy cloud that exuded an extremely oppressive aura. It was as if the sky would collapse and destroy the earth at any time. Streaks of crimson-red lightning flashed in and out of the thick and heavy leaden clouds like demons, causing one's heart to tremble. Standing at the edge of the Sunken Bone Abyss, Qianzong faced a violent black wind. His expression was calm as he stared ahead. At a glance, the sky was dark and there was no end in sight. It was as deep as an abyss, like the mouth of an ancient demon that wanted to devour the sky. Those who didn't have a strong will would be so scared that their legs would go soft. Qianzong took a deep breath and leaped down from the sky. A strong wind blew past his ears, making a terrifying whistling sound. The wind was condensed into a blade, cold and sharp to the extreme. It rushed up from the bottom and slashed wildly, as if it wanted to cut Qianzong into pieces. The power of this wind blade was amazing, enough to cut an ordinary early Saint Rudiment stage cultivator into pieces, but it was nothing to Qianzong. It couldn't even break through his body fortification. Chen Zong's robe remained intact under the protection of his protective power. Leaping from the top to the bottom, Chen Zong felt that his body was constantly falling. It was as if there was a force below him that turned into an invisible hand that grabbed his body and pulled him down fiercely. It was hard to resist. Several thousand meters, after falling for several thousand meters, Chen Zong could finally see the ground clearly. The ground of the sunken bone abyss was rough and uneven, as if it was about to shatter at any moment. The pitch-black ground gave off a frightening aura, as if countless monsters were lurking there, ready to devour anyone who dared to approach. There were also many places where pieces of gray bones could be seen, adding even more ferocity to this gloomy place. However, Chen Zong's will was strong. He wasn't shaken by the external forces. His expression didn't change at all. His eyes were like the water in an ancient well, without any ripples. His body was falling like a meteor at an extremely fast speed, as if he was going to smash into the ground and shatter into pieces. When his feet were about 1 meter away from the ground, Chen Zong's body suddenly stopped. It was as if time and space had stopped. In an instant, it disappeared and his body floated down like a feather. It was only a momentary pause, but the force that collided with the sinking momentum was like an apocalyptic storm that swept out in all directions. It was vast and mighty, and seemed to shatter the surrounding space. It directly struck downwards, causing the seemingly shattered ground below to tremble endlessly. Numerous cracks were forcefully split open, and zigzagged like lightning. It was a ghastly sight. If it weren't for his tyrannical physique and amazing control of his power, he wouldn't have dared to do this. Otherwise, the impact of that momentary pause would cause unspeakable damage to his body. In serious cases, his body might even be broken. However, Chen Zong was completely fine. On the contrary, the impact of that momentary impact on his body only caused his qi and blood to surge slightly. It was like a warm-up. It wasn't a big deal at all. When his feet touched the ground, Chen Zong could feel that the ground of the sunken bone abyss was constantly emitting traces of faintly discernible chilling aura. The chilling aura was like a maggot in one's bones. It slowly penetrated the soles of his shoes and seeped into his feet. It then spread throughout his body, silently eroding his body and leaving behind hidden injuries. Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly. His tyrannical physique trembled slightly. Instantly, layers of power surged out like a tidal wave and shattered the chilling aura that had seeped into his feet. He wasn't affected in the slightest. Looking ahead, Chen Zong stepped forward. The power in the sunken bone abyss was very strange. It was as if there were countless hands constantly pulling down, making it impossible for one to fly. Even one's speed was obviously affected. It was about twice as slow as in the outside world. In other words, if one wanted to maintain the same speed as in the outside world, one would have to expend several times more energy. In here, the qi of heaven and earth was thin and mixed. It was very disadvantageous for qi refining cultivators. If one were to absorb the qi of heaven and earth here to restore one's saint power, the efficiency would be very low. It would also affect the quality of one's saint power and cause unnecessary impurities. In serious cases, it would affect one's foundation and affect one's future cultivation. Therefore, before a cultivator stepped into the sunken bone abyss, they would prepare many items to restore their strength, such as primary heaven elixirs and other elixirs. Furthermore, they would try not to fight here to reduce the consumption of energy. In the end, the purpose of entering the sunken bone abyss was to step into the Xianyuan realm or the upper primordial realm. Although there were some opportunities in the sunken bone abyss, there were too few of them. It would only be more dangerous. Coming here to look for opportunities was not a wise choice. Striding forward, Chen Zong maintained an astonishing speed. This speed could not be compared to the outside world, but it allowed Chen Zong's energy to be depleted to a level that he could bear. Although the qi of heaven and earth around him was thin and mixed, and filled with terrible corrosiveness, Chen Zong was not afraid. This was because the purple blaze of devastation could completely purify the impurities, leaving only the purest part for his body to absorb and restore his energy. Although this recovery speed was very slow, it was better than nothing. At least he could restore his energy to a balance. As if he was riding on a cloud of dust, Chen Zong's body moved. Like a gust of wind, he flew for thousands of meters and kept moving forward. Formless heavenly wind, this was the most advanced body movement that Qianzong had mastered so far. As Qianzong's body flew forward rapidly, three indiscernible figures leaped down from above and landed lightly on the ground. As if blending into the darkness of the sunken bone abyss, they silently chased after Qianzong. Qianzong did not seem to be aware of all this. Crack, crack, as if they had been awakened, the gray bones trembled gently as they continued to absorb the dark energy drifting in the air. As if a large invisible hand had brushed past them, the bones swiftly floated into the air. Amidst a series of astonishing cracking sounds, they pieced together to form giant skeletal beasts. Each of the skeletal behemoths was more than 10 meters tall. Countless gusts of chilly wind gathered, letting out terrifying roars as they poured into the skeletal behemoths' bodies. Suddenly, flames began to burn in their black eye sockets. The flames were cold and suffused with a strange red light, making one's heart palpitate. Skeletal behemoths, this was the special feature of the sunken bone abyss. Once they sensed vitality, the skeletal behemoths would wake up from their slumber and kill the person who carried the vitality, assimilating them into dry bones and sinking them into the abyss for eternity. One by one, the skeletal behemoths formed. Their eyes glowed with scarlet light, emitting extremely cold and brutal fluctuations. Their bodies moved, and they immediately rushed in the direction of Qianzong. They had awakened because they sensed Qianzong's vitality. Naturally, their target was Qianzong. Dozens of skeletal behemoths ran wildly, and with gusts of chilly wind, they rushed toward Qianzong with a terrifying momentum, as if they would not stop until Qianzong was torn into pieces. Qianzong sensed these strands of chaotic and gloomy killing intent sweeping over from afar, and his expression changed slightly while his eyes were suffused with a wisp of clear divine light as he stared over. Skeletal behemoths, Qianzong whispered. In order to cross the sinking bone abyss to enter the upper primordial realm, Qianzong naturally had a detailed understanding of the sinking bone abyss. Therefore, he knew that he would be attacked by skeletal behemoths here, but he did not expect it to happen so quickly. Of course, this had to do with Qianzong's vitality being too exuberant. The vitality brought about by the body refining cultivation of intermediate level 8 of the chaotic heaven realm was truly astonishing. It was this frighteningly exuberant vitality that caused the skeletal behemoths to appear so early. Although Qianzong could restrain his vitality, the sinking bone abyss was originally extraordinary and full of mysteries. Since he had been prepared, Qianzong was not surprised at all. On the contrary, he could face it calmly. Boom! After locking onto one of the skeletal behemoths, Qianzong clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out. This punch seemed to be able to shatter the void, shattering the layers of chilly wind. It seemed to be able to open up a vacuum as it brazenly charged out. This punch contained the strength of intermediate level 8 of the chaotic heaven realm. The fist force was like a dragon emerging from the abyss. It was extremely ferocious and seemed to be able to shatter everything. Even an ordinary 9th level Saint Rudiment stage would find it difficult to withstand. With a bang, the terrifying fist force landed on one of the skeletal behemoths. The skeletal behemoths were immediately shattered into countless bones that scattered in all directions. Although the skeletal behemoth was astonishing, it was unable to withstand this fist force. However, the scattered bones seemed to be pulled by an invisible force in midair. They quickly reassembled and transformed into the skeletal behemoth. Its body rolled and exploded with astonishing speed as it charged forward fearlessly. Can't I kill it? Qianzong narrowed his eyes slightly. Immediately after, the purple horizon incineration fire spread to his left hand. His 5 fingers burned and instantly released an extremely blazing aura that seemed to be able to incinerate the void and turn everything into ashes. Boom! Mixed iron forging hands, fist force pierced through the air, the power of the purple universe incineration flame spread out. This attack was like a heavenly fire breaking through the sky as it blasted out. The incomparably terrifying power immediately caused the air to explode, emitting waves of scorching heat. It was as if space itself was being scorched. Like a blazing meteor, it directly struck the body of a huge skeletal beast. The void trembled. The skeletal behemoth, which was enormous in size and powerful in speed, had no time to dodge. It had no intention of dodging at all. It collided head-on. Like the beating of a giant drum, it rumbled in all directions, and the momentum was extremely vast. The 10-meter-long skeletal beast was instantly sent flying, but it wasn't destroyed. However, the terrifying fist force mixed with the blazing heat and the power of the Purple Horizon incineration fire instantly engulfed the skeletal beast, burning it fiercely. The purple world-destroying fire was currently at the 5th grade level. It was very difficult to upgrade it, but its power was not lacking at all. In particular, its purifying ability was amazing. The skeletal behemoth, which was originally difficult to kill, was truly killed by that blow. It turned into a pile of charred bones and scattered on the ground. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The tyrannical power of a middle-stage level 8 chaotic heaven realm constantly erupted. Blow after blow, the power was extremely shocking. Every punch was like a flying meteor, piercing through the void and shattering everything in all directions. Dozens of skeletal behemoths were sent flying. Their bodies burned with a layer of black flames, and they struggled constantly. The scarlet light in their eyes dimmed, and their bones were charred and scattered on the ground, emitting an ash-like aura of destruction. The skeletal behemoths were indeed difficult to deal with, but that was only for ordinary practitioners. For Xianxia, dozens of skeletal behemoths were nothing. At most, they were just a warm-up. Dozens of skeletal behemoths were killed by Xianxia, but more skeletal behemoths appeared. There were hundreds of them, charging from all directions. Their terrifying aura surged in the air, causing the atmosphere to become more chaotic. Xianxia looked solemn, but he had no intention of continuing the fight. His goal was to cross the sunken bone abyss, not to kill the skeletal behemoths. It seemed that he was just testing the skeletal behemoth's strength out of curiosity. Using the formless skywind body art, Xianxia's speed was astonishing. Like a gust of wind, he flew across several thousand meters in a flash. Hundreds of skeletal behemoths chased after him. More skeletal behemoths were awakened by Xianxia's amazing vitality and joined the chase. More and more skeletal behemoths joined the chase, and gradually, more than 1,000 skeletal behemoths joined the chase. The giant skeletal behemoths were not weak. When their numbers reached a certain level, the power they could unleash was terrifying. Even Xianxia's expression turned solemn. 3 indistinct silhouettes shuttled through the void of the sunken bone abyss. It was unknown what method they had used to conceal their aura completely. Even the sunken bone abyss could not sense their life force fluctuations and did not attract the attention of the skeletal behemoths. Seeing that thousands of bone behemoths had locked onto Xianxia, the 3 of them wore gloomy expressions. "I wonder if the skeletal behemoth can kill him," one of the figures asked. "It's best if he can be killed, so that we don't have to do anything. Whether the skeletal behemoth can kill him or not, he has to die." The 3 of them had a short conversation and did not continue. However, their determination to kill Xianxia was obvious. The momentum of the thousands of skeletal behemoths' charge was boundless and terrifying. Dust and smoke billowed as if countless evil dragons were roaring. Their killing intent filled the air as if they could tear apart everything in the world. If an ordinary 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator were to face such a force, their expression would change drastically. They would not be able to resist at all. Although Xianxia's strength was stronger than an ordinary 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage cultivator, he was unwilling to fight the thousands of skeletal behemoths. After all, his goal was not to fight, but to cross the sunken bone abyss and enter the upper origin realm. The environment of the sunken bone abyss was not beneficial to cultivators. Fighting too much would not be beneficial. Xianxia's speed was fast, but he was limited by the sunken bone abyss. On the other hand, the skeletal behemoths were not. For a moment, Xianxia was unable to shake off the skeletal behemoths. It was as if the skeletal behemoths were furious that they could not catch up to Xianxia. It was as if the will of the sunken bone abyss had awakened. The terrifying aura was vast and mighty, capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas. One after another, the skeletal behemoths collided with each other. However, they did not shatter. Instead, strange changes occurred. The sound of cracking could be heard continuously. The colliding skeletal behemoths gradually merged together, and the aura became more intense and terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal behemoths that were more than 100 meters in size appeared one after another. The aura they exuded was many times stronger than before. Every bone in their bodies had become thicker and stronger. Dong dong dong, when the skeletal behemoths ran, their huge size and shocking weight caused the ground to tremble. Layers of ripples spread out in all directions like raging waves. It was a shocking sight. Shenzong was horrified by the aura they exuded. Thousands of skeletal behemoths formed into dozens of skeletal behemoths, which were even more terrifying. Although they were bigger and heavier, their speed did not decrease. Instead, it increased, and they gradually closed in on Shenzong. The terrifying aura was so oppressive that Shenzong's body sank slightly. It was as if he was being suppressed by a mountain. Roar, the terrifying roar shook the heavens and the earth. Immediately, the skeletal behemoths opened their skeletal mouths one after another. Gusts of chilly wind swirled out like whirlpools, filling the air with an extremely terrifying aura. Immediately, gusts of chilly wind rushed out, as if they could shatter the void. They blasted toward Shenzong fiercely, as if they wanted to smash Shenzong into pieces. Shenzong's figure flickered like a wisp of wind as he dodged one attack after another. Every single attack struck the ground and instantly exploded apart, causing numerous shocking trenches and craters to be blasted open, and it was a horrifying sight. The pressure increased dramatically. Shenzong looked solemn. However, he still did not intend to fight the skeletal behemoths. It would be disadvantageous to him. In the sunken bone abyss, it was better to consume as little energy as possible. 3 indistinct figures kept following him at an astonishing speed. They did not make a sound. The skeletal behemoth's transformation had also left them flabbergasted. However, it was fortunate that they had concealed their life force completely, so they were unable to sense it at all. Thus, they did not provoke the skeletal behemoth's attack. Shenzong was very fast, but the skeletal behemoths gradually caught up with him. Shenzong had no choice but to launch an attack. Mixed iron forging hands, this extremely powerful attack was enough to kill the skeletal behemoths. However, when it hit the 100-meter-long skeletal behemoth, Shenzong found that it only pushed the skeletal behemoth back, but did not kill it. A tyrannical force rebounded and attacked, causing his arm to tremble incessantly. Be it in terms of strength or hardness, Shenzong found that this skeletal behemoth was much stronger than the skeletal behemoths he had encountered before. His powerful strike had only left a deep mark on its bones and shattered them. It was not that he could not kill it, but that he had to use more strength and means. Killing the skeletal behemoth would not bring him any benefits, so there was no need to waste his strength. Shenzong thought so, but the skeletal behemoths did not think so. They kept chasing after Shenzong and kept releasing powerful attacks to bombard Shenzong. They wanted to smash Shenzong into pieces. The ground was shattered, and trenches crisscrossed. It was a shocking sight. Shenzong performed the formless wind body movement to the extreme. He did not hold back at all. His body was light and agile. His breathing was subtle, and his trajectory was unpredictable. Gradually, Shenzong also fell into the encirclement of the skeletal beasts. He frowned slightly. It seemed that it would be difficult for him to leave. He could only fight. After making up his mind, Shenzong raised his eyebrows slightly. It was as if the edge of a sword had been lifted. Traces of extremely sharp light immediately shot out from the depths of his eyes, as if a divine sword had awakened from a deep slumber. The sunken night sword was suddenly unsheathed, bringing with it a touch of black brilliance. It was so dark that it was intoxicating and palpitating. The sharpness of an elite 9th-grade divine weapon was displayed. It was fine if he did not use the sword, but once he did, it was an infinite sword. Countless pitch-black sword lights filled the air. It was as if the darkest and deepest paper fan in the world was slowly opening. It was pitch black, but there was a mysterious mystery of picturesque mountains and rivers. In an instant, the sword attack was launched. It was as if countless sword lights covered the sky and the earth. The picturesque mountains and rivers were intoxicating. The folding fan overlapped, and the picture scroll rolled up again. Countless pitch-black sword lights gathered into one. That sword light was not majestic at all, but it was also not refined. It was as if the countless sword lights had not gathered together, but had instead disappeared like illusions, leaving behind only one last sword light. However, the power contained within this sword light was extremely tyrannical. Infinite sword, after many battles, after many comprehensions and improvements, the power of the infinite sword chain had been constantly improved. Even the three unique skills had become more powerful and amazing. Now, when he used it, not only was it mysterious, but its power was also much stronger than before. The pitch-black sword light seemed ordinary, but it was full of amazing mystery. It drew a mysterious trajectory, as if it was in accordance with some kind of truth and fluctuation between heaven and earth. Kill, the void was torn apart, and a vacuum passage was drawn. It seemed to be extremely dark, but also extremely bright. The skeletal behemoth's bones, which were so hard that they could withstand a powerful blow from the mixed-element iron-forging hand, were immediately pierced by the pitch-black sword light. It was irresistible, it was indestructible. This sword attack shocked the three figures who were following Qinzong in the distance. Their eyelids could not help but twitch. Originally, when they saw Qinzong's body-tempering strength, they felt that he was very strong. However, they did not take it to heart. With that kind of strength, he would not be able to withstand the assassination of the three of them. But now, the power that burst forth from Qinzong's sword made them feel very surprised. It was a very terrifying sword. He is indeed a peerless genius who was recognized by the king naming pagoda and given the title of Jiandi. His swordsmanship is indeed terrifying. In a one-on-one battle, none of us are his match. It's a pity that he offended someone. Haha, since ancient times, there have been countless geniuses. It's a pity that some of them died prematurely for various reasons before they could display their peerless talents. Now, there will be one more. It's his honor to die in our hands. Your senior sister has taken little Sixdao out to play, leaving Sixdao alone at home. Who can give me a few monthly tickets to soothe Sixdao's loneliness? The sunken night sword shone with a deep darkness. Its brilliance seemed to originate from ancient times and would last forever. The infinite sword shone brilliantly. Every sword strike under the Taichu sword energy technique directly pierced through the skeletal behemoth's incomparably hard bones. However, Qinzong also discovered that piercing through the skeletal behemoth's bones was useless. The behemoth would recover very quickly, and he could not kill it. The only way to truly kill it was to shatter the scarlet light burning in its eye sockets and brain. That was the soul fire, it was the source of the skeletal behemoth's life force. Only by destroying it could one truly kill it. Otherwise, even if its body was shattered, the skeletal behemoth would quickly regenerate. The sunken night sword's blade was astonishing and its power terrifying. The infinite sword was mysterious and unpredictable, and its power was shocking. With a loud bang, the scarlet light in the skeletal behemoth's eyes was extinguished. Its huge body fell to the ground, and the ground trembled. Crashing sounds could be heard continuously. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal behemoth that was more than 100 meters long was reduced to a large pile of bones, exuding a remnant aura of death. Where there was the first, there would be a second. In an instant, 3 skeletal behemoths were killed by Qinzong. Qinzong did not continue to fight. His figure flashed, and like a gust of wind, he shuttled through and quickly escaped. The Taichu sword energy technique was operating at full force, and in coordination with the purple blaze of devastation, it constantly absorbed the thin and mixed yuan qi of heaven and earth from all directions. It purified, refined, and absorbed it to replenish its own consumption. The skeletal behemoths constantly attacked and surrounded Qinzong, wanting to crush him. Qinzong's body shifted, and he dodged left and right to avoid the skeletal behemoth's attacks. At the same time, he would also wait for an opportunity to counterattack. The infinite sword was indeed very powerful, but at the same time, it consumed a lot of energy every time it was used. In a place like this, of course, he would not use his energy if he could. Who knew if he would encounter other dangers besides the skeletal behemoths? Dark winds blew in the vast and mighty sky. Waves of dim aura spread like smoke. Immediately, a sharp and obscure sound appeared. A huge bone claw penetrated through the smoke. It was accompanied by a frightening smoke and a shocking deathly still murderous intent. It seemed to have directly torn the empty space apart as it mercilessly grabbed at Qinzong. This claw appeared extremely abruptly and swiftly, and its trajectory was extremely profound. It seemed to be simple, yet when it descended from the sky, it seemed as if it covered an entire area of the heavens and the earth, causing Qinzong to have nowhere to hide. Qinzong's expression did not change, but there was a serious look in his eyes. This claw was very strong and very exquisite. He slashed out with his sword, but the extremely powerful sword light was smashed. The claw arrived with endless smoke. Chenzong was hit directly, and the void around him seemed to have cracked open inch by inch. The incomparably powerful force even sent Chenzong flying backwards, as if he had suffered an incomparably strong blow. But Chenzong's body was mysterious. With the help of the tyrannical force of this attack, he turned the impossible into the possible. He quickly shuttled out of the siege of several skeletal behemoths. His speed was even more amazing. Suddenly, a ray of light, so small that it was difficult to distinguish, shot out from the void. That ray of light was extremely dark, and it emitted a breathtaking aura fluctuation. Its killing intent was extremely restrained. Chenzong's expression changed, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles in an instant. Assassination, it came so suddenly, and there was no warning at all. Chenzong was shocked, but his reaction was extremely fast. He used his body movement, and his body moved 3 inches in the air out of thin air, narrowly avoiding that ray of light. Traces of gloomy coldness flew past his ears, as if countless ice needles were stabbing into his mind, causing Chenzong to feel waves of stabbing pain. It was just a brush by him, and it was already so painful. If he had been hit directly, he did not know what would have happened. However, the crisis was not over yet. That attack was just the prelude to the assassination. A ray of dark saber light flashed out of the void, and it fell from the sky behind Chenzong. It was silent, but it seemed to be able to split open the deepest level of hell, and fall into eternal oblivion. Then, a ray of extremely deep sword light, also silently broke through the sky from below, as if it was going to pierce the sky. It was an assassination. It had come so suddenly, and it was linked in succession. They had calculated and grasped all of Chenzong's dodging paths and reactions, and they wanted to kill Chenzong in an instant. Thinking fast, Chenzong reacted in an instant. Although he did not know who wanted to kill him, this assassination method was obviously very clever. It was definitely an expert who was good at assassination, and it was not just one, but 3. 3 experts who were good at assassination joined forces to deal with him. It was fine if they did not make a move, but once they made a move, it was a killer move that was linked together, as if they had calculated everything clearly. These 3 assassins had been following him since he left the Xianyuan realm. It was no wonder that he felt something was wrong along the way. It was a premonition that originated from the heart sword. Chenzong originally thought that it was the danger in the sunken bone abyss that gave him this premonition, but he did not expect that he was wrong. The real premonition of danger came from these 3 assassins. But now, the 3 assassins had already made their move. Chenzong was no longer afraid because the premonition of danger in his mind was no longer as strong. The unknown always made people more worried. Myriad streams force field, in an instant, the force field spread out, covering all directions. The heart domain also spread out, covering all directions. It overlapped with the myriad stream's force field, greatly increasing its power. Chenzong had already cultivated the myriad stream's force field to the great accomplishment realm. He released thousands of torrents in an instant. These thousands of torrents were divided under Chenzong's control. A portion of the torrents rushed in all directions towards the 3 assassins, while the other portion rushed towards Chenzong himself. The 3 assassins were very secretive, but Chenzong's heart domain was even more powerful. It directly locked onto the 3 assassins' bodies, and the torrents rushed towards them. The 3 assassins' attack was so sudden that they thought they could kill Chenzong in one blow. After all, they had a good understanding of Chenzong, and had been constantly observing Chenzong's various habits and reactions. They thought they had already grasped the situation, and had seized the best moment to strike. Unexpectedly, Chenzong was indeed amazing. He actually managed to dodge the 3 assassins' joint attack. Jiandi was indeed worthy of its name. However, since they had already made their move, there was no reason for them to give up. Since the assassination failed, they would kill him by force. In an instant, the 3 assassins spread out and surrounded Chenzong in a triangular formation. Each of them had a 9th level Saint Rudiment stage cultivation base, and their strength was much stronger than ordinary 9th level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. When they joined forces, it was even more shocking. However, Chenzong's reaction was faster. In an instant, the myriad stream's force field and heart domain covered the three assassins at the same time, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. The power of the myriad stream's force field at the great accomplishment realm doubled under the support of the heart domain. Although the three assassins had a good understanding of Qianzong and had observed him for a long time along the way, they had grasped a lot of information about Qianzong. However, for a peerless monster, he was improving every moment. Moreover, Qianzong would not reveal his full strength in front of so many people most of the time. It was necessary to conceal some of his strength because the world of cultivation was fickle and cruel. If he did not hold back, he would be completely exposed and die. The moment their bodies were bound by the impact, the three assassins immediately realized something was wrong. Their target was much more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. Qianzong did not show any mercy when he attacked. The deep night sword tore through the sky with a pitch-black light. It was dark and deep. If they wanted to kill him, they would have to be prepared to be killed by him. Qianzong never knew what it meant to show mercy when facing his enemies. The strength he had held back also erupted at this moment. Kill, infinite sword. With the help of the myriad stream's force field, the speed of this sword attack was even faster. It was merciless and filled with killing intent. The endless black sword light was extremely dazzling. It was as enchanting as a painting between heaven and earth. As soon as it was unfurled, one could not help but be intoxicated. However, the three assassins' willpower was incomparably strong. They reacted in an instant. However, their reaction was still a little slower since they were bound by the myriad stream's force field and heart domain. In a battle of life and death, a slight difference in time was an eternal farewell. Countless pitch-black sword light condensed into one and shot out as if it had pierced through time and space. It directly pierced through one of the assassins. The extremely terrifying sword chi exploded in his body and wreaked havoc. It crazily strangled and killed him directly. The other two assassins also broke free from the binding of the heart domain and myriad stream's force field. They exploded with astonishing power and killing intent and attacked Qianzong from the left and right. Although their companion was killed, it did not affect their strength at all. As an assassin, one had to learn to face everything calmly and not allow any external interference. Only then could one unleash one's strength to the extreme. After killing one, there were only two left. They were even less of a threat. Immediately, Qianzong's eyes became dark and deep in an instant. It was as if even the whites of his eyes were swallowed by the dark light. They emitted an extremely mysterious and deep brilliance, like the demonic abyss eye. No one dared to look at him directly. There seemed to be a wisp of dim light shooting out from Qianzong's pitch-black eyes and into the void. One of the assassins only felt his vision blur. Immediately, his spirit seemed to be invaded by an external force. His soul also trembled at that moment and felt his consciousness become a little blurry. Not good, an extremely strong sense of danger suddenly exploded from the deepest part of his heart. This assassin was very experienced and realized that he had fallen into a trap. But when he got rid of this feeling, a pitch-black sword light pierced through the air and attacked him. Explode, but it was too late. The sword pierced through him and his consciousness became blurry again. Two of the three assassins were dead. Only one was left. This assassin also realized that things were not good. The target's strength was stronger than what he had investigated and observed. Moreover, he had more tricks up his sleeve. At least in the investigation, the target did not have such a method that directly targeted the soul consciousness. But now, he had. Either he had been hiding it before or he had only recently mastered it. No matter which it was, in short, it was an unexpected target full of uncertainty. His strength was still very strong. Run, as an assassin, his purpose was naturally to kill, but it did not mean that he wanted to die in the hands of others. If he could live, who would want to die? An assassin was also a human. Dozens of giant skeletal behemoths, each more than 100 meters in size, roared and attacked. In the sky, a huge bone claw seemed to break through the heavy fog, outlining an incomparably mysterious trajectory. It grabbed in the air and attacked head-on, leaving shocking scratches in the void. The third killer's figure flashed, as if he had escaped into the void. He flew forward at an astonishing speed, trying to escape from this place. There was no breath of vitality coming out of his body, so he did not attract the giant skeletal behemoth's siege. However, Xianxia was facing the attacks of many giant skeletal behemoths in an instant, which provided great convenience for the killer to escape. Killing intent filled the depths of his eyes, like a whirlpool, swallowing all the vitality. Xianxia was really angry. The first anger stirred up the wind and clouds. The second anger was full of killing intent. An extremely sharp aura suddenly exploded from his body. The astonishing killing intent was full of coldness, as if freezing the surrounding void. He raised the sunken night sword, an endless sword light, sword chi, and sword radiance bloomed and bloomed in all directions. The amazing sharpness tore through everything. Heaven and earth. Countless sword lights, sword chi, and sword radiance gathered together in an instant. It was as if 10,000 swords had returned to their origin. They all fused into the deep night sword. The deep night sword became even darker, as if it had transformed into an eternal black radiance that traversed the void. It was as if it had been refined into a dark, scorching sun. The sword fell, and a wisp of black sword radiance like a silk thread tore through the void and broke out. Although it was only as thin as a hair, so insignificant and inconspicuous, it was extremely dazzling. As the sword came out, the originally dim light suddenly became even dimmer, as if dusk had fallen into the night. However, the filament-like black sword radiance seemed to be bursting with countless fine lights. The deep fine lights were like the color of the void of the universe. The sword seemed to have cut open heaven and earth, as if it had opened heaven and earth. The huge claw in the air emitted an incomparably scorching and cold-killing intent. The heat seemed to be able to burn heaven and earth, and the coldness seemed to be able to freeze everything. This attack was intended to kill Xianxia. Compared to the giant claw, the pitch-black sword light seemed so tiny. However, the tiny sword light was incomparably dazzling. It became darker and brighter, as if the darkness was about to turn into light. In the void, there seemed to be the sound of zither strings being stretched taut. The pitch-black sword thread cut into the huge bone claw like a hot knife through butter, cutting it open, and continued to advance. This sword seemed to have the meaning of being indestructible. The skeletal behemoths that were charging at him were split open. Heaven and earth were aligned. The sword that was close to the pinnacle was the fusion of countless sword lights, sword chi, and sword rays. It was like compressing a mountain into a grain of sand. Although its size was infinitely smaller, its weight did not change. Moreover, because of the high degree of compression, it became even harder, many times stronger than before. The sharpness of such a sword thread was unimaginable. Furthermore, it was reinforced by the Taichu sword origin technique's ability to split open the world, making it all the more shocking. Everything was torn apart, a sword sliced through the air, its speed unparalleled. The third assassin's speed was astonishing, and he used the skeletal behemoths to cover himself. However, all of his efforts were in vain under this sword. An extremely strong sense of danger swept over him, as if a great terror of life and death had descended. It was also as if he was facing the scythe of the Grim Reaper. There was no way to avoid it. The pitch-black sword thread directly broke through all of the assassin's defenses. It cut through his back and came out from his chest, disappearing into the void. The full force of the sword immediately caused a ripple of exhaustion to appear in the depths of Xianxia's eyes. However, compared to 3 months ago, he was obviously much better, although he still could not perform the second sword in a short time. After taking an elixir to recover his strength, Xianxia's divine consciousness swept over the bodies of the 3 assassins immediately. These 3 assassins had been able to follow him all the way without him noticing their whereabouts. Moreover, the skeletal behemoths in the sunken bone abyss could not sense their vitality. There must be something special about them. Perhaps it was a secret technique or a secret artifact. As expected, Xianxia's divine consciousness swept over them and immediately discovered something. The 3 assassins all carried the same thing with them. It was a round bronze coin. However, it was actually not a coin. It just looked like a bronze coin. In an instant, 3 bronze coins fell into Xianxia's hands. After Xianxia took the storage rings of the 3 assassins, he immediately used the formless heavenly wind movement technique and quickly left. The battle just now, from when Xianxia was surrounded by the skeletal behemoths, to when the giant bone claw reached out from the sky, to when the three assassins attacked, to when Qinzong turned the tables and killed them one by one. In fact, it was a very short time. As soon as Qinzong escaped, the remaining skeletal behemoths furiously chased after him. In the sky, there was a cloud of smoke sweeping over, and there seemed to be a huge figure cruising around, ready to attack at any time. Qinzong used his movement technique as he searched for the 3 bronze coins. Its aura was very subtle and almost undetectable. After studying it for a while, Qinzong quickly realized that these were the secret treasures that the 3 assassins relied on to hide their vitality. That was the only use they had. Qinzong infused his essence, qi, and spirit into one of the bronze coins. Suddenly, a mysterious fluctuation spread out from the bronze coin and enveloped his entire body. Qinzong felt that the fluctuation of his vitality was completely restrained. This kind of restraint was different from his own. It was a kind of restraint that was close to withering away, like a dead tree. The will of the sunken bone abyss could not sense it at all. In an instant, the skeletal behemoths that were chasing after Qinzong slowed down and finally stopped. They roared in confusion, as if they were wondering why their target had suddenly disappeared. The huge figure cruising in the smoke in the sky was also puzzled. After a pause, the smoke gradually dissipated until it completely disappeared. Unable to find their target, the dozens of skeletal behemoths also quieted down. They turned back into countless bones and fell to the ground. Gradually, they dove into the ground of the sunken bone abyss. Everything returned to normal. In fact, Qinzong did not go far. He stood hundreds of meters away and stared at all this. He was secretly amazed. He did not expect there to be such a secret treasure that could make one's vitality wither away. However, this kind of wither was not real, but a kind of confusion. The skeletal behemoths locked onto their targets by sensing their vitality, because they were inanimate objects. If they could not sense any vitality, they would become blind and unable to chase after Qinzong. The copper coin was indeed a good artifact, but it had a lot of limitations. After all, it could only disguise one's life force as if it was dead. It was useful in the sunken bone abyss, but it was not so useful in other aspects. It could be said that the 3 assassins had prepared this copper coin artifact to deal with Qinzong. However, they did not expect that Qinzong would kill them, and the treasure would fall into the hands of Qinzong. It would be helpful for Qinzong to cross the sunken bone abyss. With this secret treasure in hand, Qinzong should be able to cross the sunken bone abyss safely. There were many dangers in the sunken bone abyss, but the most obvious one was the skeletal behemoths. Other dangers could only be encountered if one was unlucky. Most of the time, Qinzong's luck would be good. The sinking bone abyss was 80,000 kilometers in length, and although it was not small, it was still not large for a powerful Saint Realm cultivator. After getting rid of the skeletal beast's interference, Qinzong used his movement technique to move forward quickly while circulating the primordial sword origin technique with all his might to refine the heaven and earth essence qi and elixir energy in the outside world to replenish the energy he had consumed. He hurried forward with all his might, but at the same time, he was also on the lookout for possible dangers. To Qinzong's surprise, the power of the bronze coin was not permanent. When he had crossed less than half of the sunken bone abyss, it was depleted. Fortunately, he still had 2 more, so he immediately activated one of them. This secret treasure was a one-time use item that could only be used for a short period of time. The 3 assassins' goal was not to cross the sunken bone abyss, but to kill Qinzong in the sunken bone abyss. Qinzong kept moving forward at high speed. When he replaced the 3rd bronze coin, he was not far from crossing the sunken bone abyss. Gradually, Qinzong saw a silhouette in front of him. It seemed to be a very tall mountain wall. From afar, it was pitch black, like an abyss. Along the way, they also encountered other dangers. However, they relied on their own abilities to safely pass through them without any injuries. When he was about 100 miles from the end, the power of the bronze coin was exhausted. Qinzong's vitality was astonishing. Without the camouflage of the bronze coin, he was immediately sensed by the power of the sunken bone abyss. A chilly wind howled, as if the sunken bone abyss was enraged. It let out a terrifying roar, as if a terrifying will had descended. Suddenly, the earth trembled. Pieces of bones flew out of the ground and gathered in the air, forming one skeletal behemoth after another. The skeletal behemoths were over 100 meters in size. Their bodies exuded a terrifying aura, like a hurricane, wreaking havoc in all directions. The angry roar grew louder and louder, wreaking havoc in all directions. Chen Zong's expression changed slightly. Immediately, countless wisps of smoke gathered in the air, as if a giant figure had appeared, cruising around. Murderous intent. Chen Zong's hair stood on end when the murderous intent was so intense that it was locked onto him. Holding his breath and concentrating, Chen Zong did not care about the consumption of his energy. His speed suddenly increased by a lot, and he flew forward like an invisible wind. Faster, faster, faster. Earlier, Chen Zong did not use his formless wind body movement to save energy. Now that he was about to cross the sunken bone abyss, the bronze coin had lost its effect, and he had to face the encirclement of the skeletal behemoths. He had no intention of saving energy. The formless wind body movement was a metamorphosis of the wind from initial level, to advanced level, and to complete level. 100 miles, this distance was actually not very long. Chen Zong used his formless wind body movement to the fullest. Even though he was affected by the power of the sunken bone abyss, his speed was still astonishing. The skeletal behemoths chased after him, but they could not catch up with Chen Zong. The real threat was the figure cruising in the wisps of smoke. It did not show its figure, but it emitted a terrifying murderous intent. It was as cold as hell. Chen Zong remembered that it was the giant claw in the wisps of smoke that had sent him flying. If he had not been strong enough, he would have been killed. A giant claw once again came out of the wisps of smoke. It was like the claws of a dragon. It was exquisite, but it was also filled with a terrifying murderous intent. This giant claw was twice as large as the previous one. It covered the sky as if a world had descended. Chen Zong's body trembled slightly, and the pressure on him increased sharply. In this life and death crisis, Chen Zong felt as if he had seen through some secret of heaven and earth. In an instant, his speed increased, and his body became lighter, invisible, and colorless. The sunken bone abyss divided the Xianyuan realm and the upper primordial realm into two. East and west, the Xianyuan realm was east of the sunken bone abyss, while the upper primordial realm was west of it. Chen Zong came from the east, crossed the sunken bone abyss, and headed west. Crossing the sunken bone abyss, he encountered many dangers, but they were all resolved in the end. He did not suffer any injuries. Even the formless heavenly wind achieved a breakthrough under the pressure of a life-or-death crisis, and was promoted to phenomenal mastery. With phenomenal mastery, Chen Zong's speed increased significantly. He avoided the giant claw falling from the sky and successfully crossed the sunken bone abyss. He stepped into the boundary of the upper primordial realm and the sunken bone abyss, and into the Wanlai mountain. When Chen Zong crossed the sunken bone abyss and entered the Wanlai mountain, the giant claw paused for a moment, as if hesitating whether to cross the boundary to kill him. However, it seemed to be afraid of something, and immediately retracted. Otherwise, if the giant claw continued to pursue him, Chen Zong did not have much confidence in resisting it. After all, the power of the giant claw was too strong, and he was very afraid of it. Stepping into the Wanlai mountain, Chen Zong felt his body lighten. The feeling of being pulled by a force suddenly disappeared. Here, he could fly again. Using the formless heavenly wind, Chen Zong felt as if his body had turned into a gust of wind, about to merge with the world. Wind had always been colorless, formless, and formless. The heavenly wind body technique, a phenomenal mastery-level body technique, fully excavated, interpreted the essence of wind. Wandering in the sky above the 10,000 crack mountain, Chen Zong felt as though he had transformed into a gust of wind that swiftly brushed past. He was extremely light and agile, as though he was unrestrained and there was nothing in the world that could obstruct him. Wonderful, it was a wonderful feeling. This was the formless heavenly wind that had reached phenomenal mastery. Suddenly, an extremely strong sense of danger surged from the depths of his heart, causing Chen Zong to stop immediately. In front of him, a sliver of pitch-black lightning zigzagged from top to bottom. It was as if it was tearing the void in front of Chen Zong, but it was silent. A space crack. Chen Zong's expression changed greatly, and a touch of horror flashed in his eyes. Although the space crack that had appeared so silently was as thin as a strand of hair, Chen Zong had no doubt that if he hadn't stopped in time and had rushed over, even with his strong physique, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Even if he wasn't directly torn apart, he would definitely be injured. Danger, according to what Qinzong had learned before he set off, the name of this mountain was not given randomly. It was because spatial cracks could appear in this mountain at any time. The spatial crack was only the first characteristic. The second characteristic was the crack. Looking down, Qinzong could see several huge fissures running from east to west, north to south, intersecting with each other. It was as if they had been torn apart by huge spatial rifts, exuding an astonishing chill. These mountain fissures were left behind by the ancient war. From afar, Qinzong could feel traces of a sharp aura, like the brilliance of swords and sabers. These fissures in the imitation Buddha mountain were left behind by the swords and sabers of the ancient sword masters. There were still astonishing saber and sword essences left behind. Only such masters could carry the will in their attacks and survive for so long. From ancient times until now, it had only been weakened but had not disappeared. Feeling the fluctuation of the sharp aura, Qinzong's heart suddenly moved slightly. He was a sword cultivator. The sharp aura in the mountain fissures might be useful to him and could be comprehended. Although the purpose of this trip was to go to the ultimate mystery realm to settle the score with the ancient Azura king and repay the favor of his inheritance, it did not mean that Qinzong had to give up everything on the way. The reason why Qinzong wanted to cross the sunken bone abyss as soon as possible was that there were dangers everywhere in the sunken bone abyss, but there were no benefits. Even if there were very few, and it was not worthwhile for him to waste time looking for them. The rewards and risks might not be proportional. But the mountain of 1,000 cracks was different. It might be worth it for him to stay for a while. In order to settle the grudges between the ancient Azura king and the ancient Azura king, Qinzong had to be strong enough. Although he wasn't weak now, if he could become stronger, Qinzong had to grasp the corresponding opportunity. The hair-like spatial fissures in front of him disappeared in the blink of an eye. The aura that made Qinzong's heart palpitate also disappeared, but Qinzong did not dare to let down his guard. His heart domain spread out, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. Using the formless heavenly wind, his body turned into a gust of wind that blew past, and his perception of the aura fluctuations between heaven and earth became clearer and stronger. In this way, he could detect the spatial fissures the moment they appeared and react in time to avoid being injured. Even so, Qinzong's falling speed was not slow at all. Not long after, he fell from a height of 1,000 meters and fell into one of the fissures. The closer he got to the fissures, the stronger the sharp aura became. This fissures was about 1,000 meters deep. Qinzong fell directly to the bottom of the fissures, landing on his feet. This fissures was about 7 to 8 meters wide and more than 1,000 meters long. Qinzong knew that it would be very difficult for him to create such a fissures. Although he could create a longer fissures, more than 1,000 meters long, it could not be so wide or so deep, and it could not allow the sharp aura to remain for eternity. This was the difference. It wasn't just the difference in cultivation, strength, or realms. The difference between the strongest in the Great Saint Realm and those below was like a natural chasm, as if they were two worlds apart. Calming himself down, Qinzong observed carefully. He could see the traces left behind here. The traces were as smooth as a mirror, indicating that the ancient sword was swift and fierce, like a sharp blade cutting through tofu. Squatting down, Qinzong's fingers gently brushed across a smooth spot. Traces of icy coldness spread through his fingertips, with a hint of sharpness, like the remnants of sword aura. Gently twisting, Qinzong closed his eyes. He gathered his essence, qi, and spirit to the extreme in an instant, carefully feeling it. Vaguely, Qinzong seemed to see a strong master wielding a sword, and the sword aura fell from the sky. However, this aura was too weak, causing the image to be extremely blurry and disappear in an instant. Qinzong did not have time to taste anything from it. It seemed that the fissures were not big enough. It did not seem to be made by a sword, but formed by the aftermath of the sword aura's destruction, causing the remnant will in it to be very weak. If it was useful to him, it would probably have to be a remnant of an aura 10 times stronger. Without moving, Qinzong flew up into the air again. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze swept across. In his eyes, there seemed to be traces of black light swimming around like fish or snakes. They were extremely flexible and charming. Under the gaze of this pair of lively and charming eyes, there seemed to be wisps of aura in the originally clear and transparent void. The aura was winding and agile. Sometimes, it was like a dragon coming out of the abyss, cruising the four seas in all directions. Other times, it was like a snake coming out of its hole, wantonly swimming in the grassland. The aura's colors were also different. They were very dazzling, like rainbows, and extremely graceful. They were also filled with completely different fluctuations and had different Taoist rhymes. It was the aura of Tao intent, the mysterious aura of heaven and earth. It was difficult to see the aura of Tao intent with the naked eye, but Chen Zong could now because Chen Zong had obtained a 10th grade secret technique from the Xianxia army's treasure vault. Secondary remarkable ability, dark pupils. This was an eye technique secondary remarkable ability related to the soul. It had a total of 4 realms, and Chen Zong had cultivated it to the 2nd realm. After cultivating it to the 1st realm, one's eye power would increase greatly. Once it was activated, one could clearly see the aura in the air, turning it from invisible to visible. Of course, this transformation could only be seen by those who cultivated the dark pupils or some profound eye technique. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to see it. This way, one could more directly see the strength and direction of the aura, and more clearly distinguish its mysteries. As for the 2nd realm of the dark pupils, Chen Zong had used it when he was attacked by the 3 assassins in the profound bone abyss. It directly attacked the opponent's soul. Although it could not shatter the opponent's soul, it would cause the opponent to be in a trance for a moment. Once the opponent was in a trance, they would lose perfect control of their own strength. It was very disadvantageous in a battle of life and death. It was precisely because of this that the assassin was instantly killed by Chen Zong without any resistance. This was because Chen Zong's soul was more powerful than his. In order to withstand the impact of the dark pupils, one would either have to cultivate a secret technique to defend one's soul consciousness, have a secret treasure to protect one's soul, or have a soul that was much more powerful than Chen Zong's. However, although Chen Zong's cultivation was only at the 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, his soul was more powerful than a 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. In fact, it was even more powerful than a half-step Great Saint stage powerhouse. It was just that he was limited by his cultivation base and could not fully unleash the potential of his soul. If Chen Zong could become a half-step Great Saint stage powerhouse one day, the power of his soul would be the best among all half-step Great Saint stage powerhouses. Under the gaze of the 1st realm of the dark pupils, Chen Zong carefully distinguished the area where the Tao inside aura was denser and observed its direction. Then, Chen Zong's figure flashed as he quickly moved forward. There was a spot where the aura was the densest. Following the aura, Chen Zong saw a huge crack. This crack stretched for tens of thousands of meters and was dozens of meters wide. Before he even stepped into it, he could already feel the extremely tyrannical aura. The aura was like a sword wind blowing at him like a cold blade scraping his bones. An ordinary 1st Heaven Saint stage powerhouse would have to use all his strength to resist the power of this sword wind. However, it was nothing to Chen Zong. It posed no threat to him at all. In a flash, Chen Zong's figure was as agile as a fish as he quickly dove into the huge crack. The sword wind changed direction and turned into countless sword qi that formed a storm. It was so mighty that it seemed to be able to tear the void apart. Its power was so terrifying that even an ordinary 2nd Heaven Saint stage powerhouse would have to use all his strength to resist it. This huge fissure was at least 3,000 meters deep. When Chen Zong went 3,000 meters deep, the dense sharpness was extremely shocking. It was as if it had turned into a sword light that was drifting around. The aura that spread out from this terrifying sharpness made Chen Zong feel astonished. An ordinary 3rd Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse would not be able to enter this place. At the very least, they would need to have the strength of an ordinary 4th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. The crack was tens of thousands of meters long, dozens of meters wide, and 5,000 meters deep. Every rock was as smooth as a mirror, and there was not even a blade of grass growing on it. It was shrouded in an extremely strong fluctuation of sword qi. Every inch of the air was filled with an extremely shocking fluctuation of sword qi, as if it could tear everything apart. Chen Zong walked. He seemed to be wandering, but in fact, he was observing the direction of the sword qi with the 1st level of dark pupil. He was carefully sensing it. The fluctuation of sword chi here was indeed more than 10 times that of the 1,000-meter-long crack. However, after comprehending it, Qianzong felt that it was not very helpful to him. It was probably because his sword principle realm was quite high. After a short while, Qianzong flew up into the air and left the crack. Not enough, the remaining sword principle aura was still not enough. The first level of dark pupil swept across, and wisps of sharp aura spread in one direction, as if there was a source. Qianzong's heart skipped a beat. He performed the formless heavenly wind body technique to the extreme, and his realm of heart also covered a radius of 1,000 meters, so he could better detect space cracks that might appear at any time and place. He followed the source of the sword chi. The further he went, the more obvious the fluctuation of sword chi became. Out of the corner of his eye, he also caught a glimpse of the cracks in the mountain. They seemed to be irregular. Suddenly, Qianzong's figure paused as if he was struck by a stroke of good fortune. The gloomy light in his eyes grew even deeper as he stared below. The cracks crisscrossed and scattered, ranging from hundreds of meters to tens of thousands of meters long. They were densely packed, like scars on the mountain. It was a ghastly sight. Qianzong's body trembled slightly, and wisps of extremely sharp aura burst forth. He unsheathed the deep night sword, and the pitch-black sword light was like a ray of dawn in the darkness, spreading a charm that could split heaven and earth. Slash, the blade swung, and the sword light slashed down instantly. The pitch-black light tore the void and fell with unparalleled power. In an instant, the pitch-black sword light seemed to explode, turning into streaks of sword chi that slashed down from the sky. In an instant, the streaks of pitch-black sword light slashed into the many cracks in the mountain, as if they were in harmony with the cracks. He swung his sword one after another, and the pitch-black sword chi continued to fall. Gradually, a mysterious trajectory spread out. It was as if Qianzong had recreated the sword of the supreme swordsman of antiquity times, who had split a mountain. However, in terms of power, there was a huge gap. Qianzong swung his sword several times in a row. He seemed to have gained something, but he also seemed to be missing something. It seemed to be a core, an opportunity. He felt as if he had gained something, but at the same time, he didn't gain anything. Qianzong knew that it wasn't that he didn't gain anything. It was just that the gains weren't directly manifested. It had become a kind of accumulation, settling down, and accumulating. Qianzong continued to move forward, following the traces of sword principle in the void. The aura became stronger, and the trajectory became clearer. Gradually, Qianzong saw a dark and deep crack. The crack was like a scar on the earth, as if it had split the mountain into two. Qianzong was shocked. The crack was not tens of thousands of meters long, but hundreds of thousands of meters long and hundreds of meters wide. It was unknown how deep it was. The extremely strong sword principle aura fluctuated continuously from it. Sometimes it was like an aurora shooting through the sky, sometimes it was like a storm sweeping through the void, sometimes it was like a raging tide, and sometimes it was like a long river, surging endlessly. Immediately, the sword chi seemed to have turned into a bird flapping its wings and flying across the sky. It also seemed to have turned into a beast moving its limbs and galloping across the earth. Strange phenomena appeared one after another, and it was extremely profound. It didn't dissipate until the strange phenomenon had spread far away. It turned into wisps of sword chi and drifted away with the wind. Qianzong's eyes sparkled. It was indeed an excellent place to comprehend sword principle. He could feel countless mysteries even before he entered it. If he entered it, the mysteries would only be more intense. In the distance, a few sword lights flew past at an astonishing speed. They were incomparably sharp, as if they were heavenly swords. They swept past Qianzong not far away, and quickly fell to the bottom of the crack like meteors. Qianzong also heard their conversation. Combined with his understanding, he deduced a lot of information. It turned out that this huge crack was called the 10,000 Cracks Sword Scar. It was the largest sword scar in the 10,000 Cracks Mountain. It was also called the main sword scar. It was said that in ancient times, a supreme expert of the Great Saint Realm, the 10,000 Crack Sword Sage, slashed it with all his strength. The Xianyuan realm's records of the Upper Yuan realm were relatively limited. After all, it was not their realm. In addition, it was a long time ago. Qianzong did not deliberately look up the ancient records. He was just passing by the Upper Yuan realm, and the Xianyuan realm was his destination. Therefore, Chenzong did not know much about the Upper Yuan realm. The 10,000 Cracks Mountain belonged to the Upper Yuan realm. As a cultivator of the Upper Yuan realm, he would have a deeper and more detailed understanding of it. The reason why the 10,000 Cracks Mountain was called the 10,000 Cracks Mountain was not only because there were thousands of cracks in the mountain, as Chenzong understood. More importantly, in ancient times, a supreme expert of the Great Saint Realm, the 10,000 Crack Sword Sage, once attacked an army of demons of the void here. He killed countless demons of the void, and even killed a god-level expert of the demons of the void here. However, in order to kill that god-level demon of the void, the 10,000 Crack Sword Sage burned his own essence, chi, and spirit to unleash a supreme sword strike to kill it, leaving behind this huge crack that was hundreds of thousands of meters long. After that, the 10,000 Crack Sword Sage also fell. The 10,000 Crack Sword Scar was created by the 10,000 Crack Sword Sage in ancient times by burning his essence, chi, spirit, blood, and soul. It was imprinted with his astonishing will, which was eternal and indestructible. At every moment, sword experts of the Upper Yuan realm would come from afar and enter the 10,000 Crack Sword Scar to see this amazing miracle left behind from ancient times. At the same time, they would also comprehend the imprint and sword Tao will left behind by the 10,000 Crack Sword Sage in his lifetime to verify themselves. Many sword experts would often gain insights and make great progress in their sword Tao. Their reputation would spread far and wide. If one wanted to see some sword experts, they could also come here. Chenzong's body moved and began to fall. The endless sword chi seemed to have turned into a roaring storm. The hurricane raged as if it was going to tear Chenzong apart. It would be extremely difficult for an ordinary 5th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage to resist such power. One would need to have the strength of an ordinary 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage to completely withstand it. This level of sword chi alone was enough to block those below the intermediate Saint Rudiment stage. It would be difficult for them to enter unless they had some kind of defensive secret treasure to resist the attack of the sword chi. The sword chi turned into a raging storm. It was like thunder and fire intertwined. Although it was extremely powerful, it was nothing to Chenzong. Whether it was the peak 7th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage chi refinement stage or the intermediate 8th Heaven chaotic heaven realm body refinement stage, Chenzong could easily resist the power brought about by it. Countless sword chi storms hit Chenzong's body as if they were going to tear Chenzong apart. However, they all shattered. Fall, continue to fall, the power of the sword chi storms continued to increase. It would be difficult for an ordinary 6th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage to activate it with all his strength. Only a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse could deal with it calmly. 10,000 meters, this gigantic fissure spanned across the 10,000 Cracks Mountain, as if it had split the mountain into two. It was tens of thousands of meters long and had a depth of tens of thousands of meters. One had to know that a sword slash could split a mountain. The deeper it went, the more energy it would consume, and the slower and smaller the crack would be. Finally, when the energy was exhausted, it would collapse. The difference between 3,000 meters and 10,000 meters seemed to be 2 or 3 times. However, the difference in energy required was more than 100 times, or even 1,000 times. It was extremely shocking. 10,000 meters deep felt like they had entered the depths of the earth. When Chenzong's feet touched the ground, he could feel the hardness and coldness. It was incomparably hard. Chenzong stomped his feet to test it. He found that the hardness of the ground was comparable to a grade 1 saint artifact. In other words, an ordinary early Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse would not be able to cause any damage to this place. As for a transcendent stage powerhouse, they would be directly killed by the backlash. Of course, it was impossible for a transcendent stage powerhouse to step into this place. Without a powerful defensive artifact, even an early Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse would not be able to step into this place. The frigid aura was a remnant from ancient times. After all, the all-splitting sword saint had slain a god-grade void demon with a single slash of his sword. The aura of the god-grade void demon had also been imprinted in this place and spread out, causing the surroundings to become cold and gloomy. Chenzong saw a number of figures moving forward in front of him. Some were moving faster, some were moving slower. They seemed to be constantly moving against the snowy storm of sword chi. Chen Zong also took a step forward, quickly moving forward. Step by step, he carefully felt the changes in the aura of the hard ground. Cold, sharp, all kinds of auras were intertwined. After careful observation, Chen Zong felt that the sharp aura and the cold aura seemed to be constantly colliding and tearing each other apart. It was as if this was a continuation of the battle between the all-splitting sword saint and the god-grade void demon from ancient times. It continued from ancient times to the present and seemed to continue endlessly. No one knew how long it would last. Perhaps, it would never end. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong had moved forward thousands of meters, but he still could not see the end. This crack seemed to have no end. Of course, it was impossible that there was no end. It was just far away. Chen Zong also keenly sensed that the further he went, the stronger the sharp aura and the cold aura became. However, the changes of thousands of meters were very subtle. If it were not for Chen Zong's incomparably sharp senses, he would not have noticed it. Chen Zong also noticed that one by one, they were moving forward with a solemn expression. Their eyes were sharp, as if they were on a pilgrimage. For many sword practitioners, the all-splitting sword scar was indeed a holy land of sword principle. Therefore, coming here to meditate was no different from a pilgrimage. No matter how frivolous a person was, they would be affected by the aura here and become solemn and respectful. Of course, the stronger ones the less they would be affected. However, this was the place where the all-splitting sword saint killed the god-grade void demon and saved countless lives from danger. Those who came here would have a trace of reverence in their hearts. There was no limit to one's steps, the road was calling, but some people couldn't move forward. It wasn't that they didn't want to move forward, but that they couldn't withstand the pressure in the void ahead. Sharpness, chill, the further they went, the stronger it became. It was unbearable. Chen Zong found that those who stopped were all in the early 7th heaven saint realm. They couldn't move forward, so they all stopped and sat down cross-legged to carefully comprehend the sharpness in the air. At the same time, they resisted the erosion of the cold aura. Although the sharpness and cold aura were stronger, they couldn't stop Chen Zong from moving forward. Those above the early 7th heaven saint realm could also move forward. From time to time, some people stopped, unable to move forward. They could only look enviously at those who continued to move forward. They then gathered their thoughts, sat down cross-legged, and focused on comprehending. Moving forward, Chen Zong's incomparably sharp eyes stared ahead, and he could see the end of it. That was the end of the 10,000 crack sword saint slash. It was like an incomparably gigantic formless sword had broken through the mountain, incomparably deep. Within it, there seemed to be countless rays of cold light flying about, resembling dancing dragons. A figure quickly flew over from the distance. In the blink of an eye, it flew past Chen Zong. It was like a flash of sword light piercing through the air. It emitted a shocking sharpness that alarmed the people around. That trace of coldness made Chen Zong raise his eyebrows slightly. It was a sword Dao expert. He didn't see the front, but from the back, he didn't seem to be very old. It's the Cold Mountain Sword Saint, Zhao Lingyu. As expected of an expert on the Xianxia Sky Sword list. That trace of aura is extremely sharp. It's frightening. The Cold Mountain Sword Saint is a peerless genius who detonated the 6-colored heavenly flower. A few people who found it difficult to continue forward discussed in low voices, and Chen Zong heard them. The Cold Mountain Sword Saint, Zhao Lingyu, the Xianxia Sky Sword list, the 6-colored heavenly flower, it was indeed extraordinary. Since ancient times, there had only been 15 people who detonated 9-colored heavenly flowers, less than 1,000 8-colored heavenly flowers, and although there were more 7-colored heavenly flowers, there were only tens of thousands. Just think about it. Since ancient times, how many cultivators had there been? It was impossible to calculate. There were very few people who could detonate 7-colored, 8-colored, and 9-colored heavenly flowers. Even 6-colored heavenly flowers were extremely rare. Only peerless geniuses could do it. In fact, just being able to detonate the 4-colored heavenly flower was already very shocking. As for the Upper Yuan Sky Sword list, Chen Zong guessed that it was the Sword Dao list of the Upper Yuan realm. Only true Sword Dao experts were qualified to be listed on it. Chen Zong's guess was right. Chen Zong didn't slow down at all as he kept moving forward. When the mid-7th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator was forced to stop, Qinzong was still moving forward. When the late 7th Heaven Saint Realm expert came to a stop, Qinzong continued forward. When the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Realm was forced to stop, Qinzong was still moving forward. As for Qinzong's cultivation base, it was revealed bit by bit as he progressed. The peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Realm. When the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Realm expert came to a stop, Qinzong was still moving forward without slowing down. It was very surprising. When they saw that the early 8th Heaven Saint Realm experts had to stop, but Qinzong, who was at the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Realm, was still moving forward, they were even more surprised. Who is this person? His cultivation is at the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Realm, but he's still moving forward. This person is extraordinary. He must be a genius. This person's face is very unfamiliar. I wonder who he is. White robe and black sword. This outfit is also a genius. Could he be the new sword Dao prodigy, the black and white sword sovereign, Yao Tianzong? The black and white sword sovereign? Is he the new peerless genius who detonated the 6-colored heavenly flower 3 years ago? I heard that although the black and white sword sovereign wasn't listed on the Upper Yuan Sky Sword list, his strength is stronger than some of the powerhouses on the Sky Sword list. Amidst the discussion, Qinzong was still moving forward. He crossed the mid-8th Heaven Saint Realm line and kept moving forward. The 10,000 split sword scar was a 1,000-meter checkpoint. Under normal circumstances, cultivators in the early 7th Heaven Saint Realm could only stop 30,000 meters from the end of the 10,000 split sword scar. Those in the mid-8th Heaven Saint Realm could go 1,000 meters further, making them 29,000 meters from the end. Those in the late 7th Heaven Saint Realm were 28,000 meters from the end. Those in the peak 7th Heaven Saint Realm were 27,000 meters from the end. Those in the peak 7th Heaven Saint Realm were 26,000 meters from the end. However, those in the early 8th Heaven Saint Realm could take a big step forward and reach 20,000 meters from the end. Another 1,000 meters was another checkpoint. When one reached the early 9th Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, they would be able to take another big step forward and reach the end of the sword mark. The Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign, Zhao Lingyu, had already crossed the 20,000-meter mark and continued to move forward, displaying his amazing ability. This distance was for ordinary cultivators. As for the peerless geniuses, they were not limited by this and were often more outstanding. For example, the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign, Zhao Lingyu, was only in the early 8th Heaven Saint Realm, but he had already left many in the dust as he continued to move forward. He only stopped when he reached the peak 8th Heaven Saint Realm. He was 17,000 meters from the end of the 10,000 split sword scar. Zhao Lingyu could still continue forward, but he did not want to do so. Instead, he intended to comprehend it first, starting from the shallow to the deep. Once he had comprehended it, he would continue forward. Only then would he be able to better comprehend the profundity within it and strengthen his sword principle foundation. The closer he was to the 10,000 split sword scar, the stronger the sharpness and chill he had to endure. However, at the same time, the effect of comprehending the 10,000 split sword scar would be better. The fact that someone in the early 8th Heaven Saint Realm could reach the peak of the 8th Heaven Saint Realm was shocking. However, a white-robed figure with a black sword continued to move forward. 18,000 meters, he was 1,000 meters away from the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign. However, this person's cultivation was only in the 7th Heaven Saint Realm. Even if he was at the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint Realm, it was still shocking that he could enter the 8th Heaven Saint Realm. After all, the difference in cultivation level was very obvious. Heavens, he's actually at the peak of the 8th Heaven Saint Realm. Who is this person? Is the Black-White Sword Sovereign really that strong? When Qinzong's footsteps were at the same level as the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign, the latter's eyes shone with a sharp light. He stared at Qinzong from the sky as if he wanted to pierce through him and see through all his secrets. You're not the Black-White Sword Sovereign? The Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign asked with a chilling voice. Who are you? Although the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign had never seen the Black-White Sword Sovereign, he had heard of this rising star. After all, he was a peerless genius who had detonated the 6-colored heavenly flower. He had also detonated the 6-colored heavenly flower, so he was confident that he was not inferior to the Black-White Sword Sovereign. Chen Zong's cultivation level was at the peak of the 7th Heaven Saint realm, but he was able to stand on equal footing with him. Even the peerless geniuses who were ranked at the top of the six-colored monarch bestowment tablet would not be able to achieve this unless they had some kind of secret treasure. At the very least, he could detonate the seven-colored heavenly flower with his own abilities. However, this person looked unfamiliar. Was he not a cultivator from the Upper Yuan realm? As the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign spoke, sharp gazes fell on Chen Zong's face. They were curious, as if they wanted to see through him. However, Chen Zong ignored the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign, as if he had not heard the question. Did Chen Zong not hear it? Of course he did. The voice was so loud that Chen Zong was not deaf, so he naturally heard it clearly. However, the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign's tone was very sharp. It even contained a kind of questioning and was not friendly. Chen Zong had never liked to pay attention to unfriendly people. If they were an enemy, he would kill them with his sword. The other party ignored his question as if he had not heard it. The Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign immediately raised his eyebrows. It was as if a sword had been unsheathed. His eyes shone with an incomparably sharp light that contained anger. It was as if he wanted to pierce through Chen Zong. He was the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign. With a sword in hand, he had once killed a 9th Heaven Saint Realm expert. Although it was an ordinary 9th Heaven Saint Realm expert, he was still an expert. He was a Sword Dao expert ranked on the Upper Yuan Sky Sword ranking. He had talent, strength, status. However, he was ignored when he took the initiative to ask a question. How dare this brat be so arrogant? Anger spread from the depths of his heart. Strands of terrifying sword intent radiated from his body and swept out in all directions. Coldness spread out like the roar of an icy mountain wind. The astonishing Cold Mountain Sword intent mixed with an incomparably blazing killing intent, like an ancient volcano about to erupt, exploded with an extremely terrifying attack. The long sword at his waist trembled slightly, as if it could not hold back from unsheathing and drawing blood. This extremely sharp killing intent directly pierced through the sky and landed on Chen Zong. However, Chen Zong did not seem to notice it at all. Although this killing intent was powerful enough to make an ordinary 9th Heaven Saint Realm expert tremble, it could not shake Chen Zong's mind. The Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign was a peerless prodigy who had ignited a 6-colored heavenly flower, but compared to the High Heaven Sword Sovereign who had ignited a 7-colored heavenly flower, there was still a big gap. The difference of 1 color between a 6-colored heavenly flower and a 7-colored heavenly flower was huge. 16,000 meters, this was the limit of the 8th Heaven Saint realm. The fact that a mere peak 7th level Saint Rudiment stage cultivator was able to step into the peak 8th level Saint Rudiment stage was truly shocking. Seeing that Chen Zong had actually stepped into the 16,000 meter distance, the expression of the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign, Zhao Lingyu, became even colder. Shortly after, as his powerful aura erupted, his entire body was like a cold mountain as he tore through the sky with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign had crossed 1,000 meters and reached the 16,000-meter gap. This was the limit of the 8th Heaven Saint realm. As expected of the expert ranked 89th on the Heaven Sword ranking. Immediately, someone exclaimed in admiration. The Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign caught up to Chen Zong and caught up to him. However, Chen Zong ignored him and did not stop. The limit of the 8th Heaven Saint realm was not his limit. He could still go further. That was a distance of 10,000 meters, which belonged to the early 9th Heaven Saint realm. The Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign's expression changed again when he saw Chen Zong taking another step forward. Playing to the gallery. The Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign, Zhao Lingyu, said in a low voice. However, his voice spread out and entered the ears of everyone within a few thousand meters. Immediately, many people sneered. They wanted to see how Chen Zong would make a fool of himself. However, there were also people who stared at him solemnly, not daring to underestimate him. A buzzing sound reverberated in all directions. It was as if the boundary had been broken in an instant as Chen Zong continued to step forward. 15,000 meters, everyone's expression changed drastically. Obviously, he had surpassed the limit of the 8th Heaven Saint realm and was approaching the 9th Heaven Saint realm. His footsteps did not stop as he continued to move forward. Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain grit his teeth and stepped forward again. He still had some energy left. 14,000 meters, 13,000 meters, Chen Zong's expression didn't change at all. It was as if this wasn't too much pressure for him. 12,000 meters, Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain exerted all his strength and continued to move forward. It was all for the sake of his pride. The powerhouses who were originally within 10,000 meters seemed to be alarmed as they turned their heads to look. These powerful Saint Realm powerhouses were at least middle-aged. All of them were powerhouses on the Upper Yuan Sky Sword list. Some of them were even ranked higher than Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain. After all, the Upper Yuan Sky Sword list was only based on strength. It did not care about age or talent. In other words, as long as one was strong enough, they could be on the list. Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain, Zhao Lingyu, was only at the early 8th heaven Saint Realm. The fact that he could be ranked on the list was proof of his strength. However, there were many people who were stronger than him. Being talented only meant that one had a bright future. It did not mean that one was stronger than everyone else. Moreover, there was always a better mountain. Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain did have the record of killing an early 9th heaven Saint Realm powerhouse, but it was only once. Moreover, there was a bit of luck involved. 11,000 meters, Chen Zong continued to move forward. He was getting closer and closer to the 10,000 meter mark. That was the level of an early 9th heaven Saint Realm powerhouse. Although the Cold Mountain Sword Monarch had also reached the 12,000 meter mark, his expression was grave and his speed had greatly decreased. The pressure brought about by the sharpness and cold here was extremely powerful, already making him feel like it was difficult to continue forward. However, when he saw that his opponent was still moving forward, Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain exerted all his strength and swore not to give up. 10,000 meters, when Chen Zong stepped into the 10,000 meter range, the pressure suddenly increased a lot. Countless sharp lights turned into sword chi and rushed madly, as if they were going to tear Chen Zong into pieces. An extremely cold and sinister aura roared like a hurricane, crushing everything in its path. Chen Zong, on the other hand, was calmly enduring all of this, causing the 9th heaven Saint Realm Sword Dao masters present to be astonished, each of their eyes flashing brightly. Secret treasure. This kid definitely has a secret treasure on him that can withstand the pressure of the 10,000 splitting sword scars. Suddenly, many of the experts felt a trace of desire in their hearts. After all, his opponent's cultivation was only at the peak of the 7th heaven Saint Rudiment stage, yet he was able to reach the early 9th heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Such a huge leap was extremely shocking. Even the peerless prodigy who had ignited the 7-colored heavenly flower would find it difficult to achieve such a feat. Moreover, since the beginning of time, there weren't many peerless geniuses who detonated the 7-colored heavenly flower. It wasn't that there weren't any young people who could detonate the 7-colored heavenly flower in recent years in the Upper Yuan realm, but all of them were very famous. Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain exerted all his strength, but he couldn't step into the 10,000 meter range. In the end, he stopped at 11,000 meter range. This was his limit. If he continued forward, he wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying pressure. Even at 11,000 meter range, Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain Zhao Lingyu felt very uncomfortable. He couldn't comprehend it all and could only do his best to resist the impact of the pressure. He couldn't withstand it for a while. Retreat, his eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Chen Zong's back. Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain could only reluctantly retreat. As he retreated, the pressure gradually weakened. In the end, Sword Sovereign Cold Mountain retreated to a distance of 15,000 meters. Although the pressure was still very strong, it was bearable and wouldn't hinder his comprehension. Young friend, you are very talented. I am the vast wave Sword Sovereign. I'm not very strong and am only ranked 38th on the Upper Yuan Sky Sword ranking. A mid-9th heaven rudiment realm elder turned his head and looked over. His gaze penetrated 1,000 meters and landed on Chen Zong's face. He was full of smiles and seemed to be very familiar with him. Then, he sighed slightly and seemed to be troubled. I feel that my potential is about to be exhausted, but I don't want to give up. I want to use the mysteries of the 10,000 cracked sword scar to break through my own limits and improve on the way of the sword. This shameless old thing is about to make a move. Suddenly, someone sneered secretly. I hope that you can help me. Lend me your secret treasure so that I can improve and comprehend the mysteries of the 10,000 cracked sword scar and break through my own limits. I will be very grateful. After some foreshadowing, the vast wave sword sovereign finally revealed his purpose. Secret treasure. He thought that Qianzong had a secret treasure on him that allowed him to enter the beginner 9th heaven rudiment realm even though he was only at the peak of the 7th heaven rudiment realm. If this secret treasure fell into his hands, he would definitely be able to get closer to the end of the 10,000 crack sword scar and comprehend the aura of the way of the sword more clearly. When that happened, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough on the way of the sword and become even stronger. As for the secret treasure, if it fell into his hands, there would be no reason for him to return it. If he dared to ask for it, he would just kill him. It wasn't like he hadn't done something like this before. At the same time, a powerful sword will that resembled a tidal wave burst forth from the vast wave sword sovereign's body. It was like a raging wave that surged endlessly and rushed towards Qianzong. The sword will was awe-inspiring. The pressure of the words and sword will was trying to make Qianzong submit. This level of sword will had reached the advanced level. In fact, almost all the sword cultivators who could enter the upper Yuan Sky sword ranking had mastered the advanced level of sword will. The only difference was in their mastery of the advanced level of sword will. With Qianzong as an example, he had mastered the advanced level of the heart sword Dao will. The three ultimate moves of the Infinity sword chain were Chain, Infinity, and Infinity. They represented Qianzong's mastery of the heart sword Dao will. The line of heaven and earth was the fourth move, and it was close to the extreme level. It represented that Qianzong's mastery of the heart sword Dao will had reached an astonishing level. There were 99 sword cultivators on the upper Yuan Sky sword ranking. They were all powerful and had high attainments in the way of the sword. However, there were very few who could reach the extreme level of their sword will. Moreover, even if they were both close to the extreme level, the power of the advanced level of sword will could not be compared to the power of the advanced level of sword will. The vast wave sword sovereign was indeed a veteran sword cultivator. The power of his vast wave sword will was indeed very shocking. It was like a raging river, and every wave carried with it a frightening sharpness and coldness. However, it couldn't do anything to Qianzong. The difference between the power of the vast wave sword will and the heart sword Dao will was very obvious. Even if I have a secret treasure, what right do you have to ask for it? Qianzong's gaze swept across the vast wave sword sovereign as he spoke slowly. Instantly, the vast wave sword sovereign's expression changed. He was even more shocked that his vast wave sword will could not threaten his opponent. At that moment, the vast wave sword sovereign was very confused. He did not speak anymore. He could not figure out Qianzong's background. Did he rely on the power of a secret treasure to reach here, or did he rely on his own abilities? If it was the former, it would be nothing. If it was the latter, it would be shocking. The former was more likely, but the latter could not be ruled out. The vast wave sword sovereign did not speak again, and Qianzong naturally did not bother with him. After feeling the pressure from 10,000 meters away, Qianzong's eyes flashed with a dim light. He looked forward and could see the end of the 10,000 crack sword scar more clearly. There seemed to be countless sharp auras circling around. He raised his foot and stepped forward. Everyone was shocked. He could still continue forward. Not long after, Qianzong walked to 9,000 meters and was almost at the same level as the vast wave sword sovereign. Then, he walked past the vast wave sword sovereign without stopping. The vast wave sword sovereign squinted his eyes and stared at Qianzong, as if he wanted to see through him. His 5 fingers moved slightly, as if he was about to draw his sword at any time. But in the end, the vast wave sword sovereign relaxed his 5 fingers. He was not very confident. The 10,000 crack sword scar was a test of one's abilities. The level of one's mastery was not the true standard here. Qianzong was able to reach the same level as him, which meant that his abilities were very strong. Even if he was not as strong as him, there would not be much of a difference. If he acted rashly, he would only be the first to do so. The vast wave sword sovereign had lived for many years and had experienced many things. He was already used to thinking and was not like a hot-blooded youth who would draw his sword at the slightest disagreement. Qianzong was prepared. If the vast wave sword sovereign really dared to draw his sword at him, the result would be death. Qianzong would not show any mercy when he drew his sword. Fortunately, the vast wave sword sovereign did not draw his sword at the end. Otherwise, Chenzong's counterattack would be too late for him to regret. 8,000 meters, this was equivalent to the advanced 9th level of the Saint Realm. Now, everyone was speechless and speechless. It was too shocking. It was really shocking. Even though the higher one's mastery was, the greater the difference in abilities, but at the same time, the closer one was to the 10,000 split sword scar, the greater the increase in power. The increase in power from 10,000 meters to 9,000 meters was definitely greater than the increase in power from 20,000 meters to 19,000 meters. At this distance, Chenzong could already feel the frightening power. However, it was not enough. It was not the limit. Step forward, step by step, his actions affected everyone's gazes and emotions, causing them to fluctuate unsteadily. This made the Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign very jealous. Who in the world could see through fame and fortune? Even the great saints could not. At 7,000 meters, there were 3 sword cultivators at the peak of the Saint Realm. With their abilities, they could actually go even further and reach a distance of 6,000 meters. However, they would face immense pressure and distract their attention. This would cause the effect of their enlightenment to decrease. Chenzong had already reached 7,000 meters and was on par with the 3 sword cultivators at the peak of the Saint Realm. Among the 3 people, one was an elder in a black robe. He was tall and powerful and his eyes were like a tiger's. Another one was a middle-aged scholar in a green robe. He had a scholarly aura. The last one was an old woman with a hunched back. Her face was full of wrinkles like the bark of a withered tree. Her eyes were cloudy and she gave off the feeling that she was old and had one foot in the coffin. At the end of the 10,000 crack sword scar, there seemed to be a huge, invisible, colorless, and formless sword blade. The sword chi it released was shocking. When Chenzong looked at it, he felt a stabbing pain in his eyes as if he had been pricked by cold needles. Activating the first level of the phantom black pupils, a faint light suddenly filled his eyes and dyed them with a layer of black light. The sword chi and frigid aura drifting in the air suddenly became extremely clear. At a glance, the area in front of him was filled with powerful sword chi and frigid aura. The sword chi carried an indescribable sharpness that seemed to be able to tear everything in the world apart. Nothing could withstand its shocking power, regardless of whether it was solid or void. The frigid aura was very strange. It was filled with a shocking chill and corrosive power that seemed to be able to penetrate and corrode everything. It was chilling. 7,000 meters, Chenzong stopped in his tracks and stared at it, carefully sensing it. The extremely terrifying sword chi and chilling aura continued to spread out from the front. It was so dense that it was like an endless river. It washed over his body. Its sharpness seemed to want to tear his body and even his soul apart. The chilling aura seemed to want to freeze his body and even his soul. However, Chenzong's cultivation was profound and his physique was strong. He could completely withstand this impact and carefully sense it. The frigid aura carried a trace of extremely pure evil chi. Although it was very faint, it was very condensed and shocking. It was silently absorbed by Chenzong and went straight into his spirit sea. It was then absorbed by his Azure clone, Xianxia, to comprehend the mysteries of the God-grade void demon's power and improve himself. This frigid aura was not beneficial to Chenzong's main body, but it was greatly beneficial to his clone if he used it well. The clone comprehended the frigid aura left behind by the God-grade void demon while Chenzong comprehended the 10,000 crack sword saint's remnant sword chi. The 3 peak 9th heaven Saint Realm sword Dao masters withdrew their gazes and continued to comprehend the frigid aura. As long as there was no conflict of interest, they generally would not interfere. Chenzong caught a strand of sword chi and twirled it between his fingers. With his amazing divine sense, he carefully sensed the power contained in this strand of sword chi. Although the sword chi was fine, it seemed to contain a broken space. Inside that space, cracks kept appearing. It was very unstable and the cracks were shocking. They were like spatial cracks that could tear everything apart. 10,000 cracks, this was the sword chi left behind by the all-splitting sword saint who was a supreme expert in the sword Dao at the eminent Saint Realm. After experiencing the passage of time, it still hadn't been worn down because it contained the all-splitting sword saint's peerlessly formidable top-grade sword insight, all-splitting sword insight. This 10,000 crack sword will was the result of the 10,000 crack sword saint slowly unearthing his potential from a low-level sword will. Its quality was constantly improving, and when it reached the pinnacle level, its power was completely unearthed. It was extremely terrifying. The wisp of sword chi, which contained a tiny bit of cracking sword essence, seemed to tear everything apart at his fingertips, which surprised even Xianxia. 10,000 cracks, it seemed to be able to tear everything apart. To a certain extent, it had something in common with the origin sword technique. Perhaps, if he continued to comprehend here, he could use the remnant sword insight and sword chi to perfect the 30th level of the origin sword technique. Its power would increase greatly. Time passed by slowly. From time to time, sword Dao experts would rush over from the outside world and enter the 10,000 crack sword scar. They would advance step by step until they could no longer continue. Only then would they stop and slowly comprehend. 2 hours later, Xianxia was still comprehending. He had made some progress, but it was only a superficial one. Then, Xianxia took another step forward. This step immediately alarmed everyone. The 3 sword Dao experts at the peak of the 9th heaven saint rudiment stage were also startled. Their eyes narrowed as a terrifying cold light flashed in them. Who was this young man? He could still move forward. 6,000 meters, Xianxia had stepped into 6,000 meters, which was equivalent to the distance a sword Dao expert at the peak of the 9th heaven saint rudiment stage could withstand and comprehend. Stopping, Xianxia continued to comprehend. The 10,000 crack sword chi and the demonic frigid chi here were more powerful and shocking, but the effect of comprehending them was also better. Another 2 hours passed. Xianxia had also comprehended the mysteries contained in the 10,000 crack sword chi and the demonic frigid chi here, further enhancing his foundation. Just as Xianxia was about to continue moving forward, a shocking cold light suddenly shot out from the end of the 10,000 crack sword scar. It was as if a heavenly sword had pierced through the void. Its speed and sharpness were unparalleled, piercing and tearing through everything. When the sword appeared, it had a shocking momentum that seemed to cut through the void and split open heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, it shot out from the deepest part of the 10,000 crack sword scar, piercing through several thousand meters. A dark light flashed across Xianxia's eyes, like layers of black ripples, and locked onto the light that shot out from the end of the 10,000 crack sword scar. It was a sword edge condensed from countless 10,000 crack sword chi and 10,000 crack sword intent. It exuded a shocking aura that was incomparably powerful. It's the 10,000 crack sword chi. The eyes of the 3 peak 9th level Saint Rudiment stage sword Dao masters shone with incomparably sharp light. In an instant, all of their hidden strength erupted. Terrifying sword intent surged in all directions, instantly shattering and dispersing the sword chi and frigid chi around them. 10,000 crack sword chi, this was a sword Dao treasure that could only be born in the depths of the 10,000 crack sword scar. It was condensed from numerous 10,000 crack sword chi and contained a strong 10,000 crack sword intent. If one could obtain this treasure and use it to comprehend the 10,000 crack sword intent, it would be of great use to one's own sword Dao. One might even be able to comprehend the 10,000 crack sword intent from it. The 10,000 crack sword intent's power had been passed down since ancient times. However, the probability of the 10,000 crack sword chi appearing was very low. Sometimes, it would not appear even once in a few years. Its value was astonishing. Every time it appeared, it would attract many sword Dao masters to fight for it. However, there were not many people who could compete for it. After all, the pressure from the 10,000 crack sword scar was always there. Without sufficient strength, it was impossible to get close to it. In an instant, the 3 peak 9th level Saint Rudiment stage sword Dao masters unleashed an astonishing aura. They quickly crossed the distance of 1,000 meters and closed in on the 10,000 crack sword chi. Xianxia also made his move in an instant. The 10,000 crack sword chi was astonishingly fast. It crossed thousands of meters in an instant and shot out as if it was going to pierce through everything. His left hand was filled with strands of extremely powerful energy. As he grabbed at the air, it was as if a heavenly dragon was stretching out its claws. It directly enveloped a part of the void. His strength was extremely powerful and domineering, but it was also exquisite. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he did, he displayed astonishing ability. The 10,000 crack sword chi was astonishingly fast and sharp. It seemed to be able to tear through everything. It was invincible and unstoppable. However, it could not escape from Chenzong's grasp. His 5 fingers changed, and a tyrannical force directly penetrated his fingers. They were suffused with traces of silver-colored brilliance, and as if the telepathic finger was graceful and agile, it mysteriously caught the 10,000 split sword light. The 10,000 crack sword chi burst out with astonishing power. It wanted to tear Chenzong's fingers apart and escape. Chenzong could feel the terrifying power that seemed to be able to tear through everything. It was so close to tearing his fingers apart. Layers of energy surged out and covered the 10,000 crack sword chi in an extremely exquisite way. It was like a chain that tightly bound the sword chi. It could not move at all. Kid, stop. Junior, let go. The 3-peak 9th level Saint Rudiment stage Sword Dao masters also rushed forward. As they shouted, they did not hesitate to attack Chenzong. 3 completely different but extremely terrifying sword chi tore through the void and shot towards Chenzong. The tall and mighty black-robed old man's sword was as wide as a palm. It was completely black and as heavy as a mountain. When he swung his sword, the shadow of a black mountain seemed to condense on the sword. It exuded an extremely powerful and heavy aura, causing the void under the sword to be suppressed and solidified. The green-robed middle-aged scholar's sword was like a willow leaf. When he swung his sword, it was as if there was no smoke or fire. It was as if the wind was blowing at a willow tree. Faintly, a beautiful picture of a green lake and weeping willow trees on the shore appeared. It contained an astonishing sharpness and killing intent. The thin and weak old woman with a crooked back straightened her back in an instant, as straight as a sword. An astonishing and mysterious aura suddenly soared into the sky from her body, as if it wanted to pierce through the heavens, but it was silent. The ghost-head staff in her hand shot out a jet-black light with a hint of scarlet. It mysteriously pierced the void and flickered in an instant, appearing in front of Chenzong's chest. It was silent, mysterious, and difficult to distinguish. It was fine if they did not make a move, but when they did, it was a fatal move. They showed no mercy. In an instant, Chenzong, who had obtained the 10,000 splitting sword chi, was besieged by 3-peak 9th level Saint Rudiment stage Sword Dao masters. In the distance, Cold Mountain Sword Sovereign felt very satisfied when he saw this scene. At the same time, he was very surprised because he recognized the 3 Sword Dao masters. Exclamations continued to ring out as many people recognized the 3 Sword Dao masters. Black Mountain Old Man, ranked 17th on the Xianxia Sky Sword list. Ghost Shadow Blood Sword, ranked 16th on the Xianxia Sky Sword list. Willow Sword Sovereign, ranked 15th on the Xianxia Sky Sword list. They were all Sword Dao experts ranked at the top of the Xianxia Sword ranking. Once they made a move, their power was shocking and terrifying. Chenzong had never taken the initiative to steal from others, but he would not allow others to steal from him either. Facing the siege of 3 Sword Dao masters in an instant, every sword strike was merciless. It immediately put a lot of pressure on him, but it was only a little pressure. Compared to the High Heaven Sword King, this pressure was not enough. It was obvious that the High Heaven Sword King was stronger than the 3 of them combined. Of course, the High Heaven Sword King was a peerless genius. Although the 3 of them were talented, the heavenly flower they had detonated back then was only 4-colored. They could be ranked in the top 20 of the Xianxia Sky Sword list because they had cultivated for a long time and were very strong. The 3 streaks of sword light were all different, but they were all terrifyingly powerful. Even though they were thousands of meters away, they still sent chills down everyone's spine. It was hard to imagine how that person would be able to survive the joint attack of 3 experts in the Sword Dao. Yes, reality told them that not only could Chenzong survive, but he could also fight back. 2 fingers on his left hand pinched the cracking sword light, and his right hand grabbed the hilt of his sword. The sunken night sword was unsheathed in an instant, shooting out a sword light that was as black as ink. The surrounding light was dyed in an instant, as if night had fallen. It was just a simple sword move, but it was extremely mysterious. The sword slashed across the sky, as if it was tearing the void apart, and instantly blocked the sword light of the 3 sword experts. A cold sword light that was like a mysterious blood shadow. A sword light that was as powerful and heavy as a black mountain. A sword light that was swaying in the wind like a willow on a bank. The expressions of the three-way of the sword experts changed. They felt as if their swords had struck an extremely terrifying mountain of swords, and an extremely powerful force surged out from it. The force was extremely sharp, as if it could tear through everything. Exerting force, the Black Mountain old man took a step forward and an illusory image of a black mountain seemed to appear behind him. It emitted an incomparably shocking majesty and heaviness, as if it was suppressing all directions, causing the surrounding space to solidify in an instant. He wielded his sword and slashed down. It was a very simple slash, but it contained all of his strength. It slashed down heavily, as if it was splitting a mountain. Its power was unparalleled and extremely shocking. Qianzong felt as if he was about to be split apart by this sword. A powerful sword expert had fully unearthed the potential of sword will and Dao will, causing each sword move to carry an astonishing will and belief. A sword expert who could be ranked on the Heaven Sword list could already do this. The ghost Shadow Blood Sword's figure became extremely ethereal, like a ghost silently drifting in the void. The thin blood sword in his hand emitted a black luster with a hint of red, becoming even more mysterious and deep. However, he did not attack immediately, but waited for an opportunity to strike, waiting for Qianzong to reveal a flaw so that he could deliver a fatal blow. Sword Venerable Willow's figure became more and more graceful, like a willow leaf swaying gently in the breeze. He was indescribably calm and comfortable, but the depths of his eyes contained an extremely shocking sharpness that seemed to be able to pierce and tear everything apart. As he stabbed out, the body of the sword rippled lightly like a willow in the wind, and it carried an indescribable nimbleness and profundity. It just so happened that the edge of the sword was shocking to the extreme, and it left behind numerous sharp marks in space. The sword's first attack strength was only 60 to 70%, but the second attack was 100% strength, and it was much more terrifying. Qianzong's eyes were filled with an extremely sharp cold light. He raised the deep night sword and swung it out. The sword light was endless, like a mountain range stacked on top of each other, interweaving and crisscrossing in all directions. There seemed to be a gust of wind, a torrent, dark clouds, and shadows of dragons and serpents dancing in the air. The power and profundity of this sword was much stronger than before. Even with the Black Mountain Elder and Sword Venerable Willow's full-powered attacks, they could not break through the chain of sword light. They were weakened by it and did not cause any harm to Qianzong until they disappeared. The moment the chain of sword light disappeared, the ghost Shadow Blood Sword, who had been drifting in the void, attacked. In an instant, a sword pierced through the air. It was silent, but it contained a terrifying killing intent. It was extremely sharp, piercing through everything, mercilessly stabbing towards Qianzong's back where his heart was. She wanted to kill Qianzong with a single strike. In just an instant, Qianzong's body was pierced through. However, the ghost Shadow and Blood Sword's expression changed drastically. They did not have the slightest bit of joy because what they had stabbed was not Qianzong's real body, but a lifelike afterimage. A strong sense of danger came from the side. It was cold and eerie, making half of her body numb. The ghost Shadow Blood Sword's face was ghastly pale. She was terrified. She felt that she could not use the speed that she was so proud of at this moment. She burst out with all her strength. Her body shrank, as if she had become hunched over again. Her entire body became blurry, flickering in and out of existence. She was about to disappear into the void. However, the pitch-black sword light still slashed down. Escape! A hoarse and obscure voice seemed to ring out from her mouth. A layer of blood-red light immediately spread out from the ghost Shadow Blood Sword's blurry body. It swept out like a wild wave, blocking the Sword of Sunken Knight's attack. Then the ghost Shadow Blood Sword turned into a streak of blood-red light. It seemed to escape into the void, quickly flying away. What? Old Man Black Mountain and Sword Elder Fu Lu's expressions changed drastically. The three of them knew each other and were quite familiar with each other. They could barely be considered friends. Old Man Black Mountain and Sword Elder Fu Lu also knew about the Ghost Shadow Blood Sword's abilities. Ghost Shadow Blood Escape. This was the Ghost Shadow Blood Sword's life-saving escape technique. It was a secret technique that consumed her own essence blood. It was often used to great effect when escaping. With this ghostly shadow blood escape, the ghostly shadow blood sword had once escaped from an extremely powerful master, and that master's strength was comparable to the top 3 masters of the Xianxia Sky Sword list. Who would have thought that this time, this unfamiliar youth would actually force Ghost Shadow and Blood Sword to have no choice but to use this secret escape technique to save their lives. It was fine if she did not use it, but once she did, she would burn half of her essence blood. The price was very heavy. She would be in a weakened state for a period of time. She would only have half of her peak strength left. She would need to take pills to replenish her essence blood. Otherwise, there would be side effects after a while. In truth, both Old Man Black Mountain and Sword Elder Fu Lu knew that the Ghost Shadow Blood Sword used to be a beautiful woman. It was because she had cultivated the Ghost Shadow Blood Escape and used it several times that she had become a hunchback old woman. Now that she had used the Ghost Shadow Blood Escape again, who knew how long it would take for her to recover? After the Ghost Shadow Blood Sword fled, only Old Man Black Mountain and Sword Elder Fu Lu remained. They realized that they were no match for this young man with their strength alone. Too strong, this young man didn't rely on some kind of secret treasure. He relied on his own strength. Who on earth was this? How could he possess such shocking strength? He was only at the peak of the 7th level Saint Realm, but he had been able to withstand the combined attacks of the 3 of them. He had even forced the Ghost Shadow Blood Sword to use the Ghost Shadow Blood Escape to escape. They were extremely shocked. On the surface, they were extremely shocked. Old Man Black Mountain and Sword Elder Fu Lu made a prompt decision. They didn't linger in the battle and immediately retreated. The 2 of them used their movement techniques to flee. Chenzong didn't pursue them. Instead, he further restrained the 10,000 crack sword chi in his left hand until it couldn't move or resist. Only then did he put it away into his spatial ring. Chenzong wasn't sure what kind of treasure the sword chi was, but he knew it would be very useful to him. Since that was the case, he decided to stay here and see if he could obtain more sword chi. Even if he couldn't, he could continue to comprehend them. Under countless shocked gazes, Chenzong continued forward. He was already 6,000 meters away from the end of the 10,000 crack sword scar, which was equivalent to the peak of the 9th level Saint Realm. However, he still had to continue forward. However, this time everyone felt a little relieved. After all, this young man had blocked the combined attacks of 3 Sword Dao powerhouses with a single sword strike. He had also neutralized the full-strength attacks of 2 Sword Dao powerhouses with a single sword strike. He had even forced a Sword Dao powerhouse to flee with a 3rd sword strike. With such strength, it wasn't surprising that he could continue forward. Who is this person? He's so young, but I've never seen him before. He's definitely not a sword cultivator from the Upper Yuan realm. Could he be from the Supreme Mystery Realm? Could he be a disciple of the Supreme Mystery Palace? The discussion continued. Sword St. Cold Mountain's pupils shrank. He was shocked and inexplicably glad. Fortunately, he hadn't impulsively drawn his sword just now. Otherwise, he might have been killed by this young man. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Just now, the 3 Sword Dao powerhouses, who were much stronger than him, had suffered a great loss, let alone him. Who was this young man? 5,000 meters, Chenzong stopped at 5,000 meters and continued to comprehend. The 10,000 crack sword essence here was clearer and clearer, and the cold evil chi was more intense. It was more helpful for his original body and doppelganger to comprehend. I wonder what the limit of this young man is. Someone asked the question in their heart. Not long ago, the profound Radiant Sword King set foot at 3,000 meters. I wonder if this young man is comparable to the profound Radiant Sword King. I don't think so. The profound Radiant Sword King is ranked 3rd on the Xianxia Sky Sword ranking, and 7th on the Xianxia Sky Sword ranking. His strength is extremely powerful, and this young man can't be compared to him at all. The Xianxia Sky Sword ranking was the overall ranking of powerhouses, while the Sky Sword ranking was the ranking of Sword Dao powerhouses. There was a difference between the 2. Powerhouses ranked on the Xianxia Sky Sword ranking might not necessarily be listed on the Sky Sword ranking, while those ranked higher on the Sky Sword ranking would definitely be listed on the Xianxia Sky Sword ranking. Of course, those ranked lower would find it difficult to be listed on the Xianxia Sky Sword ranking. Chenzong focused on comprehending the mysteries here, accumulating his strength little by little, waiting for the right moment. Outside the 10,000 cracked sword scar, a blood-red light flew out at an astonishing speed, exceeding the limits of many ninth-level Saint Realm cultivators. The blood-red light suddenly appeared in the mountain and quickly landed, revealing a stooped figure. It was the original body of Ghost Shadow and Blood Sword. The old woman's wrinkled, bark-like face was pale, and her eyes were filled with exhaustion, but they were also filled with shocking hatred and murderous intent. Her back seemed to be even more stooped, and her aura had also become weak. Obviously, using Ghost Shadow's blood escape to escape with her life had injured her greatly. Ghost Shadow and Blood Sword immediately took out a blood-red pill and consumed it, quickly refining it. His aura stabilized slightly, and his face didn't look as pale as before, but it wouldn't be so easy for him to recover. Not long after, 2 sword lights flew out from the 10,000 cracked sword scar. You also escaped. Ghost Shadow and Blood Sword's voice was extremely hoarse and obscure. This person is too strong. We can't fight him, Black Mountain Elder said in a deep voice, with a hint of fear. Above the 10,000 cracked sword scar, the mountain breeze was cool and refreshing. However, it seemed to have changed into a chilly wind. The chilly chi swept across the sky. Black Mountain Elder and Fu Lu Swordsman's expressions changed drastically. They became extremely cautious. Ghost Shadow and Blood Sword were also cautious, but there was a hint of excitement in their murky eyes. Myriad Ghost Sword King, ranked 4th on the Xianxia Sky Sword list, he was extremely powerful and terrifying. Moreover, that ranking was from 10 years ago. After 10 years, the Myriad Ghost Sword King's strength must have become even stronger. He might even be able to enter the top 3. As experts on the Xianxia Sky Sword ranking, the 3 of them were well aware of one thing, and that was the difference in strength between those ranked in the top 10 and those ranked below them was very obvious. The top 3 in particular were extremely terrifying, and the gap between them was like 2 completely different levels. Even if the 3 of them worked together, they were still no match for the Myriad Ghost Sword King. Moreover, the Myriad Ghost Sword King did things according to his whims. He was powerful, and his methods were cruel. If one were to provoke him, the outcome would be very miserable. It would be even worse than provoking the top 3 experts. Originally, Ghost Shadow and Blood Sword thought that they would have to wait for a while. Unexpectedly, the 1000 Ghost Sword King happened to be in the 10,000 Crack Mountain. After sensing that his token had been activated, he quickly rushed over. It was as if an expanse of dark clouds had swept over from the horizon. It was vast and mighty, and it was suffused with a shocking coldness that was gloomy and ghastly, causing one's heart to tremble. There seemed to be chaotic and sharp whimpering sounds coming from the gloomy dark clouds. If one looked closely, one could see distorted faces emerging from the dark clouds, as if they were trying to break free from the shackles of the dark clouds, but were hooked by the soul-hooking chains, unable to break free, and could only suffer endless pain. Old Man Black Mountain and the other 2 felt a chill run down their spines. Joy, circulate and resist. Just as he regained his clarity of mind, he became even more shocked. Old woman, where is the person you want this prince to kill? That layer of dark clouds arrived and appeared above the 3 of them, releasing an extremely terrifying and cold pressure, as if it wanted to make them fall into a ghost realm. At the same time, a domineering and fierce voice with a cold murderous intent sounded from the dark clouds, as if an evil spirit was roaring in their ears. Ghost King, that person is still in the 10,000 split sword scar. Ghost Shadow Blood Sword immediately replied loudly, and told him the appearance and characteristics of the person he wanted to kill, so that he wouldn't kill the wrong person and lose this favor. This favor was very precious. He had kept it and never used it. This time, if it wasn't for his great loss, he wouldn't have used it. After hearing Ghost Shadow and Blood Sword's words, the dark cloud immediately swept over with a sharp howl that made people's scalps numb and their bodies turn cold. It quickly fell into the 10,000 split sword scar. This time, he wanted to kill. The Myriad Ghost Sword King did things according to his whims, but he would also repay favors. Within the 10,000 cracked sword scar, everyone stared at the figure at the front. Chenzong, at this moment, Chenzong actually took another step forward. He was now 5,000 meters away from the end of the 10,000 cracked sword scar, but they didn't know where his final limit was. It seemed that he was going to step into the 4,000-meter area. Suddenly, a cold aura descended from the sky. This cold aura was completely different from the cold aura at the 10,000 cracked sword scar. Everyone below felt something and immediately looked up. They saw a large dark cloud descending. The dark cloud was formed by countless cold auras, and there were countless ferocious ghost faces roaring and whimpering. It was extremely horrifying, as if ghosts had descended from the sky and wanted to devour everyone. Who is it? With such power, could it be him? A sword light flashed in Cold Mountain Sword King's mind, and a name burst out. Immediately, he was shocked. Even though he was the peerless genius who had detonated the six-colored heavenly flower, he still had the confidence to face an expert of the way of the sword like the Black Mountain Elder. After all, his talent was above theirs, and he would definitely be able to surpass them in the future. However, the person who had descended was extremely terrifying. Even if his cultivation was on par with him in the future, he didn't have the confidence to win. After all, this person had also detonated the six-colored heavenly flower, and his ranking on the six-colored monarch bestowment tablet was above his. Ranking was a symbol of potential. Thousand Ghost Sword King, this person didn't make a move, but once he did, he would definitely kill. He was extremely vicious and cruel. This Thousand Ghost Sword King had even massacred a city by himself. Of course, he wouldn't massacre a big city. Otherwise, if he provoked a powerful half-step great saint expert, he would be seeking his own death. It wasn't his strength that made people wary of him, but his ruthless nature and methods. Normal cultivators wouldn't massacre a city. After all, ordinary people made up the majority of the city. Why did this Ghost King come here? To comprehend the 10,000 cracked sword scar, or to kill? For a moment, many people who recognized the Thousand Ghost Sword King were shocked. Some people who felt that something was wrong began to quietly retreat. They didn't want to die here. Who knew if a peerless monster like the myriad Ghost Sword King would suddenly go berserk and slaughter everyone here? The dark cloud swept across the sky, moving forward rapidly. It seemed that its target was the end of the 10,000 cracked sword scar. Could it be that the Ghost King's target was that person? Thinking of this, Cold Mountain Sword Monarch couldn't help but tremble. There was some indescribable excitement. This person was too arrogant. He actually dared to ignore him. He deserved to be killed. A shocking chill descended. Chenzong also felt it. Moreover, he had a feeling that this chill was directed at him. His footsteps paused. Chenzong looked back. He saw a large dark cloud of ghosts descending from the sky. It was getting closer and closer. Immediately, a pitch-black figure flew out from the dark cloud. His body was surrounded by black smoke. There were countless twisted faces and countless twisted bodies struggling. It was as if that person's body was a hell, and they wanted to escape from the shackles and torments of hell. A terrifying aura constantly emanated from this person. The extremely cold murderous intent seemed to have materialized. His eyes were suffused with a terrifying scarlet light as he stared through the void. His murderous intent was shocking. This killing intent directly penetrated the heart and soul. It also contained the eerie feeling of the ghost realm. It was as if his soul was going to be pulled into the depths of the ghost realm and be killed by the evil spirits. This person was indeed coming for him. In an instant, Chenzong understood that this person's arrival was related to the three people who had left before. It seemed that he had shown mercy. "You're the one this old hag wants to kill. Stick your head out and let this king give you a slash." The myriad Ghost Sword King opened his mouth. His cold voice seemed to carry with it the howls and roars of evil spirits. It was as if he wanted to devour Chenzong's soul. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish," Chenzong unhurriedly replied. He slowly turned around and faced the myriad Ghost Sword King. Chenzong didn't know who this person in front of him was, but since he wanted to kill him, it didn't matter who he was. He would kill him with his sword. GGGGGG, very courageous. Being able to come here shows that your strength is extraordinary. You're a peerless genius. The myriad Ghost Sword King seemed to be very happy, but his laughter was filled with killing intent and malevolence. This king loves to kill peerless geniuses like you the most. I'll use your soul to nourish my myriad ghost sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the myriad ghost sword king suddenly extended his right hand. Strands of eerie black ghostly chi coiled around it. It was like a black mist, but also like a black ghostly fire burning. Soon after, an extremely terrifying howl that seemed to contain the howls and howls of 10,000 ghosts rang out. A pitch-black longsword that was covered in black smoke and burning with black ghostly fire gradually extended from the myriad ghost sword king's hand. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from the sword. It was as if an extremely blazing cold storm had swept out, wreaking havoc in all directions and traversing the four extremes of the universe. Myriad Ghost Sword, its might had already surpassed the majority of 9th grade Saint artifacts. It was even stronger than many elite 9th grade Saint artifacts. This sword was cultivated by the Myriad Ghost Sword King using his own cultivation method. The process of cultivation was extremely cruel. It constantly absorbed the souls of living beings to fuse with it. The stronger the soul of the living being, the better the effect. Back then, the Myriad Ghost Sword King had massacred an entire city. The biggest reason was to forge this Myriad Ghost Sword. If it wasn't for the warning of an expert that strictly forbade him from massacring cities, the Myriad Ghost Sword King would have continued to massacre cities, killing even more people and absorbing even more souls to transform the Myriad Ghost Sword into a semi-divine artifact. The so-called semi-divine artifact was a type of artifact that surpassed Saint artifacts, but was still inferior to divine artifacts. Although its might was inferior to a true divine artifact, it was much more powerful than a Saint artifact. The Myriad Ghost Sword had already been unsheathed. Its extremely terrifying cold aura became even more astonishing. Strands of black chi swept out like a raging wave, spreading out in all directions. It seemed to have permeated the surrounding space as it pressured Shenzong from all directions. Even from a distance, everyone could feel the frightening cold aura. It seemed to have seeped into their bodies, causing their blood to almost freeze. Even their souls felt a chill. Their consciousness seemed to see countless evil ghosts endlessly roaming before their eyes. It was abnormally terrifying. The old man from Black Mountain, Sweeping Willow, and Ghastly Shadow did not leave. After the Myriad Ghost Sword King had descended, they had silently followed him down as well. They stared from afar. They wanted to personally see the Myriad Ghost Sword King slay that person, especially Ghastly Shadow and Ghastly Shadow. Only then would they feel satisfied. Now that they saw the terrifying sight of the Myriad Ghost Sword, their eyes all narrowed as they trembled inside. The might was just too terrifying. If the three of them had been in his place, they would have directly lost most of their strength. They would not be able to withstand it at all. They would probably be slain by a single strike. I think that the Myriad Ghost Sword King's strength is already in the top 3, Sweeping Willow was extremely stern. If the Profound Radiance Sword King's strength hasn't increased drastically in the past few years, the Myriad Ghost Sword King would have surpassed him already, the old man from Black Mountain said sternly. Under the 10,000 split sword scars, tens of thousands of ghosts roared. The cold aura in the air seemed to be drawn in and mixed with each other, making the surroundings even more gloomy and terrifying. It was as if there were countless evil ghosts roaring and roaring in the surroundings, directly attacking one's soul. Under such circumstances, ordinary cultivators would often lose their mind or even be scared out of their wits. However, Shenzong was not. Such evil could not shake Shenzong at all. No matter what you do, I will remain calm and unruffled. The Myriad Ghost Sword King's red eyes flashed with surprise, and then his smile became even more obvious. Very good. The more outstanding the opponent's performance, the more interested he was in killing him and refining his soul into the Myriad Ghost Sword. His Myriad Ghost Sword was still at the level of a Saint artifact and had yet to evolve into a semi-divine artifact. It lacked a Ghost King who could command all the ghosts in the Myriad Ghost Sword. If this person was outstanding enough, he might be able to become the Ghost King, allowing his Myriad Ghost Sword to break through the limit and become a semi-divine artifact. At that time, his cultivation would also be affected and he would break through the limit to become a half-step Great Saint expert. His strength would greatly increase, and no one on the upper Yuan Sky Sword ranking would be his match. Even ordinary half-step Great Saints would not be his match. Thinking of this, the Myriad Ghost Sword King could not suppress the excitement in his heart. He activated the Myriad Ghost Sword and released an even more terrifying power, attacking in all directions and trapping Qianzong like a prison. Dark and gloomy surrounded Qianzong as the temperature plummeted. The cold and gloomy aura was extremely oppressive. Countless ferocious evil spirits roamed in all directions. Their pitch-black ghost claws emitted an extremely cold and sharp aura as they attacked from all directions, as if they wanted to grab Qianzong and tear him apart. His body trembled slightly, as if a mountain was shaking, and an extremely terrifying power was released in an instant, directly shattering all the evil ghost claws that grabbed him. The might of this power was simply like the eruption of an ancient volcano. It was terrifying to the extreme. What vigorous blood qi! What a powerful physique! The myriad ghost sword and the myriad ghost sword king seemed to be one. The ghost claw on the myriad ghost sword also seemed to be the myriad ghost sword king's palm. The power that Qianzong released in an instant was extremely powerful. His qi and blood were extremely vigorous. It was obvious that he had an amazing body refining cultivation. The myriad ghost sword king was both shocked and delighted. He had a powerful soul and an extremely exuberant blood essence. If he could refine his soul, he would be able to feed on his opponent's blood essence and directly nurture a ghost king to sit in the myriad ghost sword. It would then transform into a semi-divine tool and nourish himself, allowing him to successfully break through his current cultivation limit and become a half-step great saint expert. Kill, the myriad ghost sword king became even more determined to kill this person. Since that was the case, he couldn't delay any longer to avoid any more trouble. With a shake of his sword, streaks of terrifying and direct pitch-black sword qi that burned with black ghost fire instantly tore through the air like a storm or a meteor. They carried an extremely terrifying and cold-killing intent as they mercilessly charged towards Qianzong. No one in the outside world could see because both the myriad ghost sword king and Qianzong were covered by a black smoke-like fiery aura. It looked extremely terrifying. Dead, this person is dead for sure. Cold Mountain Sword King clenched his fists, secretly excited. Black Mountain Old Man and the other two in the distance were also shocked. Ghost Shadow and Blood Sword King were even more delighted. Revenge would finally be avenged. Qianzong's expression was slightly grave. The myriad ghost sword king's sword had arrived. Countless ghost fire sword qi were eerie and extremely powerful. It was obvious that the myriad ghost sword king didn't intend to hold back and wanted to destroy his soul, flesh, and blood. At the same time, Qianzong was also excited. This was the first time he had encountered such a strong opponent with mysterious means. Unsheathing the sunken night sword, Qianzong raised it. It was darker and darker than here, and countless sword lights streaked across the void. The sword lights were densely packed and overlapped, as if they were endless. Chain, under this one sword strike, the myriad ghost sword king's 100% strength attack was weakened layer by layer and finally shattered. He actually blocked it. The thousand ghost sword king was slightly taken aback. His cultivation was at the peak of the 9th heaven saint realm, and the secret art he cultivated was a top-grade saint-grade secret art. Moreover, he had cultivated it to perfection. His sword strike with 100% of his strength was terrifying, but it still couldn't do anything to his opponent. With the myriad ghost sword king's eyesight, he could naturally see the exquisiteness of his opponent's move. Kill. With a low roar, the myriad ghost sword king attacked again. This time, not only did he use 100% of his strength, but he also displayed his most prized sword skill. The sword slashed out, turning into a giant ghost claw that pierced through the void. It seemed to tear the void apart, but at the same time, it also seemed to penetrate the void as it mercilessly attacked Qianzong. Layers of flames burned on the ghost claw, burning fiercely. It was extremely terrifying and cold, as if it wanted to freeze and burn Qianzong and destroy all vitality. It also seemed like it wanted to drag Qianzong's soul into eternal hell. However, although this ghost claw was powerful, it couldn't do anything to the chain sword and was immediately weakened layer by layer. Ghost Shadow. With a low roar, the evil ghost's roar became even more intense. In an instant, countless ghost shadows spread out and gathered towards the center, merging into a giant ghost. It stood there, exuding a terrifying aura, causing the chill it exuded to become even more terrifying. The giant ghost shadow was like a mountain, suppressing all directions. The power it exuded seemed to form a force field that completely covered Qianzong. It also seemed like it wanted to penetrate Qianzong's body, immobilizing him. Interesting, Qianzong thought. Although this move did bring him some pressure and threat, it wasn't enough. The intensity of the pressure was still not enough. The giant ghost shadow struck down with its palm, exuding an extremely terrifying pressure, as if it wanted to destroy Qianzong's soul, flesh, and blood. However, this palm strike missed. Qianzong's figure was extremely agile, like a wisp of wind, invisible and formless. Even the myriad ghost sword king's ultimate move couldn't lock onto him. Hong hong hong, it was as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. Inside the ghost domain, Qianzong was constantly being attacked by the gigantic ghostly figure. Each of its attacks was extremely terrifying and could easily kill an ordinary peak 9th Heaven Saint Realm cultivator, but it couldn't do anything to Qianzong because it couldn't hit him. The myriad ghost sword king's expression became more and more solemn. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to kill this person. It seems like this king has no choice but to use his ultimate move. The scarlet light in the myriad ghost sword king's eyes intensified as he made up his mind. He had to pay a price to use his ultimate move. Normally, he wouldn't want to use it at all. However, it seemed like he had no choice but to use it now. As long as he could kill this brat and refine his soul into the myriad ghost sword, becoming the ghost king that ruled over all ghosts, the price he had to pay would be nothing compared to the reward. In an instant, the myriad ghost sword king's blood seemed to boil. Even his tyrannical spiritual force fluctuated and poured into the myriad ghost sword in his hand. The myriad ghost sword was like a shark that smelled blood. The aura it emitted became even more ferocious, as if it had transformed from an evil spirit into a malicious spirit. It was terrifying to the extreme, causing Qianzong's expression to change slightly. At the same time, Qianzong became even more excited. Only a strong enough opponent would have value in tempering himself. If the opponent was too weak, it would be completely useless. It's your honor to be able to see this king use this move. The myriad ghost sword king's voice was erratic, but it contained extreme killing intent. It was as if a malicious spirit was roaring in one's ears, causing one's mind to be filled with illusions. Ghost realm. The two words seemed to have penetrated the endless void from hell. The myriad ghost sword king's sword fell from the sky. It was like a meteor burning with ghost fire falling from the sky. The huge ghost fire meteor covered the void in all directions and compressed it, making it extremely heavy. It was like a domain, suppressing everything. Qianzong found that his formless sky-wind body art had lost its effect at this moment. No matter where he went, he couldn't avoid this attack. Unless he could cultivate the formless sky-wind body art to the perfection stage and reach the true formless stage, it would be as if he could break free from the shackles and become unrestrained. However, Qianzong had just broken through to the profound stage not long ago and was still unearthing the potential of the perfection stage. There was still a big gap between him and the perfection stage. What's more, the formless sky wind was a divine ability of the 10th grade secret method. It was very mysterious and difficult to comprehend. Most Saint Realm experts could only cultivate it to the entry stage, or at most, the minor success stage. Only those peerless geniuses had a chance of reaching the perfection stage. As for cultivating it to the perfection stage, it was more than 100 times more difficult than reaching the perfection stage. However, being unable to avoid it didn't mean that Qianzong couldn't resist it. The formless skywind was only a part of Qianzong's strength. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would break it with the sword in his hand. Qianzong raised his head and his eyes flashed with an extremely sharp cold light. Traces of black light spread out from the sunken night sword, making the sword look deeper and deeper. He raised his sword and slashed toward the sky. Countless sword lights, as majestic as clouds and as vast as water, continuously rushed into the sky and instantly turned into one sword. One sword turned into 10,000 swords, 10,000 swords turned into one sword, infinite. The profundity and power contained in the sword was much stronger than before. The infinite sword technique was a sword technique created by Qianzong. There was no level limit. As long as Qianzong's cultivation continued to improve and his understanding of the sword technique continued to increase, its power would continue to increase and become more powerful. In the future, it was not impossible for each sword to reach the power of the extreme stage. The sword slashed out with endless mystery. Compared to the ghost fire that was like a meteor, it seemed very weak, but the aura it contained was not weak at all. On the contrary, the infinite sword seemed to be able to penetrate everything. Kill. The will-o'-the-wisp storm raged in all directions. In an instant, even the tyrannical aura of the 10,000 sword scars was dispersed. In the distance, everyone was shocked. This battle was unexpectedly intense. The three old men looked solemn. This kid's strength was unexpectedly strong. He could actually fight with the myriad ghost sword king to this extent. The aftershock was so powerful that it made their hearts palpitate. If they were caught in the aftershock, they would be heavily injured even if they didn't die. They saw a fine sword light breaking out from the ground and piercing through the huge ghost fire meteor. Shortly after, it made a sharp turn in the air and shot down. Fast as light, fast as lightning, the myriad ghost sword king felt a chill in his heart. He felt a piercing pain coming from his forehead, and his expression changed greatly. Without hesitation, the myriad ghost sword king erupted with his full strength. Ghost shadows overlapped. In an instant, the myriad ghost sword king's shadows turned into over 100, densely packed in all directions. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Every one of them looked lifelike, as if they were real. But under the envelopment of Xianxia's heart domain, it was already clear where his true body was. All illusions were difficult to confuse. Even though the myriad ghost sword king executed his movement technique, the sense of danger in his heart didn't weaken. He watched as the sword light tore through the sky like lightning. It contained an indomitable sharpness and unavoidable profundity as it headed straight for his real body. The myriad ghost sword king was sure that his movement technique couldn't confuse the other party. Boom! The myriad ghost sword king erupted with astonishing power, as if it wanted to shatter everything. As the sword slashed out, the pitch-black sword light burned with blazing ghost fire, as if it wanted to burn the sky. The sword light shattered. Without waiting for the myriad ghost sword king to react, Xianxia slashed out again. At the same time, he activated his heart domain and myriad streams force field. The ordinary slash was still an infinite slash. Although the angle was different, the power didn't decrease in the slightest. It directly made the myriad ghost sword king's body tremble, as he felt his hair stand on end. Especially when he was hit by thousands of strong torrents. In an instant, his limbs and body seemed to be bound, and he could not move at all. He could only watch as the mysterious and sharp sword light came at him. Danger. Incomparably dangerous, it was extremely dangerous. He unleashed all of his power, but he was unable to break through the torrents. Strengthened by the heart domain, the torrent's might was multiplied. It was extremely tough and wouldn't collapse so easily. You forced me to do this. The myriad ghost sword king's face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with extreme cruelty. Although his body and limbs were unable to move, he still spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence was blood red, but it was filled with traces of black aura. It was the power of the soul. This mouthful of essence blood, which contained soul energy, directly landed on the 10,000 ghost sword. It was as if the seal on the 10,000 ghost sword had been unlocked, and it seemed to have awakened the evil ghost king slumbering in the abyss. An extremely terrifying aura erupted from the 10,000 ghost sword. It was like an ancient volcano that had been accumulating power for countless years erupting in an instant. An extremely terrifying roar, which seemed to come from the deepest part of hell, rang out, causing everyone in the distance to have a splitting headache. It felt as if their souls were about to be shattered. Xianxia received the most direct and intense impact. He felt as if his soul was about to be pulled into the deepest hell and torn apart by thousands of ghosts. Fortunately, Xianxia's soul was very powerful, and his soul fire was also very vigorous. Under the burning of his soul fire, he actually managed to block this terrifying roar. However, this was only the beginning. It was the prelude to the 10,000 ghost sword's astonishing power. Endless black smoke surged endlessly. It was as if the boundary of hell had been broken in an instant, and a door had been opened. The monstrous black smoke and ghost fire constantly poured into the myriad ghost sword king's body, causing his aura to skyrocket. It instantly multiplied, and directly shattered the 1,000 torrents of the myriad ghost force field. Die. The muscles on his body seemed to have swelled up by a large size, and his entire body was filled with black will-o'-the-wisps. He looked like a ghost king that had charged out of the boundary of death from the depths of hell. His might was unparalleled and endless, causing everything in the surroundings to sink into oblivion. Along with the terrifying roar of 10,000 ghosts, the void seemed to shatter. The myriad ghost sword king's right arm suddenly stretched out, turning into an incomparably huge flame surrounded by endless black ghost fire. It was as if it wanted to incinerate all life between heaven and earth as it rushed towards Xianxia. 5 extremely sharp pitch-black ghost claws abruptly shot out, tearing numerous cracks in the void. The cracks seemed as if they would never dissipate, and they were suffused with a shocking and monstrous gloominess and coldness. Each of those claws was like an unsheathed sword that tore through the sky, displaying the myriad ghost sword king's astonishing attainments in the way of the sword. Compared to everything before, this move was the real killing move. It was a move that required one to pay a great price. The myriad ghost sword king never thought that he would use this move here. Even in that instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind. For example, he must imprison the soul of the person who forced him to pay a heavy price to use this move forever and torture her with ghost fire for 100 years. He must also torture Ghost Shadow and Blood Sword, who asked for a favor from him, to kill. He must not even let her 2 friends go. If it wasn't for that damned old woman who wanted him to repay the favor, he wouldn't have to come here and pay such a heavy price to face this person. However, all of this had to be done after he killed this person. Facing this attack, it was as if the 5 Ghost King swordsmen from hell had launched an earth-shattering attack. Xianxia's hair stood on end. A threat, a great threat, such a threat was even greater than the Heaven Almighty Sword King. If he couldn't block it, he might be killed. He didn't expect this person to burst out with such an attack that was enough to threaten his life. The Genesis Sword Energy Technique was fully activated, the power of Lingwu burst out. To be on the safe side, Xianxia even activated the power of the unbreakable golden body. Golden flame patterns instantly covered his entire body, emitting a layer of golden halo, making him look like a god. He raised the sunken night sword high up. Countless sword chi, sword light, and sword radiance appeared around him. Each of them contained a terrifying power that seemed to be able to tear apart everything in the world. Heaven and earth were in a line, the strongest move was performed in that instant. Endless power flowed into the sunken night sword like a raging sea. As the sword slashed out, endless sword chi, sword radiance, and sword radiance all flowed into the sunken night sword in an instant, turning into a thread-like sword radiance that tore through the void silently. This was the sword that had gathered all of Xianxia's power. It was the strongest sword. It was a sword that could only be killed. It pressed forward courageously, and there was no turning back. As the sword slashed out, the surrounding light became increasingly dim. Its sharpness made everything in the world unable to withstand it. In just an instant, 5 extremely terrifying ghost claws that were like heavenly swords that could split the earth came into contact with the sword radiance. There was no explosion, nor was there any big movement. It was just like cutting through tofu. The sword radiance of the line of heaven and earth cut through the ghost claws with irresistible force and continued to move forward. Whether it was the Genesis Sword Energy Technique's sharpness that could split heaven and earth, or the sharpness of the line of heaven and earth that was extremely condensed, or the trace of the mystery of tearing that Xianxia had obtained from comprehending the infinite crack sword will hear, all of them made the power of this sword reach an astonishing extreme. The 1,000 Ghost Sword King's attack that he had paid a heavy price for was indeed extremely powerful. However, compared to Xianxia who had burst out all of his power, there was still a big gap. Faced with this seemingly thin, thread-like sword radiance, the 1,000 Ghost Sword King was extremely shocked. It couldn't be resisted, even though he had paid a heavy price to burst out such a powerful force, he still couldn't resist it. It cut through the ghost claws with irresistible force, and in an instant, it cut through the fluctuating black ghost fire smoke outside the 1,000 Ghost Sword King's body. It pierced through from the other side and disappeared into the void, leaving only a tiny scratch that slowly healed. One sword, just this one sword had cut through the 1,000 Ghost Sword King's strongest attack, and even cut through his body. The extremely terrifying sword chi wreaked havoc and destroyed his vitality. You. Who? Who are you? Feeling his vitality fading away at an astonishing speed, the 1,000 Ghost Sword King knew that he wouldn't be able to survive. However, before he died, he still wanted to know who the other party was and how he could have such terrifying strength. My name is Chen Zong. Chen Zong fulfilled the Thousand Ghost Sword King's last wish before his death. As soon as his voice fell, his figure flashed and turned into an invisible and colorless wind. He swiftly flew in the direction of Old Man Black Mountain and the other two. Everyone was still immersed in the intense battle and the shock of the Thousand Ghost Sword King's death. They were still in a daze when Chen Zong flew past them. Not good. Run. Old Man Black Mountain and the other two were not weak sword Dao experts after all. They quickly regained their senses. Seeing Chen Zong using his movement technique, they immediately knew that he was going to kill them. Their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly retreated. At the same time, Old Man Black Mountain and Brushing Willow both pushed Ghost Shadow and Blood Sword King. Ghost Shadow and Blood Sword were stunned. She had originally planned to escape, but because she had lost more than half of her essence blood and hadn't replenished it yet, her reaction was a bit slower than Old Man Black Mountain and Brushing Willow. She also didn't expect that these two people, who could be considered friends, would set her up at the critical moment of life and death. This push was pushing her into the abyss of death. When Ghost Shadow and Blood Sword reacted, they immediately burst out with full speed to escape. However, due to the delay and Chen Zong's explosive speed, they were able to escape at an astonishing speed. Close, he swung his sword, an extremely sharp sword light tore through the sky like an aurora. Ghost Shadow and Blood Sword, whose strength had been greatly reduced, couldn't block Chen Zong's sword chi at all. They were instantly pierced through. Then Chen Zong slashed out twice more. Two terrifying sword lights stretched out like crescent moons. They tore through the sky and mercilessly attacked the fleeing Old Man Black Mountain and Brushing Willow. They were very fast, but Chen Zong's sword was even faster. It reached them in a flash. However, the two of them had also grasped life-saving trump cards. They instantly used them, and the shadow of a black mountain covered the Black Mountain Elder, blocking the attack of the sword. Their speed increased rapidly, and they quickly left. Brushing Willow was swept away by a ball of azure light. He also fled at several times the speed. The Black Mountain Elder and the Fu Lu swordsman used their trump cards to escape. They were extremely fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chen Zong did not chase after them. He landed quickly and kept the Ghost Shadow Blood sword and storage ring. Then, he rushed towards the 10,000 crack sword scar. There was also the storage ring of the sword Dao expert who looked like a ghost king. Chen Zong, I seem to have heard this name before. It's a little familiar. Young, not from the upper primordial realm. Seems to be from the Taishan realm or the Shanyuan realm. His name is Chen Zong. Extremely powerful in the way of the sword, all sorts of information seemed to have been connected and turned into a bolt of lightning. It tore through everyone's mind and a thought flashed across everyone's mind. That was a title. Jiandi. Someone's expression changed as he exclaimed. Is he the person who ignited the 9-colored heavenly flower and was given the title of Jiandi by the king naming pagoda? The Lingwu Emperor has been the best in countless eras but has been surpassed by someone in this era. Is he the legendary Jiandi? Shock, great shock, great shock. If it was true, then it would be shocking. Jiandi, the meaning behind these two words was no small matter. Combining all the various titles in the king-conferred realm, this title represented the number one peerless monstrous genius, the number one genius of the sword Dao since ancient times. Maybe he was not the number one genius in the way of the sword, but he had the potential. The Cold Mountain swordsman could not help but tremble uncontrollably. A chill rose from the depths of his heart. Jiandi, this person was actually the most talented person since ancient times. He was ranked first on the 9-colored king title tablet, the monstrous sword emperor. And he wanted to provoke such a person. The vast wave sword master was trembling uncontrollably. His face was pale and cold sweat seeped from his forehead. It flowed down his cheeks and his entire body was cold. Previously, he was asking for the so-called secret treasure. He even wanted to attack when the other party refused to give it to him. Fortunately, he didn't really draw his sword and didn't even reveal his killing intent. Otherwise, death would probably be the only thing waiting for him. Fear, heart palpitations. The vast wave swordmaster wanted to escape, but he did not dare to do so. He was no longer young and had already lost the fighting spirit that he had in the past. He had lost the sharpness that an outstanding swordsman should have. He had become sly and overly cautious. A swordsman could not be reckless or impulsive, but he could not overthink things. When it's time to make a decision, it's time to make a decision. However, one must also be wise and see one's heart. The vast wave swordmaster had already lost him, but he didn't even know it. Chen Zong ignored the Han swordmaster and the Cunglong swordmaster as he flew past them. To him, the two of them were no different from ants. As long as they did not provoke him, he would be safe and sound. However, if they didn't know what was good for them and tried to provoke him, then don't blame him for being merciless and killing them all. A short while later, Chen Zong arrived at the place where the Thousand Ghost Sword King was killed. The Myriad Ghost Sword King had suffered a severe backlash after his death. Not even his corpse remained. Only a tattered black robe, a storage ring, and a broken sword were left on the ground. Although the robe was not bad, it was also broken and useless. It was basically trash. Chen Zong first kept the storage ring, then grabbed the broken sword. The Thousand Ghosts Sword, an extremely powerful holy weapon, but it was now broken and had lost all its power. However, Chen Zong could still feel the remnants of its ferocious aura. The aura was dark, sinister, cold, and ferocious. It was as if it was connected to hell and wanted to drag people down. However, as time passed, the aura dissipated quickly and became fainter and fainter. This sword was useless, but it was also evil. Chen Zong immediately summoned the purple blaze of devastation and covered the broken Thousand Ghosts sword. He completely purified the evil aura within and turned it into a piece of scrap metal. It no longer had any value and was thrown away. However, Chen Zong checked the storage ring of the Thousand Ghosts Sword King carefully. As a sword cultivator and the kind of person who did things according to his whims, who knew how many treasures he had plundered. The collection inside the storage ring was extremely rich, which surprised Chen Zong. However, Chen Zong's wealth was also astonishing. Therefore, other than things that were valuable or useful to him, Chen Zong didn't care too much about other things. After a round of searching, Chen Zong found a piece of Black Inheritance spiritual jade. This Black Inheritance spiritual jade was about the size of a fist. It looked like a skull with a ferocious face. It was vivid and lifelike. At first glance, it was as if an evil spirit was about to pounce on you. One could vaguely hear the howls of countless evil spirits, which made people feel as if they were falling straight into hell. However, this kind of mental attack was nothing to Chen Zong. Chen Zong's eyes focused and met the black ghostly face's black hollow eyes. In an instant, an extremely scarlet light shot out from the depths of the ghostly face's eyes. Information surged like a torrent and poured into Chen Zong's mind. For a moment, his divine sea seemed to be dyed and became dark and deep. Countless cold auras filled the air as if it had turned into hell. However, this phenomenon didn't affect Chen Zong in the slightest. Thousand Ghost Scripture. When the ghostly face's scarlet light faded, Chen Zong also received its inheritance. This was the fortuitous encounter of the Thousand Ghost Sword King in his early years. It was a strange and evil cultivation method. It was a complete set and created the Thousand Ghost Sword King's fierce reputation. Chen Zong calmly resisted the impact of the thousand cracking sword chi and the cold aura while comprehending the mysteries of the Thousand Ghost Scripture. The more he comprehended, the more serious his expression became. It was indeed an extremely evil cultivation method. To cultivate this cultivation method, one needed to condense a natal sacred weapon. The natal sacred weapon condensed by the Thousand Ghost Sword King was the Thousand Ghost Sword. This made Chen Zong yearn for it. After all, the natal sacred weapon would be connected to one's bloodline and be extremely compatible with one's bloodline. It could allow one to exert one's strength more thoroughly and even surpass one's limits. Its effect was much more powerful than a sacred weapon of the same level. In addition, the natal sacred weapon would be constantly improved. In this way, one wouldn't have to change to other sacred weapons because of the improvement of one's cultivation base and strength. After all, the longer the sacred weapon was used, the more compatible it would be with one's body and the more convenient it would be. But it was a pity that the 10,000 Ghost Scriptures method of nurturing a natal sacred artifact was too evil. First, one had to find an embryo, just like an embryo. This embryo had to be soaked in enough and thick blood essence for 3 years without stopping, so that it would have a preliminary spirituality. This step was fine. There were many ways to obtain blood essence, such as by killing monsters. However, after cultivating the weapon embryo with blood essence, one had to refine it into one's body. Then, one had to refine a large number of souls. Among them, human souls were the most suitable. The cultivated natal sacred weapon would be of the best quality. It was because of this that the Thousand Ghost Sword King had massacred a city and refined the souls of the people in that city, so that the Thousand Ghost Sword could be truly formed. The final step was to refine a powerful soul with extraordinary potential into it and nourish it with extremely vigorous essence blood. That soul would become the Ghost King and guard the lifebound saint artifact. At this point, the natal sacred weapon was truly completed. Next, it needed to constantly refine souls and absorb blood essence so that the natal sacred weapon's power and quality would continue to improve. Evil. The Thousand Ghost Scripture's process of cultivating the natal sacred weapon was too evil. Most importantly, the natal sacred weapon cultivated in this way would be a Thousand Ghosts sacred weapon. Chenzong didn't like its ghastly appearance. If he didn't like it, it wouldn't be suitable. If it wasn't suitable, it wouldn't be good no matter how good it was. The purple limitless incineration flames immediately surged out. The mysterious ancient flame refining art was completely activated to the limit, causing the might of this heavenly unique flame to be completely unleashed. It wrapped around the pitch-black ghost face head in his hand and burned it wildly. The heavenly fire Tao was integrated into the purple world-destroying fire, causing its power to skyrocket. As it burned madly, the ghost face seemed to be wailing. It seemed to be begging for mercy and threatening Chenzong. However, Chenzong ignored it. He continued to activate it, wanting to destroy it. Chenzong wasn't a compassionate person, nor was he a saint. He just felt that this item was too evil. If it fell into the hands of others, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be unnecessary killings and incidents. He was very unhappy. Since that was the case, then he would destroy it to prevent future troubles. The ghost face was very tenacious, but it still couldn't resist the terrifying power of the purple world-destroying fire. Little by little, the black aura constantly drilled out and was burned into nothingness by the fire. After about a moment, there wasn't a trace of the black aura lingering in the air. The entire ghost face was burned red, like a red-hot soldering iron. The mixed iron refining hand, a tyrannical attack that gathered all the strength in his body and even erupted with the power of Lingwu, directly hit the ghost face. Crack, a fine and clear sound rang out. Soon after, numerous cracks appeared on the ghost face. They swiftly spread, covering the entire surface of the ghost face like a spiderweb. Shatter, the entire ghost face skull was shattered into countless pieces by Chenzong's tyrannical attack. It was shattered even more thoroughly by the second attack of the mixed iron refining hand. The third attack of the mixed iron refining hand, the entire ghost-faced skull was completely shattered, turning into countless pieces of powder. With a shake of Chenzong's hand, the will of the heavenly wind filled the air. Immediately, the powder flew away, scattering between heaven and earth. There was no possibility of it gathering again. It wasn't that Chenzong was too cautious, but Chenzong felt that this thing was very evil. It was better to be careful in order to avoid any trouble. As for the content of the 10,000 Ghost Scripture, except for the natal sacred weapon that was more outstanding, the other parts were more ordinary. It could be said that the true essence of the 10,000 Ghost Scripture was the nurturing of the natal sacred weapon of 10,000 Ghost. The other cultivation methods and secret skills were all born around this natal sacred weapon of 10,000 Ghost. In this way, it was not very useful to Chenzong, unless he could comprehend other methods to nurture the natal sacred weapon from it. However, Chenzong also knew that it was very, very difficult. However, since there was such a strange cultivation method as the 10,000 Ghost Scripture, then, could there be other similar cultivation methods or secret skills that could nurture the natal sacred weapon without being so evil? For a moment, Chenzong's mind was active. Although the sunken night sword was good, there would be a day when it couldn't keep up with him. At that time, he would inevitably have to change to other swords. Sixth sister-in-law is back with the baby. There might be some activity on the public account. Please pay attention to 6 Paths of Oblivion. The news spread like a storm and also like lightning. Not long after, Jiandi Qinzong's incident at the 10,000 Cracks sword scar spread like wildfire. Through push hands, it swept across the upper primordial realm like a strong storm. Jiandi, the meaning of this title was incomparably shocking. The King of Swords, the King of Swords, in the sky, an extremely dazzling ray of light streaked across the sky with the sharpness of a sword. Its speed was extremely shocking, leaving a dazzling light mark in the sky that did not dissipate for a long time. Jiandi, the King of Swords, let me, the Black Light Sword King, test your ability. The sword light flew in the direction of the 10,000 Cracks mountain, leaving behind only a distant voice in the sky. In the upper primordial realm, there was a river that was like an ocean. It was called the Upper Primordial River, and it ran from the north to the south. The river was endless, and the waves were surging. The widest part of the river was at least 10,000 miles long, and the narrowest part was still hundreds of miles long. This part of the river was thousands of miles wide, and the river was rapid and extremely violent. Waves that were dozens of meters long surged and surged endlessly. It had an astonishing aura that could shatter mountains. A light blue figure, surrounded by a wave-like blue halo, stood in the midst of the violent waves. As the violent waves surged, they surged in all directions, but they did not seem to be affected at all. Immediately, an aura spread out from the body of the light blue figure like a light blue ripple, sweeping in all directions. When the light blue ripple spread out, the violent waves seemed to be smoothed out by a pair of invisible hands. They became stable, peaceful, and comfortable. Within a few thousand meters, it was calm and peaceful. Beyond that, the waves were surging violently. These few thousand meters seemed to have become a domain that was inviolable. Immediately, the light blue-robed figure slowly unsheathed the longsword at his waist. The aqua-blue sword light was gentle but bright, and it was somewhat dazzling. It shone in all directions and slowly rose up. Endless water vapor also rose and spread, gathering within the longsword that was rippling with water light. The ripples overflowed as if there were endless ripples. Chop, with a swing of the sword, the boundless ripples became intense and spread out in an instant, breaking the piece within a radius of several thousand meters. It was as if the earth had been shattered and the sky had been shattered. An extremely terrifying sword light swept out in an instant, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. The astonishing power seemed to want to destroy everything. Within 1,000 meters, the waves surged violently, as if they were going to destroy everything. They rolled up dozens of meters high and over 100 meters high, covering the sky and the earth, turning into a dark blue inverted bowl. Subsequently, a dazzling azure light split open from the middle and shot out. It was as if a dragon had emerged from the sea and split the river into two. It cleaved apart countless waves and advanced courageously. This section of the water seemed to have been split open. It was tens of meters deep and stretched for tens of thousands of meters. It was extremely shocking. The giant wave crashed down, and the world-shaking momentum swept out in all directions, covering everything. The sword scar that stretched for over 10,000 meters also healed. Everything returned to normal. Immediately, a figure in a light blue robe soared into the sky, as if he was going to break the heavens. His body carried a vast and astonishing momentum, surging violently as he quickly flew in the direction of the 10,000 split sword scar. Jiandi Qinzong. A light blue light streaked across the sky at an astonishing speed. As he spoke, he said in a low voice, "If that old guy knows about this, he will definitely rush over. When that time comes, he will be defeated by my sword." This person was the Dragon Wave Sword King, who was ranked second on the Upper Yuan Sky Sword list. As for the old guy he mentioned, he was the top swordsman on the Upper Yuan Sky Sword list. At the same time, he was also a super expert who was ranked second on the Upper Yuan Sky Sword list. He was extremely powerful, and the power of his swordsmanship was astonishing. He knew that old guy very well. Unless he was in seclusion, if he heard about Jiandi Qinzong, he would definitely rush over. In the Upper Yuan realm, there was a mountain. The mountain towered into the sky, and the earth rose into the sky. It was lofty and steep, like an ancient giant sword, emitting an astonishing vigor and sharpness. The mountain rocks stood towering on the mountain, and their shapes were like swords that pointed straight up into the sky. The plants were sparse, yet every single one of them was extremely tough and tenacious, and they were faintly suffused with traces of sharp fluctuations that seemed like sword chi intended to tear everything apart. The entire mountain seemed to emit traces of sword chi. Mountain rocks, vegetation, gravel, sword chi enveloped the mountain. This mountain was famous in the Upper Yuan realm. It was called Sky Sword. Sky Sword Mountain, a long time ago, it was an orthodoxy. However, this orthodoxy was quite unique. In every generation, there would only be one sect master and one disciple. There would only be two in total, and there would never be a third. In the ancient war, Sky Sword Mountain's half-step Supreme Saint sect master and his disciple, who was in the Mastery Saint Rudiment realm, fought against the void demons. They killed countless void demons, but they were not spared. In the end, they perished, causing the Sky Sword Mountain's legacy to be severed. However, Sky Sword Mountain's legacy was passed down from generation to generation. Every generation was a Sword Dao powerhouse, and every generation had talent in Sword Dao. After cultivating for a long time, their sword intent constantly affected everything in the mountain. After countless years, everything in the mountain was filled with sword chi. After the ancient war, there was a person who had nowhere else to go. He coincidentally entered Sky Sword Mountain and obtained the legacy left behind in the mountain. He became the new sect master of Sky Sword Mountain, causing the Sky Sword Mountain's orthodoxy to be passed down again. Many years had passed since the ancient war. Sky Sword Mountain had regained some of its former glory, but it was still quite far from what it was after the ancient war. After all, Sky Sword Mountain's orthodoxy in the ancient era was complete. It could produce half-step Supreme Saint powerhouses, and even Supreme Saint powerhouses. After the ancient war, Sky Sword Mountain's orthodoxy became incomplete, and it was difficult to cultivate to half-step Supreme Saint. Every generation's sect master of Sky Sword Mountain had a title, Xianxia. There were no palaces on Sky Sword Mountain's peak, only two thatched huts. In front of one of the thatched huts, there was a cliff facing the sea of clouds. On the cliff, there was a white-robed old man with his hands behind his back. His body was as straight as a sword, and his entire body was filled with a shocking sword aura as if it could break through the 9 heavens. "Master, it's time to go." Behind the white-robed old man, a young man bowed and asked respectfully. This young man was also dressed in a white robe. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were bright. They contained a shocking sharpness, like the edge of a sword. His entire body exuded an extremely shocking sharpness, like an unsheathed heavenly sword that could cut through everything in the world. It was difficult to look at him directly. "Let's go." The old man only said one word. It was plain, but it contained an inexplicable power, as if it could tear through the void. As soon as his voice fell, a sword light spread out from under the feet of the current Xianxia. It lifted his feet, and he flew away at an astonishing speed. A sword light also spread out from under the feet of the young man. It lifted his feet and body, and he flew out at an astonishing speed, closely following his master. 10,000 split sword scar. Shenzong stood 3,000 meters away from the end of the scar. He cleared all distracting thoughts and focused on comprehending. In the distance, many people were watching. The number of people was several times more than before. They all rushed over after hearing the news. Jiandi, this title had a great meaning, and many people yearned for it. Some were curious about what this Jiandi looked like, while others admired it and wanted to pay their respects. All in all, everyone had their own reasons and rushed over from all directions. Those who were closer had already arrived, while those who were farther away were still on their way. 3,000 meters. This is the record of the Profound Radiance Sword King. As expected of the Jiandi. He's so young, but so amazing. In terms of age, Shenzong was indeed several times younger than the Profound Radiance Sword King. 3,000 meters was the Profound Radiance Sword King's record a few years ago. Now that a few years have passed, the Profound Radiance Sword King will only become stronger. There were also people who didn't like the Profound Radiance Sword King and supported him. Don't forget that the Profound Radiance Sword King is ranked 3rd on the Shengyuan Sky Sword ranking. Above him are the Dragon Wave Sword King and the Tianjianzi. They haven't been to the 10,000 split sword scar for many years. If they try, they can definitely reach 3,000 meters, or even 1,000 meters. Although the Jiandi killed the 1,000 Ghost Sword King, the 1,000 Ghost Sword King was ranked 4th on the Sky Sword ranking. It's still unknown if he can compare with the Profound Radiance Sword King and the other two. The discussion continued. Some people thought highly of the Jiandi Qianzong, but others didn't. They thought that the top 3 on the Xianxia Sky Sword ranking were stronger. The countless discussions didn't affect Qianzong in the slightest. Qianzong was completely immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. The closer he got to the 10,000 split sword scar, the clearer the mysteries were, and the better the effect of comprehending it. At this moment, an extremely dazzling sword light flew in from outside the 10,000 split sword scar. Its speed was indescribable, and it landed in an instant. It flew past everyone's eyes, leaving a trace of brilliance in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the light swept into the 10,000 meters range without any pause. Soon, it broke through 1,000 meters after another. Its momentum was astonishing. 5,000 meters. Who is that? Only then did everyone realize. The mystic light is blazing. It's dazzling but not blinding. It's mysterious. It's the Mystic Light Sword King. The Mystic Light Sword King is here. All of a sudden, everyone was extremely excited. The 99 on the Xiangyuan Sky Sword ranking represented the 99 sword experts in the Upper Yuan realm. Being ranked in the top 3 had an extraordinary meaning. For hundreds of years, the top 3 on the Heavenly Sword ranking had not changed. Those 3 experts had long been deeply ingrained in people's hearts. However, it was rare to see them on a normal day. I was right to come. The Mystic Light Sword King is really here. Some people were extremely excited, as if they had seen someone they had admired for a long time. That kind of excitement was indescribable. Since the Mystic Light Sword King is here, what about the Dragon Wave Sword King? Will he also come? Some people secretly guessed. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. If the Dragon Wave Sword King is also here, then what about Tianjianzi? It would be wonderful to see the Mystic Light Sword King, the Dragon Wave Sword King, and Tianjianzi at the same time. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. Soon, the dazzling light crossed 4,000 meters. Its speed also dropped in an instant, but it was still approaching. The 10,000 cracked sword scars had endless sword chi, and it was as cold as hell. A figure that was emitting a bright but not dazzling light appeared in front of Zhongchen. It was as if he was a deity that had descended to the world, and he exuded an indescribable aura. That pair of glowing eyes stared straight at Qianzong, as if wanting to see through him and see through all his secrets. Facing this person's gaze, Qianzong felt a slight pressure that seemed to come from the deepest part of his heart. "Why don't you greet your sword senior?" The figure in the profound light spoke. His voice seemed to be vast and mighty like light, shaking the surroundings and pressing down. "As the sword emperor of this generation, do you not know etiquette?" Qianzong immediately understood that the other party did not come with good intentions. Although he did not draw his sword, his words were as sharp as the edge of a sword. "If we're talking about age, the elder is the king." "There is no need for the king-naming tower," Qianzong retorted calmly. Age was never the standard for sword training. It didn't mean that one would be stronger just because they were older. If one were to judge them based on their age, how could those rising stars have any place to stand out? Qianzong was implying that the other party was taking advantage of his seniority. "Young man, your words are sharp, but I wonder if your sword is the same," the profound light sword king said again, not angry at all. "You can try." Qianzong's tone was still flat. It sounded so calm, but there was an indescribable sharpness in it. No matter how sharp the words of a swordsman were, no matter how many words he said, in the end, it all depended on the real sword in his hand to determine victory and defeat. Everything else was meaningless. Suddenly, everyone in the distance became excited. The profound light sword king was going to fight the real Jiandi sword. "Young man, you can draw your sword first," the profound light sword king said coldly. His tone was arrogant. Up until now, he was still relying on the fact that he was older than Qianzong and had started practicing earlier. He wanted to be the senior of Qianzong and suppress him with his power. In a 2-on-1 fight, power was very important. If one had the upper hand, he might have the upper hand. Are you looking for an excuse for your impending defeat? Chen Zong said unhurriedly with a cold smile, if so, I'll give it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not give the other party a chance to retort. The deep night sword was instantly unsheathed, bringing with it a wisp of darkness as it pierced through the sky. When the sword light appeared, it was like a dark meteor, descending with unparalleled intent. The Sword King's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he felt a strong sense of threat. It was fine if he didn't draw his sword, but once he did, it was so sharp. The profound Light Sword King already knew that Chen Zong had killed the Thousand Ghost Sword King, but the Thousand Ghost Sword King had fought the profound Light Sword King before. Although the latter was strong, there was still a gap between them. Although many years had passed and the myriad Ghost Sword Monarch's strength had grown, Xianxia's own improvement was also very obvious. The profound Light Sword King did not know that when Chen Zong killed the Thousand Ghost Sword King, he had used all the power of the Thousand Ghost Sword and paid a huge price. His strength was terrifying. Xianxia unsheathed his sword and the dazzling sword light suddenly lit up. It was like an aurora streaking across the sky, leaving behind a dazzling sword mark. The dazzling sword light seemed to disperse all the darkness in an instant, but it could not disperse Chen Zong's sword attack. Light and darkness, it was like two extreme powers colliding. As the two swords clashed, Chen Zong immediately felt an extremely tyrannical power burst forth. The astonishing power that was filled with light instantly assaulted him through the swords. He felt as if he was being assimilated by the power of the sword. Was this the power of the profound Light Sword King? Was this his sword intent? This thought flashed through Xianxia's mind. This kind of power was indeed shocking, but it still could not do anything to him. The profound Light Sword King was also shocked. No wonder he was the current Jiandi recognized by the king naming tower. He was indeed very strong. But so what? A junior was a junior. He had to act like one. Xianxia unsheathed his sword. Countless sword lights became dazzling and extremely dazzling. It was like a bright sun shining countless rays of light in all directions. It seemed to be able to disperse all the coldness, darkness, and matter. In the distance, people could only squint their eyes. They could barely see a blur. The light was not dazzling at first, but now it was extremely dazzling. Chen Zong's entire body was covered by the intense light. It was as if he was being devoured. That light was too pure and too dazzling. It could not tolerate anything else. However, a trace of extreme darkness instantly cut through the intense light. It seemed to be eternal as it pierced through the sky. Chen Zong realized that the profound Light Sword King's swordsmanship was very profound. Every sword move was magnificent and filled with shocking techniques. Swordsmanship was not as simple as it could be, or as magnificent as it could be. As the saying went, the great Tao is the simplest. However, some people would pursue the ultimate magnificence. They would perform magnificence to the extreme. Whether it was simple or magnificent, it was a kind of Tao. The Tao was indescribable and mysterious. The profound Light Sword King's swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle in terms of technique. Every sword move was not only magnificent, but also contained shocking light. It was extremely dazzling. Coupled with the magnificent swordsmanship, it was hard to predict and defend against. However, no matter how magnificent the profound Light Sword King's swordsmanship was, no matter how complicated his techniques were, no matter how dazzling the sword lights were, it could not break through Chen Zong's defense. The Unbreakable Sword King had always mastered the Unbreakable Sword Ring. Furthermore, it was even more profound. Coupled with the heart domain, it was even more unbreakable. The Unbreakable Sword Ring was most suitable to deal with a group of people or attacks with many different techniques. If one wanted to break through the Unbreakable Sword Ring, unless one's technique had reached an unimaginable height or one's power was much stronger than the Unbreakable Sword Ring. Otherwise, it was impossible to break through the Unbreakable Sword Ring's defense. Unfortunately, the Unbreakable Sword Ring was only suitable for defense. After attacking for a while, the Unbreakable Sword King was still unable to break through the Unbreakable Sword Ring's defense. This made the profound Light Sword King even more shocked. However, he had practiced swordsmanship for many years. His attainments in swordsmanship were unfathomable. His temperament was also very steady. He would not become impatient because of this. He had practiced swordsmanship for many years. He had encountered all kinds of opponents and faced many difficulties. However, he had always relied on his own ability and one sword move to kill his way out. It was the same now. It would be the same. Since he could not break through the unbreakable sword ring's defense with only one sword move, then he would have a taste of the power of his profound light sword technique. With this thought, the sword chi was generated. The profound light sword essence was activated to the extreme. Tens of thousands of rays of light burst out in an instant, filling the surroundings in an instant. It was as if plowing through a courtyard and sweeping through acupoints. The people in the distance had to close their eyes, unable to look directly at it. The profound light sword king's sword light had always been easy to recognize. It was dazzling but not dazzling. However, although the sword light that burst out at this moment was not dazzling, it was extremely dazzling. It was also impossible to look directly at it. Chen Zong's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He instinctively felt that this move was extraordinarily powerful. Profound light swift sword, it was as swift as light. It was extremely fast. The speed of the profound light sword essence was displayed to the extreme. The tens of thousands of rays of light were compressed into one in an instant. The moment the sword was released, it had already arrived. Chen Zong's heart suddenly skipped a beat. An indescribable sense of danger spread out. Fast, this sword was really too fast. It was like an aurora that pierced through the heavens and the earth. It was extremely sharp. Too fast, it was indescribably fast. Without breaking the defense of the sword circle, it was impossible to defend against it. However, with the heart domain, Chen Zong instantly caught a trace of it. Although the sword was extremely fast, Chen Zong's heart domain was also very mysterious. The sword was immediately blocked. An extremely strong sharpness surged out. Astonishing rays of light splashed out like sparks. It was blocked, his sword had actually been blocked. The profound light sword king was extremely surprised. However, he did not hesitate in his attack. The sword light rose again and instantly broke through the air. Profound light swift sword, profound light swift sword, profound light swift sword, 3 consecutive sword strikes broke through the air. The speed of the sword was 30% faster than before. However, these 3 sword strikes were all blocked by Chen Zong. They were unable to break through the defense of the sword circle. Vaguely, Chen Zong seemed to have grasped something. His comprehension of the 24 dragons and snakes illustration deepened. Profound light. Sword storm. In a low roar, as if containing an unparalleled will, an extremely strong light burst out again. It was vast and endless. Every ray of light contained an extremely terrifying power. Endless dazzling rays of light surged and gathered from all directions. Like rivers flowing into the sea, they poured into the light, causing it to become even more intense. It was as if it could not be dispersed. A heart-palpitating power also spread out. Sword storm, a sword that contained extreme light and power. Its power was extremely tyrannical. As the sword struck out, an extremely terrifying and dazzling sword light blasted towards Chen Zong. This sword was actually different from the style of the profound light sword king in the past. It seemed to have abandoned the gorgeous and varied techniques and turned into a pure oppression of power. Rumble, like a thunderbolt, the sword light was extremely ferocious. Not only was it dazzling, but it was also like a violent thunderbolt that could destroy everything in the sky. The profound light sword king's profound light sword technique was created by himself. There were only 3 moves. The first move focused on the speed of the profound light sword intent. It was extremely fast. The second move was the opposite. It focused on the explosion of power. It was extremely terrifying to the extreme. Since the profound light sword's astonishing speed could not penetrate the opponent's defense, then it would destroy the opponent's defense with its strongest power. It had to be said that the profound light sword king's idea was very good. However, there were times when things did not go as planned. Chen Zong's heart domain shrank. He did not change to other sword moves. He still used the unbreakable sword circle. This was not a sword move. It was just a defensive move that could adapt to the situation. However, Chen Zong had a stroke of good fortune. He was able to slowly unravel the mysteries of the Infinity Sword Chain's unique skills, slowly integrating them into the unbreakable sword loop. Boom, the sword blasted out in a mighty manner. It was as if it had the power to move the heavens and earth. The moment it came into contact with the sunken night sword, the terrifying power contained within was instantly released and exploded. It was like a torrent bursting through a dam, destroying everything in its path as easily as crushing dry weeds. The light was dazzling, and it was extremely violent. The terrifying power overflowed like a storm of meteors, destroying everything. Moreover, the power of the explosion was controlled by the profound Light Sword King, so none of it leaked out. It was all directed to the center, where Xianxia was. The profound Light Sword King didn't care whether Xianxia was dead or alive. If he was lucky enough to survive, he wouldn't kill him. However, if he was unlucky enough to die, he would only regret it. However, under the combination of the unbreakable sword ring and the chain sword, all the power was weakened layer by layer. In the end, it couldn't hurt Xianxia at all. The profound Light Sword King's face became extremely solemn. To actually block his profound light sword explosion like this, it was truly somewhat inconceivable. His opponent's eyes were still as sharp as ever. They were as sharp as the heavenly sword, full of awe-inspiring might. The profound Light Sword King felt an indescribable throbbing. Strong, how could he be so strong? In Xianxia's eyes, the profound Light Sword King and the Thousand Ghost Sword King's basic strength were not much different. Compared to the Thousand Ghost Sword King's full strength, the profound Light Sword King was obviously weaker. If that was all, the profound Light Sword King was no match for him at all. However, the profound Light Sword King's sword technique was indeed very good. Profound Light Sword King, if you don't have any more powerful moves, this will be your burial ground. Xianxia's voice rang out slowly. It was flat, as if it did not contain any worldly aura, but it made the profound Light Sword King shiver in fright. His hair stood on end. He could sense an extremely sharp killing intent from the very depths of his heart from Xianxia's plain voice. The profound Light Sword King didn't hold back at all. Although he didn't have much murderous intent, it was a fact that he didn't hold back at all. Xianxia felt that it was clear. Take another move from me. The profound Light Sword King suddenly shouted. He had already lost his composure. Then, an extremely bright light exploded from his body. It was like the blooming of the sun, shining in all directions. The profound Light Sword King seemed to have turned into a huge source of light. The originally dazzling light suddenly changed. It became extremely dazzling, as if it wanted to pierce through everyone's eyes. Even if they closed their eyes, they could still feel an extremely intense light rushing towards them. They had no choice but to turn their heads away, not daring to face it directly. Since they couldn't see, they could only use their divine sense. However, as soon as they spread their divine sense, they immediately felt endless light. Light Sword King, boundless Light Sword King, his divine perception was completely filled with extremely shocking light. It was too dazzling, too resplendent, and too intense. It truly filled the heavens and the earth and the surroundings, and it couldn't hold anything else. The profound Sword King was the Sword King. The profound Light Sword King King. The profound Sword King was. The profound Light Sword King he to reach the extreme state. The moment he used this move, Xianxia's heart suddenly jumped. His eyelids trembled slightly, and he felt a slight pain between his eyebrows. It was so mysterious. It was as if the light was everywhere. It made him feel like he couldn't resist it. The unbreakable sword ring couldn't block the light even if it was really unbreakable. Because the light was everywhere. This move was really exquisite. If the myriad Ghost Sword Monarch's forbidden technique was ignored, then the profound Light Sword Monarch's attack was indeed much stronger than the myriad Ghost Sword Monarch's. However, it was still a bit weaker than the myriad Ghost Sword Monarch's forbidden technique. However, Xianxia realized that the unbreakable sword ring couldn't completely block this move. It could be said that the unbreakable sword ring was broken this time. What broke the unbreakable sword circle wasn't a power so strong that it couldn't be resisted, nor was it a technique so brilliant that it couldn't be dealt with. It was the third kind, which covered everything in all directions and filled every inch of the void. There was truly nowhere to hide. Although this move broke the unbreakable sword ring, it also let Qianzong know the flaw of the unbreakable sword ring. Unbreakable golden body, the profound light sword king lived up to his name. The power of this move was indeed irresistible. Then, let's take it head on. Qianzong immediately pushed the non-quenching jade technique to the extreme. He ignited the Lingwu power and turned it into Chaos Heaven power. In an instant, the Chaos Heaven power, which was originally mid-stage Chaos Heaven power, soared to mid-stage Chaos Heaven power. The unbreakable golden body's shocking power was also raised. It became even more powerful. The golden light was branded on his body like a flame, giving off an indestructible, and indestructible feeling. Of course, it was still a long way from being truly unbreakable, indestructible. However, it was beginning to take shape. With such a strong physique and unbreakable golden body defense, Qianzong immediately blocked the profound light sword king's mysterious sword attack. The omnipresent light seemed to transform into an omnipresent sword light. It tried to tear Qianzong's body into pieces, but it was completely blocked. It couldn't hurt him at all. As Qianzong blocked this attack, he carefully comprehended the mysteries contained within. This sword has mysteries. It should be used by me. It will be the cornerstone for me to reach the pinnacle of sword Dao. Qianzong would never be jealous of someone whose swordsmanship was more profound and exquisite than his own. He would only feel happy and fight with them to absorb the profundity and essence of the opponent's swordsmanship to improve and strengthen himself. In a great era, there would be geniuses, prodigies, and even monsters in every generation. Some would die prematurely, but some would grow up. As long as one had the heart, strength, and willpower, they would be more or less outstanding. They would be sincere in their life, and would always be outstanding in some aspects. For example, the profound light sword king was able to create such a brilliant third move of the profound light sword technique. It was unstoppable and all-pervasive. It was truly shocking. Unfortunately, although this move was very mysterious, it wasn't as powerful as the profound light sword explosion. Otherwise, Qianzong wouldn't have been able to block it so easily. Of course, if Qianzong didn't have such a strong body refinement realm cultivation, Lingwu power, and unbreakable golden body, he would have been injured. However, there were no ifs. When the light dissipated, everyone looked again. They saw the profound light sword king's lifeless face. Jiandi Qianzong also seemed to be unharmed, except for the many small holes in his robe. What happened just now, apart from the profound light sword king and Qianzong, no one else knew because they couldn't see. Even their divine sense was filled with endless light. However, when they saw the profound light sword king's lifeless face, everyone was shocked. "Is this all you've got?" Qianzong asked calmly. The profound light sword king's hair stood on end. Without hesitation, he immediately used the last of his strength and secret escape technique. The profound light sword king's body seemed to have disappeared. He directly turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the 10,000 cracked sword scar at the fastest speed possible. Even his most powerful move couldn't do anything to the other party. He couldn't even break through the other party's defense. How could he fight? Of course, he could use even more powerful moves, but the price was too high. He wasn't confident. If he continued to stay, would he be waiting for death? The profound light sword king was no fool. He could see that the other party was ready to kill him. If he didn't leave now, when would he? The profound light sword king's reaction was extremely fast. However, this time, Qianzong didn't have any intention of letting him go. In an instant, he turned into a gust of wind and rushed out like a gust of wind. He used the sky wind formless movement technique to the extreme. Although he wasn't as fast as the profound light sword king, the other party was using a secret art that consumed his body. He wouldn't be able to last long. Everyone could only watch the profound light sword king turn into a ray of light and escape. Seeing Jiandi Qianzong turn into a gust of wind and chase after the profound light sword king, they were all stunned. Then, they all soared into the sky and rushed over. They wanted to see how it would turn out. Would the profound light sword king escape, or would Jiandi Qianzong catch up and kill him? No one could stop it. The profound light sword king's escape technique was indeed very fast. However, it was still a secret art that consumed his body. It was explosive. Once the explosive period passed, he would return to his original speed. Moreover, if he was injured, his speed would also be affected, making him slower than usual. It would be fine if Chenzong didn't chase after him. However, Chenzong didn't give up. As soon as the profound light Sword King slowed down, Chenzong immediately caught up. The profound radiant Sword King's face, which was already pale, turned even paler. Fear came from the bottom of his heart. How many years had it been since he was in such a sorry state? Even in the deepest part of his heart, the profound light Sword King felt a trace of regret. If he had known that this person was so terrifying and cruel, he wouldn't have stuck his neck out. He wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Chenzong closed in. His body was like a gust of wind, emitting an extremely cold killing intent. He held his sword and attacked. The profound light Sword King knew that he was in danger. He might die here. As such, he had no choice but to use some desperate methods. Even if his foundation was damaged, he didn't care. After all, as long as he could survive, there was still a chance for his foundation to recover. If he died, his hundreds of years of hard work would all be in vain. Chenzong also sensed the profound radiance Sword King's determination. His eyes became sharp, filled with the determination to fight for survival in the face of death. Since that's the case, I'll send you on your way with my strongest sword. Chenzong was about to use the line of heaven and earth to kill the profound light Sword King. Suddenly, a vast and mighty sword intent came from afar. Wait a moment. As the vast and majestic sword intent permeated the air, a voice surged forth along with the sword intent. It was as if there were layers upon layers of raging waves, as if the ocean was flowing. The waves surged endlessly, as if the Milky Way was passing through. The momentum was awe-inspiring. In an instant, Chenzong felt like he was facing the mighty heaven and earth. It was as if a great river was rushing over from the distant horizon. End of chapter 1592. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.